On January 1st, 2035, an unknown planet suddenly hits the Earth. The disaster began, and countless zombie viruses spread in an instant. In just one day, 20% of the world's population was infected and turned into zombies, and social order collapsed instantly. 7 days later, the glacial doomsday arrived, and the temperature dropped sharply to below minus 20 degrees Celsius. People who were caught off guard were swallowed up by the severe cold, and countless lives withered in the ice and snow. However, this was just the beginning. A month later, the Zerg apocalypse arrived, and giant insects swept across the land, causing another catastrophe. Fortunately, as the end of the world approaches, everyone activates a mysterious auxiliary system. The system can automatically generate shelters to help people survive in desperate situations. Every time you survive a disaster, you will receive abundant survival supplies. But these resources are far from enough to support long-term survival, and we must take risks to obtain more from the outside world. Whether it is the rampage of zombies, the cold wave of glaciers, or the invasion of Zerg, monsters in the doomsday are swarming in droves. Only by killing these monsters can you fight for supplies. The stronger the monster, the more you will gain, but the risk to your survival will also be more terrifying. My name is UMO. I am an orphan and also a traveler from a parallel world. Before my rebirth, I had risen to become a powerful figure in this apocalyptic world. However, fate was cruel. I was involved in a well-designed conspiracy and was jointly besieged by multiple top shelters. Eventually, he became a wanderer and died in an even more terrible Heavenly Advent disaster. But when I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn back to 12 hours before the end of the world. This time, I will never make the same mistake again. With the experience of my previous life, I will seize the initiative and control everything. I want to become the king of this apocalypse, standing above my enemies and looking down on the heavens and the worlds. As night fell, I sat quietly on the roof of the warehouse, the sound of the wind humming in my ears, my eyes sweeping across the brightly lit city. It was still bustling with people coming and going. I glanced down at my watch, but my heart was beating fast. Just as the countdown ended, boom! A loud bang tore through the night sky like thunder. When I looked up, the familiar starry sky was gone, replaced by a chaotic darkness. It was as if the world was forcibly covered by a layer of dead silence. A few seconds later, I saw the sky crack open, and countless giant zombies tens of meters tall descended like demons. Their roars were like waves, covering the entire city. At the same time, a cold mechanical voice sounded in my mind. The biochemical apocalypse is coming. Please do everything you can to survive. Shelter system activated. Several rules emerged in my mind, and every word was shocking. 1. Everyone's initial shelter will be automatically teleported inside. If killed, the shelter will become a no man's land. 2. The biochemical apocalypse will arrive in 5 minutes. Please upgrade the shelter level as soon as possible. 3. Upgrading the shelter can obtain a large amount of resources, which will become your capital for survival. 4. Use points to exchange for items including, but not limited to medicines, food, weapons. The cold voice was reminding and urging. The biochemical apocalypse will come in 4 minutes. I quickly opened the system interface, and a series of prompts sounded. Ding! The shelter level has been upgraded to level 3. Obtain. Rice plus 100, wheat plus 100, various fruits plus 1,000. Ding! The shelter level has been upgraded to level 4. Reward upgrade. Rice plus 1,000, wheat plus 1,000. Ding! The shelter level has been upgraded to level 5. World announcement. Congratulations to the first shelter to reach level 5, and you will be rewarded with a complete blueprint. The prompts kept coming one after another, and my head was buzzing, but looking at the warehouse full of supplies, I couldn't help laughing. These supplies were enough to feed 1,000 people for a whole month. Even better, time stands still in the warehouse and the food is not affected in any way. I opened the trading module, and it was blank. Apparently, the others hadn't reacted yet. The store module was full of items that could be redeemed for points. I glanced at the blueprint, and there was an enhanced electromagnetic cannon that caught my eye. It can kill all units below the elite level alone, and it is simply a monster-killing artifact. Here's my chance to earn points. Without hesitation, I put the extra blueprints up for sale, with the price tag being 10 times the cost of the materials needed to make the electromagnetic gun. Countdown. 001. The final bell rings. Roar! The deep roar shook the entire city. A 10-meter-tall zombie with flames all over its body appeared in my sight. Its steps were as dull as a heavy tank, and every step made the ground shake. Two balls of blazing flames burned in the guy's eye sockets, like an undead knight crawling out of hell. I calmly set up the sniper cannon I had just exchanged. It was the only weapon that could deal with this kind of monster. I used to be an expert in firearms, so this little recoil was no problem at all. Aiming and firing, the whole process was as natural as breathing. Bang! The bullet tore through the air, and the head of the fire zombie exploded instantly. Black blood splattered everywhere, and the flames went out. Points plus 10. Reward upgrade. Points plus 100. However, this was just the beginning. The second ice zombie followed closely, and the cold air spread around it, and even frost formed in the air. I quickly adjusted my direction and aimed steadily. Bang! The same result, the ice zombie's head was also gone. In less than 5 minutes, I killed 13 zombies, and my cumulative score soared to 1430. The zombies' bodies turned into spots of light and disappeared, leaving behind a large amount of loot. As soon as I thought about it, the shelter system automatically collected the following items. Rotten meat plus 110, flame zombie core plus 11, ice zombie core plus 11. As I watched the supplies in the warehouse pile up more and more, a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. At this time, the rewards of the shelter system are refreshed again. Civilians plus 500, soldiers plus 100. All supplies, *10. This wave of rewards comes at the right time. In the end times, if you want to survive, supplies alone are not enough. Manpower is the key. Soldiers, guard with me. Civilians, start building houses. I quickly assigned tasks. Soldiers were responsible for defense, and civilians built more shelter facilities. After the 10 sniper guns were set up, I breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could even catch his breath, a new threat arrived. *roar. This time it was a giant zombie covered in thick armor, running wildly from a distance. It was huge in size and had amazing strength, and its mere charge made the ground rumble. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Well, it seems that 10 sniper guns are not enough. A low roar broke the silence of the shelter. I looked up and saw a 20-meter-tall zombie slowly approaching from the distance. This was no ordinary zombie. It was wrapped in dancing flames and lightning. The two forces intertwined with each other, bringing destructive power. It approached step by step, shaking the ground. Its huge body was like a moving mountain, bringing a sense of oppression to our faces. I narrowed my eyes and made a quick judgment in my mind. This is a bronze zombie. Although it is the lowest level boss, it is definitely not a character that ordinary survivors can deal with. Even if it is me, I have to use all my resources to face this kind of monster. All soldiers in position, snipers ready. I gave the order decisively, with an unquestionable coldness in my tone. The soldiers acted quickly, but the civilians were not so calm. Seeing the 20-meter-tall zombie, everyone's face turned pale, and many people collapsed to the ground, unable to even stand. Aim at the left knee and fire. As my order came down, more than a dozen anti-tank sniper shells flew straight to the target. Bang, 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 with a huge explosion. The zombie's left leg knee was blown off, and a large amount of blood mixed with bone fragments splashed everywhere. The huge body lost its balance and fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Left shoulder, fire! I commanded immediately, with a stern look in my eyes. Another round of volleys blew a huge hole in the zombie's left shoulder, and his arm was directly removed. Its body twisted as it tried to get up, but without the support of its left leg and shoulder, it could only struggle in vain. Head, fire! This is a fatal blow, and also the zombie's biggest weakness. Bang! The precise sniper shell penetrated its head. The flames and lightning were extinguished instantly, and red, black, and purple liquids splashed out. The huge body became completely still while trembling, announcing its death. Ding! Kill a bronze-level Thunderfire zombie and get Thunderfire Core plus 1, Rotten Meat plus 100, Bronze Treasure Chest plus 1, Points plus 100, Reward Upgrade. Thunderfire Core plus 10, Rotten Meat plus 1,000, Bronze Treasure Chest plus 10, Points plus 1,000. The corpse turned into a light spot and disappeared, leaving only the spoils. I raised my mouth and felt happy. 10 bronze treasure chests. This is a huge harvest. Although there are still many zombies nearby, I decided not to clear them out for the time being. I first stabilized the safety of the warehouse area before expanding outward. Expanding the scope too early without enough manpower will hinder development, which is a fatal mistake that many people tend to make in the early stages. Shelter, level 5, range, 1 square kilometer. Number of people, 601. Points, 2,530. I glanced at the map of the shelter. The dense red dots showed how many zombies were lurking around. These red dots were not only threats, but also resources. Hundreds of zombies meant hundreds of kill rewards. And my own level is also rising rapidly. Ding! Player UMO is upgraded to level 2. Reward. Strength plus 1 upgrade. Strength plus 10. Ding! Player UMO has been upgraded to level 3. Reward. Spirit plus 1. Upgrade. Spirit plus 10. Ding! Player UMO has been upgraded to level 6. Reward. Constitution plus 2. Upgrade. Constitution plus 20. Ding! World announcement. Player UMO is the first survivor to reach level 5 and kill the first bronze boss. Reward. Points plus 1,000. All supplies *3. A series of upgrade prompts made me aware of the changes in my body. My strength, physical fitness, and senses were all improving rapidly, as if I had returned to my former peak. Everyone assemble. I quickly gathered civilians and soldiers. 500 civilians and 90 soldiers lined up in an orderly manner. The soldiers' military posture was as straight as pine trees, and they were full of momentum. 100 people will build houses, 200 people will cultivate farmland, and the rest will be responsible for building fortifications. After a simple distribution, I equipped each soldier with a sniper cannon. It's great to have a lot of points, it's so inhumane to be rich. Then, I turned to the bronze treasure chest and opened the first one with great anticipation. Golden Desert Eagle, damage plus 5. Pa! I threw it aside in disgust. Second one, leggings, defense plus 1. Pa! Trash! I threw it aside again. The third one, heart guard, defense plus 5. I nodded secretly and sighed. It can be used barely. After opening all 10 treasure chests, the only thing that satisfied me was a blueprint, the design drawing of a 3-story accommodation building. Other things, including even blueprints for a small diesel generator, made me roll my eyes. Trash treasure chest. I snorted. The soldiers outside were patrolling nervously, each holding a 1.5-meter long sniper gun, which gave people a reassuring sense of security. Not long after, the team leader reported to me, "Lord, the zombies within 500 meters have been cleared. Continue cleaning and ensure the safety of the entire area." I waved my hand and ordered them to expand the cleaning range. Back in the trading module, I started issuing tasks. Sniper gun plus 10 bullets in exchange for power station blueprints, water purifier blueprints, construction-related blueprints. After posting the information, I didn't expect to make a deal immediately. After all, everyone was busy fighting zombies. After arranging the affairs of the shelter, I decided to take the soldiers out to hunt zombies. The number of zombies in the outside world is almost endless, and the resources are also piled up like a mountain. This is just the beginning. In 7 days, the more terrifying ice doomsday will come. I must accumulate enough supplies and equipment before that. Before leaving, I gave the soldiers my final instructions. Anyone who trespasses will be arrested, and anyone who resists will be killed. All zombies, big or small, will be eliminated. The logistics team will be responsible for the distribution of supplies. 50 soldiers followed me, leaving an elite guard to defend the shelter. Less than 500 meters away, we encountered a wave of hundreds of zombies, including 3 bronze-level bosses. I frowned and said coldly, "Shoot freely and avoid repeated attacks." The reassuring muffled sound of the sniper gun rang out 3 seconds later. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies' heads were blown off one after another, and their huge bodies fell to the ground with a bang. Their corpses immediately turned into a pile of glowing materials, and my points were rising crazily. The system automatically counts the zombies killed by the soldiers as mine, which makes it easier for me to control the resources of the shelter. I aimed at the 3 bronze zombies not far away, my finger steady on the trigger. Although these guys are only bronze level, they're still threatening, especially in this dangerous environment. Bang! A shot was fired, hitting one of the zombies in the head accurately, but only half of it was knocked off. It shook twice but still didn't fall down. It wasn't until I fired another shot that the situation was resolved. The zombies' bodies instantly exploded into spoils all over the ground, with food, fruits, daily necessities, and even various building materials scattered all over the ground. Next one. I took a deep breath and focused my attention on the second zombie. This time, I aimed at its forehead and pulled the trigger slightly with my fingertips. Bang! The bullet pierced the air, and the huge head exploded instantly, with bloody and mangled debris scattering everywhere. This guy didn't even have time to struggle before he was sent back to hell. The third zombie was still in the distance, but the distance of several hundred meters became an insurmountable chasm for it. The nearest zombie only got within 100 meters before it was shot by the soldiers, and the upper half of its body was blown off. Along with the sound of a series of kills, my system prompts also sounded one after another. Ding! Player UMO has been upgraded to level 6, reward. Ding! Player UMO has been upgraded to level 7, reward. Ding! Player UMO has been upgraded to level 8, reward. It took nearly 10 minutes to clean up the battlefield, and the spoils piled up like a mountain. I took a look, and the most eye-catching ones were undoubtedly the following blueprints. Blueprint of a small water purifier. Blueprint of a 5-story building. Blueprint of a laboratory. The moment I saw the blueprint of the laboratory, my heart was shocked. This thing is not simple. With the cooperation of scientists, it can activate the technology tree and gene tree, and even develop vaccines against zombies. In the past, the development of the vaccine took a full year. By then, humans would not only have to deal with zombies, but also face the double attack of the Zerg doomsday and the ice doomsday. 3 doomsdays are intertwined. The living environment is extremely harsh, and the late arrival of the vaccine has cost countless lives. Now we have the blueprint, but scientists are a problem. At this time of my previous life, I was still on the run and never paid attention to this kind of news. With the mentality of giving it a try, I turned on the communication module, but as expected, there were no clues from the scientists, so I had to give up for the time being. On the way, the scattered zombies posed no threat to us. The long-range firepower of the sniper gun made it impossible for these soldiers to get close, and we easily picked up the spoils along the way. Just as I was leading the team towards the location of a silver-level zombie, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Transaction completed. Gain. Steel plus 100, copper block plus 100, pure gold plus 30. Seeing this tip, a smile immediately appeared on my face. It seems that someone has exchanged the blueprints for the enhanced electromagnetic cannon, and it is obviously from an important base, otherwise these resources would not be so easy to get. The enhanced electromagnetic cannon is more than enough to deal with bronze-level zombies, but silver-level zombies require finding the right opportunity or covering with firepower. For me, these trades are nothing to worry about. As long as I'm ahead in points, I can exchange for more powerful equipment and always maintain the advantage. I immediately built a reinforced electromagnetic cannon and stored the rest of the resources for future use. Ding! Successfully produced. Enhanced electromagnetic cannon plus 1. Upgrade. Enhanced electromagnetic cannon plus 10. 11 electromagnetic cannons appeared neatly in my backpack. I didn't take them out right away. They were too heavy, and it would be best to deploy them on the battlefield. With 11 electromagnetic cannons, even a silver-level zombie could be turned into a sieve. It took us nearly an hour to travel, and the night of the catastrophe was still deep and cold. I looked down at the tired team and immediately ordered, "Rest where you are." The soldiers were visibly relieved. After carrying the sniper gun for an hour, their physical strength was close to the limit. My physical strength has become extremely abundant due to the upgrade. While sorting out the spoils, I began to think about the icy apocalypse 7 days from now. Without a complete power system, it would be impossible to survive that apocalyptic winter. The best option is a nuclear power plant, but the blueprint alone requires 100,000 points, not to mention the materials. I pondered for a moment and put this plan aside for the time being. Perhaps a miracle could be found in the silver treasure chest. Half an hour later, we continued walking and finally reached a forest. The end of the woods was shrouded in a strange moonlight, and under the moonlight stood a huge figure, a 30-meter-tall silver-level zombie. Its entire body exudes a bright silver light, and it is majestic. Compared to ordinary zombies, it has the initial ability to cultivate, and is an extremely difficult existence to deal with in the apocalypse. Deploy the electromagnetic cannon, I ordered in a deep voice. 11 enhanced electromagnetic cannons were quickly placed in the best position. This type of fixed weapon is usually used for city wall defense, but at this moment it is the best choice to deal with the silver zombies. After adjusting the distance, one soldier was assigned to each gun to be responsible for the second shot, and the remaining soldiers set up the sniper guns to form fire coverage. After everything was ready, I stood at the front of the team and gave the cold order. Ready, 3, 2, 1, fire. Boom, boom, boom. 11 electromagnetic shells streaked across the night sky and hit the target almost instantly. At the same time, 40 sniper bullets hit at the same time. The huge silver body fell down with a bang, and the sparks from the explosion illuminated the entire night. However, I did not relax my vigilance and immediately gave an additional order. Adjust parameters and prepare for secondary shooting. Sniper free shooting. The sound of gunfire and artillery fire intertwined again. The huge zombie was constantly repelled under the coverage of firepower, and its upper body was blown into a bloody mess again and again. After 5 minutes of continuous attack, an electromagnetic cannon finally hit its head, and its body was transformed into glowing trophies all over the ground in the vibration. Ding! Kill a silver-level zombie. Get points plus 1,000. Silver treasure chest plus 1. Blueprint plus 1. Silver zombie core plus 1. Ding! Player UMO has been upgraded to level 9. And the reward is... Ding! Player UMO has been upgraded to level 10. And the reward is... Ding! World announcement. Player UMO becomes the first player to kill a silver-level zombie and gets points plus 10,000 and mysterious treasure chest plus 1. I laughed out loud, feeling a sense of accomplishment. While others were still struggling to survive, I had already killed the silver zombie. The soldiers' morale also reached its peak. Their eyes were full of admiration, and their confidence in my leadership had obviously increased. At this time, the system popped up another prompt. Since the player UMO was the first to kill a silver-level zombie, he was granted the right to return to the city and teleport once a day. I immediately waved my hand and gave the order. Teleport! The next second, 50 soldiers, 11 electromagnetic cannons, and myself were all enveloped by white light and instantly returned to the shelter. Inside the shelter, a crowd of people stood in the middle of the open space, all with faces full of fear and confusion. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers surrounded them, with their guns pointed directly at them. These were new civilians and soldiers rewarded by the system, and the old soldiers were obviously unaware of this. Therefore, the scene was tense, and the atmosphere was tense and ready to explode. The Lord is back. I had just teleported back when I heard a soldier's surprised voice. I looked up and saw that the two sides were in a stalemate and did not trust each other. My lord, you are finally back. These people suddenly appeared, and we didn't know what to do. We almost opened fire. Look, what did the Lord bring back? I don't know, but it must be a weapon. The cannons used by those soldiers are all of this type. What the Lord brought back must be even more powerful. Not only did the Lord kill the silver-level zombies, he also brought back all the soldiers. Not even a single wounded one. How amazing! I waved my hand, interrupting their discussion, and swept my eyes over the new civilians and soldiers, and said loudly, "Everyone lay down your weapons. These people will be ours from now on." Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately put away their guns and stood up. The newly arrived civilians and soldiers were slightly relieved, but there was still some uneasiness on their faces. Arrange these people and distribute food and clothes as a priority. I gave brief instructions. Soon, the rich aroma of rice wafted in the air. Bowls of steaming food were served to everyone, instantly calming the frightened newcomers. In troubled times, nothing brings a greater sense of security than a hot meal. Soon, the emotions of the new civilians and soldiers gradually stabilized, and I asked the soldiers to continue patrolling while I began to count whether there were any available talents among the new recruits. Although the probability of talented people emerging among the civilian population is small, the base is huge. With so many people, a few useful ones can always be found. The ice apocalypse is coming. I looked around the buildings of the shelter and frowned slightly. The 3-story building provided by the system is just a simple shelter and cannot meet the upcoming needs. In the extreme environment of the ice doomsday, it is impossible to survive without preparation. Electricity, water, walls, defense facilities, a lot of things are weighing on my mind. But before that, I have something more important to do. Open the treasure chest. Back in my shabby house, I took stock of my current resources. Silver zombie cores plus 11. Bronze zombie cores plus 44. Bronze treasure chests plus 11. Silver treasure chests plus 1. Mysterious treasure chests plus 2. Blueprints plus 33. Points, 186,000. The rest of the scattered supplies were thrown into the warehouse, and my eyes stayed on the silver and the mysterious treasure chest. Silver treasure chest triggers 1% lucky critical hit. Please choose 1. Silver treasure chest plus 100. 2. Gold treasure chest +1. Mysterious treasure box triggers 1% lucky critical hit. Please choose 1. Mysterious ordinary treasure chest +100. 2. Mysterious bronze treasure chest +1. I was stunned for a moment, and then realized that this thing was just like the director's lottery. The upper limit was ridiculously high, but the lower limit was pitifully low. After thinking for a moment, I decisively chose to open the bronze treasure chest to fill the gap. 11 bronze treasure chests opened in a row. Potato +10, cabbage +10, cucumber +20, durian +80, sticky tofu +100. Bang! Looking at the durian that had just opened in my hand, I was so angry that I smashed it with a slap. A 20-meter-tall zombie fought for so long and gave me a durian? I took a deep breath and calmed myself. Since the small one is unreliable, I'll open the big one. Golden treasure chest, mysterious bronze treasure chest, open. As the lid of the box opened, golden light flashed. Obtain character card, Black Jade, management ability SSS level, combat potential S level. Use it. My breathing quickened and I quickly clicked OK. The next moment, a hot older sister in a secretary uniform walked out from the light. Hello, Lord. I am your personal secretary, MOU. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. It's a mess outside. I waved my hand and interrupted her self-introduction. MOU retreated respectfully, and I showed a satisfied smile on my face. This secretary's management ability is enough to support the development of the entire shelter, which is definitely a great gain. Then I opened the second mysterious treasure chest. Obtain character cards. Architect boss, hydropower engineer boss. Greetings, Lord, they said in unison. Very good. Use your talents to transform this place from a shelter into a city, I said after waving my hand. Yes, the two answered promptly. The mysterious treasure box did not disappoint me, and I was in a good mood. However, the last bronze mysterious treasure chest gave me an unexpected surprise. Get the blueprint. Underground fortress. In the icy apocalypse, underground buildings are more suitable for keeping warm. What do you think? I pondered for a moment and sorted out the blueprints together with other harvested resources. I found that this unboxing actually covers all the key defense and constant temperature equipment. Primary sewage purifier blueprint, city wall blueprint, thermostat blueprint. With the underground fortress blueprint, my shelter can initially withstand the harsh environment of the ice doomsday. But I still lack the power station blueprint. I sighed, opened the trading panel, and posted a message. Acquisition of nuclear power plant blueprint, price negotiable. There was silence in the communication channel. Just when I was about to give up, a message popped up. I have the blueprints for the nuclear power plant. What do you have? I was delighted and responded quickly. What do you want? Weapons capable of killing bronze-level zombies. The man replied to me quickly. I immediately sent him the information about enhanced electromagnetic cannon, single-kill units below silver level. Okay, 3? He paused and said, the transaction was successfully completed. Not only did I get the blueprint, but I also triggered a 1% lucky critical hit. Please choose 1. Nuclear power plant blueprint plus 100. 2. Nuclear fusion power plant blueprint plus 1. Is there any need to choose? Of course, it's a nuclear fusion power plant. Get the blueprint for the nuclear fusion power plant. Looking at the blueprint, I checked the materials and breathed a sigh of relief. The resources were barely enough. Make it nuclear fusion power station plus 1. Upgrade nuclear fusion power station plus 10. Not long after, I walked out of the shabby house and directly placed 10 nuclear fusion power plants on the open space of the shelter. Buzz! A pale blue arc lit up, illuminating most of the dark night sky. Seeing this scene, there was a burst of exclamations in the shelter. My lord is so powerful. This is a real boss. He will definitely survive in the future. The system prompts. Shelter upgraded to level 10. Area expanded to 2 square kilometers. Number of people 3,600. Points 186,000. I heaved a sigh of relief, finally getting all the key equipment in place. Next, building the city wall, laying the water and electricity system, and planting constant temperature crops. All of this will be left to MOU and the brothers. MOU. So I shouted, I am here, my lord. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to rest now. After saying that, I walked into the shabby house and fell asleep. This night I could finally relax. When I woke up, the sun was shining through the window. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Although I had only slept for 6 hours, I was full of energy and all my fatigue was gone. Master, You're awake, a magnetic voice sounded in my ears. I turned around and saw MOU standing at the door with a list in his hand. How's the arrangement going? I asked casually while stretching my body. Everything is proceeding according to your instructions, and construction is in full swing. However, some blueprints and materials need to be purchased by you in person. MOU responded. Give it to me. I took the list and glanced at it. It was arranged perfectly. The overall budget required 200,000 points, most of which were blueprints and key materials. Here, I waved my hand and paid directly with points, decisively and generously. Master is so great. MOU came up to me happily and gave me a gentle kiss on the cheek. I just smiled and didn't care at all. Compared with such trivial matters, I was more concerned about the situation outside. During the day, the frequency and intensity of zombie attacks will decrease. I wonder how many people are still alive today. I turned on the communication module, and sure enough, there was a lot of noise. Finally, I made it to dawn. Haha, I survived. My leg is injured. Please help. Can someone come and save me? Hurry up and upgrade the shelter. The zombies are weak during the day. Don't cry here. Damn, I just saw a shelter upgraded to level 10. Who is so awesome? What should I do if I get scratched by a zombie? Urgent. Waiting online. It's hopeless, buddy. Just commit suicide. The trading module actually has the blueprint for strengthening the electromagnetic cannon. Which boss got it? It's ridiculous. Boss, I'm pretty and can warm the bed. Need support. I browsed for a while and then turned off the module. This was only the first day, and the survivors had already spent the night wailing, but the real challenge would be the ice doomsday in 7 days. The pace of development cannot be slow. I walked out of the small shabby house, took a look around, and found that the development of the shelter was changing with each passing day. A section of the city wall has been erected, with a reinforced electromagnetic cannon mounted on it. Hundreds of civilians and soldiers are busy with their own tasks with clear division of labor. It's quite fast. Even my small shabby house has been transformed into a 3-story villa without me noticing. Although such a change surprised me a little, it was also reasonable. If we cannot quickly build complete defense facilities, most people will be buried in the frozen ground when the ice apocalypse comes. In order to speed up the process, I opened the exchange module and spent points to buy the automatic pickup module outside the shelter. With it, I don't have to worry about the loot being taken away by others. At this moment, a random task popped up in the system. Ding! Random task. Rescue scientists. Mission description. A group of scientific researchers are besieged by zombies when they are escaping from the experimental base due to the doomsday. If you can save them, you will gain their loyalty. Note, you need to own a laboratory to attract scientists to work for you. This is really timely. I smiled slightly. Scientists are the key to the development of the technology tree. Missing them is an irreparable loss. Moyu continued to arrange the construction work. I'm going out for a while. I turned around and said, Master, be careful on your journey. She bowed gracefully, and I nodded. Then I took 100 fully armed soldiers and quickly left the shelter. 10 kilometers away from the shelter, a team of 10 scientists sat in a dilapidated car, with only 2 soldiers escorting it. Behind the car, a group of zombies were chasing frantically. There were dozens of them, including several bronze-level evolved zombies. Each zombie's stride was more than 5 meters, and if it weren't for the speed of the vehicle, they would have been torn to pieces. Even so, the hope of escape was becoming increasingly slim. Captain, the zombies are getting faster and faster. A soldier opened fire, but the bullet only left slight marks on the zombies. Speed up, the captain roared, his face grim. Originally, there were hundreds of soldiers protecting them, but now there are less than 30 left. Our speed has reached the limit. If we continue like this, we will be caught up in an hour at most. Another soldier said in a deep voice. The magazine in his hand was empty. Damn it! The captain punched the steering wheel, angry but helpless. Boom! A loud noise came from the front, and a huge rock suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the way of the vehicle. The soldiers hurriedly turned the steering wheel to avoid it, and the car body almost overturned. The moment it stabilized, a fireball fell from the sky and directly overturned the car, and 2 soldiers were thrown out. Xiaowu, Xiaojiu. The soldiers who were thrown out of the car were trampled into meat paste by the zombies before they could get up. Damn it! The captain raised his gun and fired, but the bullets were completely unable to stop the zombies. Fireballs, lightning balls, ice blades, and other attacks fell from the sky one after another, forcing the vehicle into a desperate situation. Boom! The fireball hit a car accurately, and the flames instantly engulfed everyone. Within a few seconds, the lightning zombies' attack hit another car, and the shock wave of the explosion almost overturned the last car. "Captain, we're finished." There was despair in the soldier's voice. The last car was completely scrapped after crashing into a sudden hill. The scientists hurriedly fled from the car, but the zombies had already pounced in front of them. The atmosphere of despair enveloped everyone, and the scientist holding the silver-white box protected the box tightly to prevent it from being damaged in the slightest. Roar! The zombie opened its bloody mouth and a ball of fire condensed out. Just as it was about to erupt, bang! The flames suddenly went out, the zombie's head exploded, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The scientists were stunned. They looked at the scene before them, and even suspected that they were dreaming. The next moment, continuous gunshots rang out, and the zombies' heads exploded one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The scientists looked in the direction of the gunshots and saw a neat formation of soldiers firing not far away. The sniper cannons in their hands were nearly 2 meters long and could easily penetrate the zombies' heads with amazing efficiency. Dozens of zombies were wiped out in just a few minutes. At this time, I walked over with the soldiers. Our neat steps and steady momentum almost made these scientists stunned. "Come with us," I said lightly, but there was unquestionable majesty in my voice. The soldiers quickly protected the scientists and returned to the shelter in an organized group. Along the way, a scientist holding a box finally mustered up the courage to ask me, "Excuse me, are you from the military?" "No. If you have any questions, let's go back to the shelter." The zombies outside should not be underestimated, I responded casually. When the scientists saw the 10-meter-high wall, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Is this a shelter?" "Master, welcome back." MOU came forward. His eyes fell on those embarrassed scientists, and a hint of ambiguous light flashed in his eyes. "Yeah," I nodded and turned my gaze to the group of dazed scientists. At this moment, they probably haven't recovered from the chaos of fleeing. "This is my refuge. You can stay here first and consider other things after the situation outside stabilizes." I paused, then added, "The laboratory is ready and can be used by you temporarily. If you have any needs, please contact my secretary MOU directly." "Moyu, take them to make arrangements." "Okay, Master." MOU bowed slightly, then turned around and took the scientists away. Along the way, the scientists were still in a trance, completely unable to keep up with the changes in front of them. The base was destroyed. They were the only survivors, and they were rescued by a group of strangers and came to such a well-equipped shelter comparable to a city. These shocks made them completely confused. I ignored their reactions and headed straight for the laboratory. Although the equipment here is complete, the speed of research and development is not satisfactory. "How is the progress of the vaccine?" I opened the system interface to check the status of vaccine development. Grade A vaccine. Immune to zombie viruses below gold level. Permanent research and development progress 1%. Grade B vaccine. Partially immune to the virus. Enhances strength, but has a 1% risk of distortion. Research and development progress 0%. C-level vaccine. Partially immune to the virus. After injection, the patient gains zombie abilities, but there is a 5% risk of mutation, and the research and development progress is 0%. Currently, only the A-level vaccine has made some progress, but the progress of 1% is still pitifully slow. Without the participation of scientists, this progress is tantamount to turtle speed. We must speed up the process. The ice doomsday is just the beginning. The Zerg doomsday is the real catastrophe. I frowned and adjusted the laboratory permissions to allow scientists to use it partially. But if they want to fully use this laboratory, they must join the Inyong Palace. After finishing all this, I left the lab and suddenly remembered an unfinished task: naming the shelter. The shelter has been renamed. A system prompt popped up. A rename opportunity has been detected. Once the name is changed, it cannot be changed. Do you want to change the name? Yes. I nodded. Please enter your name. Inyong Palace. I responded. Name change successful. In an instant, 3 powerful golden characters appeared above the gate. Inyong Palace. I inspected the Inyong Palace and found that all work was going on in an orderly manner. MOU's management ability was indeed strong. Not only was the construction progress fast, but even the patrol routes and weapon distribution were planned very reasonably. It seems that I am a bit redundant. I returned to the villa and sat down to think about the next plan. The defense of Inyong Palace is already strong enough, and the city wall will be completely completed within a few hours. The soldiers were well equipped, and the enhanced electromagnetic cannons could deal with bronze-level zombies, let alone ordinary zombies. But this was far from enough, as the first zombie siege would come in 3 days, and the defense had to be further strengthened. There are many zombies wandering around, which are not only a threat, but also a source of resources and points. As for the plan to annex other shelters, I will put it on hold for now. It is the first day of the disaster, and the survivors have not yet gained a foothold. I'm not interested in caring about the lives of others. In the ruined city, tall buildings had long collapsed, and the streets were filled with burnt vehicles and ruins emitting black smoke. Several huge zombies were wandering the streets, exuding a dangerous aura. I moved forward slowly with 50 soldiers, carefully clearing out the threats ahead. Bang! With a gunshot, a zombie's head was accurately blown off. The corpse disappeared instantly, and the exploded supplies were directly collected into the backpack by the system. Another gunshot rang out, and the second zombie fell. This time, 11 ordinary treasure chests appeared, but after opening them, the loot was still a headache. Potatoes plus 10, cabbage plus 5, watermelon plus 1. I rubbed my temples, speechless about my luck. Just as I was about to move forward, a soldier suddenly reported in a low voice, "Palace Master, we have found something." I walked over quickly and found a person in a black cloak walking carefully among the ruins. Her movements were cautious, but the 5 zombies around her had obviously noticed something was wrong and were wandering around. A cloak produced by the system? I immediately recognized that the cloak was a novice reward, worth tens of thousands of points. Save her, but don't let her run away. The soldiers took action immediately, and after a few dull gunshots, 5 zombies fell to the ground. The cloak figure was stunned. She looked up in our direction with shock in her eyes. When she saw us, she looked visibly panicked and turned around to run away. But just as she took a step, a sniper bullet hit the ground in front of her accurately, and the exploding gravel splashed her back several steps. "Don't move." I walked slowly forward, and my eyes fell on her. She was a young girl, looking only 15 or 16 years old, with a petite figure, but surprisingly developed. Big-breasted lowly? Before the end of the world, she might have been sought after by many people, but now, this appearance was completely irrelevant. "Hi," she gave a forced smile, her tone trembling. "I am the master of Inyong Palace. Now I give you 2 choices. Join Inyong Palace, or—" I said coldly, "Join! I'll join!" She agreed without hesitation, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Ding! The Rose Sanctuary has been added to the Inyong Palace, and the range integration is complete. Materials have been integrated, population has been transferred, and the Rose Flower Shelter has disappeared. The reminder sounded in my mind and the cloaked girl's mind, and I remained calm. This kind of annexation of the shelter was normal in the early days of the apocalypse. In contrast, the girl's expression seemed a little confused, and then a hint of relief gradually appeared in her eyes. Following a shelter like this is obviously much better than struggling to develop on my own. She murmured to herself. After losing the shelter, her auxiliary system was also simplified, and the remaining modules only had 6 functions: level, experience, points, store, chat, and backpack. I glanced at her and handed her a sniper cannon. "Here." The girl took the weapon, but her body was weighed down, and she almost fell down. "What the hell is this thing? Why is it so heavy?" She struggled to steady herself, her face full of confusion. Glancing at her level, I couldn't help but frown. She was only level 1, and it was obvious that she had never killed a zombie. Her supplies and population were all basic, and it could be said that she had almost no combat effectiveness. "Forget it, just follow me." I reached out and took back the sniper cannon. Letting her hold this kind of weapon would only cause trouble, and it would be even worse if it accidentally went off. Suddenly, I asked, "Are there any other survivors nearby?" "Yes." The girl nodded and pointed to the distance. "I saw one on the road. I don't know if he is still alive." I waved and led the team in the direction she pointed. As we moved forward, we took a safe approach and cleared all threats along the way. After more than an hour, we killed hundreds of zombies and finally arrived at the place the girl mentioned. What I saw before me was a group of collapsed buildings, empty of people. "Found an ownerless shelter. Should we reclaim it?" "Yes." I nodded and said. A flash of white light passed by, and the ownerless shelter and its resources were all integrated into the Inyong Palace. I turned to look at the girl and asked, "Is there anyone else?" I don't know. I've only seen this person. She shook her head. I didn't ask any more questions and continued to lead the team to clean up the zombies. By the evening, we had killed more than 230 zombies in total. But when we climbed up and looked far away, we could still see countless zombies at the end of our vision, densely filling the ruins. Return to the team and retreat. I gave the order decisively. After a day of development, the Inyong Palace has been completely renovated. The wall construction is completed, and the originally barren ground is filled with neatly arranged three-story accommodation buildings, each of which can accommodate nearly 90 people, barely meeting the living needs of the existing population. The wasteland was reclaimed, and various vegetables were planted. Although the constant temperature greenhouse has not yet been completed, there is no need to worry about the power supply. 11 nuclear fusion power stations are enough to support a large city with a population of tens of millions. 10 additional enhanced electromagnetic cannons were set up on all four sides of the city wall, further enhancing the firepower coverage. The total force statistics are as follows. Soldiers, 650. Enhanced electromagnetic cannons, 53. Supplies. The warehouse is full, and a large amount of supplies are directly piled on the open ground. A larger warehouse is being built. As night falls, the air is filled with the rich aroma of rice. The satisfaction of the people in Inyong Palace was fully boosted during this dinner. My dinner was carefully prepared by MOU. It was delicious and far better than the big pot meal outside. After dinner, I returned to the study and began to plan the future development direction of Inyong Palace. In the early stage, we will focus on technology and use the industrial capacity of the assembly line to deal with the endless monsters of the ice doomsday and the Zerg doomsday. After that, we can try the cultivation route. With the experience from my previous life, I easily organized my ideas into a plan and prepared to hand it over to MOU for implementation. Master, scientists want to see you. MOU walked into the room and said respectfully, "Let them come over." I nodded. Soon, I met the leader of the science team in the living room. She was a lady with glasses and looked like a queen. Her appearance was 80 points, but compared with MOU, she was obviously inferior. "Do you want to join the Inyong Palace?" I went straight to the point. The royal sister pushed her glasses and said seriously, "Yes. The outside world is too dangerous, so we decided to stay here. However, I want to know what benefits can I get after joining? What are the restrictions?" "The advantage is that all resources related to scientific research will be open to you. Large amounts of resources require my application and approval, but your needs will be given priority. The projects I request must be carried out first." I paused and added, "Moyu is fully responsible for security and logistics." The royal sister was slightly startled when she heard this, and was obviously shocked by my ability to mobilize resources. She had obviously also seen the amount of materials in the Inyong Palace warehouse. With such a scale, even the person in charge of a large base would find it difficult to easily dispatch them. "Okay, I'll join. But if you can't fulfill your promise, I'll quit." "No problem." I responded immediately. Ding! Scientist Liu applies to join Inyong Palace. The continuous reminder sounded in my ears, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. The participation of scientists means that the development of vaccines will be greatly accelerated, and vaccines are the key to dealing with zombie infections. Once someone is infected, Inyong Palace may face a devastating blow. The first task is to prioritize the development of Class A vaccines and complete it as quickly as possible. I said, sitting in a chair, "I understand." The royal sister nodded and left. Leaning on the sofa, I checked the holographic map and various data of Inyong Palace. Water and electricity system. Completely complete. Water is generated by the shelter, and mutant zombie cores can be used to increase production. Constant temperature system. It is planned to equip each person with a thermostat, which costs less than central heating and needs to be produced on an assembly line. The assembly line equipment can be purchased directly from the system store, and the raw materials can be obtained by killing zombies. Although there is still time, my plan is never delayed. The ice doomsday will come in 7 days, and I must ensure that Inyong Palace becomes an impregnable fortress for all survivors. 8. Search the surrounding area. After sorting, UMO yawned. Open the chat module. It's dark again, and I've survived another day. The zombies' attack frequency has decreased during the day. Will it increase again at night? I haven't upgraded the shelter yet. Upgrade quickly. What are you waiting for? I killed a zombie during the day when the zombies were moving slowly and got a bunch of food. This zombie was too hard to kill. What kind of zombies are these? How can they spit fire and water? This is too magical. The house I just built was smashed down by a rock. It feels like there are fewer people. Is it my illusion? It's not an illusion. There really are fewer people. The zombies just appeared. How many people had time to react? How many people can survive a night and a day? You are lucky to see the chat interface. Hopefully no zombies will come looking for you tonight. I joined a shelter, but the original shelter disappeared. The owner of the shelter I joined was also killed by zombies. Now I have become a refugee. What should I do? It's simple. Find another powerful shelter to take refuge in. You don't even have your own shelter anymore. Can you kill zombies yourself besides seeking refuge in a strong shelter? If you could really kill zombies yourself, you wouldn't be talking nonsense here. There's a shelter called Inyong Palace on the shelter rankings. Is this also a shelter? It's already level 12. The upgrade is too fast. Is there a backdoor? Level 12. I pay my respects to you, sir. The boss of Inyong Palace. I'm going to join the boss. Do you want me to warm the bed and have some skills? You're overthinking it. A level 12 shelter has everything they need. How could they miss you? I didn't tell you. What are you talking about here? Be careful, or you might be discovered by the zombies. There are obviously fewer useless messages. The first wave of cleanup has basically cleared out those people. Those who are still alive now are either lucky or have integrated the shelter. UMO looked for a while and found no new information. The previous military district announcement did not appear either. He did not know whether it was too late to post it or it could not be posted. There are many more things in the trading module, most of which are for exchanging materials. This made UMO a little puzzled. Normally, the supplies obtained by killing zombies should be enough. But no matter how puzzled I am, I will still exchange it when I see what I need. After all, the last thing that is lacking here is supplies. Even if we don't plan anything, it can still provide food for the people here for a year. After the exchange, there were many more messages on the communication interface. Thank you, Big Shot. I haven't eaten for a whole day. Thank you, sir. There are suddenly dozens of civilians in my shelter. The rewards from killing one zombie are not enough. Thank you, sir. Are you still in need of a bed warmer? Yumo didn't look at it anymore. After thinking about it, a message was posted on the trading interface. Purchase blueprints, points, materials, and weapons can all be exchanged. For now, the blueprint is the most important thing. We need to improve all the basic equipment as soon as possible to face the icy apocalypse that will come in 6 days. The biochemical apocalypse is just an appetizer. The ice apocalypse is the real test, especially the daily low temperature of minus 20 degrees. Without cotton clothes, you will freeze to death in 1 day at most. Many people freeze to death in their sleep. The zombie siege on the 3rd day and the zombie siege on the 6th day were 2 opportunities to obtain a large amount of supplies. Other than that, you can only go out and kill zombies. 1,000 kilometers is a very large area, but there don't seem to be many people who survived, and no stable organization has been formed. UMO turned off the panel, closed his eyes, and rested. The next morning, UMO went to the city wall. Yesterday, there was a small wave of zombies attacking. There were about dozens of them. They were wiped out before they got within 300 meters. There shouldn't be too many zombies coming today or tomorrow. Tomorrow night will be the beginning of the zombie siege. The duration is determined by the shelter's resistance time. Simply put, if you scare them, they will leave. Yumo took a look around and felt that it was okay, but I felt that it was a bit too little for only 50 or so enhanced electromagnetic cannons to be 1 kilometer long and wide. After looking at the remaining materials, he made some more, reaching a density of 1 for every 50 meters, and then nodded with satisfaction. Not only are there anti-ground ones, but also anti-air ones. Silver-level zombies can also be killed instantly, unless they are gold-level zombies, but they will not appear at this stage. The first gold-level zombie appeared 3 months after the Zerg doomsday, which is still a long way from now. Looking at the neatly arranged electromagnetic cannon, UMO smiled with satisfaction. Today's plan is still to go out, but the goal is to search for people who are alive nearby. The number of zombies in Dead Rising is based on the shelters. If there are too many shelters nearby, after they break through the shelters, they will gather towards the Inyong Palace, and the pressure will increase. Although UMO is confident in facing it, this kind of danger should be reduced as much as possible. He took 100 soldiers with him and left. Many civilians and soldiers came last night, and MOU arranged everything for them. Bang! A bronze zombie was hit in the head by 3 sniper shells at the same time, and its entire head exploded. Bronze treasure chest plus 11. UMO unboxed the product with an expressionless face. Apple plus 10, orange plus 30, coconut plus 20, durian plus 5. He suspected that the treasure chest was targeting him. The 11th company was full of these things. The treasure chest is such a high-end thing. But this is what comes out of it. It's already noon. UMO led his men to search the area within 20 kilometers, but they did not find any shelters, not even abandoned ones. Occasionally, you will see some messages in the communication interface, but they are rare. Everyone is busy developing their own shelter. The most difficult first day has passed, and the remaining people have adapted, and those who are not adapted have disappeared. After taking a short break, they set off again. This time, UMO chose a direction. After walking for more than an hour and killing more than a dozen zombies on the road, we finally found a shelter. The small, shabby house of the shelter was still there, but it had collapsed and was flashing with white light. Ding! An ownerless shelter was found. Do you want to collect it? Yes. The shelter disappeared in the white light, and all the items inside were sent to the warehouse. The upgraded blueprints are also posted on the trading interface. With so many blueprints out, it is certain that someone will be targeting them, but the two parties to the transaction will not display any relevant identity information, so it is useless for them to target them. I returned to the shelter in the evening. I had killed less than 100 zombies in the whole day and only found one shelter. UMO went to the laboratory to take a look. The vaccine progress has reached 5%. At this rate, the vaccine will be successful in 1 month. 9. Preparation before siege. Night. UMO looked at the sky. The lights in the Inyong palace were on all night long. Zombies are not attracted to light, but if someone comes nearby and sees the light, they will naturally approach it. Those who come here are likely to be chased and killed by zombies. So, whether you can leave after entering is another matter. Time is very tight in the apocalypse. UMO has no time to play tricks. You can only come in if you join. If you don't join, then fight the zombies. Master. MOU's voice came, without the usual coquettishness, only as gentle as spring water. UMO looked back, then withdrew his gaze, feeling a little uncomfortable. He had always been alone, struggling to survive in the pre-apocalypse, and had experienced all kinds of darkness. Later, I'd built a shelter and basically never trusted anyone except for pretending to be nice to them because they had their own agenda. MOU stepped forward and placed her small hands on UMO's shoulders, massaging him gently. The appropriate amount of force allowed UMO to gradually relax. The fatigue of the day gradually became irrepressible, and a feeling of sleepiness came over me. The level increase cannot offset sleep, it can only shorten it. The cultivation civilization can replace sleep with cultivation, but unfortunately, he has never had it. UMO relaxed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The third day of the biochemical apocalypse. UMO did not go out again. The frequency of zombie attacks increased significantly today. Every now and then a zombie would come and die. You can get your head blown up from a distance, and you don't have to go out to pick up things. For a moment, it seems to be the safest place in the doomsday. But UMO knew that this first zombie siege was not that simple. In addition to ordinary zombies, attribute zombies, and bronze zombies, there are also beast zombies that can fly in the air. This type of flying zombies are all mutated birds. They are not only huge in size, but also carry highly contagious viruses. Therefore, since daytime, UMO had everyone hide in the underground fortress. The underground fortress only had a large space without any other facilities, but it was no problem to accommodate these people. And you won't be idle when you go in. The underground fortress is the main part, and the things above are just the foundation. The ground was empty, except for the soldiers. Everyone else entered the underground fortress and built it bit by bit. The underground fortress is designed to accommodate at least 50,000 people. During the month of the Ice Doomsday, the number of civilians will continue to increase. If the fortress is not big enough and the circulation system cannot keep up, the shelter will collapse. Other shelters would have this inconvenience concern, but UMO did not. The circulation system could produce several times, or even dozens of times the amount at any time. Even if 100,000 people came at once, it could still maintain operation, but 100,000 people is impossible, at most 10,000 or 20,000. There was nothing else on the ground except soldiers, UMO, MOU, ordinary buildings, and neatly arranged electromagnetic cannons on the city walls. It looks empty, like a ghost town. Yuma opens the communication module. There's something wrong with the zombies today. The attack frequency seems to be much higher. There are 3 zombies attacking in 1 hour. I think so. Zombie attacks have become more frequent. Maybe something has happened. I don't think so. We have just stabilized. I saw a zombie that could use 2 powers. After I killed it, I got a bronze treasure chest. Is there a trap in this box? Treasure chest? I also encountered a zombie that can use 2 powers, but this guy's defense was too high. I finally killed it after running out of bullets. That's a bronze zombie. Its killing power is higher than that of ordinary zombies. Even stronger than bronze zombies are silver zombies, which can use 3 powers. The frequency of zombie attacks has increased today because there will be zombies surrounding the city at night. At least 100 zombies will attack. For every level the shelter is upgraded, 100 zombies will be added. If you feel you can't handle it, make a choice as soon as possible. Yumo sent a message to remind these people. This was all he could do for now. The nearest shelter was at least 30 kilometers away, so there was no way to get there. To join the shelter, the owners of both parties must be within 10 meters of each other. The communication area was quiet for a while. Thank you, sir. I'll go upgrade my defenses right now. Thank you, big guy. I'm going to find someone else to work with. Thank you, big boss. Oh my god. One zombie is already a headache, and there are 100 of them at night. Are they trying to exterminate us? Thank you, sir. Do you need any accessories? I'll pack myself and send it to you. Thank you, sir. The people with weak brains have been cleared out in the past 2 days, and Yumo felt that the remaining people were pretty good. The first zombie siege should have resulted in fewer deaths than in previous ones. Unfortunately, the World Communication Module has not been opened yet, so I can't see the situation in other countries. I guess the situation is not much better. Time passes slowly. The frequency of zombie attacks is increasing, from once every half an hour in the morning to once every 10 minutes now. The number of zombies attacking each time was not large, only a few or a dozen. UMO also bought dozens of large searchlights and placed them on the city walls so that they would not affect the site at night. He also bought a sniper cannon for MOU. In addition to his management ability, MOU also has strong combat ability, surpassing most soldiers. UMO was nearby, collecting experience points and replenishing the inventory, making sure that every soldier had at least 100 rounds of ammunition. This is just basic equipment, and it will continue to increase during the battle. As for the flying beast zombies, UMO picked out the 50 soldiers with the best marksmanship and asked them to practice shooting at aerial targets. There are no beast zombies now, so I chose an ordinary drone. 1 point can be exchanged for 1. Practice until the afternoon. UMO saw a black spot appear on the horizon, moving very fast. It can be seen that it is a flying zombie, probably a bird zombie. A target appears in the air. Get ready to shoot. The captain waved his hand, and all the soldiers lay on the wall. Standing alone can't withstand the recoil of the sniper gun. 12 o'clock, free shooting. Bang! Several gunshots rang out one after another, and more than 30 sniper bullets rushed over. UMO saw that the flying zombie's head, body, wings, and claws exploded almost at the same time. The entire zombie was beaten to a pulp and fell from the sky. Report. The target has been killed. Good job, keep it up. UMO nodded slightly. Training a sharpshooter requires a lot of resources. The upgrade system did not make up for the cost of the previous round of shooting. In the early stage, you just need to spend points, but these points are definitely worth it. And now you're not short of points. 10. Dead rising. After that, UMO stayed on the city wall, occasionally firing a gun, and one of his shots hit a flying zombie. The soldier who just thought he was doing okay immediately became depressed. On average, it takes more than a dozen or even dozens of people shooting together to hit a flying zombie with luck. However, this lord can kill one person with one shot so powerful. Time flies and it's night. While other shelters were in dire straits, Yumal was unusually quiet. Roar! Between the abrupt, a hoarse roar sounded in the wilderness, followed by the sound of dense footsteps, as if a huge army had appeared. Turn on the searchlight. The moment the searchlight was turned on, everyone gasped. The wilderness outside was densely packed with zombies, with almost no gaps visible. Flame zombies, ice zombies, poison zombies, wind zombies, plague zombies, petrified zombies. There is no end in sight. Yumo's scalp was tingling. Is this a zombie siege? This might mean the direct destruction of the Inyong palace. Beat! Yumo took the lead in firing, blowing up a zombie's head with one shot, and the reward was credited to his account. The sound of gunfire also made many soldiers react, and they immediately started shooting. Bang! 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 The density of zombies is very high, and you can hit them without aiming. More than 600 soldiers shot together. In the first wave alone, at least 300 zombies had their heads blown up. A large amount of rewards instantly went into the backpack. UMO instantly became full of confidence and waved his hand. Electromagnetic gun. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of electromagnetic cannons fired light blue shells with long blue tails and rushed into the zombie group. It was unclear how many zombies there were in total, but this concentrated attack killed nearly 200 zombies, which meant that each shot killed at least 2. Points and resources went into the backpack like crazy. The resources obtained from the 2 shots took up a small half of the backpack. UMO sent a signal to the 2 brothers, the eldest and the second, of the underground fortress. All supplies are open. All facilities have started construction. Everyone work overtime together. Soon, a large amount of resources disappeared, but this could not keep up with the speed at which resources increased. UMO also fired frequently. The soldiers killed zombies and gained experience, but only a part of it was given to him, and the rest was used to upgrade the soldiers. However, only the part given to him will be upgraded again using the upgrade system, but the materials are all fine. The electromagnetic cannon fired again 2 minutes later, taking away another large wave of zombies. Soldiers lying on the city wall and firing blindly can hit the zombies. It's relaxing, but also stressful. How dense does the zombie population have to be to produce this effect? If one place cannot be defended, the entire line will collapse directly, and then the underground fortress may not be absolutely safe. After all, there are many zombies that can control Earth-attributed power. After UMO fired a shot, he suddenly discovered a tall figure appeared among the zombies. It was a 20-meter-tall bronze zombie. So he ran to an electromagnetic cannon and quickly adjusted the data and aimed. Only by killing this bronze zombie could he obtain more resources. A few seconds later, bang! The electromagnetic cannon fired a light blue bullet like a meteor, which landed accurately on the bronze zombie's forehead. The whole head fell down instantly, and the body fell down. Bronze treasure chest plus 11. The rest are points and common supplies. The zombies rushed in, but were blocked 300 meters away. Every time they shot, a large number of zombies fell down, but more zombies would rush up from behind. The Inyong palace is like a reef in the sea. It may collapse in the next second, but in fact it has been holding on. Time passes slowly. 10 minutes after the zombie siege. UMO didn't know how many zombies he had killed. He only knew that the supplies in his backpack were full, and the warehouse was also full. Several super warehouses were built urgently to relieve the pressure. At this time, UMO suddenly felt the wind pick up. I immediately used several searchlights to shine into the sky and saw a large group of flying zombies approaching. Aerial units spotted, ready to fire. The 50 soldiers who were picked out also reacted immediately, turning their guns around, and the 8 electromagnetic cannons changed from ground targets to air targets. Free fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the zombies exploded one by one and fell from the air. The light blue electromagnetic shells easily penetrated the bodies of 2 or even 3 zombies. A group of flying zombies that just rushed over were all shot down before they could get within 100 meters. After more than half an hour, the density of zombies began to decrease. Perhaps because too many zombies died, some zombies felt something was wrong and left. The pressure on the soldiers was also decreasing, and the gunshots gradually became less frequent. 2 hours after the zombie siege, the last zombie's head was blown up, and no zombies could be seen within the range of the searchlight. Everyone be alert. The zombies may come back before dawn, so don't let your guard down. Yes, UMO was also on guard. In addition to large zombies, there are also small zombies, most of which are animal-like. Large zombies are easy to deal with. Even people who have never used a gun can hit such a large target, but small ones are not so easy to deal with. If the zombies attacking the city this time are small zombies, UMO doesn't think the Inyong Palace can stop them in such large numbers. Small zombies are too agile. Late at night, sure enough, there was movement in the distance, and another wave of zombies rushed over. Fortunately, I was alert and didn't let them get within 100 meters. Until dawn, the zombies attacked 3 more times, and each time they were completely annihilated. Until the morning, a voice appeared in everyone's mind. Ding! The zombie siege is over. Those who survive will have 6 hours of absolute safety. No zombies will attack you or your shelter. Those who survived, cheer for yourself. Ding! World announcement. Inyong Temple has not been attacked by any zombies in this zombie siege. ranking first among all shelters. Reward: mysterious silver treasure chest. Ding! World announcement: Inyong Palace. Ding! World announcement: Inyong Palace. A box with a silver base and shining colorful light entered the backpack. Ding! Triggering 1% lucky critical hit. Please select 1. 100 mysterious silver treasure chests. 2. 1 mysterious golden treasure chest. UMO hesitated for a moment. It was hard to say what would happen if the mysterious series box was opened, but there was a guarantee. He remembered the things he had obtained from the bronze box. Yumo's body trembled. If he chose one, there might be a lot of useless things. Choose 2. Obtain mysterious golden treasure box. Mysterious golden treasure box. Can it give you something good? Right? 11. End transaction. Everyone disperse. Meet in 6 hours. After Yumo looked around, he waved his hand. The soldiers immediately relaxed, and several of them even fell asleep on the city wall. Yumo also relaxed, sorting out the harvest this time. Supplies, some bronze treasure chest, 66. Silver treasure chest, 2. There are 2 treasure chests that have triggered a 1% chance and have been upgraded to silver treasure chests. Mysterious gold treasure box plus 1. Blueprint plus 66. Points, 1066666. The points directly exceeded 1 million. If fewer bullets were consumed, the points would be even higher. Experience settlement completed. Player UMO reaches level 11 and obtains. Player UMO reaches level 12 and obtains. Player UMO reaches level 18 and obtains. Ding! World announcement. The first level 15 player has appeared and obtained the mysterious bronze treasure chest plus 1. Let us congratulate him. Ding! World announcement. The first one. Ding! World announcement. The first one. Inyong Palace upgraded to level 13. Obtained. Inyong Palace upgraded to level 15. Gain. Ding! World announcement. The first level 15 shelter appears. Get a mysterious bronze treasure chest plus 1. Ding! World announcement. The first one. Ding! World announcement. The first one. A bright smile appeared on Yumo's face. This time he was going to open so many boxes until his hands were tired. Finally sort out all the boxes. Bronze treasure chest plus 66. Silver treasure chest plus 2. Mysterious bronze treasure chest plus 22. Mysterious gold treasure box plus 1. The rest are various supplies and blueprints, but there are no silver level zombies, so the blueprints are not very good. UMO started to open the boxes. First, the bronze treasure box. Chinese cabbage plus 20. Round cabbage plus 20. Chinese cabbage plus 20. Chinese cabbage plus 20. Yumontak. So this is just a cabbage box? There were more than 60 boxes, but only 6 kinds of food were found. Yumo almost smashed the boxes. But it's just a bronze treasure chest. There are silver ones later. 10-story building blueprint plus 1. Library blueprint plus 1. 2 blueprints. UMO frowned slightly. This 10-story building should be of some use. But this library, it's hard to say. Put it aside for now. Next is the mysterious bronze treasure chest. Strange potatoes plus 10. Rotten cabbage plus 50. Edible bread plus 30. Yumo fell in a deep thought. Was he unlucky recently? Why were there so many of these things? The treasure chests continued to open, but the things that came out made Yumo's face darker and darker, until the last one. Primary scanner blueprint. Scan any unit within a 500-meter radius. Yumo's face finally looked better. He finally got something useful. There is one last mysterious golden treasure chest left. Yumo took a deep breath and opened the box. Processing artificial intelligence. Upgrading advanced artificial intelligence plus 1. A blue ball of light appeared in front of me. Yumo looked at the ball of light. His most shameless smile gradually widened. It seemed that his luck was not always bad. Advanced artificial intelligence is something that must be developed in the medium term if we want to develop rapidly. Ordinary people process things too slowly, and it is easy to spend most of their time on this. Artificial intelligence can handle most of the problems that are not seriously controversial, free up a lot of manpower and material resources, and can defend more effectively when facing monster attacks. Normal artificial intelligence requires a complete set of equipment to operate, but it is not necessary in the shelter. Just use it directly, and then the artificial intelligence can fully control the shelter. Do you use it? Yes. The blue ball of light disappeared. Then UMO felt that his vision had changed. To be more precise, a thumbnail of the Inyong Palace appeared in his normal vision. You can use your consciousness to control and see every corner of the Inyong Palace. The database of artificial intelligence is blank. The next step is to input various rules and data into artificial intelligence. UMO called MOU over as well, and it took more than 3 hours to formulate the rules for the artificial intelligence. At the same time, it also made the processing efficiency of MOU higher. In the next long period of time, he would not need to worry about the development of Inyong Palace. UMO asked MO use artificial intelligence to familiarize himself with the situation and arrange the following matters. He opened the trading module. I finally survived. This zombie siege is so terrifying. More than a dozen zombies attacked together and almost blew up the city wall. Only a dozen? Why are there dozens of zombies attacking me? The defenses I just built have been destroyed. Can anyone really kill so many zombies? It's already difficult to deal with one, and this time there are 100 of them besieging the city. There's no way to deal with them. By the way, is the boss still here? It must be there. There is only one Inyong temple on the shelter rankings. This must be the tip given to us by this big guy. Otherwise, we would all be dead now. Is there any place for me, sir? My shelter was destroyed by zombies. I managed to escape, and now I have become a wanderer. Can you take me in? 6 hours of safety time is too short. We should give at least 1 day. Repair it quickly. Don't wait until 6 hours pass and the zombies arrive before it's fixed. Boss, please give me some supplies. Dozens of people suddenly came to my shelter, and I don't have enough supplies. Boss, please help me with supplies. My warehouse was destroyed by zombies, and everything inside is gone. I'll use zombie cores to exchange. After watching for a while, Yumo felt that there were fewer people. Those who could survive this zombie siege would be able to develop in the future. Maybe there are some large shelters that were rank high before. Yumo thought about it and put some supplies on the shelf. He has no shortage of supplies. The zombie core seems to be useless now. Almost everyone thinks so until the end of the practice. But in fact, the zombie core can allow people to get in touch with the power of various attributes more quickly and can enter the threshold of cultivation more quickly. Moreover, practitioners can also use the purified zombie cores for cultivation. The higher the level of the zombie, the more power the core produces. Power generation is only a very small function of the zombie core. UMO used supplies to exchange for a large number of zombie cores, which he stored for future use. By the way, put some unused things and extra blueprints on the shelf. The shelters that survived usually killed a lot of zombies. Resources are unbalanced at this time, so exchanging now can get the most. As transactions were completed time and again, the total amount of resources slowly increased. The population also increased, civilians kept appearing, and were assigned to various positions. 12. Preparation for the next doomsday. So, when the safe time was over, the soldiers went up to the city wall again. This time, no one controlled the enhanced electromagnetic cannon. It was all handed over to artificial intelligence, which was more efficient and more accurate. After the safety period is over, the zombies did not appear immediately. I had killed countless zombies here before, and they could still be frightened for a while. After most of the transactions were completed, there was no movement in the communication area. Everyone was busy developing their own shelters and dealing with the zombies. UMO was in his room in the villa, recalling the second zombie siege. On the 4th and 5th days, there were very few zombies. On the 6th day, there was another large-scale zombie siege, but it was during the day. It lasts for a whole day. Those who can hold on will survive, and those who can't will die completely. After the zombie siege ends during the day, treasure chests will fall from the sky, perhaps as a benefit for those who survive the biochemical apocalypse. A large number of treasure chests will land in the wilderness, and you will have a few hours to pick them up. The ice doomsday came in the first minute of the 7th day, but it was not as sudden as the biochemical doomsday. The temperature will suddenly drop and last until dawn, dropping to minus 20 degrees Celsius. All water sources outside will freeze, leaving only the water sources in the shelter. Moreover, the water in the shelter will also freeze if no warming measures are taken. Either produce heating equipment in time to melt the water, or wait to be frozen to death. In addition to the low temperature of minus 20 degrees Celsius, there was also heavy snow. In the thinnest places, the snow layer was at least half a meter thick. Along with the snow, there appeared countless ice monsters and zombies that could survive the icy apocalypse. The zombies will evolve in this apocalypse. After some of them die, the remaining ones will become more difficult to deal with. A shelter that could originally withstand 5 or 6 zombies could now be breached by a mutant zombie. In the ice apocalypse, the number of ordinary monsters is almost endless. Bronze-level monsters are very common, and there are also many silver-level monsters. Gold-level monsters are very rare. Gold-level monsters will become a regular occurrence after the Zerg doomsday. The water, electricity, and heating systems of the underground fortress have been completed and will be increased as the area is expanded. The price is that more points are needed, and now the points cost is falling like water. The number of people in the Inyong Palace has also been increasing, from 4,500 before to 7,000 now. The number has skyrocketed, but there is no chaos at all. Moyu and AI will arrange it together, so he doesn't need to worry about it. The thermostat assembly line has been completed, and the battery assembly line is in the works. The ice apocalypse is the first real test for the shelter, and if zombies break into the shelter, the vaccine will also be a test. If one of the Inyong Palace's shelters for thousands of people is not handled properly, it will trigger a chain reaction and cause the entire Inyong Palace to collapse. UMO walked around the city wall again, thinking about the number, size, speed, attack method, etc. of the monsters he might encounter. Finally, I thought of a machine gun that can be connected with artificial intelligence. UMO plans to use artificial intelligence in the early stages of the transition, and then start full-scale cultivation after the end of cultivation. In addition to their daily work, civilians also receive corresponding training to prevent monsters from breaking into the Inyong Palace and slaughtering people. After training, at least when monsters come in, they can resist instead of being slaughtered. The weapon you choose has no blueprints in the store. In fact, this store is very limited. Except for some blueprints in the beginning, there are no blueprints in the later stages. UMO suspected that the things in this system were increasing according to the degree of doomsday, but he had never confirmed it. Therefore, he chose to use the trading method to see if anyone had such a blueprint. He was not going to tell anyone about the ice doomsday news right now. If he did, how would he get the blueprint? Purchase the thermal machine gun blueprint. You can exchange it for supplies or weapons. Post a transaction message, and UMO will go to improve the firepower system. There are less than 100 enhanced electromagnetic cannons. That won't do. Add it up to 440 on each side, an average of one every 25 meters. After the upgrade, the area of Inyong Palace has become 4 square kilometers. 2,000 soldiers, each with a set of equipment and a sniper gun. Then there is the air defense system, with 32 electromagnetic cannons controlled by the artificial intelligence Ari. Then he connected Ari to the system store, and when the bullets ran out, he could directly exchange points for bullets. Only he could be so arrogant. It took me more than an hour to upgrade the weapon system as a whole. Looking at the electromagnetic cannon on the city wall, UMO showed a satisfied smile. There are not enough scientists, otherwise some could be allocated to research armored vehicles, etc. After the apocalypse, the world has become bigger. If you run out, it will be a waste of time. Drop! The transaction module sent a message. The person who took out the thermal gun blueprint had this intention, but did not ask for the item directly. I want to know what happens next. Yumo thought about it and took out the blueprint of the thermostat. The thermostat has already been reverse engineered to produce a blueprint, and the technology has been mastered, so now its blueprint can be replicated infinitely. Hang up the thermostat blueprint. The other party was silent for a while and chose to trade. UMO estimated that the person who chose to trade should be a big figure in the past, who survived to this day and perhaps was lucky enough to have built a large shelter. The blueprint of the thermostat was given to him, but whether it can be manufactured, what kind of battery is needed, how much power it consumes, etc. All aspects need to be available before it can be fully used, otherwise only a small number of people can use it. Therefore, there will most likely be related requests later, and he can use this opportunity to stir up trouble, collect resources, or directly annex the entire shelter. After receiving the thermal energy gun, we started making it immediately, and then asked the laboratory to reverse engineer and analyze the blueprint of the thermal energy gun. In this way, although the assembly line is required for production, there will be no restrictions on the blueprint. Even if the blueprint is gone, production can continue. The research and development of the vaccine was temporarily suspended, and the number of people in the laboratory increased from 10 to 30. There were civilians who were good at this. With a little training, you can become a basic scientist, and later experience will require a lot of research to make up for it. When reversing the thermal gun, UMO waved his hand and produced 1,000 thermal energy guns, which actually consumed only the materials of 100 thermal energy guns, and there was no critical hit. Thermal guns appeared one after another and landed on the towering city walls, giving people a full sense of security. 13. Military UAV meteor. Only in the evening did the zombies dare to approach here. Even though they were at a great distance, the electromagnetic cannon controlled by Ari blew away the upper half of his body. Soon after, the lower half of the body also turned into ashes, and the soldiers became just patrolling. Ari needs to use these shooting data corrections to achieve a hit rate of at least 95%. The camera used is also a real-time camera, which can see an ant within 800 meters. Detectors are also arranged, which can detect any unit within a radius of 500 meters. It was the evening of the fourth day. Yuma opens the communication module. Boss, I saw a meteor flying in the sky, and then it smashed the shelter of an unlucky guy, and then some bugs ran out of it, and some monsters that looked like ice cubes, and they could move. I finally killed them, but they almost broke my shelter. What happened, boss? What? A moving ice monster? A bug? You were kidding me. He's not kidding. I saw it too. There are a lot of traces there, as well as something called ice cores and insect cores. I don't know what they are for. How come you know so clearly? Don't ask too many questions. Asking will only bring bad luck. Okay, my condolences. Is the boss here? Is something big going to happen again? I have a bad feeling. I saw another meteor, but the position of this one is a little strange, as if, shit, is it coming towards me? Is the upstairs still there? Why can't I see anything? Is it divided into different areas? UMO frowned and looked up. The night sky was pitch black, and there was no light in the dark world. It seemed that only the Inyong palace existed. Meteor? He remembered that there shouldn't be such a thing, right? Or had he never seen a shooting star in the place where he had been before? But 1,000 kilometers is not far. Given the height of the meteor, it should be invisible. Ari, monitor the night sky for movement, and report back if you find anything that might be a meteor or something like that. Yes, master. Several cameras turned around and began monitoring the night sky. Bang! Another cannon shot, and a zombie's head was blown up. After dozens of shots, I was able to lock onto the head from the upper body, which was a huge improvement. Yumo was about to take a rest. Suddenly, I saw something new in the trading module. UAV blueprint. Primary drone, no defense, no attack power. Only equipped with a flight camera module, flying speed of 40 kilometers. Can fly for 60 minutes on a full charge, and can be used more effectively with artificial intelligence. Boss, I want to change to a sniper cannon. This blueprint is useless to me. It can't carry any weapons, it's just a toy. Is this blueprint enough? If not, I can add some supplies and some zombie cores. Is the boss here? Is the boss here? After swiping 3 messages, this person was banned. What is this person thinking? Using a drone blueprint that has no use at all, just to exchange it for a sniper gun? You must be thinking of Tauzi. It's hard to say. What if the boss needs a drone? The boss's development is beyond our comprehension. The Inyong Palace is already level 15, and we are only level 5. That's right, maybe the boss needs this drone. I guess the boss already has artificial intelligence. The soldiers may not be able to kill as many zombies as they want. Only 100% accuracy is enough. Artificial intelligence is a bit too much. The computer blueprint is of a very high level, and even the big guys may not have it. UMO ignored them and chose to trade. A sniper cannon could be exchanged for a drone blueprint, which is a big bargain for him. Obtain blueprint. Ordinary drone. Ding. Trigger 1% lucky critical hit. Select from 1. Blueprint. Ordinary UAV plus 100. 2. Blueprint. Military UAV plus 1. Choose 2. UMO smiled. This system is really to my liking. Whatever I want comes true. Obtain blueprint. Military drone. Military drones. Weapon module. Real-time camera module. Battery expansion module. Power upgrade module. Intelligent module. One flight can last for 6 hours, with a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and can carry a weapon module of no more than 50 kilograms, with a maximum weight acceleration of 100 kilometers per hour in 15 seconds. Smart module connected to artificial intelligence. Signal range 10 kilometers. Exceptions in special areas. Can complete air battery replacement. Note, this is a great drone if you have a charger and spare batteries. UMO was very satisfied. Now no zombies within a radius of 10 kilometers could escape surveillance, and he could also receive early warning. Then, Yumo arrived at the laboratory overnight and woke up the scientists who were resting to work overtime. Everyone. I don't want to work overtime. Then I spent an hour to reverse engineer the blueprint of the military drone and added it to the technology tree. Also derived from military UAV dedicated charging module primary. Military UAV battery pack. So Yumo and the scientists worked overtime to research, and by dawn they had unlocked the 2 blueprints. Leaving the lab, Umo yawned. As your level increases, your sleep needs will decrease, so it's not a big deal to miss a night occasionally. Make primary charging modules, make 10 military drones, and make 30 battery packs. A drone is equipped with 3 sets of batteries. The battery capacity is large, but the weight is small. The 3 sets together weigh only 1.5 kilograms, but the flight time can reach a whole day. Upgrade: military UAV plus 100. Upgrade: battery pack plus 300. Upgrade: primary charging module, advanced charging module. Advanced charging module. Charging time reduced by 90%. Yumo was surprised for a moment. This upgrade system seems to have become smarter. He thought it would give 10 primary charging modules, but this is just right. Ari, dock all drones and monitor at the maximum range. Clear. A large number of drones took off and flew towards the Inyong palace. At noon on the 5th day, Yuma is sleeping. Master, I found a shooting star. Umo jumped up and subconsciously touched his waist, but he didn't feel the familiar touch. After a moment's pause, I realized that I was not wandering, but in the Inyong palace. Master, are you okay? Mou asked worriedly. Umo took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. It's okay, where is the meteor? Minus 12,000, minus 6,000. In order to facilitate positioning, Yuma asked Ali to establish a 3-dimensional coordinate system with his residence as the center. This coordinate is 12 kilometers south and 6 kilometers west. I understand. Have 2 teams stand by at the door. Clear. 14. The terrifying recovery ability of ice creatures. When Umo arrived at the door, 2 teams of soldiers were already waiting there, standing straight and fully armed. Set off. No nonsense. Umo didn't even stop and walked through the middle of the team with a sniper gun on his back. Then the 2 teams followed in an orderly manner. When we got outside the city wall, a drone followed us. Master, at the 10 o'clock direction, there are 3 zombies 500 meters away. At the 2 o'clock direction, there are 2 zombies 400 meters away. There is no holographic projection blueprint at the moment, so it can only be represented by a flat map, but it is also very convenient, and the entire map is open directly. Recommended firing positions: 12 o'clock, 200 meters, 300 meters. Even the shooting points have been calculated. The soldiers were shocked and followed Ali's instructions to get to the shooting point and set up their guns. A few seconds later, bang, bang, bang. When gunshots sound, the red dots representing zombies disappear, and the corpses become rewards after they disappear, so you can judge the situation of most units. 3 zombies were killed, and after advancing another 100 meters, 2 more zombies were killed. There was no need to be alert. Ari, just mark the zombies' locations. There's no need to shoot them. Yumo said, if he used shooting points, it would easily reduce the soldier's abilities, which was not what he wanted. Although the mechanical civilization in the initial stage was also very strong. Okay. The soldiers had no objection. They were used to free shooting, and it was very uncomfortable to try this kind of controlled shooting. And not everyone is the same. Some are more comfortable at a distance. Only robots are unified. The journey went very smoothly afterwards. With Ari calling out points, it was like running around a map in a game. But when we were 10 kilometers away, the signal was intermittent. Umo asked Ali to control the drone to move within 10 kilometers, and he led his men out. It has been done this way before, no problem. Following the location given by Ari, after walking almost to the destination, Umo saw a creature that was even more terrifying than a zombie. Under the sun, a shining, transparent creature was standing on top of a hill. The temperature is very hot now, but there is a layer of ice on the hill. There is a dark blue core inside the transparent creature. That is the source of their power. If the core is destroyed, they will be killed. On the contrary, if the body is broken but the core is intact, this creature will recover after coming into contact with ice or low temperatures. This is why the ice apocalypse is scarier than the zombie apocalypse. In an environment of minus 20 degrees, this creature moves very fast and is difficult to hit. Even if it is hit, it will recover if its core is not destroyed, and its combat effectiveness will not decrease much. Coupled with a long period of low temperature, this wave will eliminate most of the shelters without foundations. Target the deep blue core in the ice creature. Prepare to shoot. Umo waved his hand. Ice creatures are relatively hard, so one sniper shot may not be enough to kill them. The soldiers began to set up their guns and lie down in an area. Except for Umo, No one could stand and shoot. Direction, 11 o'clock. Location, about 300 meters. Follow my command and attack. As soon as UMO gave the order, he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Then there was a series of gunfire, and 101 sniper bullets landed on the ice creatures. The next moment, the originally majestic ice creature was smashed into countless pieces. The core inside its body was directly blown up, leaving no residue behind, and a large hole was created on the ice beneath its feet. Thermal Capsule +1. Thermal Energy Capsules. After taking it, it can provide calories for 1 hour. In the ice and snow, there is nothing more comfortable than a thermal capsule. What do you think? Upgrade. Thermal Capsule +11. Points +20. Upgrade. Points +200. UMO did not stand up, but lay on the ground and looked around. Ice creatures usually appear in groups. Where they appear, ice will form, achieving a mutual healing effect. Even if the core is blown up, if the flying range is not large and it is above the ice layer, after a certain period of time, they can recover. This is why ice creatures are difficult to kill. They have very strong vitality. High temperatures are their nemesis. After a while, UMO observed another ice creature, a creature that looked like a dog. It moved very quickly, and in a few leaps it rushed to the killed ice creature from a distance of 100 meters. 10 or so meters away, Bingo lowered his head and sniffed the scent here. UMO made a prompt decision and waved his hand to let the soldiers prepare to shoot. The ice dog moves very fast and is difficult to hit. The core on its body will also change position. To kill the ice dog, you either have to be lucky and hit the core directly. Either smash the entire ice dog. Bang! 2 seconds later, UMO fired decisively, smashing the ice dog's head with one shot, and a large amount of ice flew out. However, the ice dog was very alert. Even without its head, it was able to jump up on all 4 legs at the same time and dodge a large wave of attacks, but was hit on 3 of its legs. Continue. UMO gave an order and continued the attack. He shot the ice dog again, breaking half of its body. Then the ice dog was completely killed and fell to the ground in pieces. Hiss! Lord, what kind of creature is this? The soldiers felt a chill on their backs. There are creatures that have their heads blown off but can still run on 4 legs. Fortunately, there are only 1 or 2 of them. If there were more than 10, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to go back. Ice creatures can only be killed by hitting their power cores. Otherwise, they will continue to recover and even attack. You Montag explain it. Ice creatures usually appear in groups. If you encounter a lone one, don't attack it. Don't let it see you. Once they see any living creature, they will attack. Watch the 2 o'clock direction. UMO turned his guns around, and the soldiers quickly followed. After seeing the headless run away, the relief in everyone's hearts had disappeared. An ice wolf the size of 3 ice dogs rushed out, sniffed the spot where the ice dogs died, then raised its head and looked towards UMO's position. We've been discovered. Beat him. UMO gave the soldiers instructions and fired at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the series of gunfire, the ice wolf dodged several times, but was hit a lot with more than half of its body broken, but it still rushed forward. Continue. UMO brought out the thermal energy gun. He knew that the ice creatures were approaching in advance, so how could he not bring a new type of weapon? The danger of thermal guns is no worse than that of sniper guns. The bullets are incendiary and carry a temperature of thousands of degrees. 15. Ice wolf encounter. After the bullet is fired, the temperature under the thin outer shell will rise to at least 1,000 degrees within 1 second, and inside is some burning explosives. The temperature is nearly 10 times that of normal explosives. The most important thing is that the energy used by the bullet can be electricity, zombie cores, or thermal energy capsules. The only difference is the conversion efficiency. Now we use electricity. After all, the Inyong Palace has no shortage of electricity. UMO aimed at the ice wolf. At this time, the front half of the ice wolf's body had been shot away, and the rest of its body was still flying towards this side. Many soldiers' scalps tingled. How could such a creature exist? Fortunately, there are only 2 or 3 of them. If there are more, it will be a nightmare. Among the many bullets, a bright red bullet left a mark in the air and accurately hit the body of the ice wolf. The moment it hit, a huge fireball emerged from the ice wolf's body. Bang! The ice wolf's body exploded. The high temperature collided with the ice, causing a violent explosion. Its core could not withstand the impact of this force. The core of the ice wolf was shattered and disappeared into the air. The remaining half of its body also turned into countless fragments. Phew! Many soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. UMO also breathed a sigh of relief. He was not sure he could hit the target with this shot. He could only say that he was lucky. After observing for more than 10 minutes, no more icy creatures approached, so everyone continued to move forward. At noon, when they arrived at their destination, they saw a huge meteorite standing in a crater, and an area with a diameter of 100 meters had collapsed. The meteorite is missing a piece. Judging from its shape, something must have escaped from it. At this moment, there is nothing inside. The first team, follow me. The rest of you, be alert all around. Yes. UMO led 10 soldiers and slowly approached the meteorite. The outside of the meteorite is irregular, but inside it there is a silvery white spherical space. If you look closely, you can see that this layer of silvery white is formed by ice crystals. They were still a dozen meters apart, and they could feel the low temperature. Some soldiers had already started to shiver. Stop! UMO asked them to stop and went over alone. He had already reached level 20, and his resistance in all aspects had been strengthened, so he could withstand the low temperature. UMO held the thermal gun and slowly approached, ready to shoot at any time. However, until we reached the gap in the meteorite, we found no movement inside. The silvery white ice crystals are transparent and visible, and outside is a layer of black stone. After reaching out and touching it, if we discover special metals, should we extract them? Extract. Zombies can be turned into points and materials, so a meteorite can naturally be extracted. The meteorite, which was more than 10 meters high, disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a crystal ball with a hole in it, which was crystal clear. Obtain. Special alloy plus 15. UMO pondered for a moment and put it away. He thought he might be able to research something with it. The vaccine has been researched to 30%. The speed was faster than he expected. The level of this team of scientists was very high, which might have limited their improvement in the past. Alert! About to return, UMO suddenly narrowed his eyes and saw a black dot moving in the distance. The soldiers lay down and hid at the same time. UMO released a military drone. After the upgrade, the control of the drone became more complicated. Only in one place can I control the drone, so I didn't take it out along the way. We flew a drone to monitor the scene in the distance and soon saw two groups of people. The one in the front should be the owner of the shelter, and the one behind him is a soldier who might have been attracted by the meteor or came here by chance. Brother, do you think that is a drone? The leaders of the two teams looked very similar, like twins. The younger brother pointed at the black spot in the sky and said, "Drones? How is that possible? In this situation, how is it possible that there are drones?" My brother immediately denied it, then looked up in shock. Is it really a drone? Does it mean that the Inyong palace is nearby? The twins looked at each other and realized that things were not simple. On the other side, UMO was relieved. The enemy's weapons were only ordinary thermal weapons. Compared with sniper guns and drones, there was no comparison. The equipment can kill these people instantly. The opponent's level is not displayed, but the strength can be seen by looking at the equipment of the soldiers behind him. Ordinary soldiers don't even have uniform equipment. They just have thermal weapons of varying lethality. A weapon like this dares to go out on an adventure. Maybe they think they are too slow to get angry. UMO stood up with his gun in hand and told the soldiers to follow him. There was no reason to refuse the shelter that was delivered to his doorstep. 10 minutes later, the two sides stopped about 500 meters apart. This was the limited firing range of ordinary thermal weapons. If the opponent suddenly attacks, the bulletproof vest on the body can also block it. Is he the boss of Inyong Palace? UMO was about to say something when he suddenly saw a message in the communication module. Someone followed immediately below. What boss from Inyong Palace? Could it be that someone left the shelter and met a big shot from the Inyong Palace? What kind of luck is this? I can actually see the big boss of Inyong Palace. This person is so lucky. The Inyong Palace is already level 16, and I'm only level 4. How can the gap be so huge? Could it be that he really met a big boss? Looking at the news, it should be, but why is there no follow-up? It's me. Offline, the drone in the air fell down and floated in the air 10 meters away from the brothers. Brother/younger brother. Communicating directly with a drone? Sure enough, he's a real boss. Boss, I finally see you. I've been looking for you for a long time. It's too dangerous here. My brother's expression suddenly changed. He smiled and started to play the victim. Umo was completely confused, and his younger brother was even more confused. He had no idea that his elder brother had such a side to him. Shut up! Umo interrupted the other party without any hesitation. He didn't waste any time. My brother was also straightforward and shut up immediately. Do you want to join the Inyong Palace? Umo said through the drone. This is not a question, but a statement. When the two sides meet in the wild, and the difference in strength is huge, the result of not joining can be imagined. The elder brother and younger brother looked at each other. Bang! The ground next to them suddenly exploded into a hole nearly half a meter in size, and the flying debris hit them. The elder and younger brothers were stunned. Don't leave if you don't join. Yumo's tone was cold and merciless. There was no need for sympathy in the apocalypse, not to mention that the icy apocalypse was coming on the 7th day. Join! I'm in. 16. Conquer. My brother reacted and immediately shouted, Now listen to my orders. If you don't follow my orders, I will consider you an enemy. Now, lay down your weapons. Umo continued, and at the same time, all the soldiers aimed their guns at the other side. 100 people versus about 30 people. A crushing victory without any suspense. The other party was silent. Bang! Umo fired without hesitation, but he didn't aim at the head, but at the shoulder of one of the two leaders. The bullet flew past, an arm instantly flew up, the drone took off, and the attack module was activated. Repeat, drop your weapons. Put them all down. The man whose arm was knocked off had fainted and was hugged by another man. He gritted his teeth and said, However, only part of his people blocked the weapon, and the other half did not make any move. Put them all down. Do you want your boss to die? He roared at the numerous soldiers. These soldiers were not simple NPCs, but people who were drawn here from an unknown world by the unknown power of the system. Many soldiers fell silent. After a while, the first one put down his gun, and then the others put down their guns one by one. After everyone put down their guns, go forward. Umo continued, extremely indifferent. In a world where doomsday is coming one after another and order is collapsing, there is no need for sympathy, and there is no time for sympathy. The leader, who should be the younger brother, walked forward holding his brother with a broken arm, and the soldiers behind him followed silently. As he came closer, his brother and many soldiers were shocked. 100 soldiers in uniform, all fully armed, each holding a weapon that was obviously much more powerful than a sniper rifle, were locking onto them. The cold muzzle of the gun flashed a cold light in the sun. My brother and many soldiers were cold. If they had been a little slower, the result would be... The soldiers looked at my brother and trembled. You bring him here, everyone else stay where you are. The initiative is in Umo's hands, so there is no need to be polite. Being polite is just a waste of time. In silence, the younger brother came with his older brother. The wound had stopped bleeding. For those who have upgraded their levels, their recovery ability will be upgraded first. Even if his arm is knocked off, he will not bleed to death. After the two lords of the shelter approached, the Umo control system initiated the conquest. Are you sure you want to start the conquest? Yes. My brother's face changed. He received a notice. If he agrees, the shelter, all the supplies, and all the people will be integrated into Umo's Inyong Palace, and his shelter will be removed from the list. You will also change from a lord to a receiver, and even the things you get need the lord's permission before you can distribute them. Even if they don't get anything, that's fine, and they still have to work for him. Their life and death will be controlled by the new lord. If you choose not to agree, there is no problem. This option will be terminated, and it is unclear what will happen next. The younger brother looked at Umo, then looked at the soldiers behind him who were still on alert with 100 black muzzles. Finally, he chose to surrender. Conquered successfully, the refuge has been integrated into Inyong Palace. Do you want to teleport everyone back to Inyong Palace? Except for these people, everyone else will be teleported. The system panel disappears. The experience of Inyong Palace has been increased by 1 point, and the experience and points of the other party's shelter will be converted to 1/10. The supplies and population will not be converted, which is also a very annoying point. However, if you kill the opponent, you will get nothing. The color of my brother and half of the soldiers changed. Their leader had changed to the man in front of them. The younger brother's expression was very interesting, showing reluctance, humiliation, shock, bewilderment, horror. He couldn't believe that he had joined the most powerful Inyong Palace. While all the shelters were still struggling, Inyong Palace was already far ahead, and even drones had appeared. It's hard to say whether things are good or bad. UMO took out a bottle of potion, a sobering potion that he had exchanged from the store. I opened the bottle and poured it on my brother's face. He woke up immediately with a start. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the black hole in his wound. Cold sweat immediately flowed down his face. The pain invaded his mind. Before he could scream, another bottle of medicine was thrown on his face. The pain disappeared instantly, and my body relaxed, but became limp. Shut up. UMO thrust his gun forward and blocked his mouth. My brother's eyes shrank, his expression was horrified, and he didn't dare to struggle. UMO launched the conquest again and said indifferently, "Accept it or die." The elder brother was stunned and subconsciously looked at his younger brother next to him. The younger brother turned his head with a complicated expression. He had already surrendered. 3-2. Conquered successfully, the shelter has been integrated into the Inyong Palace. Do you want to start the transmission? Yes. A flash of white light appeared, and all the soldiers here, along with the elder and younger brothers, disappeared and were teleported back to the Inyong Palace. After we go back, Ari and Moyu will make arrangements together. There are less than 1,000 people, so it's just a small matter. After that, UMO did not return directly. Today is the 5th day, in the afternoon. There will be a new zombie siege on the 6th day. So this afternoon, this evening, and until the morning of the 6th day. During this period, there are not many zombies in the wild. They will concentrate on attacking on the morning of the 6th day. The offensive was to destroy all the shelters, and it lasted for a whole day. Treasure chests fell from the sky at night, and the icy apocalypse arrived in the early morning of the next day. Time is very tight. UMO controlled the drone and searched the area. After killing more than a dozen zombies, it was already completely dark. Rest at night. UMO searched the store, but couldn't find the military drone upgrade blueprint. After upgrading, ordinary drones become military drones, and after upgrading again, they become base station drones. It carries all the modules of a military drone and has its own signal base station. As long as there is electricity, theoretically, the signal can cover any corner. The trading module was also hung up, but there was no news, but I received a lot of blueprints. Until about 8 o'clock. Collect the team. UMO led his men back to Inyong Palace. After returning, I did not rest and urgently arranged the attack module for the 6th day. The zombie siege is about to begin, and UMO feels that his firepower is not enough. Every 25 meters there is a reinforced electromagnetic cannon. Every 10 meters there is a thermal gun, and every soldier has a thermal gun and a sniper cannon. The magazine is connected to the system store through Ari. Each gun has 1,000 spare bullets to prevent the store from closing suddenly due to problems. The firepower is strong enough. But UMO thought that there would be many silver zombies tomorrow. That won't do. We need more guns. 17. The second rise of the dead. The enhanced electromagnetic cannon changed the distance to 1 every 20 meters. 200 enhanced electromagnetic cannons were deployed along the 4-kilometer defense line. 1 thermal energy gun every 10 meters was not enough, so they changed it to 5 meters, so there were more than 800 thermal energy guns, and the number in the corners was increased several times. The soldiers defended in the gaps, and everyone hid in the underground fortress, building frantically. As a result, 80% of the construction materials left over were used up. The remaining 20% was given to drones. A large number of drones hovered in the air, as if forming a starry sky map. This night was very quiet, without any zombie attacks, just like the calm before the storm. The next morning, roar! The roar of the zombies, mixed with the sound of cannon fire, woke UMO up. The zombie siege has begun. Once on the city wall, although UMO was prepared, he still took a deep breath. Looking around, the area several hundred meters outside the Inyong Palace had turned into a dark mass, almost a sea of zombies. At that time, UMO thought that this might not be a test, but an attempt to destroy the Inyong Palace. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies on this side, or even more. Maybe Doomsday noticed him as a rule breaker and wanted to get rid of him. There are also many bronze zombies and silver zombies in the zombie group, but no gold zombies have been seen yet. This should be considered good news. If a golden zombie appears, the consequences may be much more serious. Arya has taken over all the enhanced electromagnetic cannons and thermal guns, and the soldiers are shooting wildly in the gaps. In a zombie siege of this scale, there is no need to aim at all. Just shoot, and you will definitely kill the zombies. When UMO reached the city wall, The sound of gunfire and cannon fire merged into one. The supplies in the backpack are refreshing like crazy, and it will drop from time to time. Every time it drops, Ari is replenishing the ammunition for the weapon. UMO went to control a reinforced electromagnetic cannon, which had much greater lethality than a sniper cannon. 2,000 soldiers were scattered on the wall, using thermal guns, enhanced electromagnetic cannons, and military drones to block the zombies. It was indeed very panicking at first, but now that nearly 20 minutes had passed and the zombies were still blocked 300 meters away, I gradually felt relieved. With such powerful firepower, no matter how many zombies there are, we can still kill as many as we can. Roar! Suddenly there was a roar from the zombie group, and a silver zombie jumped out, with 3 kinds of power concentrated in his body. Before the soldiers could react, the nearest 30 enhanced electromagnetic cannons had already changed direction, aiming at the silver zombies and firing at the same time. Ari has increased the hit rate to more than 99.5% through a lot of calculations. 30 shells all hit the silver zombie's head. Bang! The silver zombie's head exploded, and its body turned into ashes in midair. 11 silver treasure chests appeared in its backpack. UMO didn't care. Facing this kind of firepower, a silver zombie was no longer a threat. After taking a look at the densely packed zombies and the rapidly growing supplies, UMO thought about it, waved his hand. The density of the enhanced electromagnetic cannons was increased from 1 per 20 meters to 1 per 10 meters, doubling the number. 200 enhanced electromagnetic cannons were added to the 4-kilometer defense line. The resources consumed were only 50 materials for strengthening the electromagnetic cannon, but this was still a considerable expense. In other shelters, having 2 or 3 was considered strong, but in Inyong Palace, there was only 1 every 10 meters. Because the quantity is too large, it takes some time to manufacture, and the manufacturing progress is 1 by 1. This will not cause Ari's movement to suddenly increase, nor will it cause problems with the attack module. One after another, enhanced electromagnetic cannons appeared, and then were controlled by Ari to fire. Each bullet could blow up at least 2 zombies. In one wave of attack, at least thousands of zombies can be killed. However, even so, after firing several volleys, the number of zombies outside did not seem to decrease much, as if they were endless. UMO couldn't help but frown. He remembered that the last time the zombies surrounded the city at this time, they shouldn't be this strong. If it is really that powerful, then no shelter would be able to survive. The flying zombies in the sky are coming too. The soldiers are well prepared. The anti-aircraft forces are withdrawn from the guard forces and attack the aerial targets. The ones that are too fast are left to Ari to calculate. There are a large number of military drones flying in the air all around, and the coordinates of every zombie are clearly visible. UMO opened the military drones map and could see clearly the entire area within a 10-kilometer radius, centered on the Inyong Palace. However, no golden zombie appeared, and UMO frowned even more deeply. In a zombie siege of this intensity, there should be golden zombies. Or is it because of the level of the shelter, or other reasons that the golden zombie did not appear? UMO left a thought in mind, telling Ari to be alert and to kill the golden zombie as quickly as possible once it was found. The gold zombies have overwhelming power over the silver zombies. The walls of the Inyong Palace can defend against silver zombies, but they can't withstand even a single attack from gold zombies. Time passes slowly. There was no telling how many zombies had been killed. In short, the several oversized warehouses in the Inyong Palace, as well as Yumo's backpack, had been filled up several times. The extra ones were used to expand the underground fortress, which has now expanded to accommodate tens of thousands of people. And all aspects of the operation are in good condition. You can move in directly. After nearly 2 hours, the zombies' attack power suddenly decreased, and then they retreated after 10 minutes. Many soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, but UMO did not. Through drone reconnaissance, we can see that the zombies are only 3 kilometers away. At this distance, the enhanced electromagnetic cannon cannot be said to be able to hit them. It is a question whether it can be hit or not. 3 kilometers away, within the range that could be checked, there were still densely packed zombies. They are not chaotic and seem to be organized. They cannot be said to be very neat, but they are much better than normal zombies that kill each other. UMO frowned and looked at the firepower defense on the city wall. He felt a little relieved. With this level of firepower defense, even if a golden zombie appeared, it could be completely killed. I took a look at the communication module, but there was no message in it. They must be busy dealing with the zombies. UMO asked Ari to control the drone and attack the zombies. They couldn't be the only ones attacking Inyong Palace. He had to fight back as well. The firepower of military drones is not strong. It takes 2 or 3 concentrated fire to kill one, and it takes some time. After a few zombies were killed, some confusion arose. However, a roar suddenly came. 18, the golden zombie is coming. The roar reached Umo's ears through the drone, and his face instantly became solemn. Golden zombie. This kind of roar can only be made by gold-level zombies. The zombies' bodies have decayed, their vocal cords are long gone, and they can only make sounds through some movements. Golden zombies are different. They can use their own power to command other zombies. And it is executed unconditionally. There is no way to resist, and there is no complete consciousness to resist. Those below the golden zombies are just tools. After the roar of the golden zombie, the originally calm zombie group began to move towards the central area and launched another attack on the Inyong Palace. Alert! UMO waved his hand, and the soldiers who had rested for a while picked up their guns and aimed at the distance, waiting for the zombies to approach. Follow quickly. A mass of zombies rushed over again, more fiercely than the first time, and advanced to a distance of 200 meters before being stopped. Within 200 meters, a crossfire network has been formed to cover the area. Unless you can withstand the fire network and rush over, these zombies are just more targets. UMO glanced at the store and saw that his points were still some distance away from the air wall defense. Air wall defense is the same as the air wall in the game. You can't get in or out, or you can get out but not in. It has strong defensive power. If there is an air wall defense module, the icy doomsday of the 7th day will be more comfortable. Those ice creatures not only have strong recovery capabilities, but can also merge with each other to form huge ice creatures. This is a disaster for shelters with insufficient defense. UMO stared at the zombies outside for a while, then looked at the growth rate of the points and the distance to the defense module. I decided to temporarily abandon the idea of adding another row of enhanced electromagnetic cannons. Adding another row would certainly make the firepower stronger, but it would consume too much points and raw materials. In comparison, the defense module is more useful in Ice Doom. Time passes slowly. Until noon, countless zombies had died here, but there were still many zombies coming. UMO never left the city wall, and he brought along a soundproof device. Otherwise, his head would have been buzzing from the vibrations. After the points reached the limit, UMO immediately exchanged them. Obtain Air Wall Defense Module. Upgrade Air Wall Defense Module Upgrade +1. This is a module that is obtained directly, not a blueprint, and it requires slaughtering zombies for a whole morning to obtain. Use. UMO waved his hand. A transparent layer of defense appeared around the walls of the Inyong Palace. Defense thickness is 1 meter. It completely surrounded the Inyong Palace, including the underground part. The area of Inyong Palace is not limited to 4 square kilometers. The overall area has now increased to 6 square kilometers. However, the air wall defense module is calculated according to the building range, expanding the area or increasing the thickness. Before the blueprint is researched, a large amount of points will be consumed. After deducing the blueprint, a lot of resources are consumed. In short, it is a defense module that only the rich can use. There is a fusion power station that is free to provide energy for the rent module. Strong defense naturally requires more energy to maintain. The number of scientists has always been small. Yumaxiang has added a lot of things, but there are less than 50 scientists in total. Now they're almost working around the clock. We can only hope that after this zombie siege ends, some scientists will appear. The establishment of the defense module did not affect the attack. Attacks from inside the Inyong Palace could pass through the defense module, as if passing through the air. As for the attacks of the zombies outside, most of them will be blown up before rushing into the Inyong Palace, turning into scattered energy. The air wall appeared silently. No one except UMO could notice it. At most, they felt as if something had changed. Roar! There were roars from the zombies. UMO looked over immediately and saw a blank area among the dense crowd of zombies. 15 of them, the silver zombies that could control 3 kinds of power, rushed over. UMO's European emperor passed by the silver zombie and locked onto a huge figure at least 50 meters tall behind him. After mastering the 4 powers, the body was no longer half-rotten, but relatively intact. At the same time, there was some light, golden light which was dazzling in the sun. The gold zombies and silver zombies are now 10 kilometers away from the Inyong palace. Their figures have been detected by drones. According to the speed of the golden zombie, it will appear within the range in 10 minutes at most. Ari, prepare to divert fire and make up for it. Clear. UMO waved his hand, and a row of enhanced electromagnetic cannons, numbering 200, was added to the wall facing the golden zombies. One after another, enhanced electromagnetic cannons appeared. They did not fire directly at the zombie group, but adjusted their angles and locked onto an area. The silver zombies and gold zombies would definitely pass through this area. It will take some time for the enhanced electromagnetic cannon to fully appear. What UMO is more concerned about is whether the enhanced electromagnetic cannon can break the defense of the golden zombie. If it can break it, he can kill it. If you can't break it, things will be troublesome. The silver zombies are not a threat. Just a few more bombardments will be enough. The difference between the gold zombies and the silver zombies is too big. One of the 4 powers is Earth attribute, and UMO is a little unsure about the defense. On the 6th day of his previous life, at most only bronze-level zombies would appear. When he rose to power, the Zerg had already taken over the world, and the zombies were almost gone. Therefore, I haven't had much contact with zombies. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After all, 200 enhanced electromagnetic cannons appeared. A group of silver zombies also rushed into the locked area. Bang! The newly added weapons fired at the same time, and 200 shells flew out at once, locking onto the 15 silver zombies in the front. The next moment, the heads and upper bodies of the 15 silver zombies that led the way exploded at the same time, and their bodies quickly turned into ashes. Silver treasure box +5. Upgrade, silver treasure box +50. It was a big harvest at once. Then a row of electromagnetic cannons on the periphery turned their guns and aimed at the golden zombies behind. Bang, bang, bang. The electromagnetic cannon that adjusted the angle fired first, and the next one fired immediately after. In just half a minute, 200 electromagnetic cannons hit the golden zombie. The upper body of the golden zombie was covered in smoke, and it stopped where it was, with no intention of moving forward. But he didn't kill the enemy, and he didn't get any reward. The electromagnetic guns at the back have been reloaded and fired at the same time. Bang! 19. Kill the gold-level zombies. Many shells hit the golden zombie's head at the same time, and golden liquid could be seen flying out of the smoke, which looked like zombie blood. If zombies had this thing, roar! Just as the next round of shells was about to be fired, a roar shattered the smoke on the upper body of the golden zombie. The body of the golden zombie was revealed. Its head was deformed, and its upper body was full of holes and cracks, but it was not blown up. It was recovering at a very fast speed. The 4 colors of red, purple, blue, and yellow, representing the 4 attributes of fire, thunder, wind, and earth, were gathering in its big mouth. When UMO saw it clearly, a ball of light with 4 colors also rushed out. Boom! The next moment, the energy bomb hit the air wall, first becoming flat, then exploding directly, like a huge firework blooming. In the eyes of many soldiers, the zombies' attack suddenly rushed over. When their brains went blank, they suddenly saw the zombies' attack hit something and did not rush into the Inyong palace. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of cannons rang out, and another round of 200 shells landed accurately in the golden zombie's big mouth that had not yet closed. Boom! The golden zombie's body shook, and its huge body lost stability, falling backwards, crashing to the ground, killing many zombies. Focus your fire. Kill the golden zombies. UMO ordered that all weapons that could hit the golden zombies be turned around to put you down. The next second, the upper half of the golden zombie's body was covered by a large number of attacks. It waved its arms several times, trying to stand up, but was eventually beaten back. The attack lasted nearly 2 minutes, using at least several thousand rounds of artillery shells. The golden zombie finally lost its power, turned into a pile of rewards, and then disappeared in an instant. Ding! World announcement. Inyong Palace successfully killed the first golden zombie and obtained the mysterious golden treasure chest +1. Let us congratulate him. Ding! World announcement. Ding! World announcement. Upgrade. Mysterious gold treasure box +10. Ding! Kill the golden zombie. Get golden treasure chest +1. Golden blueprint +1. Points +10,000. Supplies. Upgrade. Platinum level blueprint +1. Points +100,000. Supplies. Ding! Triggering 1% lucky critical hit. Select from 1. Gold treasure chest +10. 2. Platinum treasure box +1. Choose 2. There are also 2 or 3 silver treasure chests that have triggered lucky crits. I chose to upgrade the quality instead of the quantity. The golden zombie was killed, and UMO breathed a sigh of relief. The zombies' offensive suddenly slowed down, and then they were completely wiped out by the powerful firepower network and driven out 300 meters away. Without the suppression of the golden zombies, the zombie group began to become chaotic and the pressure gradually decreased. By the afternoon, the zombies had been basically repelled and were all wandering outside the range of the gunfire. They stopped attacking the city, and many soldiers were able to rest. UMO ate something and opened his backpack. Bronze treasure chest +132. Silver treasure chest +34. Platinum treasure box +1. Mysterious gold treasure box +11. Platinum blueprint +1. In addition, there are also shelter and personal level upgrades. The gunfire was too loud before, so I didn't hear it. Ding! Inyong Palace upgraded to. Ding! Inyong Palace upgraded to. Ding! Inyong Palace upgraded to level 20. Rewards. Silver level defense module +1. Silver level laboratory +1. Supplies. Upgrade. Gold level defense module +1. Gold level laboratory +1. Supplies. Ding! World announcement. The first person in Inyong Palace to reach level 20 will receive rewards. +1 mysterious gold treasure chest. Plus 50,000 points. Supplies. Ding! World announcement. Ding! World announcement. Upgrade. Mysterious gold treasure box +10. Points plus 500,000. Supplies. Ding! Player's desert control has been upgraded to. Ding! Player UMO has been upgraded to level 30 and received rewards. Points plus 10,000. Supplies. Ding! World announcement. Player UMO is the first to reach level 30 and receives rewards. Mysterious gold chest +1. Points plus 10,000. Map +1. Supplies. Ding! World announcement. Ding! World announcement. Trigger 1% lucky crit. Select from 1. Mysterious gold treasure box +10. 2. Mysterious platinum treasure box +1. Choose 2. After a series of beeps, Yumo's ears finally quieted down. Bronze treasure chest +132. Silver treasure chest +34. Platinum treasure box +1. Mysterious gold treasure box +22. Mysterious platinum treasure box +1. Platinum blueprint +1. Gold level defense module +1. Gold level laboratory +1. Upgraded map +1. Points 2640000. A smile appeared on Yumo's lips. This time the harvest was great. First of all, the laboratory. The original laboratory was just an ordinary one. After changing to a gold level laboratory, the research speed will at least double, and the equipment in all aspects will be improved. The defense module has an air wall. This module can be integrated into the air wall later. Upgraded map. Show all remaining shelter locations in the area. It should be very useful, right? The map is opened. In the square map, there are many small green dots. These small green dots are being besieged by red dots. From a distance, it looks like a piece of red paper, which shows how many zombies there are in this zombie siege. Platinum blueprint. Platinum level combat puppet. Combat power is equivalent to that of a platinum level zombie. Believe me, if you have it, your life will be very easy. Yumo's eyes suddenly sparkled, but soon dimmed again. That's a lot of material needed, and it also requires a platinum level zombie core, or other platinum level creature cores will also work. Where can he go to deal with this? A gold level zombie is troublesome enough, and a platinum level one is probably looking for death. The remaining treasure chests. Yumo rubbed his hands. It was time for the exciting box opening session. He still started from the lowest bronze treasure chest. Potatoes +10, cabbage +30, mushrooms +50, potatoes +20. Fuck! There's a huge pile of ingredients. Yumo was so angry that he kicked the bronze box away. He had never taken anything good from it. Next is the silver box. Ordinary knife +20. Ordinary dagger +10. Well-made dagger +10. Yumo's face turned terribly dark. He tolerated the fact that the bronze box did not contain anything, as the bronze box was originally of a relatively low level. But for this silver box, you only offer so little stuff. Are you just sending away beggars? Yumo took a deep breath and looked at the remaining boxes. 22 mysterious gold treasure chests. 1 platinum treasure chest. 1 mysterious platinum treasure chest. There is a guarantee for everything, and I'm sure good stuff will come out this time. All mysterious gold treasure chests are open. Potatoes plus 30, steamed buns plus 40, beef plus 30, flour plus 20, silver level blueprint upgrade tool plus 1. Upgrade, gold level blueprint upgrade tool plus 1. 20. Blueprint and expansion. UMO let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the last one turned out to be something good, otherwise he might have been really pissed off. Gold level blueprint upgrade tool. After use, you can upgrade any blueprint to gold level. UMO thought about it and realized that the most valuable blueprint that could be upgraded to gold level was the military drone. The ordinary drones before were ordinary blueprints, and the military drones after upgrading were bronze level blueprints. If you want a signal base station drone, you need to be at least silver level or more. This blueprint upgrade tool comes at the right time. Do you want to use the upgrade tool on the military drone blueprint bronze? Yes. Upgrade successfully. Obtained base station drone blueprint gold level. Each drone is a signal base station. If you have enough power, you can probably spread drones all over the world. UMO smiled. This time the signal range would not be limited to 10 kilometers. It is extremely useful for the treasure chests that start to drop in the evening. It would be much faster for him to bring the treasure chest back by drone, or bring it to other people and let them collect it than to do it alone. Finally, only 2 platinum boxes were left. UMO took a deep breath and opened the first platinum box directly, without any delay. Obtain, platinum level pistol plus 1. Upgrade, platinum pistol plus 11. Don't underestimate it because it's just a pistol. You've seen the golden zombies before, right? It can blow off the opponent's head with one shot. 11 ordinary-looking swords appeared in front of UMO. He took one of them and tried to collect it. It was slightly heavy. There were 7 bullets in it. There was no reminder to replenish it. There might be only 77 bullets. UMO was very satisfied. Now, he was no longer afraid of most of the monsters in the ice apocalypse. If it goes by the old saying, the Zerg apocalypse will come, and only then will powerful platinum-level Zerg appear. Before that, the small pistol is invincible. There is only one mysterious platinum treasure chest left, which at worst will contain something of platinum grade. Change the rating. It is difficult to write about gold and silver. Change to SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Counting down from F to C, corresponding to bronze, silver, gold, platinum. Starting from level A, divided into 3 levels. A dash, A plus. Obtain, C-level spear plus 1. Trigger lucky crit. Select from 1. C spear plus 11. 2. B-level spear plus 1. Select. Yumo suddenly fell in a deep thought. This spear is not a hot weapon, but a cold weapon. This kind of weapon will only appear in the spiritual doomsday after the end of the Zerg doomsday. Shelters that do not focus on developing technology are generally no match for civilizations of the same level. 11 C-level spears can train a close guard team, and 1 B-level spear can greatly improve his strength. If he was vaccinated now, he would dare to go out with a spear and fight the golden zombies in close combat. Yumo thought for a long time, and when it was almost time for the automatic selection, he decided, choose the first one. Pick one. Obtain, C-level spear plus 11. Train an elite team so that if we are besieged, we can have someone to look after us. The combat power of a single person changing everything appears in the late stage, while the early and middle stages are mainly based on the collective. All the boxes have been opened. UMO stretched out his hand, and a low-key black spear appeared in his hand. The gun barrel is 9 feet and 9 inches, and the gun head is in the shape of a 3-0. When attacking, a bleeding state will be added. The gun head is very sharp, and aiming and attacking will have unexpected results. He had not practiced spearmanship much, but with Ari around, he could calculate the most suitable way to use the spear, and then sort it out to form the spearmanship. Back on the city wall, the zombies' attack frequency dropped a lot, but they were only about 500 meters away. Normally, the zombies should have dispersed by now, but there seems to be a mysterious force that traps these zombies here, preventing them from leaving. They can only attack the Inyong Palace. However, there were too many dead zombies in Inyong Palace, which formed an inexplicable aura that made the zombies afraid to approach. So it became what it is now. There was not a single zombie within 500 meters outside the Inyong Palace, but beyond 500 meters, zombies were densely packed. UMO originally wanted to go out hunting, but when he saw the dense red dots on the map, he decided to give up. If the zombies are attracted by the smell of blood, the result will probably be that none of the people taken out will be able to come back. There is no big problem staying inside, just wait until the zombie siege is over. Umo stayed on the city wall for a while, and then left. There are not many E-level zombies, only ordinary and F-level zombies. For the current Inyong Palace, there is no pressure at all, but they are still within the scope of Inyong Palace. There are still 2 square kilometers of area where no defense line has been established. Umo waved his hand, and the wall began to expand, surrounding the rest of the area. A large number of zombies were trapped inside. First squadron soldiers assemble. Umo jumped down the city wall and stood in front of a gate. The soldiers came down the stairs on the city wall. They were not as high-ranking as Umo. Follow me and clear out all the zombies. Umo turned around and saw that the city gate had been opened. The air wall began to extend outward while ensuring its thickness, blocking the zombies outside. The people inside only needed to shoot. The main reason is that there is no vaccine. If there was, they would not use air walls to block the way, but let the soldiers go directly. Facing zombies through an air wall is a completely different feeling than facing them directly. After walking for a while, the soldiers found that there was a defense here. They only needed to shoot and kill the zombies. So the process that followed went very smoothly. Ordinary zombies, at most a few F-level zombies, were killed by a single shot from the enhanced electromagnetic cannon or by a concentrated fire. The remaining area was incorporated into the Inyong Palace, and the infectious viruses were also expelled by the air wall, which could automatically filter harmful gases, making it a paradise. But it won't last long. After the vaccine is developed, the air wall will be adjusted to have only defensive function. Otherwise, if you live in the Inyong Palace for a long time, you will not be able to adapt to the doomsday air outside. An hour later, all the zombies were cleared out, and the people in the underground fortress came out and started to build various buildings on the ground. At the same time, the underground fortress is also expanding in this direction, and the ground and underground are developing simultaneously. At the same time, the ground provides cover for the underground, so that powerful creatures that may pass by will ignore this place, especially those above level A. 21. Treasure chest falls from the sky. Starting from level A, they can fly, leaving the realm of normal life, and their life level has evolved. It is unknown how many creatures can give birth to one. There is infrastructure construction on the ground, underground fortress construction beneath the ground, and defense modules and attack modules on the city walls. A large amount of resources and points were invested. Just the beginning consumed more than 100,000 points. After all was completed, it was estimated that at least 1 million points would be needed to fully develop and mature. Yuma's application for Ari. With a wave of his hand. Pass. Points and the like are not important. The most important thing is to develop quickly. A large number of people will join the shelter next. If you are not well prepared, the circulation system will collapse, which will trigger a chain reaction. After the shelter expanded, a large group of civilians who were rewarded by the system immediately appeared at the door. Yumo could not see clearly how they appeared. It seemed that they appeared there suddenly. A large number of civilians poured into the Inyong Palace, and the number of people suddenly exceeded 10,000, and there was an endless stream of civilians joining in. There are still zombies outside now. After the zombie siege ends in the evening, the zombies will leave. That is when the largest influx will occur. UMO estimated the level of the shelter and found that before dawn. The number of people in Inyong Palace is likely to reach more than 30,000. Ari, how many people can the circulation system support? Also count the electrical and hydraulic systems. Calculating, the circulatory system can support 100,000 people. To ensure efficiency, I suggest that the master expand the circulatory system when there are 80,000 people. The power system currently has 9 remaining nuclear fusion power stations, which can provide basic living for at least 50 million people. If calculated based on the maximum consumption during the ice doomsday as mentioned by the master, it can also provide living for 10 million people. The water system can support 200,000 people. I suggest the owner upgrade the water system when the load is 80% full. Set a reminder. When the circulation system is carrying more than 80%, remind me, if I am not in Inyong Palace, it will upgrade automatically and the authority will be granted. Understood, my lord. Yomo didn't care about Ari's funny tone and looked at the zombies outside. I just cleared out a large area of zombies, and my points increased a lot. The zombies no longer dare to approach this place. It is estimated that until the zombie siege is over, everything will be very quiet. This is also true. Until 6 o'clock in the evening, no zombies came near. After 6 o'clock, the zombies retreated like the tide and quickly disappeared from sight. As for where they went, no one knew. Yumo looked up at the sky. In the sky that had already dimmed, many points of light appeared. Master, a special situation has been detected. A large number of treasure chests are descending. We have found 364 F-level/bronze treasure chests, 23 E-level/silver-level treasure chests, 3 D-level/gold-level treasure chests, and no C-level/platinum-level treasure chests. Send out all drones and soldiers to retrieve all treasure chests that can be detected. Yes. UMO became excited. The time for a great harvest had finally arrived. There are more than 300 treasure chests detected by Ari alone, which means there are more than 3,000 at once. This is still before the scope is expanded. If the scope is expanded a little more, this reward will definitely allow Inyong Palace and most of the shelters to take off. All soldiers, gather in front of the 4 city gates. Divide into small teams with no one in each group, and go and collect treasure chests. Everyone must return before 11 o'clock. UMO gave orders to all the soldiers through Ari, and he rushed out first. A large number of base station drones are being produced in the Inyong Palace, so there will be no signal shortage. UMO is not after the treasure chest, but other shelters, so he will probably compete with him. The nearest shelter is only about 50 kilometers away. UMO took the map and ordered 6 drones to fly him out. The base station drone is an upgraded version of the military drone, with no reduction in power. 6 drones share the weight of UMO, which is equivalent to filling up the bullets. The drone had no bullets, so UMO was fully armed this time, ready to attack the shelter alone. 15 minutes later, UMO saw the appearance of a shelter, and there were many people outside collecting treasure chests. You can collect treasures from a treasure chest by touching it. As for whether it can be put into your own backpack or the warehouse of the shelter, it depends on the regulations of each shelter. UMO fell to the ground, looking for the other lord's shelter from a distance. There are no signs, and it is difficult to quickly find the other lord in the crowd, just like a normal person. UMO suppressed his anxious mood and eliminated the people one by one. Fortunately, there were not many people in this shelter, only about 300 people, and the zombie siege they faced was not strong. Only the walls were damaged. It took more than an hour, with Ari's analysis. UMO finally determined the location of the other lord. The next step is to send out the drone. He won't go there himself. The sudden appearance of the drone shocked everyone in the shelter, but most people didn't know what it was. Only the lord knew. The lord was shocked, and then saw the drone start to design. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of needles fell, and he and his guards fell down instantly. The bullet is a tranquilizer bullet and will not cause any substantial damage. After knocking down these people, the drone extended its mechanical arm and captured the lord in front of these people. It captured him. Bang! The lord was thrown to the ground roughly, but he did not faint. If he fainted, he would not be able to use the conquest system. Yumo pointed the sniper gun at him. Bang! A big hole exploded next to the lord's ear, and then he received a message that he had been conquered. His eyes were filled with fear, and before he could react, he was swept over. Seeing the gun pointed at his head, the man became even more panicked. Zombies are zombies, but the feeling of having a gun pointed at you is really terrifying. Agree or die, UMO said indifferently, and decided to bring soldiers with him next time. Although one person can do it, it will take too long. 3, 2, 1. UMO's fingers moved slowly, and just when he was about to press down, the other party chose to agree. Conquer success. The refuge is integrated into the Inyong Palace. Do you want to start transmission? Yes. There was a flash of white light, and the shelter disappeared along with everyone in it. UMO put away his gun and asked the drone to take him to find another shelter that had been breached. The breached shelters on the map appear as gray dots, and there are 3 within 100 kilometers. Maybe they have cooperated with this person before. It took UMO 20 minutes to merge all 3 shelters into the Inyong Palace. 22. Platinum Treasure Chest. Shelter fusion does not mean simple disappearance. Now, no matter how many shelters are merged, in the future, we can open as many secondary shelters as we want outside the shelter. After all, after the apocalypse, the world becomes larger and it is impossible for everyone to be concentrated in the same area. It will become very bloated, and the opening of the secondary shelter is necessary. If you want to open a secondary shelter without conquering other shelters, you need very high conditions and a lot of resources to open one. Once you conquer other shelters, you have a foundation. You only need to add a circulation system to become a secondary shelter. In comparison, building a secondary shelter from scratch consumes resources. It takes at least 10 times more resources to conquer a shelter and build a secondary shelter. However, if you want to have a secondary shelter, the population of the shelter needs to reach more than 1 million, and there must be a complete circulation system to support the operation of the shelter. Otherwise, the secondary shelter cannot be opened. In short, conquering more shelters or integrating destroyed shelters will definitely not be a disadvantage. There will be no zombies during this period, so you just need to collect treasure chests. Umo took the time to look at the treasure chest. The F level has reached more than 100,000. The E level has more than 5,000. The D level has more than 200, and there are only 3 C level ones, which were obtained by upgrading the system. Master, found a C level treasure chest. It's 30 kilometers away at 10 o'clock. Go over there. UMO immediately became alert and took out the map to take a look. According to the location Ari scouted, there are 3 shelters nearby, which is just right for conquering another wave, provided they don't bring too many people with them. 30 kilometers takes about 10 minutes. UMO took some time to look at the communication module. Are treasure chests free? There are so many. It must be the reward after the zombie siege. I was attacked by zombies all day and finally survived. How can I not get some reward? That's right, it's a pity for the third brother. Stop talking. Go pick up the treasure chest quickly. You never know when these treasure chests will disappear. Yes, hurry up and collect the treasure chests. I called everyone in the shelter to go out and pick up the treasure chests. There are so many treasure chests. We will definitely make a fortune this time. That's not necessarily true. I just opened 3 treasure chests and they were all filled with potatoes. Do I look like a potato? Haha, your luck is incredible. But I'm different. I got the blueprint. I was really lucky. I only opened an F-level treasure chest and got an E-level blueprint. Damn European dogs. Look what I found. A golden treasure chest. Ha ha ha. Treasure chest. Use bronze, silver, and gold. Just look at the corresponding levels. UMO turned off the AC module and reached the location of the platinum treasure chest. At this time, many people were confronting each other here. Judging from the location, there were 3 shelters in total. Each one had some equipment, but it was just barely acceptable. It is far from fully armed. The weapons are similar to thermal weapons, with great lethality, and can fight zombies. There were more than a dozen people in each shelter, surrounding the treasure chest, but no one started fighting. Umo took a look and let the drone let him down. The ice doomsday was coming in the early morning, and there was a buffer time until dawn. But this time is also very tight for him, and he can even get the next platinum treasure chest. Ari, control the drone to attack them and get the treasure chest first. Umo took out the sniper cannon and aimed at one of the leaders. The 3 teams were 30 meters away from the treasure chest, and he was 500 meters away. At this distance, except for sniper rifles, it was difficult for them to hit him with their thermal weapons. The drone took off and flew directly behind the 3 people in the shelter who were confronting each other. There were some sounds that would make them aware of it. UMO therefore made several more military drones to carry with him, so that he could use suicide attacks when necessary. Bang! The sniper gun shook violently, and the bullet traveled over a distance of more than 500 meters and hit a man's head, leaving a large circular hole in his upper body. This stunned everyone else, and then the drone opened fire. The ammunition was previously placed in Umo's backpack. Bang! 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 The firepower of the drones was intensive. The firepower network of 6 drones covered these people in an instant. Except for the 3 people who were supposed to be the lords, the others had no time to react and were pierced by a large number of bullets. They disappeared at most after uttering a scream. The 3 lords were wearing full sets of bulletproof vests and rushed out of the fire net in a panic. However, a sniper bullet flew over immediately. A large transparent hole was punched in the upper body of one person, and he was completely frozen. The other 2 lords were frightened and immediately fell to the ground, using their points to frantically exchange for things in the store in an attempt to save their lives. But UMO didn't want to keep them. The platinum treasure chest was a very integral thing, so it couldn't be leaked. Either conquer the other party or destroy the other party. UMO chose to kill them. After all, he was alone, and there were dozens of people on the other side. Going out alone would be courting death. Bang! The second sniper shell flew over, and even though the lord was wearing a bulletproof vest, it was shot through his body, and he fell to the ground and died. After locking onto the last lord through the drone, UMO was no longer in a hurry to shoot. Surrender or die. The voice was transmitted through the drone, and he was the only one left out of the original 40 or so people. "Surrender! I surrender!" The Lord said hurriedly, throwing away his weapons and even his bulletproof vest, and lying there motionless. UMO was still lurking, and he ordered the drone to search the area. After confirming that there were no traps, he got up and went forward. I went to the place where the platinum treasure chest was and put it away. It was just a shelter, not as good as the platinum treasure chest. Then he went to the surrendered Lord and issued a conquest request through the system. The Lord might have been frightened. He agreed within 2 seconds of coming out. UMO directly teleported him and his shelter back and integrated them into the Inyong palace. This teleportation only occurs once within 5 minutes after the conquest. If more than 5 minutes pass, it will disappear. Take out the map. There were 2 green dots of shelters on it, which turned gray and were marked as unowned shelters. After the Lord dies, a token will be automatically generated in the shelter. Whoever gets this token will automatically become the next Lord. 23. Mutated White Wolf. As for the ownerless shelter, as long as other lords step into the range of the ownerless shelter, they can merge. If more than 2 lords step in at the same time, it will end and will not merge until the last lord stays for more than 1 minute. UMO looked at the map and decided to look for the platinum treasure chest first. Now that the 2 shelters have become ownerless, there will probably be a fight over them. Maybe when he gets there, the fight will end, and then he will be facing a shelter all by himself, which will be very bad. Either you have to reach level A or start practicing, then you can fight against a large shelter by yourself. The next platinum treasure chest is very far away, and it takes nearly an hour to get there by drone. Taking advantage of this opportunity, UMO took a break, closed his eyes, and opened them again, and he was near the platinum treasure chest. An unexpected situation occurred again. This time, it was not someone else who was grabbing the treasure chest, but a group of white wild wolves were guarding it. I don't know where they came from, but they were guarding the platinum treasure chest. They tried to tap the treasure chest with their claws, but the treasure chest didn't move at all. UMO stopped a few hundred meters away. The drone's ammunition was fully loaded, and the sniper gun was aimed forward, ready to shoot at any time. Not long after UMO fell, the leader of the white wolves raised his head, his eyes showing a human-like suspicious alertness, as if he had discovered a threatening presence. UMO quietly moved the sniper cannon a little bit and aimed it at the white wolf next to him. I wanted to decapitate the white wolf with one shot, but I didn't expect that the wolf leader was so alert. If I shot him, I might not be able to hit him. Bang! The bullet flew out, and the head of an ordinary white wolf was blown up, instantly alarming the wolf pack. Ouch! The leader wolf roared, and the surrounding white wolves stood up and looked around alertly. The leader walked to the dead wolf, lowered his head as if to smell it, and then suddenly raised his head to look at a certain location. Exclamation point. UMO was shocked, and his intuition told him that the white wolf had discovered him. Abnormal creatures generally do not appear in Doomsday, but once they appear, they will have various abilities. The ability of this wolf leader should be a strong tracking ability or a sensing ability. UMO fired decisively. Bang! The leader wolf jumped away, leaving a big hole in the ground. The splashing dirt hit the white wolf, causing some blood to seep out. Oh! The leader wolf howled, and all the white wolves rushed over here, abandoning the platinum treasure chest they were guarding. UMO made a prompt decision and sent a drone to take away the platinum treasure chest, while he himself boarded 5 drones and took off. It is impossible to outrun these white wolves on the ground, even if he's level 30. The level increase is not like a breakthrough in practice. Every breakthrough in cultivation will result in a big improvement, while the level increase will only be a small improvement. Therefore, the levels can only be used as a reference. In the early stage, various technological weapons are still the main ones. In the middle stage, practitioners are popular, and in the late stage, everyone shows their magical powers. The 5 drones were a bit difficult, so UMO took out 2 more, and the 7 drones took him up in the air, turning into an air-to-ground battle. The sniper gun was already set up, but it was a little unstable in the air, so UMO could only aim with difficulty. He had not tried this aerial shooting method many times. Bang! The first shot missed. The white wolf pack stopped and looked up at the sky. UMO ascended to a height of 100 meters. If it was too low, these white wolves might rush up with parachutes on their backs. If you really can't hit them, you can only go down to close combat and let the drone fire to contain them. UMO held his breath and slowly aimed at a white wolf below. The white wolf was also moving, so it was not easy to aim at. Bang! The second shot was more lucky, hitting the body of a white wolf, killing half of its body. It fell to the ground and twitched, then died. Kill the white wolf, gain points plus 50, white wolf skin plus 1. Upgrade. Killing any unit will earn you points or rewards. The leader wolf stared at UMO in the air, his scarlet eyes flashing with danger, yet full of human helplessness. One is on the ground, and the other is in the sky. It's really impossible to snatch the sky. If the other party is not unstable, I'm afraid at least 3 wolves will die now. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, but it missed the target, but it frightened the wolf leader. The leader looked around and felt that he couldn't go on like this, or he would be annihilated sooner or later. Oh! The leader wolf howled, and white light appeared on its body. It leaped more than 30 meters away, and its speed was still increasing, and it left here quickly. The remaining white wolves were slower, but still faster than UMO could lock onto them, not to mention the wind in the air. UMO aimed for a while, then gave up. If he couldn't hit the target, he would just be wasting bullets. Besides, I have got the platinum treasure box, and it is getting late, so I should go back quickly. After midnight, the temperature dropped, and the snow fell heavily. The university, which lasted for several days, would give this broken world a great cleansing. The number of zombies will be greatly reduced, and ice creatures will dominate. UMO controlled a drone to track the white wolves, and only retrieve them after they had gone more than 10 kilometers away. This is most likely a mutant creature in the apocalypse. When the biochemical apocalypse comes, not all creatures except humans will be killed. Some were infected and turned into animal zombies, while others withstood and evolved. This group of white wolves probably came from this place. Maybe I will have the chance to see them again in the future. I took out the map and looked at the time. It takes 2 hours to get back, and it's about 8 o'clock in the evening. Return to Inyong Palace. UMO did not continue to search, as there were many treasure chests on the way back. The people who went out to collect treasure chests did not come into contact with other shelters. All the treasure chests within a radius of 30 kilometers were collected. When UMO returned to Inyong Palace, the soldiers were returning. Most of them had already returned. Some were resting, and some were patrolling. Ari Moyu, send the thermostat down. UMO called MOU over. The sudden drop in temperature at night would make some people unbearable. After the ice falls, if the thermostat is turned on again, I am afraid it will cause a flu. UMO then went to the laboratory. The vaccine is halfway through. Don't rush. The scientist leader said without even looking up that he was using a strange device to observe something. UMO looked at it carefully, but didn't understand it, so he stopped looking at it. The team of scientists has always had only 10 people, and the rest are apprentices. If you want to join the scientific team, it takes time to train. 24. Cooling. UMO left the laboratory. The thermostats had already been distributed, and everyone went to several places to collect them. Each thermostat has 3 sets of backup batteries. If the battery is dead, you can just go to the street to change the battery. There are many charging stations. As for the current AC module, UMO looked at it. Another silver box. I'm gonna get rich this time. Ha 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 ha. Shit, why do I only have bronze boxes? And there are a lot of bronze boxes. Not even a single color. TSK. What bad luck. Just 1 gold box. Death to the dogs of Europe. Speaking of which, aren't there too many boxes today? The last time the zombies were siege, there weren't so many treasure chests. Could something big happen again? That shouldn't be the case. Maybe they forgot to distribute the rewards from the last zombie siege, so they distributed them here together. Is the boss of Inyong Temple here? Can you tell me what will happen next? The boss warned me about the zombie siege, and I made preparations in advance. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me. Oh yeah, is the boss here? Can you tell me what's going to happen next? Even a hint would be fine. I didn't feel anything before, but now it feels like something big is going to happen. Is the boss here? Where is the Inyong Palace? It's too hard to block it alone. I want to join the boss. Even just being a pendant is fine. You're overthinking it. With your shelter level, there are less than 200 people. Who would be willing to take you in? You only have over 300 people. What are you talking about? If you have the ability, you can be like the big boss with over 10,000 people. You can't have that many. What are you pretending for? You were sick, right? I just said one thing to you. Why do you have to say so much? Don't you dare tell me your coordinates. I'll come find you right now. There were all kinds of random news, most of which were about how many treasure chests were obtained. UMO just smiled and turned off the communication module. He suspected that the 2 zombie sieges against Inyong Palace were caused by his previous leak of information. Maybe there was something in it that he couldn't understand, But as long as he knew what was going to happen next, he didn't have to tell anyone else. All the thermostats were distributed within half an hour. They were small devices that could be hung around the waist, similar to car keys. But the technology contained in it is very advanced. It can use magnetic fields to lock the heat within a certain range and prevent it from spreading excessively. The temperature can be adjusted freely from 40 degrees to the outside temperature, but it cannot be adjusted below the outside temperature. That's another blueprint, the thermostat. UMO looked at the time. It was 11:35. I patrolled the city wall again and asked the soldiers to adjust the temperature of the thermostat, first unify it, and then adjust it according to their own feelings. Tonight will only bring a drop in temperature and heavy snow, but no ice creatures will appear. On the morning of the 7th day, ordinary ice creatures will appear. As long as more than half of their bodies are broken, they can be killed. But this is also very troublesome. The bodies of ice creatures are made of ice, and after these creatures die, the ice will remain and form ice layers or accumulations. If used for attacking a city, the ice creatures at the back will be more likely to rush onto the city wall. If it was the Inyong Palace before, UMO would still be worried about this problem, but with the air wall here, there would be no problem. There won't be enough ice creatures to freeze the entire air wall defense module. Time flies, and it's already 12 o'clock. UMO took a deep breath, and a chill came over him. Yari come. The sky was dark, with no stars, and only street lights. Master, the temperature has dropped by 5 degrees. The current temperature is 30 degrees and is still dropping. Continue monitoring. Turn on the power station thermal module, the underground fortress temperature control module, and the laboratory constant temperature module. Clear. UMO returned to his small villa. From early morning to the next morning, the temperature will drop by more than 50 degrees, reaching at least minus 20 degrees. This night may be able to pass, but I don't know how many people will survive the snowstorm on the second day. Open the AC module. I suddenly feel a little cold. How about you? Me too. I feel cold too. I think I was wrong. I didn't expect you all to feel cold. Could this be the big thing that's about to happen? It's just a temperature drop. Maybe we'll come back tomorrow. The zombies are out. Isn't it normal to have a sudden temperature change? That makes sense, but I still feel like something is not right. We have almost finished picking up all the treasure chests, so let's go back first. After all, we haven't seen any zombies or anything like that. I haven't seen any either. I was very nervous at first, but there are no zombies so far, and the temperature has suddenly dropped. Could something have happened? Is the boss of Inyong Palace here? Master, please help. What on earth happened? Is the boss here? He doesn't seem to be here. The last time he spoke to me was a few days ago, but there are messages hanging in the trading module. I guess he didn't read it. It's getting late. Is the boss going to bed? What you said makes sense. UMO shook his head and didn't care about these things. He was going to try not to tell anyone about the end of the world. What would happen? I've been awake since daytime and have not rested since then. I fall asleep as soon as I close my eyes. In the shelter where I traded with UMO before and exchanged the thermal gun for the thermostat. In the conference room, a group of people looked solemn, with the thermostat blueprint that was traded in the middle. The man in the middle said, I suspect this person already knew about the end of the world, and this thermostat is an important clue. He might have the scientific team in his hands, which is why he was so happy to hand over the blueprint. The temperature will drop suddenly, perhaps to below zero or even lower. The thermostat will come in handy. The use of the thermal energy gun is not clear at the moment, so we need to produce a large number of thermostats now, at least one for each person. What do you think? Others were lost in thought. 2 or 3 days ago, a thermostat blueprint was obtained through trading. The temperature suddenly dropped today. They didn't believe me when I said there was nothing wrong with it. I agree. Regardless of whether the temperature drops, the thermostat should be produced. Even if it is not used now, it will be useful in the future. Someone took the lead, and others responded. I agree. Agree. Okay, let's produce 3,000 sets first, 1 set for each person, hopefully in time. 25, day 7. Time passes slowly. On the wall of Inyong Palace, a soldier on patrol suddenly looked up and saw a falling snowflake. He was stunned. What's wrong? The captain's voice came. Report to the commander. It's snowing. It's snowing? No, I don't feel cold. The captain subconsciously raised his head and remembered the thermostat that UMO gave them. So the captain tried to close it. Hiss! Ha! The cold breath instantly made the opponent shiver, and the hot air he exhaled turned into white air. It's so cold! The captain quickly opened it again, and the temperature rose rapidly. Keep patrolling. Yes. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the temperature dropped to 10 degrees. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, the temperature is 0 degrees. I don't know how many people were woken up by the cold, except for the Inyong Palace and the shelter that exchanged the thermostat blueprint. The temperature was still dropping, and the AC module was frying. What the hell? What kind of weather is this? It's so cold. The water in my shelter has frozen. The temperature is dropping too fast. I don't even have a cotton coat. What should I do? I just saw a thermostat in the trading module. Although it's a bit expensive, I changed it and the temperature is stable at 20 degrees. Now, I feel much more comfortable. What? There's something so good. I want to change one too. The weather is so cold. If I had known earlier, I would have prepared it earlier. What? 10 bronze chests are needed for 1 thermostat. This is a money grab. You don't need a treasure chest. You can use zombie cores. 10 ordinary zombie cores can be exchanged for 1, and 1 F-level zombie core can be exchanged for 1. This is simply a money grab. Even if I freeze to death here, I won't buy any. Not even 1. I'm waiting for you here. I've already exchanged dozens of them. This must be the intention of the Inyong Palace boss. I've exchanged dozens of them here. Other shelters must need more. With such a large number, no one except the Inyong Palace boss should be able to take them out. No, it's too cold. I don't have any cotton clothes. The fire is about to go out. This is such terrible weather. When people complain, the temperature is still dropping. It was 3 in the morning, minus 5 degrees. It was 4 in the morning, minus 10 degrees. 6 o'clock, 20 degrees below zero. When UMO opened his eyes the next day, he saw a white world. Master, the heavy snow has been going on for 3 hours, and the average snow thickness has reached 56 centimeters. Ari's voice rang out, awakening the dazed UMO. Half a meter. UMO slapped his head and forgot about the snowmobile and other means of transportation. How much progress has the vaccine made? 65%, expected to be completed within 5 days. Okay, all scientists related to vaccines should study vaccines, and their priority will be raised to the highest level. Yes. UMO shook his head and said, let's get the vaccine out first, and we can deal with the rest in a few days. When he opened the door, a bone-chilling cold wind blew in his face. Even with UMO's physical condition, he couldn't help but shiver. After turning on the thermostat, the temperature quickly rose, and I felt comfortable. The snow was so thick that it was above the knees. Someone was sweeping the snow in a single layer of clothing. Thermostats can also melt snow outside, but the power consumption will increase significantly. UMO thought about it and decided not to ask anyone to clear the snow. After all, the snow would keep falling and would be at least 3 meters deep. The average snow layer in the wilderness is more than 5 meters. Ice creatures will descend on the 8th to 9th day, and then the snow layer will drop to become a combination of ice and snow. The 7th day is relatively safe, and the zombies need to survive. Yuma turned on the AC module, and it exploded again. It's cold. Too cold. Does anyone have a cotton coat or something like that? Can you trade me one? If this continues, I'll freeze to death. Ha! I grabbed another thermostat. I don't have to be afraid this time. Damn it, why haven't I bought it yet? This thermostat is really useful. It's snowing outside, but it feels like spring inside the house. It's so comfortable. The thermostat uses up power very quickly. What will I do if it runs out of power? Do you have any batteries for sale? Hiss. Now that you mention it, I've thought of this problem. What if the thermostat runs out of power? Boss, please help. Boss, please help. When UMO read it, the text below became a series of identical words, all of which were repeated on repeat. UMO took a look at the inventory. The assembly line was continuously producing thermostats. Half of the production was traded to these people. It was much faster to get resources from them than to collect them by himself. Batteries are also being produced, but instead of selling the batteries directly, they are selling a new thermostat, which requires a thermostat without electricity and a zombie core. A thermostat at minus 20 degrees, under the maximum range, can be used for 6 hours and can maintain the temperature of one person for 24 hours. There are still many shelters left, and there must be many people who can hold on. In this way, there will be a large amount of zombie core income every day. Sooner or later, the resources in their hands will be concentrated in his hands. UMO smiled and wrote down the terms of the deal, ignoring their comments. How to sell is his business. Whether to buy is their business. It doesn't matter if they don't buy, as long as they don't freeze to death. Underground Fortress. It was UMO's first time entering. The metal passages and metal rooms were almost all made of metal. It felt like a space battleship. The overall range is somewhat irregular, but after zooming in, you can see that the channels up, down, left, and right are neatly arranged. There are only right-angle channels up, down, left, and right, and no other angle channels. There is a road junction every 50 meters with numbers on it. Anyone who comes in will be assisted by RE's subroutine. Otherwise, anyone who comes in will get lost. The passage is spacious enough to accommodate 20 people walking side by side. The lighting is bright, but not glaring. There is a passage every 100 meters, equipped with a helicopter elevator. The distance between each floor is at least 30 meters, which is equivalent to the height of a 10-story building. Some larger space buildings can also be easily accommodated. The whole area is divided into several major areas: residential area, research area, daily life area, etc. If you don't care about the sunlight, it's almost the same as the outside world, or even safer, and everyone has a place to live above ground and underground. However, it is temporary residence at this stage. After stabilization, you need to use work to exchange for permanent residency. UMO wandered around aimlessly for a while, then went to the laboratory to tinker with some means of transportation on the snow. 26 Snow Train. Laboratory. When UMO arrived, all the scientists and apprentices were conducting their own research or studies. He did not disturb them. Snow transportation includes snowmobiles, tracked vehicles, etc. The fastest one is the snowmobile, but it is too fragile. Facing the attack of ice creatures, it will be smashed into pieces in one go. Others with high defense are not suitable for walking on snow. After reading it once, UMO opened the transaction module. Whenever a new thermostat is installed, it is snapped up immediately because everyone is afraid of missing out. After all, if you can't get a thermostat in this kind of weather, you can only wait to die. It is also possible for multiple people to share one, but they have to fight for it first. And if so many people use one, won't they go out to get points? Won't they resist when the ice creatures attack? So it is standard for everyone to have a thermostat, but those people just haven't realized it yet. Buy snow transport blueprints. Bring your own price. Yumo no longer cares about resources. There are plenty of resources in the Inyong Palace. If the underground fortress didn't have a large storage space, there would be no way to store so many supplies. After Yumal was hung up, I started to study snowmobiles, which are just a simple means of transportation. And it uses electricity because there is no material such as oil. There are only various products after oil processing. About 10 minutes later, the transaction module sent a reminder. Snow Train Blueprint, Silver Level. A vehicle that combines sturdiness and capacity. With maximum capacity, it can reach a maximum speed of 200 kilometers per hour. With this, you can outrun the ice creatures, right? The deal required 1,000 thermostats and 3 sets of backup batteries. UMO waved his hand and agreed directly. He doesn't need a thermostat, so it doesn't matter if he exchanges it. When facing ice creatures, the most important thing is the strength of firepower. As long as he can ensure the firepower is always sufficient, he can always stay ahead. The deal is done. Silver level Snow Train Blueprint +1. Upgrade. Gold level Snow Train Blueprint +1. Gold level Snow Train Blueprint. Increase the capacity limit by 50%, can accommodate 450 people. Increase the speed to 250 kilometers at full load. Increase the weapon loading module and reduce power consumption. UMO nodded with satisfaction. After sorting out the inventory, the production of the first snow train began. After that, he began to reverse engineer the snow train blueprint and turn the magic explosion into his own technology. An hour later, gold level snow train +1. Upgrade. Gold level snow train +10. 11 snow trains appeared together in the backpack. Then I encountered an embarrassing problem. No charging station. Yuma had to continue researching charging piles for snow trains. This huge train, which is also a free-type train, consumes a terrifying amount of electricity, especially when it can run 250 kilometers at full load. So the battery we use is not an ordinary battery, but a high-energy ion battery technology. This technology is generally used in aircraft, and one piece can support a whole day of flight. The capacity is very large, so a special charging pile is needed to carry the strong current generated during charging. Fortunately, the charging pile technology is not difficult. UMO relied on his previous memory and cooperated with Ali's analysis. It took more than 3 hours to develop the charging pile. Snow Train Dedicated Charging Station. Same level as the Snow Train. Can be fully charged in 1 hour and can maintain the train's maximum power operation for 48 hours. With it, You can have fun in the snow, but do you have enough electricity? UMO waved his hand and blocked the charging pile in the underground fortress. The fortress has expanded into a new space, hundreds of meters wide and 200 or 300 meters long, with tracks and rails extending to the ground. As long as it is fully charged, it can start directly from underground. It has 15 tracks, which can accommodate 15 trains to stop and charge at the same time. Currently, 11 trains are charging here. The carriage has its own constant temperature device to maintain a stable temperature. There is a carriage as a storage space for supplies. Once arranged, you can set off directly and leave the Inyong palace from the underground. UMO came to the underground station, where only he and Ollie knew. Maybe in the future there will be special tracks for trains, but not now. Every train can be connected by Ollie. The reason why he can develop so fast is also because of Ollie, the advanced artificial intelligence. Otherwise, if we produce so many at once, the shelter will collapse. Ari, how's the scouting of the shelter going? UMO turned around a few times and then left. It has been determined that 3 shelters are difficult to sustain and have the best chance of being conquered. The other shelters are expected to last 2 to 3 days. UMO thought for a while and looked at the charging time of the train. It only takes 1 hour to be fully charged. Then let's make the arrangements. We'll set off in an hour and a half. Yes. The soldiers who were in the training ground suddenly received a message from Ari. Ari can monitor any action of any unit in the Inyong Palace, but she doesn't do that on a daily basis. If the storage consumption is too large, it will be arranged only when there is a plan. For example, soldiers who are currently training do not need anyone to come and notify them. They can receive the news immediately through Ari. Soon after, a total of 400 fully armed soldiers gathered at the training ground, waiting for the next order. UMO went to the warehouse to sort out the various supplies. He carried a lot of food for the journey in his backpack and prepared to put ammunition in the carriage. The weapons used by the soldiers need to be replaced with bullets, unlike the weapons controlled by Ari, which can be exchanged directly from the system. So the carriages that were originally used to store supplies were used to store various ammunition and other items. After the arrangements were almost complete, UMO went to the training ground without any delay. Set off. UMO led a group of soldiers into the underground station, and they were immediately shocked. In the huge underground space, 11 streamlined trains are parked here, which are very different from normal trains. First, there are 2 rows of machine gun mounts on the top of the train, which can be used for shooting, which is equivalent to a mobile fortress. The carriage is thickened and can defend against attacks from ordinary ice creatures, provided that they are not frozen. The glass is also reinforced. Unless it is attacked by an E-level ice creature, it cannot be broken. If there are only F-level creatures, as long as there are not too many of them, you can just crash into them. It consumes electricity. The amount of electricity consumed each time it is charged is extremely terrifying. If there is no nuclear fusion power station, UMO really can't afford to use this thing. Not to mention that this time it is charging a train at once. 27. Fusion Shelter. UMO waved his hand and boarded the train with 400 soldiers. The searchlight in front of the train was on. There were 40 people in each of the 10 carriages. UMO was in the cockpit. In fact, the train's cockpit can also carry people. After all, the overall control is done by Ollie. Set off. UMO gave an order. A dull mechanical sound was heard from the base. In the darkness ahead, a white light appeared, spanning the entire base. A strong cold wind blew in from outside, mixed with dense snowflakes, hitting the glass, and the temperature in the underground train station dropped suddenly. Beep! As the sound of the machine starting up rang out, the light ahead became brighter and brighter. The train whistled, the train body shook for a moment, and then began to move forward slowly. In front of UMO, more than a dozen screens popped up, showing all the information about the train and the scenes in each carriage. The train moved forward slowly, and the light ahead gradually expanded until it was bright enough for the train to leave. It was white outside with a lot of snow falling in front. Beep! UMO increased the power of the train, and the heavy train began to speed up. The acceleration distance was not much. After all, in addition to the normal wheels, the train also had tracks underneath. When faced with snow, it could just run over it. The train shook and went off the track into the snow. The car in front began to heat up, and a lot of snow was melted. UMO accelerated again, and the speed of the train began to increase significantly. The tracks replaced the wheels. As the sight suddenly brightened, the train rushed out from underground to the ground and began to move forward on the thick snow. The height and width of the train are very different, with the width being 2.5 times the height. Except for very steep places, the terrain will at most cause the train to tilt, but will not overturn. Beep! All the trains rushed out of the base and began to run wildly on the snow. The 10 tracks of each carriage evenly distribute the weight of the train, so it does not touch the ground when moving forward. But there was still heavy snow in front of me. In addition to the snow layer that was knocked away, there was also a blizzard all over the sky. After about 5 minutes, the train stabilized and rushed to the nearest shelter at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. There are 10 carriages, each with its own power system. If there is only one power system, it would not be able to maintain such a high speed. Yumo sat in the cockpit, looking at the map. In the heavy snow, you can't see anything except the vast white snow. Maybe you will suddenly encounter a treasure chest or something on the road, but the chance is small. UMO replayed the entire process of the train leaving, and after thinking for a while, Ari arranged for engineers from Inyong Temple to renovate the train base. Raise it from underground to above ground and place it near the wall. Increase the acceleration distance from 100 meters to 500 meters. Add an auxiliary acceleration system, and UMO issued a bunch of orders, and the budget rose sharply, almost reaching half of the cost of building the train base. Okay, Ollie went to make arrangements. UMO looked at the vast university ahead, his thoughts drifting away, not knowing what he was thinking. It was not until he was prompted that they were close to the shelter that UMO came to his senses. 1 kilometer away, shut down the power system. UMO reached out and pressed on the projection screen. After the train's power system was shut down, it began to slide on the snow. Due to its heavy weight and the fact that there were 400 soldiers inside, it takes a long distance to stop, which is just enough to reach the destroyed shelter. 10 minutes later, UMO led a team of 20 soldiers out of the car using thermal guns. The sniper guns were temporarily replaced, and there will be stronger weapons later. There was a round object protruding from the snow layer ahead, and it looked like something was being pressed underneath. After UMO approached, found an ownerless shelter. Should we merge it? Yes. A flash of white light appeared, and the raised snow layer obviously went down a little. UMO turned around and returned to the car. Only when he got close could he integrate with other shelters. However, after the secondary shelter comes out, the person in charge of the shelter can integrate other shelters. It is actually very rare to find an ownerless one. As long as someone stays in it for more than 10 minutes, they can get the right to use it. If there is an ownerless shelter, it means that the owner of the shelter is dead, and the people inside are either dead or have left and never returned. UMO shook his head and started the train to the next shelter. An hour later, UMO merged with the 5th ownerless refuge. Due to the sudden arrival of the blizzard and the previous zombie siege, many shelters were left without owners. UMO went over and merged in one by one. After this period of time, the remaining shelters had developed, and it would not be so easy to merge in again. 2 hours later, UMO merged 11 shelters and headed toward a shelter that seemed to be disappearing. The map shows that the color of this shelter is decreasing, the number of people is decreasing, and it is likely that there are no resources. Civilians are leaving or freezing to death in the snow. It's minus 20 degrees Celsius. If you don't have any way to keep warm, you will be frozen to death in a few hours. This shelter did not last until UMO arrived. About 10 kilometers away, the color on the map of the shelter turned gray, which meant that everyone inside had died. After the Lord dies, the shelter will randomly select the next person who originally belonged to this shelter. In short, it will not become ownerless. The result of becoming ownerless is that there are no living people in it. 10 minutes later, when UMO arrived at the shelter, a group of soldiers followed him out of the car. The shelter has not been completely submerged by the university, and some traces can be seen. Some low houses were made of mud, which could be seen at a glance. They were completely incomparable to the cement and steel houses of the Inyong Palace. There were some frozen bodies buried in the snow, which were gradually being covered by the university. The outermost layer can be regarded as the defense of the city wall, but its original shape can no longer be seen. Perhaps he held out until the last moment of the zombie siege before being completely broken, and just when the zombie siege ended, he was lucky enough to escape. UMO reached out and touched the damaged wall, his brows furrowed, and he changed his previous idea. Through the power consumption of the thermostat, it can be concluded that the temperature inside the wall is significantly lower than the normal temperature outside. This is very abnormal, At most, it is about the same temperature as the outside. This situation means that an ice creature has appeared here before, but has left now. UMO raised his hand and punched, breaking a corner of the wall. Very brittle, low defense. 28 conquered the shelter. UMO grabbed a handful of crumbs, and his palms felt cold, which were then quickly melted by the thermostat. Throwing away the crumbs, UMO clapped his hands. Fusion. In a flash of white light, the shelter and the bodies inside disappeared. After the fusion of the shelters, the only extra space in the Inyong Palace was the area and a spot to build a secondary shelter. As for where the original shelters went, no one knew. The train started again and headed to the next shelter. In a shelter, a group of people wearing thick cotton clothes stamped their feet, and their breath instantly turned into white air. There were ice chips on their eyebrows. The person next to him was only wearing a single layer of clothing. The snow near him melted automatically, and there was already a layer of water on the ground. There was a strange-shaped pendant hanging around his waist. When other people looked over, they were full of envy and jealousy. This person was given a thermostat supported by a big boss, while they could only shiver here in ordinary cotton clothes. What a horrible weather. It was fine yesterday, but today it dropped to over 20 degrees below zero. I heard that the water source in the shelter has frozen. I wonder if that's true. Maybe. It's so cold, it must take some means to prevent ice from forming, but there is obviously nothing here. This thermostat is just that it can be used on water sources as well. That makes sense. When can we get a thermostat? I'm wearing a big cotton coat, but it doesn't keep me warm at all. I feel like I'm freezing. It's hard to say. We are not even team leaders. How can we possibly get such good things? Hey, when will this horrible weather end? Hey, wait, did you hear any noise? Sound? What kind of sound could there be? It's snowing heavily. You can't possibly hear the sound of snow falling, right? Is there anyone else coming? Stop kidding. I'm not kidding. I really heard other noises, like something heavy was approaching this side on the snow. The person who was speaking listened carefully, with a serious expression. The others stopped smiling, calmed down, and listened carefully. Crunch. Really? Everyone was shocked, looked at each other, and quickly climbed up the city wall. Amidst the heavy snow, a huge object more than 10 meters wide and 3 meters high was gradually emerging from the blizzard. The raging snowstorm had no effect on it, and it rushed over with the wind and snow. The guards were shocked for a while before they reacted. Go and report to the captain quickly. There is a train rushing in from the heavy snow. The person who shouted out looked bewildered. A normal train should rush over from the track, right? Why is this train so different? It comes directly from the snow? The others came back to their senses, and some hurried to report to the team leader. Crunch. The train stopped 50 meters outside the shelter, and the 2 carriages were almost as long as the shelter. The entire train has 10 carriages, and this train alone is almost as big as the entire shelter. The leader of the shelter was the first to know about it. When he came out, he saw a huge train parked at the door. He was stunned. UMO did not get out of the car, but asked the soldiers to go up to the shooting fortress on the roof of the car, aim at the people in the shelter, and communicate with them through the drone. The wind and snow near the shelter will be less severe, but you can only barely see each other. Well, what is this? Train? This train is too wide. And why can it run without tracks? It's on the snow. Maybe this is a new means of transportation. We don't have any means of transportation. I didn't expect someone could make this kind of thing. There seems to be someone on the train, and something seems to be aiming at us. Wait, are they planning to kill us all? It should be. No way. We have nothing here, and the food is almost gone. What's the point of stealing our things? Maybe there is some trick here. What if the other party really wants to destroy us? Come on, if they really wanted to kill you, they would have done it a long time ago. The Lord is coming. Let the Lord come over. The Lord is here. We don't have to be afraid anymore. The Lord, who was pushed to the front, twitched his lips and had to bite the bullet and go forward. Looking at this long train and the shooting fortresses on the roof, Lim Xiao felt his scalp tingling. If you say something wrong, the other party may open fire. The Lord was considering whether to go over or wait here for the other party to come. A drone flew over, and a voice came from it. I am the master of Inyong Palace. You can choose to submit to Inyong Palace or be trampled down. You'll be given 10 seconds to choose. 10, 9. A cold and ruthless voice came from the drone. The excited and skeptical crowd was poured with a bucket of cold water, chilling them from head to toe. They subconsciously looked at their lord. The enemy has a train with at least several hundred armed men, and all of them combined are just this number. How can we fight them? 3-2. I surrender. The Lord could not bear the pressure, because the muzzles of the enemy's weapons all stretched out from behind the fortress. Hundreds of black gun muzzles were aimed at them, and cold air emerged from behind them. Come out on your own. The countdown in the drone stopped, and a cold voice sounded. The Lord had no choice but to walk out, facing hundreds of black gun muzzles, and slowly walked through the snow. He walked all the way outside the train before stopping, because he received a notice of being conquered. Accept it or die. A cold voice came out from the drone again. All the soldiers close to the Lord have withdrawn. This person is also more than 10 levels, and his sudden outburst is likely to cause harm to the soldiers, so choose to conquer from a distance. Facing the black muzzle of the gun and the countdown that starts over again, the Lord had no choice but to accept it. Although the shelter would disappear, he and the others could survive. It won't affect other people, except that he no longer has the power and strength of the former Lord. Conquered successfully, the shelter has been integrated into the Inyong palace. Do you want to start the transmission? Yes. A flash of white light appeared, and all the people here, along with the shelter, disappeared. A blank area appeared in the ice and snow. The blizzard is not going to abate, and the traces left here will soon disappear. 29. First encounter with ice creatures. Inyong Temple Central Square. A white light suddenly fell from the sky. After the white light disappeared, many figures appeared. She was wearing a single layer of clothing, with a pendant-like thing hanging around her waist. Some were wearing cotton clothes, but there was still a lot of snow on their bodies. They looked blankly at the big city in front of them. The neatly knit buildings and streets, the city walls that you can barely see by squinting your eyes, and the drones flying in the sky. Every scene shocked their hearts and shocked them to the point of numbness. Someone new here? A cold but charming voice sounded. Everyone looked over subconsciously. She was a mature lady in a professional outfit, with a hot body and full of temptation. However, her face was extremely cold. After being stared at, it seemed that even the cold outside was nothing. Most people subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look any further. The rest looked at her secretly. Except for the former Lord, no one had the courage to look her in the eye. Ari, make arrangements as usual. MOU looked around, didn't see anyone, and turned around and left. At this time, a light screen appeared in front of everyone, and a virtual image of a little girl jumped out. You are new members of Inyong Palace. Being able to join Inyong Palace represents your luck. What you need to do next. Ollie began to make arrangements. On the other side, UMO drove the train forward rapidly in the snow. There are shelters marked in red at different depths on the map. The darker the color, the stronger the shelter. The Inyong Palace is the largest and darkest one. In addition to the Inyong Palace, there are many shelters that have exceeded level 10 and have their own names, but in comparison, none of them can surpass the Inyong Palace. The three largest ones, when added together, are only about the same size as the Inyong Palace. But if you want to conquer it, it will be very difficult. After all, the other side has also developed. Maybe they have integrated many shelters, or maybe they have used some other methods. But the larger the shelters, the harder it is to conquer. If you want to conquer a shelter, you have to see the Lord of the shelter. In such a large-scale shelter, the Lord's defense force is very strong. Conquest requires contact with the Lord. If you kill the Lord, the refuge will fall on others, unless you kill everyone. To approach the Lords, one needs to face their powerful guards and armed forces, so it is very difficult. This time, UMO also planned to conquer only a few small shelters, and then merge the ownerless shelters. There are many unowned shelters on the map, many times more than the existing ones, which shows how many people died in them. Time passes slowly. The train arrived at the next location, an ownerless shelter that had been covered in the university. Fortunately, as long as you walk into the confines of the shelter, you can put it away. If you don't run, you will need to shovel snow. The train started again, breaking through the blizzard. Until the evening, UMO conquered 2 more and merged 6 ownerless ones. On the 7th day, the icy doomsday disaster arrived. On the first day, it was just a drop in temperature and snow. The disaster will really come on the 8th day, when countless ice creatures emerge from the blizzard and attack the shelter. After the ice doomsday disaster, only about 1/10 of the shelters will remain. Either the small ones are merged into the large ones, or they disappear completely. On the return journey, ding! Master, the scout has discovered a special unit. UMO, who was resting, woke up immediately. A picture appeared in front of me. On top of the ice and snow, there stood a creature with an icy blue body. In its light blue transparent body, there was a dark blue, small, moving ball. Its eyes are red, and its body is huge, more than 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. Overall, it looks like a giant ice wolf. Behind it, there were smaller ice wolves crawling out from under the snow and standing behind the ice wolf king. UMO frowned, then relaxed. The ice creatures will launch a full-scale attack on the 8th day, and it is normal for them to appear on the night of the 7th day. Don't worry about it, hurry back. UMO said. The number of wolves in this pack exceeded 50, and the soldiers had no experience fighting against ice creatures. Therefore, if we confront them directly, we may suffer serious losses. What we need to do now is to go back as soon as possible, and then fight the ice creatures against the air wall. After accumulating enough experience, we can go out and fight the ice creatures again. This will greatly reduce the casualty rate. The speed of the train increased from 100 kilometers to 200 kilometers. It only took an hour and a half to return to Inyong Palace. Scout all nearby locations where ice creatures appear, focusing on the area near the Inyong Palace. If they're within range, attack them directly. Yes. Soon, Ari's investigation results are out. A dozen birth points of ice creatures appeared near the Inyong Palace. UMO waved his hand. The enhanced electromagnetic cannon launched a salvo, covering their birth point. The attack on each birth point appeared in front of every soldier in the form of a projection. The scenes that followed chilled the soldiers' hearts. The enhanced electromagnetic cannon fired a shot at a giant ice bear. The giant bear's head and upper body were blown apart, but the core of its strength was at its feet. In just 2 seconds, the shattered body returned to normal and let out a silent roar. But then it was attacked by other attacks and shells fell on it. The entire body of the giant bear was blown into pieces, and its power core was naturally blown up. This time the giant bear did not recover and turned into a pile of scattered ice. In addition to the giant bear, various ice creatures look similar. As long as the power core is not destroyed, you can use the ice and snow to recover infinitely. The first volley will kill even an E-level creature. However, a full third of the icy creatures, which were not considered to be of the same level, ran away, leaving only 2/3. Many soldiers felt cold in their hearts. If there was no air wall, ordinary walls would be as good as non-existent to them. And this is just an ordinary creature without levels among the ice creatures. If they have levels, how difficult would it be to deal with them? Yumo watched the whole thing and then fell into deep thought. He had forgotten this. When the ice creatures stand on the snow, their defense will be greatly improved, so they are not blown up by the enhanced electromagnetic cannon. If they were in the air, this shot would surely blow the giant bear to pieces. Yumo thought for a moment and said to Ali, 30 demonic slime. Ari, notify the engineering team to build a bounce module within 100 meters around the Inyong Palace wall. The principle of the bouncing module is very simple. That is, to place a device in the snow layer that can allow creatures on the snow layer to take off. This module can launch the ice creatures standing on it into the air. Once they leave the snow layer, their defense will be greatly reduced, and it will not be the case that one shot is completely useless. Moreover, this module will be covered by the air wall's defense and will not be destroyed by ice creatures. It can also be used. This way, the efficiency of clearing ice creatures can be increased several times, but the hit rate will be lower. Of course, you can also directly hit the power core of the ice creatures and break them directly. However, this requires a lot of shooting experience, and even requires a sharpshooter. It has only been a few days since the Doomsday disaster, and the Inyong Palace has not been able to train such a powerful sharpshooter. However, as time goes by, some people will gradually show their talents among the crowd. Master, an ice creature was found 10 kilometers ahead of the train. Ari's sudden reminder brought Umo back to his senses, and he looked at another scene. 2 3-meter-high balls crawled out of the snow, compared with other ice creatures. These 2 creatures are very elastic, jumping around on the snow, and every time they jump, the snow layer will drop a lot. Slime? How could such a low-level monster appear now? Yumontak found it. In his memory, this kind of ice slime from the demon race should only appear after the Zerg Doomsday disaster. It's possible that he had never seen it before. They were just 2 slimes, and even on the snow, they couldn't stop a high-speed train. Adjust the direction, turn on the stability system after approaching, and crash into it directly. Umo gave the order. The stabilization system is actually a pair of wings on both sides of the train. This pair of wings has different curvatures, so at the same speed, they can bring different lifts. With a speed of 200 kilometers per hour and a 10-meter-long wing, the lift it possesses can solve most of the problems of train rollovers. Then, each carriage of the train shook at the same time, and the top began to slowly open to both sides. At this stage, it was just a thick iron sheet, and there would be no lift. In less than a minute, the train turned into a very strange shape. The normal train has pairs of wings. Each carriage has 3 pairs of wings, making it look like a large centipede. In nearly 3 minutes, UMO saw a creature in the distance. It was indeed a low-level creature from the demon clan, an ice slime. They just hopped around in the same place with no intention of changing places. The train roars in. The slime spotted the train and tried to jump, but was hit by the train the next second. The heavy train, traveling at 200 kilometers per hour, crashed into the slime, causing it to explode instantly, with countless liquids flying in all directions. The train shook violently, and the direction of the impact was not in the center, but slightly off-center, with a sign of tipping over, but it was pulled back the next second and regained stability. The same thing happened to the other slime. It was hit by a high-speed train and exploded. Light blue liquid flew all over the sky and turned into ice debris when it landed. Kill the slime, points plus 10. Kill the slime, points plus 10. Upgrade, points plus 200. Yumo didn't care. Slime was a very weak creature. Among the many disaster creatures, it belonged to the lowest level. Of course, there are also slime counterattacks. He has only heard of it, but has never seen it. All the best from now on. After approaching the Inyong Palace, it began to slow down, relying on its powerful inertia to turn off the power a few kilometers away, and finally glided to the vicinity of the Inyong Palace. The train stop was raised from underground to the ground and is located in the corner of the Inyong Palace's wall, close to the wall. It is over 600 meters long and 300 meters wide, with 20 dedicated tracks, half of which are used for snow trains. The acceleration distance was more than 400 meters, and a heavy iron gate was opened on the city wall. Coming in from the snow and ice outside, the station has a roof, so there is no snow. When the train comes in, there will be tracks on the ground. Due to the weight of the train, the wheels below will fall into the tracks and can only move along the tracks. There are many tracks, but they all lead to dedicated tracks and finally stop at specific locations. After the train stopped, UMO arranged for the soldiers to patrol the city walls. With the thermostat, as long as the batteries were replaced in time, there would be no chance of freezing. Back to the 3-story building, UMO was considering whether to divide the identities of the Inyong Palace. The current population has exceeded 12,000. Due to the many projects, the newly added civilians have no objection to using food instead of a day's pay. But this development speed will surely slow down, and by then it will not work to only use food as a reward. If we classify them again at that time, it will be very troublesome, and there may be problems. There have been some minor problems, but thanks to MOU's arrangement, nothing has happened. The price he paid was that MOU had never had a good rest. Yumo thought for a long time and decided. Ali, add identification to everyone in Inyong Palace, count everyone's positions, and divide the work according to position starting tomorrow. In addition to the normal food and drink, there will be additional rewards. The rewards can be exchanged for everything in Inyong Palace. The division is mainly based on authority, from low to high. There are level 1, level 2, and so on. There is no blockade for the time being. The pricing of the work, the pricing of the various resources in the Inyong Palace, and the quantity to be distributed will be decided by MOU. Yumo made some arrangements. Simply put, he just provides a framework and leaves the rest to MOU. Although it will keep MOU busy for a while, his efficiency will improve overall after he is busy, and he will not be as tired as before. Okay, it's night now, and almost everyone is resting. It can be used to count all the information of everyone. There are a total of 12,637 people, of which 4,000 are soldiers. This module is independent and different from the normal module. UMO didn't care about the rest. MOU could handle it by himself. If he wanted help, it would just be a nuisance. Then, Yumo fell asleep with a little guilt for making MOU continue to work overtime. The next day, I opened my eyes and saw a white world again. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. UMO felt refreshed and probably walked up to the city wall after washing up. At this point in time, it should be time for the ice creatures to attack the shelter. 31. Ice creatures arrive. Just climb the city wall. UMO saw an ice blue world. Outside the 800-meter radius of the Inyong Palace, All you can see is dense swarms of ice creatures, as if they were connected to form an ice field. Yumo's scalp was tingling. He knew that as the level of the shelter increased, the number of icy creatures he would face would increase. But I didn't expect there would be so many. Moreover, in Ari's reconnaissance map, this density of ice creatures has stretched out for at least 3 kilometers. And there are more ice creatures joining in. Yumo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He was afraid that even the other 3 large shelters combined would not be able to withstand an attack of this magnitude. All weapons are ready to go to war at any time. But something is wrong on the ice creature's side. These icy creatures were outside the effective range of the thermal guns. They seemed to be waiting for something. Yumo opened the map and looked at it. There was no sign of ice creatures on it. The map level was still not high enough. Ari's reconnaissance module covers all ice creatures. Each drone has a reconnaissance device that can display the unit activities within a range of 500 meters. Judging from the overall movement, these ice creatures all seem to be very quiet and have an inexplicable feeling of pilgrimage, as if they are waiting for the arrival of a king. Yumo carefully observed these icy creatures. The difference between the F-level and E-level creatures was not that big, so it was not easy to recognize them. He could only rely on his own experience to distinguish. There were many F-level creatures, but the E-level creatures dropped sharply. He basically didn't see any D-level creatures, but there might be some C-level creatures. These ice creatures should be waiting for the arrival of a C-level ice creature. If there are only D-level ones, they cannot suppress so many ice creatures. Yumo frowned. If it is a C-level ice creature, Inyong Palace can only defend it but cannot kill it. However, the birth of C-level creatures is not so easy. In the previous biochemical doomsday disaster, only 1 D-level zombie was born in this area. If you want to give birth to a C-level creature, these numbers are probably not enough. Yumo recalled the previous battles with the ice creatures, and some vague memories gradually became clear. After the Zerg doomsday disaster, the ice creatures did not disappear on a large scale. Instead, they stood in opposition to the Zerg doomsday disaster. Therefore, it is common for Zerg and ice creatures to attack shelters together. When ice creatures face a shelter that they cannot destroy, they often use a fusion method. A large number of ice creatures merge together and eventually become a powerful creature, which may even break through the level cap and be able to rise from level D to level C. It just requires a lot of ice creatures, and he has only seen them once before. The abnormality of these ice creatures may be due to this. They want to gather a certain number of them, merge with each other, form a powerful individual, and then launch an attack. Yumo thought he had guessed the ice creature's idea, but there was a problem. All weapons on the walls of Inyong Palace have limited range, and ice creatures do not approach this range. There is no way to suppress the ice creatures unless you walk out of the air wall. However, the soldiers had no experience in facing sieges by ice creatures. If they went out directly, they might be ambushed and not even come back. Yumo was in a dilemma, considering which long-range weapon would be more lethal. The stalemate lasted for about 5 minutes, and suddenly there was movement among the ice creatures. Many cores appeared in the large-scale ice creature community. With these cores as the center, the ice creatures within a certain range around them began to gather here. One by one, the ice creatures walked closer to the core. Their bodies changed and merged with other ice creatures. The power core also concentrated in a certain direction. The number of ice creatures is huge, so there are thousands of fused creatures, and the whole thing looks like a gorilla. The translucent gorilla has many power cores in its body, with many joints and force points. After integrating many power cores, the gorilla's eyes seemed to have some light, and it was no longer as muddle-headed as ordinary ice creatures. Within 5 minutes, thousands of fused gorillas appeared in the area of the original ice creatures, and the other creatures disappeared. Boom! One of the gorillas suddenly raised his arms and hit the snow hard, making a loud noise, and then the other gorillas did the same. One after another, fused creatures more than 10 meters tall rushed over, and after a few jumps, they were within the range of the attack. The soldiers were pale, sweating profusely, holding their guns tightly, and their arms were trembling slightly. Yumo had no expression on his face. He had seen many ice-fused creatures and had led others to kill many of them. This time, there were more fused creatures, but it did not change his expression. After the fused creature entered the range, Ari fired first. The enhanced electromagnetic cannon fired at once, and thousands of shells flew out and hit the fusion creature's head heavily. At that time, More than a dozen fusion creatures had their heads smashed, and several of their power cores were destroyed. The rest also suffered a lot of damage. Points plus 10. Points plus 10. Tips keep appearing. The power core represents the ice creature. As long as you break the power core, you can get points. Ice creatures no longer have material rewards. In the previous zombie siege, as long as you kill some zombies, you can basically get the corresponding planting blueprints. Timely development now basically can achieve self-sufficiency. After all, the modularity in the shelter is similar to that in the game. It only takes 1 or 2 days to harvest once. Unless you have bad luck and don't encounter planting blueprints or something. After killing the ice creatures, you will get points and something called ice essence, which can be used for bathing. It can purify the body, increase the body's strength, and make the ordinary body more suitable for future practice. If you can hold on until the end of practice, the ice creature I just killed only gained 1% of its ice essence. Not only does it not necessarily exist on every ice creature, but some changes are only a little bit. For it to work, it requires at least 1 unit, rather than a powerful ice creature with very little ice essence in its body. Boom! After a round of volleys, no fusion creature was killed. There are too many power cores of fused creatures. 32 fusion. If you want to completely kill an ice creature, you must break its energy core. Kill as many as you can. A round of shooting only blew up some of the power cores in the bodies of several fused creatures, which was still far from destroying a fused creature. The remaining fused creatures were still approaching rapidly. Pete! UMO gave the order, and the cold voice brought the soldiers back to their senses. They were frightened by the siege of the ice creatures just now and did not react. Otherwise, they would have opened fire together. After the soldiers woke up, within a few seconds, the sky was covered with pale, red light. He rushed out from the wall and landed on the fused creature. Bang! 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 The normal lethality of the thermal gun is weaker than that of the enhanced electromagnetic cannon, but after encountering targeted attributes, the power will be multiplied. The thermal guns attacked the fused creatures, creating large holes in their bodies and even piercing their entire bodies. Even though the power core was not hit, a large number of power cores were shattered due to the radioactive damage of the bullet. Tips for gaining points immediately filled the screen. Even a few tips for gaining the essence of ice were overshadowed by the tips for gaining points. 4,000 soldiers were on the city wall, divided into 3 layers, each with a certain number of firing holes. Otherwise, crowding together will greatly affect the burst of lethality. As for the top layer, there are enhanced electromagnetic cannons controlled by Ari, as well as a large number of thermal energy guns. The fusion creature that rushed over first had already fallen under the attack of the thermal energy gun, and its body turned into a large number of broken ice cubes. Some parts were melted by the high temperature of the thermal energy gun bullets, and some parts that had already melted were frozen again. Bang! 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 At this time, the only sound around was the sound of gunfire. If I didn't bring soundproofing equipment, I would lose my ears if I stayed here for a while. UMO was at the top of the city wall, looking at the map shown by Ari. Ari's map marked the locations of the fused creatures, as well as the dozens of fused creatures that had been killed. With the current firepower, none of these fused creatures can reach the city wall. After all, there are ejection modules in the area 100 meters outside the city wall. Their current strength is due to the power of the ice field. After leaving the ice field, these fused creatures would only end up being reduced to slag in the face of such a dense firepower network. If you keep this attack intensity, you don't have to worry. However, ice creatures are different from zombies, especially the fused ice creatures. They have a certain amount of intelligence and will not keep dying. After the fusion creatures attacked for more than an hour, the offensive slowed down a lot. After all, hundreds of fused creatures died during the attack, and no one could reach within 100 meters of the Inyong palace. The offensive gradually stopped, and the soldiers had time to rest. The continuous sound of gunfire finally stopped. The fused creatures stopped a kilometer away and gathered together, as if discussing something. Their eyes were no longer cloudy, but had some spiritual light. Ari replaced the drone's attack module with a thermal gun and attacked them. UMO made a prompt decision. The intelligence of ice creatures will increase with time and number, but zombies will not. So we can't let them stay together for too long, or something unexpected might happen. Soon, a drone equipped with a thermal gun took off, carrying a large amount of ammunition, and flew out of the range of the air wall. On the vast ice field, large icy creatures, more than 10 meters tall and more than 10 meters long, gathered here one after another. Inside their transparent bodies, the core of power flickered with light, as if it contained some kind of law, forming some kind of communication between them. At this time, there was some noise in the air, and the noise was clearly heard through the snowstorm. Several fused creatures looked up and saw a small black dot approaching in the sky, and then saw a flash of red flame. Bang, bang, bang. Intensive gunfire rang out in the snowstorm, and a large number of bullets hit the three ice creatures. Their bodies were easily penetrated, and the power cores within the bullets' range shattered and exploded. The huge body was broken into countless pieces in the blink of an eye and scattered on the ground. In less than 2 seconds, the three fused creatures were completely killed, and no power core escaped. The fused creatures around them suddenly started to move. One of them suddenly jumped up and waved its arms to try to shoot down the drone in the air. But it only jumped to a height of more than 10 meters, while the lowest altitude of drones was more than 100 meters. Maintain altitude, change targets, and continue to tilt fire. A large number of drones began to attack the fused creatures below, focusing on several fused ice creatures that seemed to be showing signs of becoming fusion cores. If these fused creatures become the core of another fusion, it won't be so easy to kill them. UMO watched for a while, locked onto some targets, and then let Ari do whatever she wanted. She couldn't let the fused creatures show any signs of evolution. He opened the Inyong Palace's technology tree and prepared to find a new weapon that could be very useful against sea-level creatures. Enhanced electromagnetic cannons can kill E-level creatures. Sea-level creatures need a large number of enhanced electromagnetic cannons to suppress the opponent with quantity, rather than winning by total mass. After UMO looked through them, he chose the next weapon, D-Class Railgun. Not only has the Crisis reached D-level, but it can also kill D-level enemies instantly. The range has also been increased from less than 800 meters of the enhanced electromagnetic cannon to more than 10 kilometers. There is a huge gap between each level of evolutionary organisms, so there is also a gap between the corresponding technologies. The D-Class Railgun has enough lethality to kill ordinary D-Class creatures in seconds. If there are enough of them, they can move freely within the D level and will not be powerless against the C level. Moreover, railguns are a series, starting from D-Class, C-Class, B-Class, A-Class, and even S-Class railguns, all available. There are 2 ways to get a D-level railgun. One is to kill creatures of the corresponding level and obtain the blueprint. Second, there are scientists in related fields conducting research. The first one has too much uncertainty, and there is no place to find D-level creatures now. So I can only choose the second one. It takes a long time, but you can see the progress, instead of relying on the somewhat illusory burst rate of D-level creatures. UMO opened the science group, and the number of people increased to 50, divided into 3 groups. The vaccine progress has reached 58%, and it will be completed in a few days. This team cannot be moved, so the other 2 can be arranged. 33. Railgun. One of them is conducting a series of biological research, conducting comprehensive tests on various organisms to find out their weaknesses. Another group has not yet decided on a direction, and most of them are at the apprentice level. So UMO selected this group, an order was sent, and the team received a new mission to develop a D-Class railgun. This is an almost impossible challenge for a scientific team that is mostly apprentices. Therefore, UMO did not set a time limit and just cultivated and studied at the same time. After the arrangements were made, UMO continued to increase the firepower on the wall, occasionally turning on the communication module. What on earth are these moving ice cubes? Why can't we kill them? Damn it, my wall has been breached. They can actually fuse. What the hell are these things? Even guns can't break their defenses. Damn it, am I going to die just like that? I've held on until now without being killed by zombies, but now I'm going to be frozen to death by these ice monsters. I can't accept this. There's a dark blue ball in their bodies. Aim at that thing, and if you break it, you can kill these ice monsters. But ordinary weapons can't break them at all. These creatures are very special. When they stand on the snow, their defense will be greatly improved. When they attack, they will jump out of the snow. That is an opportunity. After leaving the snow, weapons that can kill zombies can also kill them. Thank you, Big Boss. I have killed several of them. They are really tough monsters. If I can't hit the blue ball, they will keep recovering. I don't know when this will end. We must stay still and not leave the wall. It's best to kill them when they rush over. Otherwise, their bodies will turn into ice and pile up under the wall. If we don't have a melting device, these ice creatures will soon climb up the wall, and then there will be nothing we can do. But my wall is only 5 meters high. Many ice creatures have been killed below. Now there is only 4 meters left. I don't have any ice melting equipment. Who has ice melting equipment? I'm using all my inventory to trade. Everyone uses this kind of thing. If you think about it, it must consume a lot of materials. Your stuff may not be enough to cover the cost. Big boss, help me. My wall has been breached. The communication module occasionally displays some messages. Some are about how to fight ice creatures. Some are for help. Some are various precautions. And the most are trading information. If ice creatures don't pile up ice, it would be much easier to defend against them. But because their bodies after death will become stepping stones for other ice creatures, this becomes a very troublesome matter. UMO looked at the trading module and selected several conditions that offered more resources. Boss, what is a thermal gun? Can it deal with these ice creatures? You'll know if you try it. UMO first put up a thermal energy gun and waited for a few seconds after the transaction was successful. The other side sent a message. It really works. Thank you, big guy. I'll trade the remaining resources for thermal guns and bullets. All of them. This person was obviously in a very urgent situation and didn't even bother to bargain. UMO didn't cheat him too much. He reduced the quantity a little bit and traded the thermal gun and bullets to him. Let them survive, and then collect various resources, and then use them to exchange for more powerful weapons here. This will be much faster than integrating the ownerless shelter. The next few transactions were carried out in the same way. First, give them a thermal gun, let them try out its power, and then trade in large quantities. If someone wanted to bargain, UMO would just ignore them. If they wanted to bargain, it meant that the situation was not urgent, and they would not need the thermal gun. It would be better to give it to them. Several shelters that wanted to lower the price were immediately at a loss. They had never expected it to be like this. Boss, we were wrong. Please make a deal. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bargained down the price. Whatever you say is what it is. Big brother, please be merciful. Can you give me a few more bullets? I really can't afford this. There was a burst of wailing in the communication module, as if some tragedy had occurred. However, UMO ignored them and doubled the price of the thermal gun and bullets in the transaction. In the end, only a few shelters bought it, while the others refused. UMO didn't care. Facing the ice doomsday, it wasn't just the thermal gun that was effective. It was impossible to monopolize the situation with just a thermal gun. Besides, there are treasure chests that may reveal blueprints and other things. UMO went through most of the transactions in the transaction module. He had no shortage of resources, and the amount of points was also very huge. There is no need to worry about the attack of the ice creatures outside for the time being. The E-level creatures have enhanced electromagnetic cannons, thermal guns, and ejection modules. D-level creatures will not be born in a short period of time. This seemingly most dangerous period is actually the safest for Inyong Palace. After sweeping the trading module, Yumo went to the laboratory. The progress of the D-class railgun could not be stopped. He was also considered half a scientist. It is not as good as a professional scientific team, but it is no problem for ordinary research. This will greatly reduce the workload of the scientific team. All the data required for the core technology comes from basic data. UMO felt a little strange at first, but he soon adapted to it. It seemed as if the time when he was alone in the laboratory had come back to him. As data appeared one by one, Ari helped draw the graphs, and the speed increased rapidly. Ari repeatedly calculated the super complex data and only used it after confirming that there were no problems. Time flies by in the research. The 10th day after the end of the world, the 3rd day of the ice doomsday, UMO stretched his body, walked out of the laboratory, squinted his eyes, and looked up at the sky, feeling sore all over his body. After sleeping for less than 15 hours in 3 days, he worked overtime with Ari's powerful computing power to develop the blueprint of the D-class railgun. Ari accounts for 95% of the data calculations, which is also the bulk of the railgun. If it were a vaccine, it wouldn't be that fast. The D-class railgun blueprint has been activated, and the resources consumed are also extremely huge, so UMO can only sort out the materials for one railgun first. After returning to the villa and taking a nap, get D-level railgun +1. Trigger lucky critical hit. Select from 1. D-level railgun +10. 2. C-class railgun +1. 34. Conquest token. Choose 2. UMO's eyes sparkled, without any hesitation. The lethality of the C-class railgun can instantly kill C-class, also known as platinum-class creatures. The previous golden zombies could be killed instantly with one shot, without any surprises. 1D level, 1C level. 2 railguns appear in the backpack. UMO opened the map of Inyong Palace. This kind of long-range, powerful, lethal weapon must naturally be placed in a key position. Finally, we chose to add an underground launch module in the center of the Inyong Palace. After all, the railgun shells can adjust their direction during flight, which is equivalent to patrol port guided shells. After all, if they cannot be tracked, D-level creatures will not stay in one place and wait for the bombs to fall. The underground launch module was finally chosen to be located under UMO's residence, and the villa was also renovated. It looks like an ordinary 3-story building, but it has actually become a base launch module. After everything was ready, it was already the evening of the 11th day. UMO walked up to the city wall. Facing the ice creatures that rushed over from time to time, the soldiers were no longer nervous and faced the ice creatures skillfully. Due to the death of the ice creatures, a thick layer of ice has appeared on the snow outside the Inyong Palace. UMO looked for a while and then left. When I opened the map provided by the system, I saw that the red dots of several shelters had turned gray, which meant that the people inside had died in the attack of the ice creatures. There are no other shelters within 100 kilometers of Inyong Palace. All of them have been integrated into Inyong Palace. This brings up a problem. The current Inyong Palace is a bit awkward. Expand outwards. The area is not enough, the number of people is not enough, and there are too many ice creatures. We might be wiped out outside. Don't expand. Ice creatures only attack occasionally and won't always kill you. Resources and points won't grow very fast. However, without too many attacks from ice creatures, Inyong Palace became very safe. It should be the safest one among all the shelters in this area. Out of boredom, Yuma opens the communication module. Help, sir. These ice creatures are about to rush over. What should I do? What to do? Leave it alone. Not only can it be served cold, it can also be chilled. If you are really attacked, then just lie down somewhere. Is there anyone in the shelter who can get out now? That's right. The bosses of Inyong Palace wouldn't dare to come out at this time. If they encounter a large number of ice creatures and fuse them together, they will be doomed. May the best of luck come to you. It's your bad luck or your failure to develop the shelter. Boss, I have a special device. If the other party agrees, I can designate a shelter for fusion. Boss from Inyong Palace, can you take me in? I'm really going to die. UMO suddenly found something interesting, so he turned it back and took a closer look. Conquest token, one-time use tool. Effect. The user designates a shelter to initiate conquest. If the other party agrees, they will merge into the shelter, regardless of distance, but they need to leave traces of the other party. UMO was surprised. He didn't expect there was such a strange item. He guessed it must have come from a mysterious treasure chest. In the past, someone had studied the contents of treasure chests, including bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. These treasure chests have been opened countless times, and the contents have been figured out. The mysterious treasure chests are not so good. Not only are the output low, but the items are also very random. No one knows how many items are inside the mysterious treasure chests. The classification of mysterious treasure chests is to raise the lower limit. For example, the mysterious gold treasure chest will not open ordinary potatoes and the like. UMO had never seen this kind of token before, but the system gave an explanation, which proved that this was a real one. UMO initiated a deal with him. I am the Lord of Inyong Palace. Your offer is very good. I accept it. The other party is also a very decisive person. Obtain Conquest Token +1. Upgrade Conquest Token +10. UMO was stunned for a moment. He almost forgot about this upgrade system. This way, he could merge 10 shelters without leaving home. And if the designated party does not accept it, the token will not disappear. Only the shelter that is integrated into the Inyong Palace will be counted as a token. UMO took out a token and used it. Please select the target to launch the conquest. UMO chose the other party through chatting. A second later, another shelter message appeared on the token. I initiated the conquest and you just accept it. UMO said to that person, wait it again, conquer success. The shelter has been integrated into the Inyong Palace. Brush. A beam of white light descended on the central square of the Inyong Palace. In the white light was a large group of frightened people. At a glance, there were about 500 or 600 of them. They were holding some relatively ordinary weapons. At least compared to the Inyong Palace, their weapons are very ordinary. The sudden change left them in shock and confusion. I was clearly fighting the ice creatures just now. How did I end up in this place in the blink of an eye? Neatly arranged streets and buildings, tall city walls, soldiers patrolling on the city walls, and densely packed and powerful weapons. They were unable to adapt to the sudden change. Yumo came down from the city wall and walked in front of these people. "Hello, Lord." A man ran out from the crowd, his face full of the look of someone who had survived a disaster, his smile a little forced. "Well, explain the current situation to your people, and then there will be arrangements for you." Umo nodded slightly, said something, and left. Then, a light screen appeared in front of each of them. The task of arranging these people was given to Ari. Under MOU's arrangement, the Inyong Palace has gradually entered the right track and started to develop in an all-round way. UMO returned to his residence. This conquest token was just a small episode. It can only be used on some small shelters. Large shelters have the ability to withstand the ice doomsday. If you want to conquer them, it still depends on your strength. At this time, the people who had just merged and were taken to the underground fortress, and they all opened their mouths in shock. Especially the former lord. He clearly knew how difficult it was to develop. However, Inyong Palace not only has neat streets and buildings, but also has an underground fortress. And looking at the map, this underground fortress almost covers the entire underground world of Inyong Palace. He had never dared to imagine such a huge amount of work before. It was a long time before they came to their senses. Looking at the arranged accommodation and food, they felt like they were dreaming. 35 mysterious figure. Another peaceful day. In the Inyong Palace, UMO leaned against the sleeping MOU. This personal secretary had been very busy these past few days and finally arranged most of the things today. What remains is to perfect the details, but there is no rush for the details. UMO looked at the map, thinking about how to develop next. It is not possible to stop here and let the ice creatures attack. The situation changes very frequently in the doomsday. If you wait like this, you will easily fall into a passive position. Perhaps we can arrange some soldiers to take the initiative to kill the ice creatures, harvest resources, and train the soldiers at the same time. The number of people in Inyong Palace has increased to 20,000, and many people appear near Inyong Palace every day. Maybe it's because of the ice doomsday. The civilians rewarded by the system are not sent all at once, but one after another, and a part of them will be sent each time. In the next period of time, the population of Inyong Palace will continue to grow. As for the recent events, ding ding, master, unknown creature spotted. Ari's alarm sounded, interrupting Yumo's thoughts. In the screen before him, there appeared a scene that shocked Yumo immensely. In the midst of a snowstorm, a drone was flying with difficulty. Every few hundred meters below, there was a drone for signal connection. The signal that could originally last for 10 kilometers could only last for less than 1,000 meters in this blizzard. However, in the blurry snowstorm scene, two blurry shadows appeared, which looked like human figures. The figure was a little far from the drone and couldn't be seen clearly. It should be only a few dozen meters away. Any further away would be covered by the blizzard. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the drone. It was a very clear female voice, and the picture became blurry. Is this the new territories? Yes. Another voice sounded, and the drone image disappeared, replaced by another image. Then, hundreds of drone images appeared at the same time, turning into small screens arranged in the air. 3 of the drones lost their signals. The positions of these 3 drones, high in the sky over the snowstorm. Owner, Ali's voice sounded. Yumo took a deep breath and calmed down. The language of these 2 people was not the language of this world, but because of a mysterious power, he could understand what they said. He had seen this kind of power before in the end of the cultivation world. Those powerful cultivators could decide the survival of a world with just one thought. Wanting him to understand what they meant was also a matter of thought. The new world they were talking about should be this world, but I don't know what it means. These 2 figures were definitely powerful spiritual beings, but he was not sure of their level. After all, before he died in his previous life, he only raised his level to SSS Plus and did not break through this limit. Only after the breakthrough can one enter what is called the realm of the heavens, the realm of practitioners. These 2 creatures are obviously above SSS Plus, and they were able to come to this world before the end of their cultivation. As for the fact that he heard their conversation, they didn't care. After all, the gap between the 2 sides is like that between an adult and an ant, who would deliberately pay attention to the movements of an ant when talking. It's cruel, but that's how the world is. The doomsday disaster is coming. All order is broken. If you want to survive, you have to become cruel. As for the preparations to be made for the arrival of these two powerful main creatures, UMO did not make any arrangements. If they wanted, they could easily get anything they wanted, whether it was information or resources. Therefore, before the SSS level, any arrangements for them are basically useless. It is better to think about how to deal with the ice creatures. Master, are you okay? Ari's worried voice rang out. She was an artificial intelligence, but her logic circuits were almost the same as those of a normal person. I'm fine. Take back the drones at high altitudes and only monitor at low altitudes. UMO took a deep breath, calmed down completely, shook his head and said to Ali. The appearance of these two people made him feel uneasy, but there was nothing he could do. He was too weak and could only passively accept it. Produce another D-class railgun. UMO thought for a moment and said, the more powerful and long-range weapons like this, the better. If the cooling time is arranged reasonably, uninterrupted firing can be achieved. D-level and even C-level creatures may not have any power to resist, but the same cannot be said for B-level creatures. Okay, half an hour later, D-level railgun +1. Upgrade, D-level railgun +10. Yumo's uneasy heart calmed down a little. There were 12 rail guns in total. Even if a large number of D-level creatures attacked together, he would not be afraid. Although it consumes a lot of points to fire a shell, it is very safe. After that, UMO continued to stay in the laboratory, developing other blueprints. When there were no scientists before, he played the guest role himself. On the 12th day of the end of the world, the 5th day of the ice doomsday, Master, a unit that looks like a D-level ice creature, is approaching. Ari's notification sound called UMO out of the laboratory. From the images projected by the drone, it can be seen that a giant iceman several dozen meters tall is approaching the Inyong palace. There are many power cores on the ice giant's body. The joints, head, and chest are almost dyed dark blue. A large number of power cores are gathered here. Behind it were a large number of ice creatures, so dense that they almost turned the snow into ice. UMO frowned and looked at it for a while, not sure if it was a D-level creature. The strength of the ice creatures after fusion is very different. For example, this one that is dozens of meters long may be D-level or only E-level. First fire a cannon. UMO thought for a moment and said, the ground in several places of Inyong Palace shook, and a standard circular depression appeared on the ground, and then the depression shrank to both sides. A launch port with a diameter of 10 meters was exposed, and underneath was a rail gun aimed at the sky. The shape of the railgun is a bit like the interstellar cannon in science fiction wars. In fact, railguns were originally designed for air-to-ground attacks. They are launched from satellites and use the speed of the satellites and the acceleration of gravity to bring extremely powerful destructive power. Now, without gravity and satellite self-rotation, the lethality is instantly reduced, and the launching force is replaced by electricity. In order to achieve the desired effect, we have to enhance the lethality of the shells. The railgun is ready to fire. A pop-up window appears. UMO reached out and pressed it. 36 vaccine. Emission. Boom boom. The ground began to shake, and dazzling lights began to appear in the 5 launch silos. Huge monsters slowly flew out of the launch silos. UMO felt that only one launch silo was unstable, so he directly increased the number of launch silos to 5. 5 railguns were deployed at the same time. Even if 2 failed, there were still 3. Boom! Roared towards the suspected D-level ice creature dozens of kilometers away. The speed of the railgun is very fast. 30 seconds after launch, it reaches a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, and it is still increasing. The distance of several dozen kilometers is very short, and it can be covered in less than 5 minutes. There is a camera on each railgun, and you can see that the whole road is white. On the ice field, the ice giant, which was several dozen meters tall, suddenly raised its head and looked up into the sky. Its intuition told it that a strong danger was approaching. By the time it saw clearly what it was, the railgun had already rushed over at a speed of 600 kilometers per hour. Roar! The ice giant opened his mouth and let out a long roar, conveying some kind of message to the ice army behind him. However, the process of transmitting the message was interrupted by the whistling railgun. A roar sounded in the snowstorm, and 5 bright long tails lingered in the sky for a long time. Boom! The ice giant gave the order very early, and the ice creatures acted quickly, but the result did not change. Their speed of action was too slow. When the ice giant issued the order, the railgun had already landed. A golden flame burst out in the snow-white world, and in the next moment, it performed 4 consecutive jumps. 5 rail guns accurately hit the target, the ice giant suspected to be a D-level creature. The scene was spectacular. With the ice giant as the center, all the ice creatures within 100 meters were destroyed. Not even a piece of ice was left. The intense heat produced a strong explosion shock wave, and most of the ice creatures within 300 meters were blown away, with dense cracks appearing on their bodies. Some of them were shattered into pieces, leaving only a core. For those who were unlucky, their cores were shattered as well. Countless ice creatures were blown away by the shock wave in the distance. A white mushroom cloud nearly 100 meters high appeared in the sky, and the nearby blizzard temporarily stopped. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. The loud noise was transmitted back along with the drone signal, and the nearby images became blurry for a few seconds, and then returned to normal. UMO stared at the screen until the mushroom cloud had basically disappeared, leaving only a dozen-meter-wide pit. The ice giant was no longer visible. "It's okay. Send a drone to clean up these ice creatures." UMO nodded slightly and instructed Ari. After that, we sent out drones to clean up these icy creatures. The other side suffered heavy losses. Now is the opportunity. Open the map. After 5 days, the number of shelters has decreased significantly, and the number of gray and white dots has increased significantly, but it has stabilized. After all, it has been 5 days. Those who can hold on will hold on, and those who can't will be left cold. UMO recalled the memory of the last ice doomsday. In this doomsday, there was no large-scale attack like the zombie siege. However, the attacks of the ice creatures will continue continuously, which will prevent people from getting enough rest, causing mistakes and omissions, which will then be taken advantage of by the ice creatures to invade. This would not happen in Inyong Palace. The dense firepower network prevented any ice creature from approaching within 100 meters. Moreover, the scope of Inyong Palace is still expanding gradually, but the speed of resource growth is not as fast as when the zombies were besieging the city. Yuma is researching various blueprints in the laboratory, and the progress of the vaccine has reached the final stage. When he completed a small goal, news came from the laboratory. The vaccine was a success. UMO rushed to the laboratory as soon as possible. Everyone in the scientific team had dark circles under their eyes and yawned, but they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Palace Master, it succeeded. The head of the science team, Sister Yu, showed a tired smile, handed a tube of light blue liquid to UMO, and fell asleep on the bed next to her. UMO looks at the vaccine, A-level zombie vaccine. After injection, it can be immune to the viruses of all zombies below C-level/platinum level zombies, and the duration is permanent. A zombie vaccine +1. Upgrade, a zombie vaccine +10. There was no critical hit, but UMO was very satisfied. The vaccine was enough. I seldom went out before because there would be zombie viruses in the ice doomsday. The two doomsdays were not simply replaced, but merged. Therefore, if you go out rashly and get hurt, you will easily become a zombie due to infection. And if you become a zombie, you will most likely be frozen on the ice. UMO immediately gave the order. The production line for vaccine production. A blueprint for an assembly line appeared in the underground fortress of Inyong Palace. Then came the construction of the engineering team. The modular Inyong Palace increased the speed of the construction line by hundreds of times. In just 1 day, the space required for the assembly line was built, and then various equipment was placed here based on various research data. After that, it was handed over to Ari to arrange the production of various equipment, as well as the manufacture of blueprints, the manufacture of syringes, etc. A vaccine assembly line drives a large number of assembly lines, and finally becomes a super underground factory, which is considered to meet the standards for vaccine production. After seeing the first vaccine come out, Yumo left. The number of vaccines produced does not need to be too certain. After all, there will be a lot of population growth in the future. In this regard, mechanical civilization is much better. After all, mechanical bodies do not have to worry about biological viruses or the like. The disadvantage is that they are easily infected by other pollutants and fatal database attacks. Yumo took out a vaccine and injected himself. After the vaccine liquid entered his body, he felt a cool sensation, which disappeared after 2 minutes. After the first batch of vaccines were produced, soldiers were arranged to be vaccinated. Day 6. After a day's sleep, the scientific team recovered and received another order from UMO. The permanent A-level vaccine has been changed to one that is only effective for 1 month, and it needs to be injected every month. Why is that? The team leader looked confused. Sell it to other shelters. UMO said lightly that vaccines are the most important thing for the current stabilization of the refuge. Without a vaccine, there is a risk of zombies attacking and infecting the entire shelter. Therefore, for a long time to come, vaccines will become hard currency, making it easier for UMO to collect resources from those large shelters. Yes. 37. Prepare. The team leader didn't think it through. Wouldn't a permanent one be better? Why only 1 month? But even if she didn't understand, she just had to go to work. The process of reducing activity was simple. All we had to do was reduce the amount of data. It took only 2 hours to complete. After getting the vaccine with a validity period of 1 month, I blocked it on the transaction module. As soon as the vaccine was put up, someone saw it immediately, and it caused an uproar. Am I seeing right? This is actually a zombie vaccine? It's only the 13th day, and someone has actually developed a vaccine? Hiss, it's actually a vaccine. Could this be developed by another boss from Inyong Palace? This is too powerful. Is there anything they can't do? This vaccine is so expensive. It takes 30 zombie cores to exchange for one. This is too shady. Fighting 1 zombie a day. Are there so many zombies? It's good to have it. Don't worry about whether it's expensive or not. Yesterday, one of our team was injured and didn't have the vaccine, so he was infected and turned into a zombie. Fortunately, the consequences were not too serious. A vaccine can only last for a month and can only be injected into one person. How many zombies do we need to kill to get so many zombie cores? In addition to the zombie cores, points are also acceptable, but these points are too many. It would be fine if it were just for 1 or 2, but how many points would it take to prepare for everyone? Boss, can you lower the price? This is too much. UMO looked at the various words in the communication module, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then I added a clause to the transaction conditions. As long as you join the Inyong temple, you can get the vaccine for free. After sending it out, the communication module was silent for a while. Boss, I want to join. How do I join Inyong Palace? I'll be there right now. Joining the Inyong Palace? Is that such a simple condition? Why do I feel like there is a big pit in it? The conditions are too lenient, right? Could it be a trap? Joining between shelters? I remember only conquering. It seems that in the conquered shelter, all the things will be given to the conqueror, and the original lord will also be controlled by life and death. This condition is too much. It's just a vaccine. To have such an outrageous condition. Impossible. I absolutely will not join. Large shelters will definitely not choose to join, but shelters that are about to collapse should choose to join, right? There seems to be something wrong. Inyong Temple is already the largest shelter, right? Why do they want to allow those smaller shelters to join? And they are giving away so many vaccines for free? There must be something wrong here. Even if there are problems, what can you do? We are the largest refuge right now. It's good enough to survive in this world. What else do you want? After the message is sent, many shelters have expressed their desire to join, but they are probably very small shelters with only a few hundred people. UMO looked at a few and randomly selected a few to send out the conquest tokens, leaving the remaining 5 as backup. However, among the 5 conquest tokens, only 1 shelter accepted it, and the others did not. UMO didn't care. Using vaccines to get other shelters to join the Inyong Palace was just an idea and was not part of the plan. Close the trading module. UMO arranged the next things. He couldn't just stay in the Inyong Palace and wait for the ice creatures to attack. He had to take the initiative to attack. There will be some signs of the appearance of ice creatures, and Ari will monitor them in real time, so there is no need to worry about being suddenly surrounded by ice creatures. The snow train has strong power. If there are not many ice creatures, it can directly crash into them. Most of them can be smashed directly. Coupled with the fully armed firepower support, as long as they are near the Inyong Palace, there will be no major problems. As for after leaving the shelter, the ice creatures will rush over like dogs, following the scent. There is no need to worry about not being able to find prey. After the arrangement, UMO gave the order. In less than 5 minutes, outside the train station, a group of 1,200 people gathered. This time, 3 trains were to be dispatched, with 400 soldiers in each train, to sweep away the icy creatures around the Inyong Palace. Although drones can also do this, soldiers also need shooting training. If we keep using drones and one day the drones are no longer usable, they the Inyong Palace, which is based on drones, will collapse directly. In addition to soldiers, ordinary civilians can also go out to hunt ice creatures. There are tasks in this area. After all, not everyone can accept the work of building houses all the time. However, Qinghai is currently arranging this matter, and no one has actually gone out. After the assembly, 1,200 soldiers stood in a neat row in the square, fully armed, each with a sniper cannon and a thermal gun, as well as various ordinary weapons such as grenades. "Get in the car." UMO glanced over, nodded with satisfaction, and waved his hand. The soldiers were divided into 30 teams. There were 30 carriages in the 3 trains, and 40 people were arranged in each carriage. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was seated. Beep! After the horn sounded, the train started slowly. After accelerating for several hundred meters, the 3 trains rushed into the snow, causing snowflakes to fly all over the sky. Each train is about 100 meters apart, and each carriage is equipped with a drone. On the way out, there are also a large number of drones hovering to maintain signal stability. This time, the destination is outside the Inyong Palace wall, within a 5-kilometer radius. There aren't many ice creatures in this area, and it's not easy to be surrounded, so it's just right. After approaching 5 kilometers, the train began to change direction, from moving away from the Inyong Palace to circling the Inyong Palace, and the speed also decreased. Ding! Ice creatures discovered. The alarm sounded. The soldiers quickly rushed out of the carriages onto the roof and lay down behind the firing fortresses. 40 people were divided into 2 rows, with 20 people in each row. The number of firing fortresses was just enough. Free fire. UMO gave the order and then fired the first shot. The thermal gun hit the core of an ice creature, and the ice creature turned into countless ice fragments that scattered in the air while running. Then, gunshots rang out one after another. The train was moving at high speed, and the ice creatures were also moving. If you wanted to hit them, it was basically a matter of luck. Even a sharpshooter cannot guarantee that he will hit the target every time in this situation. 38 Hatchery. The 3 trains were arranged in a staggered position to avoid excessive losses in the event of an accident. Gunshots continued to ring out, and ice creatures rushed over from both the area near the Inyong Palace and the area far away from the Inyong Palace. They usually hide under the snow, and when a creature passes by, they suddenly jump out and attack. The train was also attacked many times, but it had little impact. The train was very fast and heavy, and if an ice creature hit it, its body would be smashed to pieces in an instant. If the power core is right in the broken part, it will be put into pieces together. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots continued to ring out, and the ice creatures were shattered and died one by one. But the number of hits by the soldiers was still small. After the train circled the Inyong Palace twice, the speed changed. They moved together and then separated into 3 trains, each circling 3 points. After the separation, the sound of gunfire increased significantly, and the number of attacking ice creatures also increased. The creatures in the Doomsday have an instinctive desire to destroy normal creatures, so as soon as someone comes out, the ice creatures will soon launch an attack. From 3 trains together, they became separate, the target became 3, and more ice creatures were attracted. After turning around a few times, Master, a strange underground space, was discovered 30 kilometers south of Inyong Palace. The drone signal was blocked inside. Ari suddenly sent a message, which made UMO stunned for a moment. Subconsciously, I thought that there might be a treasure chest, but I was not too sure. Maybe it was just an ordinary space underground. UMO thought about it and adjusted the direction of the train. Go and have a look. 20 minutes later, the train stopped on the snow, and UMO got off with a team of 20 soldiers. The train will then continue to depart and return to the original track. If the train stays in the snow for too long, it will eventually be unable to break out of the snow. The entrance to the underground space is a depression in the snow. In the large depression, there seems to be a faint blue light flickering, which looks very mysterious. UMO led his men slowly descended, passed through the sunken pit, and entered a passage. This big pit does not go down vertically, but after dropping about 3 meters, a passage leading forward appears. The passage is very spacious, with a diameter of more than 5 meters. The bottom floor is flat, just enough for people to walk through steadily. The passage was surrounded by a very strange layer of ice, in which little bits of light like starlight were flickering. If you change the background color to black, it will be almost exactly like the starry sky. UMO stopped at the entrance of the tunnel and looked at the starlight ice layers in deep thought. After thinking for a long time, he confirmed that he had never seen them before. The whole passage was made up of a strange layer of ice. At the end of the passage was a little white light, which should be not far away. It was unclear what was in the white light. For safety, Umo also equipped himself with a set of gear and walked into the passage with 20 fully armed soldiers. Tap, tap, tap. The passage was dry and the air was icy cold. The hot air I exhaled turned into hoarfrost, and even very fine ice fragments fell to the ground. Umo walked in the front, and the soldiers behind him were alert to the surroundings and behind them, but they walked for a long time without any problems. The people did not relax. Umo stopped for a moment, took out the drone and tried it, but still couldn't control it. It seemed that electromagnetic signals could not be used here. Ari, go scout out what's ahead. Umo turned on the voice control module and said to the drone. The lights on the drone flashed a few times, and it flew deeper into the tunnel. The remote control didn't work, but everything else was fine. The drone flew into the exit ahead and flew back about 2 minutes later. Umo opened the video screen inside. The exit of the passage is a not very large space, with a diameter of less than 200 meters from top to bottom. It is like a vertical cylinder, thicker in the middle. There are many spherical objects on the ground. These objects look like the eggs of some creatures. There are many special lines on them. The lines emit light, and the brightness and darkness are very regular, as if they are breathing. There are many of these eggs, closely arranged on the ground, flashing at different speeds, as if one can tell the activity of the organisms in the eggs from the flashing lights. Umo frowned and continued to look. Just this kind of egg gave him a very bad feeling. Maybe it was some special doomsday creature. Extending from the ground to the surrounding walls, the walls were also covered with these eggs, some large, some small, some bright, some dark, but the common point was that they all emitted light. At the top is a slowly rotating blue vortex. This vortex is very large and occupies the entire top. One could barely see some light green gas emerging from the vortex, diffusing into the air, and then being absorbed by the eggs. The egg closest to the vortex absorbed the most green gas, and the lines on its shell flickered the fastest, as if it was about to break out of the shell. The 2-minute video was quickly finished. Umo fell into deep thought. This video reminded him of some familiar scenes and many bad memories. That was after the third doomsday. On the day when the Zerg doomsday came, countless Zerg emerged from the ground. Their numbers were even more terrifying than the rat food of the ice creatures. They were of different sizes. Those that can fly, those that are fast, those that have strong bodies, those that have magical powers, those that are forbidden to use certain powers, and so on. Countless Zerg spread across the land like a tide, leaving no grass growing wherever they passed. The walls of the shelter will also be eaten by a special kind of bug, and then the invasion will be led by powerful Zerg creatures. The Zerg destroyed one shelter after another in this way. When only the last part of the shelter was left, the scientific team started to study the weapons against the Zerg and the weaknesses of their pets. Only then did they curb the crazy development of the Zerg. Otherwise, there might not be any shelters that could support the end of the practice. After the Zerg doomsday, many people said that they had seen a special place before, which was almost exactly the same as this place. A portal connected to the Zerg doomsday. A large number of Zerg eggs are being hatched, waiting to hatch on the day when the Zerg doomsday comes. It looks like there are only about 200 or 300 eggs, but in fact, there are at least hundreds of different types of Zerg in each egg. 39 abnormal. Montag fauna deeply. This should be one of the Zerg's hatching points. That vortex is the passage that connects to the Zerg's doomsday. The light green gas is rich life energy. Otherwise, relying on the current external forces, it is impossible to hatch all these Zergs. These eggs are now very fragile and can be broken even with ordinary weapons. It is easy to destroy them. But after it is destroyed, the Zerg that have not yet fully hatched will run out, and it is difficult to predict what will happen next. Moreover, some Zerg have special means to spread their eggs through the air. If there is no special defense, they will be sucked into the body without knowing it. Even if only 1 or 2 escape, their bodies will be hollowed out by the Zerg. The number of people who died as a result of this accounted for half of all deaths after the Zerg doomsday. Umo was not sure that he could destroy the hatchery and prevent any insects from escaping, so he led his men to retreat. This kind of place is not something he can visit. Only after the end of his cultivation comes, and he obtains the cultivation method, can he venture into such a place. As for the current level increase, it will not bring any effect after training. After leaving, The drone and Ari were connected immediately. Many ice creatures were rushing over from the snowfield, but were blocked by the drone outside the fire net. Master, get in the car quickly. The ice creatures seem to have discovered this place, and a large number of them are gathering here. Ali's anxious voice came from the drone, and a train rushed over from not far away. UMO and the soldiers quickly boarded the train. This was the fourth train that came out of the Inyong Palace. The first three trains were still clearing out the ice creatures around the Inyong Palace. The people on the trains had been replaced by a new group. After getting on the train, it left quickly. UMO saw from the map that a large number of ice creatures rushed into the place where they had just come out. From high above, it looked like a drain, with icy creatures rushing in continuously, yet there was no movement. The train escaped from the encirclement of the ice creatures, and they had no intention of pursuing them. They seemed to only want to enter the hatchery. UMO looked at the icy creatures pouring in, roughly calculated their number, and compared it with the space in the hatchery. That little space is definitely not enough, so some ice creatures will pass through that passage and enter the Zerg doomsday. As for what will happen after entering, he doesn't know. Ari, record the drone footage and put it in the mission information. If you see this kind of hatchery, get away from it as soon as possible. UMO said, yes. After the train returns, the soldiers continued to clear the ice creatures from the train. UMO came to the laboratory. The scientific team was already researching another vaccine that could only offset most of the virus. The remaining small part was within the controllable range, in order to achieve the goal of gaining powerful strength. With the previous foundation, the research on this vaccine is now progressing relatively faster, but there is still a shortage of manpower. UMO had no choice but to go into battle himself and research other weapons. On the 30th day of the Doomsday Era, the end of the Zerg will come. The number and strength of the Zerg are stronger and more difficult to deal with than the ice creatures. Their various special powers make it difficult to defend against them. And the most important thing is their number. Some Zergs that live in groups may send out at least thousands of them at a time. The lone Zergs are basically powerful enough to not need help from other Zergs. Among the ice creatures, E-level creatures are rare, but among the Zerg, the appearance of E-level Zerg will become the norm, and D-level Zerg will also appear frequently. The current firepower is somewhat insufficient and needs to be strengthened. In a shelter, report to the Lord, a strange underground passage has been discovered. A soldier stepped forward and said, the Lord raised his eyebrows. Underground passage? Where does it lead to? Not sure. We are preparing people to check it out now. Okay, I understand. Give me the results of the investigation later. Yes. After the soldiers left, they came to the place where the depression appeared. Bring your weapons. Let's go in and take a look. Yes. A team of 10 people followed the soldier in the front into the passage. There was also a layer of ice in the tunnel that looked like it was shining with stars. The ground beneath my feet was flat, and the only sound in the tunnel was the sound of footsteps. Captain, where do you think this will lead to? After walking for a while, a soldier couldn't help but ask in a low voice, but the voice was very clear in this quiet environment. I don't know either. The Lord didn't tell me. It's probably an unimportant place. We can just explore it and leave. The captain led the way attentively. Captain, there's no radio signal. The correspondent came to report. The captain stopped immediately. When was there no signal? It should be that there was no signal when I first came in. The radio has limited battery power and can only communicate once every 10 minutes. There was no signal when I just connected. The captain was silent for a while. Take a team and wait outside. If I don't come out within an hour, there's no need to wait any longer. Just notify the Lord directly. Yes. Several soldiers followed the messenger and left, while the rest walked silently along the corridor. Until the exit of the corridor, the soldiers were shocked. They didn't expect that there was such a place in the cold underground. The temperature is much higher than outside, and there is a very special power. It is very comfortable to stay here, and people don't want to leave. A soldier came to his senses and gently touched the egg next to him. Captain, are these some kind of insect eggs? How can they be so big? The soldiers were confused. These eggs were emitting light, as if they were breathing. It looked very strange. Don't touch these things. If something inside comes out, it will be bad. The captain stopped the soldiers' actions. Let's go ahead and see. The captain moved forward carefully, making sure his equipment would not touch the eggs on the ground. If a big guy jumped out of it, it would be a disaster. Several people moved forward cautiously. Suddenly, a soldier's voice sounded. Captain, There seems to be something wrong with these eggs. Their flash is stronger than the others. The soldier pointed to an egg next to him that was almost like a flashing light and said, "Of all the eggs, this one flashes the fastest." The captain frowned and gestured. "Leave that egg. Let's retreat. It might be dangerous here." The soldier nodded and began to prepare to retreat. He also felt a hairy feeling all over his body, which was very abnormal. 40. Insect swarm appears. Snap. The crisp sound of breaking is very obvious in this space. The soldier and the captain stopped their movements at the same time and looked in the direction where the breaking sound came from. That was the egg that flashed the fastest just now. Now this egg has stopped flashing, and several cracks have appeared on the surface. After everyone looked over, a louder sound of breaking was heard, and then a black, slimy, arthropod-like thing stretched out from inside. The captain's eyes narrowed, and a sense of crisis instantly spread throughout his body, and his body turned cold. "Run!" The captain shouted loudly and rushed to the exit, not caring about the eggs around him. He broke several of them after a few steps. Some of them had thick green liquid flowing out, some had black insect bodies falling out, and in some, a very large insect could be seen through the cracks. It was obvious that it was not a simple creature. Puff! The captain was running in the front. After hearing a strange sound, he turned back subconsciously, and his eyes were instantly red with anger. The creature that was originally in the egg has completely emerged. It is a giant insect that is more than 2 meters tall. At this moment, one of its legs had already pierced through the body of a soldier, lifted the soldier into the air, and was sending him towards its ferocious mouth. Click, click. The captain's body was cold, and his face was pale. He burst into an unprecedented desire to survive and rushed into the tunnel he came from. After rushing in, I heard several familiar screams coming from behind me, which stopped abruptly, and the sound of bones being bitten could be barely heard. The captain was breathing rapidly. He did not dare to stop because he could hear the sound of eggshells breaking and some strange sounds like the tide coming from behind him. With just a glance back, the captain staggered in fear and almost fell to the ground. Behind him, a dense mass of insects appeared. These insects were only the size of a palm, but they crawled all over the tunnel. It was pitch black, but in the darkness, there were pairs of disgusting scarlet eyes. The sound of the insect's legs falling on the ice and the vibration of its mouth parts are so terrifying that people with trypophobia will die on the spot. The captain ran desperately and turned his gun to shoot backwards, but he could only kill a few or a dozen insects. The remaining insects were stimulated by the smell of blood and moved faster. Click, click, click. Suddenly, there was a dense sound of breaking, as if some huge creature passed over the insect swarm. Before the captain could react, a sharp limb pierced his chest. He opened his mouth to say something, but the swarm of insects behind him rushed over. In just a few seconds, the swarm of insects collapsed, and the captain disappeared. Outside the cave, the soldiers moved back and forth. If they stayed in one place in this weather, they would soon be frozen into ice. There were also blizzards. "Deputy Captain, did you hear any noise?" A soldier who was walking suddenly said, "Sound? What sound? I didn't hear it." The deputy captain answered loudly. The soldier looked at the place where the snow collapsed in confusion. This place was very strange. With such a severe snowstorm outside, this depression should be filled up quickly. However, after so much time has passed, the depression seems to have remained unchanged. The soldier rubbed his ears and wiped the ice off his face, intending to move closer to listen carefully. He felt that the sound was very clear, and it didn't seem like he couldn't hear it. After walking a few steps, the soldier suddenly realized something was wrong. Some black objects rushed out from inside. The soldier's face changed drastically, and he turned around to run. It was not a black thing at all, but a large number of insects the size of the palm of a hand, like a black tide. However, the insects were very fast. He was overwhelmed by the swarm before he could run a few steps. He only had time to let out a short scream before he was completely eaten by the swarm. The other soldiers also noticed something was wrong and raised their weapons to shoot, but suddenly the snow shook and a huge monster rushed out. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit its body, leaving only small white marks, while the black tide expanded rapidly, and the soldiers had no time to retreat before they were all swallowed up. "Lord, a team has lost contact, and we have discovered anomalies in the ice creatures. They are gathering in a certain location." The Lord frowned, but said nothing. It looked like the situation was very critical. However, The ice creatures are not easy to deal with. This time, they suddenly gathered together. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to trap and kill a wave of ice creatures. Where is the concentration? Just 300 meters away. The soldier swallowed his saliva. The next moment, boom! A giant ice wolf that was more than 10 meters tall fell from the sky and landed directly in the Lord's room, crushing the soldier under its feet. The Lord was stunned. Seeing the translucent giant ice wolf looking at him, he shuddered in fear and subconsciously wanted to retreat. The giant ice wolf suddenly opened its mouth, and a large piece of ice rushed out of its mouth like bullets, piercing the Lord's body. The Lord was killed instantly, and a token appeared on his body. The token flew up on its own, trying to find other people, but was slapped away by the giant ice wolf and smashed into the ground to an unknown depth. Boom! With a loud bang, the last wall of the shelter collapsed, and all the people inside were killed. More ice creatures rushed over from afar. Master, another hatchery was found. A screen appeared in front of UMO, showing a black swarm of insects fighting against ice-blue ice creatures. The most eye-catching ones were an ice wolf that was over 10 meters long and a bug that was about the same size. UMO frowned. This bug is a D-level creature, and it should be able to reach a C-level creature in a while. Bugs of this level should not appear at this time. They will not appear until at least 1 month after the Zerg doomsday. The same goes for ice creatures. The ice wolf, which is comparable to this bug, should not appear at this time. There is a deviation from my previous memory, or it may be that I have never seen it before. Double the number of railguns. UMO thought for a while, then his brows relaxed. Regardless of whether there are changes or not, it is right to increase firepower. With enough firepower, you are not afraid of anything. 41. Strange relics. The battle between the giant frost wolf and the giant bug ended in a loss for both sides, and finally they both died, which seemed a bit outrageous. The remaining ice creatures are several times the number of the insect swarm. Without the suppression of top-level combat power, the swarm of insects was quickly wiped out, and a large number of ice creatures rushed in through the exit, looking like they were going to kill them all. The final result was that the ice creature rushed into the hole where the insect swarm came out. As for the final result, no one knows. Yumo just looked at it for a while, and then continued to study weapons against Zerg. The most powerful thing about the Zerg is their numbers, and their reproductive capacity is extremely strong. Ordinary weapons have little effect on the overwhelming swarm of insects, and special weapons of large-scale destruction are needed. For example, sonic boom bombs, infrasonic bombs, laser coverage series weapons, etc. The research time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was the 18th day. During this period, there was a siege by ice creatures, but facing the firepower of Inyong Palace, they did not even approach within 100 meters. The corpses were piled up on the snow layer and gradually melted into the snow layer. Master, we found another underground space. This time it's not a hatchery. UMO was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously, "What is that?" "I don't know. It's something I haven't seen before." The screen appears. A strange gate appeared on the snow. It looked like it was carved out of stone. There were some strange patterns on it. It made people feel dizzy when they looked at it. This stone-carved gate is located in front of a snow pile. The gate has been opened, and there is no snow inside, but it seems to have entered another space. Through the picture, you can see a long blue-gray stone single bridge. On both sides of the bridge is endless darkness, like an abyss. On the guardrails on both sides, there were candles burning with pale blue light, leading all the way to the depths of darkness. Master, there is no signal inside. After the drone flew in, it never flew out again. After trying the wire drone, I only captured a red shadow. Another screen appears. 3 drones with wires slowly flew into the gate and flew about a few dozen meters. The surveillance images of 2 of the drones suddenly turned into snowflakes. Only in the 3rd drone's image, a red shadow was seen, and then it turned into snowflakes. The camera footage was too blurry to clearly see what the red shadow was. UMO frowned and thought for a while. He had never seen this type of door or a passage leading to another world. His memories of his previous life only stayed after the end of his practice. This kind of passage should be a kind of secret place in the end of cultivation. He had never seen it, let alone been inside, so he couldn't guarantee it. Yumo thought about it. Ari, send some more wire drones in to see if we can get a clear shot of that red shadow. Yes. Afterwards, Ari organized 20 wire drones, dragged long data cables, and entered the gate. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. The red shadow appeared again, and the screens of 5 drones turned into snow in an instant. The remaining drones quickly adjusted their camera positions. 2 seconds later, all the drones were scrapped, but the true identity of Red Shadow was also revealed. At first glance, it looked like some kind of humanoid creature, more than 2 meters tall, but its entire body was covered with red hair, which looked terrifying. It moves like a monkey and has a very strong jumping ability. It can smash a drone into pieces with just one slap. The scarlet eyes flashed with a light like a sea of blood. Even through the line, one could seem to sense the strong smell of blood. UMO frowned even tighter. It is highly likely that this is a secret place for cultivation or a relic. After all, in a normal cultivation secret realm, this kind of red-haired monster would not normally appear. UMO opened the map and compared it with the map drawn by Ari. The secret realm is located 100 kilometers away from the Inyong Palace. With the secret realm as the center, within 100 kilometers, there are 6 surviving shelters and 7 ownerless shelters. UMO fell into deep thought. This secret realm is likely to be a springboard for reaching the end of cultivation in advance. If we can get access to the ruins and treasures in advance, and then practice with all the people, after the end of cultivation, there shouldn't be any devastating blows. The top 10 shelters were wiped out by a certain existence, leaving only a bottomless pit. That scene made everyone despair. And now he has the opportunity to contact the cultivation civilization in advance. If he missed it, even if he developed rapidly now, when facing that kind of existence, it would probably be a matter of a slap in the face. So this secret place must not be missed. UMO immediately gave the order. Ari, dispatch all snow trains, with the secret realm as the center. Clear out all ice creatures within 50 kilometers. Then I opened the technology tree again. Build a set of D-class railguns. It takes half an hour to make. Leave in half an hour. Yes. UMO left the laboratory and went to the warehouse to look for something. He remembered that he had obtained a cold weapon spear before, but because he had no shooting skills and no target to practice, he never used it and put it in a corner of the warehouse. After searching for a while, UMO just found this cold weapon spear, a D-level weapon. The spear was completely black, emitting a cold metallic luster, but when held in the hand, it felt strangely warm, without a trace of coldness. The gun body is very elastic and can be bent 180 degrees without breaking, and can offset vibrations to a great extent. The gun body is 9 feet 9 inches, more than 3 meters long. It was the first time for UMO to use a cold weapon, a spear, and he felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, this cold weapon spear is very heavy. He is now level 35, and it is difficult for him to hold the spear with both hands. He swung the spear vigorously, but after swinging it a dozen times, his arms were so sore that he could no longer hold the spear. UMO had no choice but to put away the spear. He thought that he should practice more often after coming back this time. After all, it was a D-level spear. In the hands of a D-level practitioner, it could withstand the attack of a railgun of the same level. Put away the rifle, return to the villa to organize the equipment, take the bullets and other things. Arriving at the train station, 4,400 soldiers stood here in a neat row. They would all go out this time. Only a small number of soldiers were left in Inyong Palace. The task of fire defense fell on Ari. Set off. UMO waved his hand, and the soldiers began to get on the bus. 42. Terrible relics. Half an hour later, the train that UMO was on stopped outside the entrance to the secret realm, and the remaining 10 trains, with the entrance to the secret realm as the center, several concentric circles are formed for patrolling. UMO looked at the door in front of him. There are some strange patterns on the door frame of the stone gate. If you look closely at these patterns, you will feel dizzy in your mind, which is much stronger than the feeling through the network cable. Moreover, this pattern has a mysterious power that makes people unable to look away, and there will gradually becomes blurred until they finally sink into depravity. UMO gritted his teeth and turned his head to avoid looking directly at the patterns. Don't even look at those patterns. UMO kicked away a soldier who was unable to move and shouted loudly. Some soldiers woke up as if from a dream, turned their heads quickly, touched their foreheads, and found that the cold sweat had turned into a layer of ice. Kick them all away. UMO took a few quick steps and kicked the other soldier away to wake him up. I don't know what the consequences will be if I keep staring at him, but it will definitely not end well. The remaining soldiers hurriedly moved their feet to pull away the soldiers who were almost controlled. Ari, cover up the patterns on the side of this gate. Okay. Umo took a deep breath, covered his forehead, and squatted down. The dizzy feeling in my head hasn't gone away yet, but it's fading. This should be a consciousness attack, or a mental attack, which is called a soul attack in the end of cultivation. Umo felt that if he didn't break free and kept watching, he would become an idiot, or even die. Hissa, take a few deep breaths. Umo feels much better. Get in the car and rest. The plan is delayed. Umo also got in the car to rest. His soul was the most mysterious. He has not studied it, but he thinks rest is the most important thing now. The weather outside is too cold, and the thermostat consumes power quickly. There is also a heat source inside the train, which can save some power. Umo got in the car and sat down. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt dizzy and then lost consciousness. When he woke up again, "Master, you finally woke up." Ali's anxious voice sounded beside him. Umo was confused for a while before returning to normal. "How long have I been unconscious?" 3 days and 3 hours. 3 days? Umo was shocked. Now it is the 21st day, and there are 9 days left until the end of the Zerg. Looking around again, he was back in the Inyong palace. He was in a room in the underground fortress. Where are the other soldiers? 36 people have woken up, and the remaining 12 are still in a coma. Umo rubbed his forehead, and the uncomfortable and dizzy feeling disappeared. He probably understood the characteristics of the gate of the ruins. The stone gate, some material in it or some method used, has a strong power of mental attack. As long as you see it, your mind will be attacked. In the mildest case, you will be in a coma for a few days like him. In the worst case, you may suffer a severe mental trauma, or even become a vegetable or die. Is the pattern on the gate blocked? Umo moved his body. He had been unconscious for 3 days and his whole body was rusty. It has been blocked, and it has been tested, and it will no longer be effective. During this period, ice creatures rushed in, but 362 ice creatures in a row did not go beyond 50 meters. The camera captured that scene. Open it and let me see. A projection screen appeared in front of Umo. A group of ice creatures approached the entrance of the ruins. They seemed to sense that there was something here. They entered while exploring. After entering the corridor, we went forward 50 meters, which was also the limit where the drone was destroyed. A red figure suddenly appeared, with red-haired claws grabbing onto the power cores of the 2 ice creatures. Bang! The power core of the ice creature was crushed by the red-haired monster and turned into a pile of broken ice. The red-haired monster moved very fast, almost reaching 1/3 the speed of sound. With one forward charge, it smashed the 2 ice creatures. After a few dodged moves, all the ice creatures were killed, leaving behind a patch of gradually melting ice. The red-haired monster rushed into the dark abyss beside the corridor and disappeared. Umo rubbed his brows. This video basically recorded the strength of the red-haired monster. In terms of speed, a burst speed of 100 meters per second is probably that of a peak D-class creature that is good at speed, or a normal C-class creature. It should be said that he was lucky that he did not go in. If he had gone in, no one except him would have been able to leave there, let alone move forward. Besides, we don't know if there is only one red-haired monster or many red-haired monsters on both sides of the corridor. Umo thought about it and felt that he couldn't just give up like that. Ari, prepare the railgun. Fire 10 rounds into the ruins first. The red-haired monster couldn't get out due to some restrictions, so he could do some target practice outside. Good. 10 circular gaps appeared on the ground of the Inyong Palace, and launch silos extended from them. Fierce flames burst out of the launch port, and then a shell more than 10 meters long emerged from it and quickly rushed into the sky. A few minutes later, the footage recorded the rail gun rushing into the ruins and the appearance of the red-haired monster. The moment the red-haired monster emerged from the darkness, the railgun exploded directly, and all 10 of them exploded at the same time. The gate of the ruins is very large, several dozen meters high, and the railguns are arranged in a 9-square grid, just enough for everyone to rush in at once. One leads the way, and the remaining 9 follow closely. Boom! The ruins were covered by the force of the explosion, and the camera footage disappeared instantly. Under this kind of force, it was impossible for a drone to survive. From the outside, you can barely see what happens after the railgun explodes. A large amount of flames and shock waves rushed into the darkness on both sides of the corridor and gradually disappeared into the darkness. The red-haired monster, surrounded by the force of the explosion, could no longer be seen. It was unknown whether it had escaped or was blown up. After the force of the explosion disappeared, the wired drone flew in again. This time, the exploration distance exceeded 50 meters, and there was no attack from the red-haired monster. But before Yamal had time to get excited, the drone flew to a position of 60 meters and turned into Ashrak. Yumontak, Master, this time it is a black shadow, which is probably very similar to the red-haired monster, and the red-haired monster may have been killed. Ari's voice sounded, and another picture appeared, with only a black shadow in it. I understand. We won't explore this place for now. Let's attract the ice creatures here, and let them try it for us. Yes, Master. Yumo shook his head and still felt a little dizzy. It should be a sequelae or something. It should go away in a few days. It's a pity that these days were wasted. 43. Practice shooting. Yumo did not explore the cultivation ruins again. This thing is not accessible at this stage. It is better to focus on researching weapons of mass destruction first. There is no need to worry too much about the ice doomsday. Ordinary ice creatures cannot even get within 100 meters of the Inyong Palace's firepower. D-level or sea-level ice creatures can be killed by orbital cannons. For the next 9 days, Inyong Palace could live in peace and tranquility. It's just that UMO has always had an uncomfortable feeling, as if something big is going to happen next, but he has no memory of any related big event. UMO thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything, so he had to study energy weapons. Doomsday era. Early morning of the 22nd day. UMO felt that he had fully recovered. He did not go to research today. He separated several people from the original scientific team to research the latest energy weapons. The principle of energy weapons is to compress a certain energy and even make it substantial, so no shells are needed. UMO was practicing to master the spear. He couldn't hold on for less than a minute before. This was not good. There is no basic shooting skills, even the simplest one. Prick. The fundamentals of spearmanship can be divided into 2 types. One is to strike with the spear as if it were a stick, and the other is to strike with the penetration of the spear. The first one is easy to do. Just hit it mindlessly. The second one requires long-term practice, and the lethality is naturally greater than the first one. Let Ari project a virtual target. Turn on the camera, and while practicing, let Ari analyze what posture and angle can fully exert the power. Noon, UMO leaned against the wall. His arms were swollen. His body was shaking violently. His face was pale, and his breathing was rapid. I stopped practicing so many times in the morning that I felt exhausted. Master, the nutrient solution has been prepared. Ari controlled the drone to fly over, picked up Yuma, who was no longer able to walk, and placed him in the nutrient solution. This was the nutrient solution that the scientific team urgently prepared. Everyone stopped what they were doing, and it took only 3 hours to complete it. After taking a bath, UMO clearly felt that his tense body was relaxing. He couldn't move at all before. Only when his body was completely relaxed did UMO let out a long breath, soaking in it like a salted fish. Master, why do you want to practice cold weapons? Ari flew over with a small drone and expressed confusion. The current firepower is enough to face the ice doomsday. As long as you don't leave the Inyong Palace, you will basically not encounter any safety problems. They will be used in the future. Technological weapons are indeed very powerful now, but in a few months, they will become less powerful and practitioners will take the stage to compete. Yumo paused for a moment and remembered something about the end of the Zerg. In the Zerg Doomsday, there are many powerful Zergs who are also spiritual beings, and their levels are not the same system. For such powerful spiritual beings, ordinary technological weapons are not very effective, and energy weapons are needed. By killing the practicing creatures among the Zerg, you should be able to obtain the practice method, or practice treasures or something like that. Owner, Yumo came back to his senses. What's wrong? Fine. UMO nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to relax his body, feeling the changes in his body. Something is being expelled from the body, and something is growing in the body. Leveling up can improve overall physical strength, but the problem lies with the D-level spear. This thing is too heavy. It must weigh at least 300 kilograms. Otherwise, it would be like playing with a normal cold weapon spear. After soaking for half an hour, the body was completely restored, and the originally translucent white nutrient solution had turned into turbid black. Phew! Leave the nutrient solution. UMO stretched his body and felt as if he was floating lightly, as if he was about to take off. There is no feeling of hunger, as the materials in the nutrient solution have already provided the energy needed by the body. We continued to practice shooting in the afternoon. At the same time, The soldiers' training also kept up. The intensity was increased, and there was enough nutrient solution. The overall combat effectiveness would be improved in a short time. Day 25. After 3 days of spear training, UMO has adapted to the weight of the D-class spear and is ready to go out and fight the ice creatures. Master, do you really want to go? Ari was very worried and felt that ordinary people were no match for the creatures in the disaster. Well, even if we don't go now, we will go later. It's not like we'll just rush in and let the lone person come from outside the defense line. UMO, carrying a spear and wearing combat clothes, led a group of soldiers out of the city gate. Within a 500-meter radius around the Inyong Palace, any ice creatures that enter will be eliminated. UMO was not too far away, only about 300 meters away. After a while, some ice creatures appeared. They spotted UMO and the others from a distance and rushed over here. When they passed through the 500-meter defense line, the Inyong Palace's firepower network covered them and could completely kill all of these ice creatures. However, under deliberate control, only one ice creature approached UMO and his group. UMO waved his hand to signal the soldiers to retreat. 5 drones were hovering in the sky, with all their weapon systems turned on and locked onto the ice creatures. This creature looked like an ice wolf. In its translucent body, a dark blue core kept moving. It seemed that he didn't notice the danger here and rushed straight towards UMO. UMO waved his hand and took out the spear. He stood in place and sank slightly. He held the spear with both hands, focused his mind, and stared at the moving target. D-level spears and ordinary ice wolves, the latter's defense can be easily pierced. It's just that ordinary ice creatures are very strong. Even if UMO has upgraded a lot of levels, he may not be able to defeat an ice creature with bare hands. After all, the division of levels is just an improvement in the level of ordinary people. Maybe their strength has become stronger, and all aspects have also been improved. However, the physical life level is still that of an ordinary person, and spiritual practice can directly elevate the life level. As the level increases, if the heart is broken, you will definitely die. As your cultivation level improves, you won't necessarily die if your heart is shattered, and you may even be able to fight back. UMO held his spear tightly and stared at the ice wolf that was charging towards him. This was a very important moment. If he could kill the ice wolf easily, then it would be easy for him to practice cultivation afterwards, and the strength of the Inyong Palace would increase sharply, giving him a greater chance of survival. If he fails, the result may be reversed. Over-reliance on technological weapons will cause a devastating blow when the end of the world comes. 44. Kill ice wolves in a row. Call. UMO exhaled lightly. His eyes were extremely serious. All the messy thoughts were eliminated, and only the moving ice wolf and the deep blue power core in its body were in his eyes. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. UMO watched as the ice wolf jumped up, opened its mouth wide, and bit towards his neck. It might bite his neck in the next second. When the ice wolf jumped to the highest point and was about to fall, UMO suddenly moved. At this stage, the ice wolf could no longer control the direction of its body, making it a great moving target. He exerted force with both arms, thrusting the spear diagonally upwards, hitting the ice wolf in the mouth. The sharp spear easily penetrated the ice wolf's defense and passed through the back of its head, but it did not hit the power core. The ice wolf, whose head and neck were pierced, was still twisting its body wildly, trying to break free from the spear. The power core in its body was spinning rapidly, providing even stronger power. UMO suddenly exerted force with his arm, swung his spear, and threw the ice wolf to the ground. The ice wolf that came into contact with the snow quickly recovered its damaged body and immediately stood up to continue its attack. But UMO did not give it a chance to resist. He stepped forward and thrust out his spear, piercing the ice wolf's body. This time it brushed against the edge of the dark blue core. If it had moved a little slower, it would have been shattered. UMO didn't feel sorry. He pulled out his spear and thrust it again. The damaged part of its body couldn't let the power core pass through, limiting the core's range of movement. Bang! Another shot pierced the ice wolf's body, almost breaking it in half, but it was still struggling frantically, trying to jump up. UMO raised his hand and fired another shot. As soon as the ice wolf climbed up from the ground, its body was broken in half, and its power core was confined to the back half of its body. UMO fired again, and this time he was lucky enough to pierce the ice wolf's power core. Originally, it felt like cutting tofu, but this time I clearly felt that I had penetrated something hard and broke it. The ice wolf suddenly stopped moving, and from its translucent body, one could see that the dark blue power core had turned into countless fragments, which gradually dissipated into the invisible. The remaining body of the ice wolf also began to crack, and finally turned into a large pile of transparent, irregular ice blocks that fell to the ground. Phew! Umo put away his spear and breathed a sigh of relief. The first hunt was a little flawed, but it was successful in the end. It was possible to kill the doomsday creatures without using technological weapons. This will make the people of Inyong Palace less dependent on technological weapons. Umo glanced at the shocked expressions of the soldiers and nodded slightly. It seemed that the response to this first hunt was quite good. Ari, continue. Yuma strikes while the iron is hot. Hunting once doesn't mean much. Hunting a few more times will make their impressions more profound, especially when they are lucky enough to pierce the power core of the ice creature and kill it instantly. Good master. After a while, another ice wolf was released. Yumo no longer feels so nervous. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but it will be a little easier later. The second ice wolf is similar to the first one. Ice creatures all look similar. If the same kind of creature keeps appearing, it's easy to feel like there's a bug. Umo held the spear tightly and took an attacking stance. Ordinary ice creatures don't have much intelligence. When they see a creature, they will rush over without considering anything else, so it's relatively easy to deal with them. When the ice wolf jumped up, Umo thrust out his spear and pierced the ice wolf's body. This time, I was lucky enough to pierce its power core and shatter it. Everyone saw. An ice wolf was stabbed in the body by Umo's spear. After shaking twice, the body turned into a pile of broken ice and fell down. Many soldiers were shocked. They looked at the thermal guns in their hands, then looked at Umo's cold weapon spear, and suddenly they felt envious. Some soldiers were even eager to try it themselves. Afterwards, Umo killed dozens of ice creatures in succession. From being nervous at the beginning to being smooth, and then to being at ease, he made rapid progress. After getting used to one ice creature, Umo began to let Ari release two at the same time. After practicing, one-on-many situations would become very common. Ari hesitated for a moment, but without saying anything, she released two ice creatures from the fire net. Umo became nervous again. Two ice wolves rushed over from the left and right, their movements almost synchronized. If you don't adjust the rhythm well, you may be bitten by the second ice wolf while stabbing the first one, and you may be seriously injured. Umo held the spear nervously, and the soldiers also became nervous, holding their breath. Bang! When the first ice wolf jumped up, Umo sent out his spear, piercing its body but missing its core. He quickly dodged to the side, drew out his spear, and whipped the second ice wolf away, almost breaking half of its body. Then the spearhead turned and pierced the first ice wolf, keeping a distance from them. He suddenly exerted force with both arms, threw the pierced ice wolf up, and smashed it towards the second ice wolf. Bang! Two ice wolves flew out. Umo took the opportunity to step forward and stab the power core of the first ice wolf. Bang! The ice wolf's body shook and then turned into a pile of ice. As soon as the second ice wolf stood up, it was pierced by Umo. The spear shook and half of its body was shattered. The power core was shaken, the movement speed suddenly decreased, and then it was pierced by a gun. Huh! Umo took a breath. He was not tired, but mainly nervous. After all, if he was not careful, his arm might be broken. Fortunately, the final result was successful. Two ice wolves were killed without any injuries. The effect is almost the same now. Just come out a few more times in the next few days to let people know that in addition to technological weapons, they can also deal with doomsday creatures by themselves. The hunt continues. Umo gradually adapted to the situation. When night fell, he could face two ice wolves at the same time and kill them easily. After killing two more ice wolves, Umo prepared to return. He suddenly had an idea. Ari, what are the chances of catching the ice creature? Calculating, 95%. Inyong Palace currently has a material that can maintain its strength even at low temperatures and can trap ice creatures inside. Try to catch some ice creatures to use as targets and for shooting training. Good master. After returning to the Inyong Palace, I soaked in the nutrient solution for a while and recovered. Umo opened the communication module. He encountered two hatcheries, a very special and powerful relic, and other shelters near which the star sea would also appear. 45. Selling news. Maybe it's because the frequency of the ice creature's attacks has decreased, and there are a lot of bullets in the communication module. Today, I killed more than a dozen ice creatures. These weird guys are really hard to deal with. If you don't smash that dark blue thing, you can't kill them. Only a dozen? I've killed dozens of ice creatures. These guys aren't that strong. I think it's easier than the zombie siege. You may have encountered a fused ice creature. I was preparing to hunt a group of more than a dozen ice creatures. But unexpectedly, they suddenly merged and turned into an ice wolf over 10 meters long. If I hadn't run fast, I would have turned into an ice block by now. But this thermal gun is really useful. It kills one person with one shot. Really? I'm using a thermal gun too? Why doesn't it work? You have to hit the deep blue core in those guys' bodies. If you don't break the core, even if you break their entire bodies, they will revive again. Hiss. Horrible. Thank you, big shot. I'll try it now. Thanks for the advice, sir. That's amazing. I can only stay in the shelter and can't get out at all. After watching for a while, UMO didn't see any news related to the hatchery, so I posted one myself. Have you ever seen a hatchery? There's a collapse in the snow, and there's a tunnel leading into it, and there are a lot of egg-like things. After the message was sent, the communication module went silent for a while. Look what I found. A living boss of Inyong Palace. Big boss, please help me. Boss, are you in need of a leg accessory? Not only can he cook, but he can also warm the bed. Boss, please take me. Boss, I can't hold on any longer. Please give me some food. Just 1 day's worth of food is enough. Boss, please help me. A bunch of messy messages came out first, and some people were begging. Maybe there was something wrong with their brain circuits. UMO waited for a while before the news about the hatchery appeared. Hatchery. Is that place called a hatchery? There is one a few kilometers away from my shelter. I went there at least once, but before I could get close, many ice creatures rushed in. I've seen it. It's just 5 kilometers away. I took a team to take a look. The passage is indeed very long, and it feels like walking in the starry sky. But at the end, there is nothing but a relatively large hole. I've seen it too. I saw those egg-like things and wanted to take a few back to study them, but then I gave up. When I went to see them again, there was nothing inside. Boss, what does this hatchery mean? Are there monsters hatching in it? A hatchery. What do they hatch? It doesn't sound like a good place. Yumo thought about it and felt that it would be okay to talk about it. There are only 5 days left until the end of the Zerg. Speaking of it now will not make it come earlier or later, so it makes no difference to him whether he speaks of it or not. But if these people get this information, they might have more chances to survive, and then it would be easier for him to acquire resources. That's the Zerg's hatchery. The eggs are full of bugs. There are at least tens of thousands of bugs in one hatchery. If one egg is broken, the rest of the bugs will rush out. As for the things you didn't see, it's because the ice creatures had already been there. The ice creatures and the Zerg creatures are hostile to each other. Once they discover the Zerg hatchery, they will rush over and destroy it. The number and variety of Zerg are very large, and they will appear after a while. UMO sent the message out. There was another brief silence in the communication module. Is this true? It shouldn't be fake, right? Someone said before that a hatchery has been found. Zerg? Are they the bugs in the interstellar Zerg? Zerg? How can such a thing exist? There are already translucent ice creatures, so what's wrong with the Zerg appearing? The lords of the large shelters who saw this news all frowned, considering the truth of it. Someone dug up what UMO said before and compared it, and found that what UMO said seemed to be true, at least not exaggerated. This should be true, right? I saw that what this big guy said several times before has all come true. It is because of this that I was able to escape and live until now. Could it be a coincidence? Once or twice it could be a coincidence, but the boss said it 6 times in total, and it happened 5 times. This is not a coincidence. Hiss. Is it so accurate? Could it be something from the treasure chest that can predict the future? Predicting the future? You're overthinking it. Various debates in the exchange area. UMO didn't care. He reminded them, which was already the limit. As for whether they believed it or not, it was their business. Just as I was about to close the communication module, a few private messages suddenly popped up. Ari is also in charge of controlling some of the private messages and filtering out the useless ones, so you don't have to be bothered by them. I want to know the specific information about the Zerg. A private message and a trade request for 10 zombie cores. UMO curled his lips. This person is very knowledgeable. Receive 10 zombie cores. The Zerg doomsday will come in 5 days, at dawn on the 30th day of the doomsday era. In a word, it's about the same income as exchanging 10 zombie cores. How many Zergs are there in Zerg Apocalypse? 10 more zombie cores. Endless. Yumo sent two simple words. The other party was silent for a while. I want weapons that can deal with the Zerg. The price is negotiable. This time, 100 zombie cores came. Yumo smiled. With just a few words, he could earn so many zombie cores. This business was indeed good. Sufficient power, energy weapon series, science group. The three conditions in the information are all necessary to survive the Zerg apocalypse. Electricity can charge energy weapons, but as for power other than electricity, there is not enough time now. The scientific team needs to study the various genomes of the Zerg and create gene bombs, otherwise no shelter can survive. Only gene bombs can deal with the overwhelming tide of Zerg creatures. The other party was silent for a while. I want the blueprints for the nuclear power plant. The price is negotiable. You can do your own research. Not enough time. Yumo touched his chin and thought for a while, then gave a level. 46, trading blueprint. 3,000 zombie cores, 5 units of ice essence, 50,000 points. A lot of conditions were put forward. The opponent's shelter has been found through the map, and it is a large shelter. There were a few others nearby, but he was the only one asking, so it was very likely that the other party had joined forces, but this had nothing to do with him. After the transaction conditions were sent, there was no movement from the other side. Yumo didn't look at him any further. He turned over and fell asleep holding MOU. In a brightly lit conference room, a dozen people sat in a spacious conference room. However, except for one person, the rest were shadows projected by a holographic projector. A shelter obtained the holographic projection blueprint, and then formed an alliance through offline methods, surviving the impact of various monsters. At this time, they are facing a major decision. This person is the Lord of Inyong Palace. The information he provided is more than 80% reliable. In the holographic projection, a person said, 80%. Everyone was silent, which indirectly showed that the news was true. In 5 days, a new doomsday will come. They all knew a little about the Zerg doomsday, and their deepest impression was the densely packed, endless numbers, and the astonishing reproductive capacity. What do you think of his message about dealing with the Zerg apocalypse? Said the only real person in the conference room. I think it might be true, but I cannot rule out the possibility that the other party is spreading false information. If our impression is correct, the Zerg are indeed the largest in number and have the ability to fly and crawl. Our city walls are like flat ground to them. If we calculate the strength of the Zerg according to the ice creatures, then our weapons are not enough to resist so many Zerg. As for whether the energy weapons he mentioned can be resisted, I'm not sure. Maybe he just said it casually, said another person in the holographic projection. I think it's better to believe it than not to believe it. We have never seen an ice creature before, but it appeared in front of us. So, this Zerg attack is very likely real, another person agreed. And even if they don't show up in the end, the energy weapon can allow us to explore the ice sheet and go further instead of being trapped in the shelter, the third person agreed. I agree. We may not believe it, but we must develop it. It's just that his conditions are too high. We have already mastered some of the technology for nuclear power plants, and we will be able to develop them in another month, another person frowned. A month is too long. If the Zerg apocalypse really comes in 5 days, we won't be able to survive. I agree that although these resources are large, they can be borne by each of us. Perhaps he could not have imagined that just trading a blueprint would result in more than a dozen copies. After discussing for more than 10 minutes, we finally decided. Okay, let's make a deal. The person who contacted UMO made a decision, and then received resources from every shelter, plus his own part, to meet the transaction requirements for the nuclear power plant blueprint. To make a transaction, on the other side, UMO, who was in a daze, was awakened by the reminder of the transaction. He rubbed his eyes and quickly woke up. The other party has agreed to the blueprint deal, and the resources are in place. UMO was stunned for a moment, but he didn't hesitate. He had already worked out the blueprint for the nuclear fusion power station. Ordinary nuclear power stations were no problem. One blueprint could be copied into many copies. First, set the blueprint to be non-copyable after trading, and add a manufacturing quantity limit. As long as you build more than 3 nuclear power plants, the blueprint will disappear unless you research the blueprint of the nuclear power plant. The other party may have been too excited to look at the conditions of the blueprint carefully. After UMO put the blueprint up, he couldn't wait to make the deal, as if he was afraid that UMO would go back on his word. UMO received the resources for the transaction, threw them into the warehouse, yawned again, turned around, hugged MOU, and continued to sleep. In the holographic conference room, the people who got the nuclear power plant blueprints looked very unhappy. It was not because they could not build a nuclear power plant, but because of the limit on the number of blueprints. Can only be made 3 times. The times will disappear after they are used up, and there were 15 people in total who were doing the puzzle. If only 3 people can get the nuclear power plant, the rest will definitely be dissatisfied, and may even cause the alliance to collapse. Seeing that this person looked very unhappy, everyone asked, "Is there a problem with the blueprint?" There is a problem. It can only be used 3 times. If we use the blueprint reverse technology, it will take at least half a month. The man holding the blueprint looked very unhappy. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became solemn. A map can only be copied 3 times, which means that only 3 people can get the nuclear power plant, and the rest of the people have contributed resources but have nothing to gain. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. For a long time, the person in charge of the transaction said, "We will not use this blueprint for now, but buy 4 more to ensure that everyone has a nuclear power plant and the resources are evenly distributed." Everyone was silent. If you think about it carefully, this approach may be the best solution while maintaining the alliance and security. A man nodded slowly in agreement. He had already taken out a lot of resources and completed the transaction. If he gave up now, he would have nothing. "I'll go first and take out 4 times the resources." The person in charge of the transaction took the lead in taking out the resources. In fact, he didn't want this to happen. He wanted to keep the blueprint to himself. But this cannot be done. If you take it all for yourself, not only will the alliance be broken, but you may even be besieged, causing the final shelter to collapse. There was the first person, then the second, the third. Soon, the resources were gathered again, enough for 4 blueprints. This time the person in charge of the transaction made the conditions clear. A few minutes passed, a very short time, but he felt it was as long as a century. Fortunately, finally, the transaction was successful, and 4 blueprints that could only be used 3 times and could not be copied appeared in the hands of the person in charge. 3 people form a group, and when one person runs out of money, they trade it to the next person. The person in charge distributed the blueprint, used it once, and traded it to the second person. Seeing this, others also started to build. A few people who didn't have enough materials exchanged some materials. In the end, everyone got a nuclear power plant without any other problems. This meeting was over, but everyone looked unhappy, as they were all severely slaughtered. 47. Upgrade system. Upgrade. Day 27. Ari captured some ice creatures and brought them to the Inyong palace to practice spear skills with UMO. The energy weapon series reduces the time required by the scientific team to research, and can be researched and produced on the 29th day at the latest, just in time to deal with the insect swarm. Zerg will climb the walls, so shelters without strong defense systems will be eliminated. There are too many shelters, and those with weak firepower will be eliminated. They will either merge. The vitality is average, and if hit in the vitals, it will die. Possessing powerful spiritual beings, they can defend against technological weapons, but they can suppress the opponent with numbers. In short, the Zerg is a very difficult creature. UMO remembered that after the Zerg doomsday, 2/3 of the shelter disappeared within a day. In the following month, more than 2/3 of the remaining shelters disappeared, and in the end, only about 1/10 of the shelters survived. In the following year, shelters disappeared almost every day. In the end, there were only about 1,000 large shelters left, and there was also internal friction. While killing ordinary ice creatures, UMO was distracted and thinking about other things. Ordinary ice creatures are no longer a threat, but it takes a lot of practice to figure out the most suitable way to exert force, and practice repeatedly. Ari caught more than 100 ice creatures. It only took UMO 15 minutes to kill them all, turning them into ice cubes on the ground. UMO was about to return when suddenly a prompt popped up to upgrade the system. Reward standard has been achieved. System upgrade started. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Upgrade system. 10x reward upgrade. Upgraded to 100x reward upgrade. Or level upgrade reward. PS. Only rewards obtained by the host can be used for upgrades. PS2. Treasure chest upgrade can only be used once. UMO was stunned for a while before he reacted. This prompt to upgrade the system appeared too suddenly. Look carefully at each tip. UMO frowned. It seemed that the reward had increased, but in fact it should have been reduced. He took out a bronze treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest detected. Select from 1. Bronze treasure chest plus 100. 2. Silver treasure chest plus 1. 3. Skip. UMO looked at the more than 10,000 bronze treasure chests in his backpack and fell into deep thought. So this system can refresh the number of times when it is upgraded? Choose 2. Silver treasure box, +1. UMO open the box. Robotic arm blueprint +1. This time there is only a prompt for the shelter system, but no prompt for the upgrade system. UMO took out another treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest detected. Select from 1. Bronze treasure chest +100. 2. Silver treasure chest +1. 3. Skip. Pick 3. The upgrade system interface disappears, and the treasure chest does not change. UMO open the treasure chest. Get potatoes +10. Reward detected. Select from 1. Potatoes +1000. 2. Spiritual potato +10. 3. Skip. Option 2. Spiritual potato +10. UMO took out a spiritual potato. An ordinary potato is a yellow ball, but this spiritual potato is different. Have you seen amethyst? Change the color to yellow and transparent, and you will get the aura potato. UMO looked at the potato, which had not changed in shape but seemed to have turned into citron, and fell into deep thought. Is this really the potato he has been eating? I sniffed it closely, and there was a faint fragrance. It has a light fragrance, which is different from the strong fragrance. It makes people feel refreshed, whets their appetite, and makes them unable to resist taking a bite. Then UMO took a bite. Crisp, sweet, delicious, juicy. UMO was puzzled. Is this really a potato and not an apple? After swallowing it, a warm current emerges from the abdomen and spreads throughout the body. The feeling of fatigue quickly faded, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on the surface of the body, and the sweat had a disgusting smell. UMO frowned as he smelled it, ate the spiritual potato in a few bites, and quickly ran back to the villa to take a shower. 20 minutes later, UMO walked out of the bathroom refreshed, feeling a lot lighter. The body that originally needed to soak in the nutrient solution for half an hour to recover now only needs 15 minutes. You can even eat while practicing. I just ate a potato as big as my fist, but I didn't feel anything in my stomach. It was like I swallowed a ball of air or spiritual energy. To verify this idea, UMO continued to practice his spear skills and asked Ari to continue catching ice creatures to promote his spear skills. When the end of cultivation comes, you won't be helpless without technological weapons. Take out the spear. D-class spear detected. Select from 1. D-level standard spear +100. 2. C-level standard spear +1. 3. Skip. UMO fell into deep thought. This really was a complete refresh. This choice troubled him. Choose 1 to arm a squad. Option 2 can greatly improve his strength. With the help of the spirit potato, he will be even stronger. Killing a D-level creature alone is not a dream. But for dealing with D-class creatures, or even C-class creatures, we have railguns for the time being. So, choose 1. D-level standard spear +100. UMO let out a breath and went to the training ground to continue practicing his marksmanship. As for when the D-level standard spears will be issued, we'll have to wait and see. I don't know if the D-class railgun can be upgraded further. No, you can trigger the upgrade reward by making it through blueprint. UMO paused. This was the first time that the upgrade system showed a prompt other than the upgrade reward. You are actually intelligent? No, this is the answer in the answer bank. UMO was puzzled and then asked many questions in succession. I found that the answers to many questions were repeated, or I didn't have enough authority to answer them. All right, UMO didn't ask for too much. 100-fold increase was already powerful enough, so why would he need a bicycle? As soon as he picked up the spear, UMO felt it was much lighter. He realized that his strength had increased and it was easier to wield it. I practiced for an hour at a time, and my endurance has improved a lot. Before, I could only last half an hour. UMO panted, took out a crystal potato, and bit into it. The cool juice flows into the mouth, down the throat to the stomach, and turns into a warm current that spreads throughout the body. I am full of strength again, .jpg. UMO finished eating the potatoes with a crunch, then picked up his spear and continued practicing. The warmth from my stomach spread throughout my body, and I became more focused. My accuracy in hitting moving targets increased significantly. This feeling lasted for about 15 minutes, and then I practiced for another 1.5 minutes before I was exhausted again. Yumontak was excited. This spiritual potato was simply amazing, so he took out another one and ate it. At the end of the day, after practicing for 15 hours and eating the Reiki potatoes, Yumo's body was full of stinky smell, so Ari brought him some water to wash him. Otherwise, the smell would be even worse. My body is exhausted, but my spirit is full. I even feel like I can practice for a few more hours. 48. Energy Cannon. After Yumo's strength was exhausted, take out a treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest detected. Select from 1. Bronze treasure chest plus 100. 2. Silver treasure chest plus 1. 3. Skip. Choose 3. The interface disappears. UMO, open the treasure chest. Dragon fruit plus 5. Reward detected. Select from 1. Pitaya plus 500. 2. Spiritual dragon fruit plus 5. 3. Skip. Choose 2. Spiritual dragon fruit plus 5. UMO stretched out his hand, and a dragon fruit with transparent skin and crystal clear flesh, like amethyst, appeared in his hand. A rich fragrance emerges. UMO swallowed his saliva, wondering if the skin could be eaten. A few seconds later, UMO peeled off the skin and took a bite. Hiss! Fresh, sweet, juicy, soft, and sticky. The cool feeling stimulates every cell. A wave of XX-like feeling rushes to the top of the head, floating in the air. When UMO came to his senses, he found that the dragon fruit had been eaten. It was the size of a fist and was gone in just 2 or 3 bites. The familiar warm breath spread in his body, and he hurried into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, UMO looked at himself in the mirror and pondered. Healthy fair skin and perfect muscle lines. How can these two be combined together without any sense of incongruity? UMO thinks that this skin may be given to the wrong gender. This skin has surpassed MOU's, right? How could MOU feel embarrassed when he saw this? Fortunately, the area that should be big is still big and has not changed. Snap! Master you! MOU pushed the door open and was stunned. It took her 2 seconds to realize that this man with an almost perfect body and skin was her master. Master you! MOU was about to say something but stopped herself. She lowered her head to look at the skin on her waist that was exposed. Why do you suddenly want to cover it up? Is this really something a man can have? What's up? UMO put on his clothes as if nothing had happened. He looked calm as an old dog, but in fact he was extremely panicked. If I hadn't forced myself to divert my attention, my face would have turned red. He forgot his age, he was only 16. The E-class energy weapon was successful, MOU said. So fast. UMO raised his eyebrows. In the Conquered Refuge, 2 former lords have studied energy weapons, MOU. Well, come with me to take a look. UMO. Laboratory. A weapon that looks like an old-fashioned cannon and is not in line with the high-tech style is placed in the center of the laboratory. A group of people in white coats were pointing and commenting on it, pulling out a data table from time to time for comparison. UMO and MOU arrived. Lord! My lord! Greetings, Lord. Lord, you are finally here. I always feel that this image is very inconsistent with our image, but I just can't convince the team leader. A scientist began to complain. UMO didn't care either, with a smile on his face. Scientists are the foundation of survival in the doomsday, so there is a lot of leniency. And they have all signed a contract and will not betray each other. It is okay to be a little more relaxed as long as the research efficiency does not drop. Saw the E-class energy weapon. UMO couldn't help but twitch his lips. Really low. Not to mention the technological style. Even the battlefield style is considered outdated. Team leader, did you choose this image? UMO looked at the E-class cannon, where the leader, Yujie, was hugging her plump chest with an unconvinced look on her face. The corners of his mouth twitched again. You also think it's cheap? The team leader glared at him, as if to say that if UMO dared to say a word of agreement, he would punch him. Ahem, its camouflage ability is very strong. When fighting against an enemy, it will make the enemy let down their guard and achieve the effect of surprise. It is very suitable for surprise attacks. How powerful is it? UMO made a sharp turn and changed the subject. MOU covered her mouth and laughed secretly. However, the team leader didn't seem to notice the hidden meaning in his words and explained to UMO with a happy smile. I haven't tested its power yet. According to calculations, it can kill E-level creatures instantly. The energy consumed is about 10 ranges, which is much greater than a sniper cannon. But this is only an E-class energy cannon. If the technology breaks through to D-class or even C-class, then the railgun can be retired. Lord, you are here just to see the results of the experiment. When connected to the power station, it only takes 10 minutes to fully charge at maximum power. The effective killing range is designed to be 5 meters, but the actual range is probably between 10 and 20 meters. The effective range is designed to be 1 kilometer. The specific range depends on external conditions, such as air humidity, air density, wind speed, wind direction, etc. Various conditions may affect the range, and the team leader was talking, and UMO was listening. He could understand most of it, but a small part of it was a little blurry. At the same time, They transported E-Class energy cannons to the city walls and tested them with ice creatures. Ari, release 100 ice creatures in, UMO said, and touched the E-Class energy cannon. E-Class energy cannon detected. Select from 1. E-level energy cannon plus 100. 2. D-level energy cannon plus 1. 3. Skip. UMO hesitated for a moment. Choose 3. It was hard to explain that the scientific team had just finished their research and then upgraded it to a higher level, especially in front of them. It would be better to go back and come back quietly, upgrade to a D-Class energy cannon, and then explain that it was opened from a treasure chest. The contents of the treasure chest are completely random. It could be a handful of dirt, or it could be a handful of dirt. This explanation is more appropriate. As for quantity, only he, Ali, and MO know how many items are in stock. Lord, we have already researched the energy cannon, so there is no reward? The leader of the Royal Sister team suddenly changed the subject. UMO was stunned for a moment and looked at MOU. MOU was in charge of this aspect, and he had never intervened. Seeing that they were very satisfied, he did not care much about it. But since she has said it, it is okay to reward her. After all, she's a scientist. What do you want? Treasure chests. It feels great to open a prize, but last time I only got 2 bronze prizes, and they were gone before I could even get enough of them. The lady thought for a moment and said, UMO took out 2 bronze boxes. Bronze treasure chest detected. Select from 1. Bronze treasure chest plus 200. 2. Silver treasure chest plus 2. 3. Skip. Choose 1. With a wave of his hand, 200 bronze boxes were arranged. 10 per person. He took out a bronze treasure chest and upgraded it to a silver treasure chest and gave it to the team leader. There is only one team leader now. Starting tomorrow, the science team will be divided into several groups. After each group has achieved results, they will be rewarded with a bronze treasure chest or a silver treasure chest. Yumo is rich and powerful. MOU. She stared at Yumo's back with resentful eyes. How do we rank the results? 49. Test power. UMO noticed MOU's gaze, and he understood it immediately. He felt a little embarrassed. This was really a bit difficult. He walked to MOU's side. You can give me the ordinary results and leave the uncertain ones to me. Snort. UMO snorted and nodded. UMO smiled and reached out to touch the top of the secretary's head. MOU. She was stunned for a moment, then revealed a bright smile, and suddenly stepped forward and kissed UMO on the face. Yumontak. Master. The ice creatures are coming. Ari's voice brought UMO back to his senses. Outside the city wall, a large group of ice creatures were rushing over. Lord, you fire the first shot. The team leader patted Yumo's shoulder and pushed him to the front. Charging is complete. Just aim and press the red button. The team leader stepped back. Yumontak. I always feel like there's something wrong with this statement, but it doesn't seem to be a problem. UMO shook his head slightly and adjusted the energy cannon's locking system to lock onto the icy creature in the middle. Press the button firmly. Bang! White bright lines appeared in the energy cannon with an inner diameter of 20 centimeters. These bright lines were arranged according to a certain pattern, starting from the deepest part of the energy cannon, extending all the way to the muzzle. Terrifying energy gathered inside. Yumo's body had been strengthened by spiritual energy, so he was the first to notice it. The energy contained in the electric energy polymer inside the muzzle is increasing at a very terrifying speed. The speed was very fast, and the timescale was very short. Only his strengthened body could feel this process. As for other people, it seemed that the muzzle of the gun suddenly lit up, and a white ball of light flew out. The white energy ball drew a long white line in the air, and its speed far exceeded the speed of sound, but it was not matter. In the route where the powerful electric energy aggregate passes, all the air is ionized and turned into atoms and ions, which appear in white. Bang! The energy ball hit the ice creature in the middle. UMO squinted his eyes and saw more clearly. When the ice creatures come into contact with the energy ball, the ice parts of their bodies are instantly vaporized. Then the energy ball covered the ice creature, destroying its body and core in an instant. At this moment, the stability of the energy ball was broken, and the terrifying electrical energy contained in it burst out. The area within 50 meters instantly turned into a sea of lightning, which was greatly different from the data generated during calculation. Crackling. The white arcs continuously ionized the air. At the same time, because the ice creatures were made of strange ice blocks, their conductivity was quite good. As a result, a group of ice creatures were covered by the electric arc, their bodies were vaporized, and their cores were shattered. Some fragments were barely left, but they soon disappeared over time. Points reward detected. Upgrade reward cannot be triggered. Multiple rewards are automatically selected. Detection points reward. Points plus 1,000. Detection points reward. Points plus 1,000. Points detected. A total of 0.01 units of ice essence were detected as a reward. Select from 1. Ice essence plus 1. 2. Ice spirit plus 0.01. 3. Skip. UMO hesitated for a moment. A unit is about a cube the size of a ping pong ball, 1% of which. Considering the limits of what the body can bear, choose 1. Ice essence plus 1. How to use the ice essence. Mix it with water that is 1,000 times more than the water, and soak your whole body in it, including your head. A 3-centimeter standard cube appeared, looking like a dark blue block of ice. Yumo didn't look at this for the time being. He wanted to see the ice creatures on the snow. Hundreds of ice creatures were killed. Not even the ice cubes their bodies had turned into were left. A large area of snow disappeared out of thin air. Insulators and the like only have weak conductivity, not that they cannot conduct electricity. The electric energy contained in the electric energy cannon should be able to penetrate the shells of those Zerg creatures. The team leader led the scientists to quickly record the data and the various effects after the energy cannon was fired. This includes the impact on people standing near the electromagnetic energy cannon when it is fired, the effects of various ions produced by ionized air, etc. UMO roughly calculated the power. He could kill an F-level creature instantly, but for an E-level creature. This depends on the spherical shape of the organism. If it can conduct electricity, it can basically kill instantly. It cannot conduct electricity. It depends on the power of the electromagnetic energy cannon. There is a normal power and an overload power. The one I just tried was the normal power. Overload power is very harmful to the energy cannon. After a few shots, the barrel will be scrapped. Yuma turns on overload mode and increases the power to the maximum for charging. There is also a power system on the city wall, and different charging points can be set up according to different power demand levels. Overcharging takes 20 minutes, normal charging takes 10 minutes, and firing a cannon takes only 1 second. To complete continuous firing, at least 600 electromagnetic energy cannons are needed. UMO touched his chin. The number was not the problem. The problem was how to explain it. In the Zerg apocalypse, most of them are low intelligence bugs. Occasionally, there are powerful practicing Zergs, but they are not interested in this. The key lies in the subsequent practice at the end of the world. This is not just a simple attack. You can't survive without some tricks. The lifespan of a cultivator is very long, often 100 years at least. Even if he is a naive person, 100 years of experience is enough for him to grow up. Therefore, what one needs to face in the end of the world is not only super strong combat power, but also an uncertain mentality. If they discover the anomaly in the number and draw conclusions, and some powerful being notices this, then we're done for. Yuma considered various solutions and finally came down to inventory. No one outside knew how much was in stock. This was his opportunity. When outsiders saw how much was in stock, they would subconsciously think that there was enough material. All you need to do is show that you can get so much material. Ari, I am here. Arrange a quarter of the soldiers to go out and hunt ice creatures. Send out all trains and have them return every 6 hours to swap shifts with the soldiers on guard. Arrange the shifts accordingly. Yes, send the soldiers out so that no one will know how much has been harvested outside, and it can serve as a cover to a certain extent. Besides, we don't necessarily need so many energy cannons, but it's good to be prepared. 20 minutes later, the electromagnetic energy cannon was in overload mode and full of dots. White arcs flashed in the muzzle. No one dared to approach within 10 meters. If it weren't for the special power of the system, even Ari wouldn't be able to control it. This is a technical flaw. Fire. 50. Take the initiative. UMO looked at a large group of more than 200 ice creatures and gave a cold order. Bang! The light ball, which was at least twice as bright as the first shot, flew out instantly and rushed into the ice creature. Boom! There was a loud bang, and electric arcs filled the area within 100 meters, covering most of the icy creatures. The electric arc jumped along the snow layer to other ice creatures. Wherever the electric arc passed, the bodies of the ice creatures were evaporated. I accidentally touched the energy core, and half of the dark blue core disappeared immediately, and the rest shattered directly. With one shot, more than 200 ice creatures were killed. Only 2 escaped, and were turned into ice cubes by the drone. Just looking at the energy cannon again, tiny cracks have appeared on the barrel. It's pretty powerful. UMO nodded slightly. This power was enough to kill an E-level creature instantly. As for a D-level creature, it would probably not work. At most, it would just injure them. The range of the rail gun at the same level is greater, but a shell is too expensive. The electromagnetic energy cannon only needs electricity to charge, and the 11 nuclear fusion power stations provide continuous power. Now only one power station is operating, and it is only outputting 30% of its power. Continue testing. UMO waved his hand. The blueprint has been released. The data needs a lot of testing to be accurate. It only takes 40 minutes to build an energy cannon. It's another morning. Yesterday, 3 energy cannons were destroyed before the scientific team completed the data testing required. Then they continued to improve and upgrade the energy cannons. UMO made an E-class energy cannon. Reward detected. Select from 1. E-level energy cannon plus 100. 2. D-level energy cannon plus 1. 3. Skip. Option 2. An energy cannon with almost no change in appearance appeared. UMO touched his chin. Maybe this energy cannon has nothing to do with its appearance. Throw it aside to charge. The E-class takes 10 minutes, while it takes half an hour. However, according to the explanation in the blueprint, the charging time of the subsequent C-class energy cannon will be reduced to 10 minutes, and the higher the level, the lower the charging time. UMO went to the training ground to continue to teach shooting skills, and the target was still ordinary ice creatures. There are levels of ice creatures that cannot be caught. They have strong freezing abilities and great strength. It is easy to kill them, but there is no way to catch them. After practicing for a whole morning and eating a bunch of spiritual potatoes, I didn't feel tired at all. My digestion speed was several times faster than before. In the afternoon, UMO left Inyong Palace and went to the snowy plains for training. The sky and the earth were covered in white snow. The blizzard blocked the view, and the visibility was less than 50 meters. The powerful drones were also affected to some extent in the snowstorm, but the number of drones can be used to ensure the stability of the signal. There are at least 300 drones monitoring the surroundings of UMO to ensure that any changes can be discovered in the first place. UMO was only wearing a single layer of clothing. The snow melted wherever he walked, but it froze into a layer of ice in the blink of an eye. The thermostat range is reduced to the minimum. Only Vios is within 10 centimeters around the body. Master! Development target, 10 o'clock direction, 300 meters. UMO turned around. After getting close, UMO saw a large ice creature and a group of creatures that were about the same size as normal ice wolves. It looks like a wolf pack. The Ice Wolf King is F level, and the rest are ordinary ice wolves. E-level ice wolves are rare, and D-level ones are even rarer. UMO walked over with a spear in hand. The Ice Wolf King had already spotted him. His body was over 3 meters tall and full of intimidation. An ordinary ice wolf is more than 1 meter tall and can kill an ordinary person with one charge. UMO, whose body was strengthened by spiritual energy, was also a little unsure. He didn't know how serious the collision would be, but it would definitely be uncomfortable. First, take out a spiritual red date and eat it. The warm current will quickly spread throughout the body. Roar! The Ice Wolf King howled, but there was only movement without sound, so UMO could not hear the Ice Wolf King's voice. But the other ice wolves had already rushed over. There is a slight difference between the snowfield training and the training ground, but facing more than a dozen ice wolves at the same time is just as difficult. The ice wolf's defense will be improved in the snow, but it is just that good when facing a D-level spear. UMO stood still. His physical strength was not enough to support all kinds of fancy moves. Not to mention there was an Ice Wolf King behind him. The other party had no intention of taking action, and he obviously thought that these ordinary ice wolves could deal with him. UMO sneered in his heart. In the doomsday disaster, it was because of this kind of arrogance that countless people fell here. Bang! As the spear was thrust forward, an ice wolf more than 2 meters away was pierced through the core. UMO felt that he was very suitable for training, and he couldn't believe how fast his spear skills improved. In the beginning, it takes 5, 10, or even more times to pierce a core. But after only a few days, the accuracy rate has reached 99%. This progress is totally abnormal. UMO felt that he was not a genius, and it might be the effect of the upgrade system, but it did not give any prompts and it was difficult to confirm. The ice wolf's body turned into pieces, and the spear broke free, sweeping across and knocking 3 ice wolves away. With a backhand stab, another ice wolf was killed. UMO began to move. Now he had a spear, which was a long-range weapon in the melee system. If the ice creatures get too close, the spear will lose its power. Recently, he has been considering practicing with another weapon. His mind was a little distracted, but his body was not slow at all. All the ice wolves that tried to get close were pierced through the core. As the ice wolves fell one after another, UMO became more skilled, though his energy consumption was a bit high. After feeling the warm current disappear, he took out another spiritual red date and ate it. He had to keep in good condition in the wild and didn't need to squeeze his physical strength like in the training ground. Bang! The last ice wolf was killed. Points reward detected. Automatically trigger multiple rewards. Points plus 1,000. The original 10-point ice wolf was offered 1,000 points, a reduction of 100. The previous system may have had some loopholes. 15 ice wolves provided 15,000 points. The Inyong Palace had no shortage of points, but the speed of obtaining them was not as fast as before. Only one ice wolf king is left. UMO took a deep breath and took out another spiritual red date and ate it. He might not have a chance to eat it if a fight broke out. Bang! The ice wolf king suddenly attacked, jumping up from a body over 3 meters high, jumping 4 or 5 meters, and rushed towards UMO. UMO's eyes narrowed, and he rolled to the side. He couldn't resist. The spear could withstand it, but he couldn't. Bang! He rolled over and fired a shot, piercing the ice wolf king's waist, but missed the core. This guy was too tall. 51 forced to give up. The ice wolf king turned his head and slapped him, and UMO quickly blocked it with a spear. A huge force came, the spear was slightly bent, and then UMO was knocked away with the spear. The terrible force was transmitted to the arm through the spear, and at the moment of collision, he could not even hold the spear. But the spiritual energy was provided in time, and the constant flow of warm currents gathered together, which eventually prevented the spear from falling out of his hand and offset the force of the vibration. Just as UMO was taking a breath, the Ice Wolf King rushed over again. He had no choice but to use his spear to fight head-on, and at the same time, he ate another spiritual red date. Now this thing has become a continuous blood medicine. Without it, it would probably be cold in a few minutes. Bang! The Ice Wolf King did not move, but there was a wound on his head that was almost penetrated, but it was healing quickly. Yumo was knocked back 5 or 6 meters and almost fell to the ground. If he fell, he would be completely in a passive position. When Yumo looked up, he saw the Ice Wolf King rushing towards him again. He gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and stabbed its throat with his spear. Bang! The Ice Wolf King did not dodge and was pierced through the throat. The tip of the spear even protruded from behind his neck. But the core was still intact, and it could even give Yumo a claw. Yumo's face changed, but he didn't let go of the spear. He turned around and kicked at the claw, jumping up at the same time to buffer the force. Bang! At the moment of collision, his right foot and calf became numb, and he lost consciousness. He was also knocked out, and the spear he was holding tightly was pulled out, bringing up a string of ice chips. Bang! Yumo used his spear to support his right leg, barely avoiding falling down. The warmth in his body rushed to his right leg. I estimated that I would be able to recover in about a minute, but a minute is too long right now. The pierced throat of the Ice Wolf King was healing rapidly. It felt no pain unless it affected its core strength. Bang! Yumo tried to shoot, but was knocked away by a headbutt. After he flew up, he was hit by the Ice Wolf King's tail, and half of his body was immediately paralyzed. Owner! Ali's anxious voice sounded in my ears. Yumo spat out a mouthful of blood and ate the spiritual red dates. With the spiritual energy relieved, his body didn't hurt too much. A few bones were broken, but he was still able to stand up. No big problem. Yumo looked at the Ice Wolf King with a cold face, but his eyes were full of helplessness. Without any training, relying only on the physical fitness that has been improved by level, there is really no way to compete with these creatures. Ordinary ones are easy to deal with, but those with certain levels are not. Bang! Yumo clenched his spear tightly and pierced the Ice Wolf's claws, but was slapped away by another claw. When it slapped him, he could even hear the sound of broken bones on his body. After flying out, Yumo could no longer support his body and fell to the ground on the snow, but his mind was very clear. It seemed that his will had the highest priority over his spiritual energy. Okay, Ari, let's do it, Yumo said weakly, confirming that he couldn't deal with F level now, and could only wait until after training. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the body of the Ice Wolf fell not far away, with only one hole in its body, but it just happened to break its power core. UMO felt a pity that he could not kill the Ice Wolf King himself, so he could not get the reward and upgrade. Master, hold on. I'll take you back now. Several drones flew over, formed a stretcher, picked up UMO, and returned. UMO exhaled a breath with a bloody smell, took out an aura apple, and ate it. The effect of spiritual energy is very powerful. The internal injuries that were painful just now have recovered rapidly. The place where the warm current disappears is the injured part. The speed of recovery depends on the concentration of spiritual energy. UMO was eating with a crunching sound, and some black blood and other things kept coming out of the pores on his skin. When he returned to Inyong Palace, he was already covered in a layer of dirt. Go straight back to the villa. Ari has been watching Yuma's condition. Although she doesn't understand why he got better so quickly, this is a good thing. MOU was already waiting here. He was shocked at first when he saw Yumo's miserable state, and then he was stunned when he saw UMO jump down. Didn't you say he was seriously injured? Isn't this lively? The master's body is very special and has a very fast recovery ability. Ari was also confused, having never seen such a situation before. It's not the physique, it's this kind of spiritual food. Ari, send these to the laboratory and see if you can find out anything. UMO shook his head slightly and took out a bunch of spiritual food, including potatoes, cabbage, pineapple, apples, red dates, durian. MOU. Ari, is this serious? Although these things are not the same as normal. Good. Ali left with his things. UMO hurried to take a shower. The stench almost made him vomit. In the barrel, UMO looked at the light blue, chilly water and hesitated. He used the ice essence to soak such a large bucket of water, but it was too cold. You must not use the thermostat when soaking, otherwise it will freeze into ice cubes directly. The system didn't respond. UMO looked at it for a while, gritted his teeth, took out a handful of spiritual red dates, and ate them. This thing has no core, so just swallow it directly. After feeling almost done, I bit the breathing tube and touched the water. My whole body immediately shivered. Close your eyes and bite the breathing tube. Plop, no. Just like entering a slime, the water surface fluctuated for a long time, but not a drop spilled out. UMO felt that he could no longer move, and the coldness stimulated his entire body. The original warm current did not work, but seemed to have some strengthening effect. The temperature was originally bearable for UMO, but because he ate too many spiritual red dates, the temperature became even lower and unbearable. However, there was no way to move now. From the corner of my eye, I could see that my entire body was frozen, and there was also a layer of ice on the outside of my eyes. The only thing left was the breathing tube to breathe in the outside air. UMO felt a little regretful. He wondered if he would just freeze to death. The cold feeling was indeed uncomfortable, but soon UMO felt something being expelled from his body, and at the same time, the cool feeling went through his skin and into his bones. It was no longer cold, but a very strange feeling, itchy and numb, but I couldn't move. It was simply torture. UMO had no choice but to endure it. He almost collapsed several times, but he collapsed again because he couldn't move his body. Time passes slowly. UMO was tortured by this strange feeling and became numb. He didn't know how much time had passed. In short, when the ice on his body gradually disappeared, he gradually woke up. 52. Ice creatures besiege. I moved my body slightly and found that I could actually move. The outer layer of ice broke up due to the movement, scattered into the water, and melted quickly. UMO jumped out of the water, took a deep breath, and when he exhaled, there were even tiny icy particles. The water in the bucket has turned transparent. It seems that all the power of the ice essence has been absorbed. UMO felt that his cold body was gradually recovering. The most obvious change is that the skin has become better. Originally, MOU could still be compared, but now it is completely better than MOU. The muscles are perfect, the functions are enhanced, the height seems to have changed a bit, and there are many things wrong with the body. UMO left the barrel. Ari, what day am I today? Doomsday era, day 27. There are still 2 days and 14 hours until the end of the Zerg. UMO rubbed his head. It took so long again. Then he realized something was wrong. I took my hand back and looked whose long white hair did this belong to. UMO was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what was happening when he saw the mirror next to him. His hair had grown to his waist and turned white. The long white hair makes her skin look even fairer, and even her looks have been improved. Her facial features have been slightly modified, and her looks have been improved by several levels. She can even be said to be pretty. Yumontak. For a long time, Yumo came back to his senses. How did it become like this? Yumo took a deep breath, waved his hand, and took out the spear. The spear, which originally had some weight, now became very light, and its strength increased a lot, but he didn't know to what extent. I waved it a few times very easily. Yumo took a deep breath, put on his clothes, and wanted to cut his long hair short, but when he took the scissors and tried it, result, snap, the scissors broke. Yumontak, is this really hair, not steel? Yumo reached out and grabbed his hair. The smooth and soft feel told him that this was hair. But the broken scissors beside it were silently accusing me. Yumo shook his head and said, if you don't want to cut it, then don't cut it. It's no big deal. As soon as she went out, she saw MOU. She was stunned for a moment. She didn't even recognize that it was UMO at first glance. She had to use the power of the contract to sense it. Master, you are? MOU was shocked to find that UMO had become even more beautiful than her. It's a little unexpected. Is there anything going on these days? UMO changed the subject and didn't want to say more. MOU immediately came back to his senses. Yes, the ice creatures started attacking 3 hours ago and have continued to attack until now. There are a lot of them. Almost all of them are within Ari's monitoring range. MOU's expression became more serious. Defense module. How about the fire network module? Everything is normal. No ice creature can get within 100 meters. The fusion creatures have railguns to attack. Come with me to the city wall and have a look. On the city wall, Yumo's arrival attracted a lot of people's attention, but the siege of the ice creatures outside was obviously a more important matter. Outside the walls of Inyong Palace, the area 100 meters away was filled with densely packed icy creatures. A translucent body, a dark blue power core, and some fused creatures, surrounded by layers upon layers. A large number of ice creatures were killed every second, but more ice creatures rushed up from behind. The railguns have been firing, targeting those fused creatures that have the ability to fuse into D-Class. The C-Class railgun was also activated once when UMO came over. It did not have a precise strike, but fell directly into the army of ice creatures. All the icy creatures within a 300-meter radius disappeared, and all the creatures beyond 300 meters were staggering and shattered. UMO looked at it for a while, took out the energy cannon to charge it, and then started walking around the city wall. Only those killed by him personally will be counted in the upgrade system. UMO stretched out his hand to the enhanced electromagnetic cannon, pressed the switch, and a shell flew out, smashing more than a dozen ice creatures, and a large amount of points were obtained. Next, UMO ran around the city wall, firing enhanced electromagnetic cannons and energy cannons again and again, earning a lot of points and various rewards. Master, what are you doing? Ollie couldn't help but ask. Secret. UMO smiled and felt that his physical strength was surprisingly good. He had already run 3 laps quickly without feeling out of breath. All right, night falls. The ice creature had no intention of leaving. Yuma was a little bored, so he turned on the communication module. What's going on with these ice creatures? How can they keep attacking for so long? I'm running out of ammunition. Maybe something big is about to happen, or maybe this horrible weather is about to pass, and these guys are unwilling to give up and want to fight one last time. Gah! The city wall was breached. My condolences. Once the city wall is breached, no one will be able to save this number of ice creatures. Boss, is the boss of Inyong Palace here? I am willing to join Inyong Palace. Boss, please save me. I can't stand it any longer. Inyong Palace? Even Inyong Palace may not be able to block this level of attack, and you still want them to save you? I'm afraid you have a problem with your brain. That's right. The Inyong Palace has the highest level, but it faces more icy creatures. We are still okay here and can still hold them off, but the Inyong Palace... TSK. Yumo saw the news about that person. He casually opened a conquest token and launched a conquest against him. Almost instantly, his message came through. Boss, is it really useful to accept this thing? My walls have been breached. Yumo didn't even glance at the pile of words. This one didn't matter. If he accepted it, it would be fine. If he didn't accept it, that was fine. There was no need to explain. A few seconds later, conquered successfully, the shelter has been integrated into the Inyong Palace. Do you want to start the transmission? Yes. A flash of white light appeared in the square, and a large group of thousands of people appeared here in shock, holding various weapons. Some were just ordinary thermal weapons. Some looked more technological, like laser guns, and some were wearing armor. In short, there were all kinds of them, like a hodgepodge. Soldiers immediately came over to organize these people, and Ari also came to help. Umo took a look and ignored it. The population of Inyong Palace had increased to 50,000. With only more than 1,000 people, it was not even enough for dessert. Continue to look at the communication module. No news? It was breached so quickly. Something is wrong. This person has not turned gray. He is still alive. It seems that this person just sent a distress signal to Inyong Palace. Could it be that he was really rescued? 53, countdown. Is the guy who asked for help just now still alive? If he is, please reply. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to reply? You are just a bunch of rubbish shelters, not even 1% as good as Inyong Palace. I regret not joining Inyong Palace earlier, and you are still clinging to your own little piece of land and being so complacent. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The rescued person spoke, but he turned in his Zwan and started to rant. The people in the communication module were speechless for a while. Fuck, are you looking for death? I'm just looking for death. What can you do to me? You can't even leave the shelter. You have no right to talk to me. Just stay away. This person started to rant again. UMO was speechless. What the hell did this bring back? But it doesn't matter. He doesn't often visit the communication area. He might as well use this time to practice his marksmanship. At least when the practice method appears, he won't be completely in the dark. Close the communication area, embrace MOU, and fall asleep. He had been alone before, but after noticing that the card characters would not give any explanation for betrayal, he accepted a little bit of the Black Jade. But that's the most I can do. No more than that. Normally, he looks very stable. In fact, if you only look at his appearance, you won't think he is a mature and stable guy. At most, he is a very handsome and beautiful boy. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yumo woke up before dawn. The deep sleep, coupled with the body transformed by spiritual energy, allowed him to shorten his sleep time to 3 hours, which was enough to sustain his energy for the whole day. Breakfast was not a big deal. Since I got the spiritual food, I haven't eaten anything else. For example, spiritual bread, this kind of thing that made Yumo complain about it. He could accept that normal fruits and vegetables had spiritual energy. After all, they grew in the ground. But adding spiritual energy to a piece of bread, this is very strange. Although it is strange, the taste is very good, and people can't help but want to eat more. Doomsday Era, Day 28. 3 o'clock in the morning. UMO has already started training in the training ground. The outer defense line was changed to create a passage through which some ice creatures could directly enter the training ground at the outermost edge of the defense line. UMO started out practicing calligraphy and spearmanship, but later turned to hunting ice creatures. During this time, I also wanted to try to face the F-level ice creature again, but it slapped me and flew me into a group of ordinary creatures. I was almost frozen into an ice cube. UMO was now obedient. Before he could practice cultivation, he could only rely on technology to deal with these big guys. The continuous killing of ice creatures lasted from 3 a.m. to noon. UMO had no idea how many ice creatures he had killed. He also ate a lot of spiritual food, otherwise he would not be able to hold on. The use of gun skills is considered to be perfect among the beginners. The next step is to find some special gun skills to improve. After just one morning, my whole body felt numb and like it had turned into a machine. After all, this was the first time I had been doing this for such a long time. Training is training, and it is very different from actual combat. There was no pause at noon, but because the attack of the ice creatures suddenly slowed down, Yumo's attack frequency also decreased. Later, he saw from the system prompt that an E-class creature was destroyed by the orbital cannon, and nothing was left after one shot. Another D-class creature was also killed by the orbital cannon. The only C-class orbital cannon was used to kill this D-class fusion creature. In addition to the fused creatures, all the ice creatures within a radius of 300 meters were cleared out with one blast. UMO felt a little sorry for the large number of icy creatures. If it was before the upgrade system was upgraded, there would be 10 times the reward, which would be a great harvest. Now, we can only get normal rewards. Time passes. At 9 o'clock in the evening, F-level and E-level creatures occasionally appeared during the day, and D-level creatures only appeared 3 times. It looks easy, but if you change to other shelters, once a D-level creature appears, you should consider how to run faster. UMO killed the last ice creature. My breathing was fairly steady, and the warmth was flowing from my abdomen to my entire body, but I still couldn't help feeling sleepy. There was no relaxation throughout the whole day. The high-intensity mental work and physical work were completely on a different level. When UMO walked back, he felt top-heavy and felt like he would fall to the ground in the next step. I staggered back to the villa, took a shower, and fell asleep. The physical fatigue could not stop the mental fatigue. Doomsday Era, Day 29. UMO slept for 5 hours. It felt like the time had passed in the blink of an eye. He was in a deep sleep and could not feel any movement from the outside world. I woke up at 2 a.m., and the ice creatures outside were still attacking frantically. The firepower defense on the city wall has been firing, almost without stopping. If there were no soundproofing barrier, the entire Inyong Palace would not be able to sleep well. Over the past 2 days, thousands of civilians have been added to the shelter. Perhaps because of the city wall, they were directly teleported to the big square. Moreover, every morning, a large number of people would be teleported here. As for where they came from, they probably didn't know themselves. Their previous memories are basically a template. They had been working or farming somewhere since they were little. Suddenly, a monster appeared and destroyed their home. Then, a white light fell from the sky, and they appeared here. UMO did not investigate further. After all, he did not have the ability to do so. Maybe when I become a powerful practitioner in the future and am still interested in this matter, I will go and take a look. UMO got up and planned to continue training. His normal biological clock was no longer working, and he couldn't fall asleep even if he wanted to. Moreover, this period of time is the last time for the ice creatures, and their attacks will be even more frantic. He has to see to it that the intensity of the firepower network is increased. On the city wall, even with earplugs on, UMO could still feel the vibrations coming through the air almost nonstop. The ice creatures more than 100 meters away were a large area of icy blue. From time to time, fusion creatures appeared and were killed with one shot. UMO started running around the city wall, firing the enhanced electromagnetic cannon again and again. A series of points, ice essence, and ice spirit essence entered his backpack. The latter is a concentrated form of the former. The ice essence is useless after the second soak. The ice spirit marrow can be used many times until the body is upgraded to a certain level. Then it will lose its effect. But until now, not even a single unit of ice essence has been collected. 54 Zerg Doomsday coming. The soldiers were replaced several times. They were not just tools. Killing ice creatures would earn corresponding merit points. At present, spiritual food is the most popular. After all, the first kind of spiritual food can improve physical fitness, which is equivalent to a week of training, and there are no side effects. But the price is also very expensive, and there is a limit on the number of people who can buy it. UMO also opened many bronze treasure chests because of this. The treasure chest can only be upgraded once, either to upgrade the treasure chest or to upgrade the rewards. Basically, all of them are used to upgrade the rewards, and ordinary food becomes spiritual food. Some soldiers also bought boxes themselves, but the contents were generally unsatisfactory, with many getting ordinary potatoes. As for the supply of ordinary food, Inyong Palace can already supply food for 100,000 people every day. The farm alone occupies a quarter of the entire area of the Inyong Palace. Since the area is increasing slowly, the latest project has become soilless cultivation, so that the space in the air can be used and the yield will be increased several times or even dozens of times. UMO occasionally looked back at the overall view of the Inyong Palace. As long as he was given more time, the Zerg would be able to run rampant in the apocalypse. Doomsday Era, Day 29, 11:30 p.m. UMO had rested during the day and was now full of energy. He wanted to upgrade the firepower network of Inyong Palace according to the attack intensity of the Zerg after the Doomsday. Although there are still many ice creatures attacking, compared with the previous endless attack, now these ice creatures are decreasing at a visible rate. The C-class railguns and D-class railguns are ready to go. Once a creature of the corresponding level appears, they will strike immediately. However, until all the attacking ice creatures were destroyed, no powerful fusion creatures appeared. Maybe it was because it was the last minute and they knew they had to retreat. If they didn't retreat, they would suffer even greater losses. Since we are all going to retreat, why bother to fuse creatures? Anyway, due to various reasons unknown to the people in Inyong Palace, after the last ice creature was killed, everyone relaxed. After several days of continuous siege, and with an almost endless number of people, it was impossible not to feel nervous. I was always worried when I slept, fearing that my defense line would be breached one day, or even being killed in my sleep for no apparent reason. Yumo looked at the time. 11:50. There are still 10 minutes until the end of the Zerg. The coming of the Zerg doomsday is much more terrifying than the ice doomsday. The ground collapsed, and countless Zergs crawled out from beneath the ground. The smallest was half a meter in size, and the largest, a C-class Zerg king, could reach hundreds of meters in length. Some of them can fly, and one fall can basically destroy a shelter. Every time the doomsday comes, many shelters will be breached. Yumo thought about it and hung up the remaining conquest tokens. Shelters with ideas could take the initiative to accept them, and then they would be integrated into the Inyong Palace. There were originally only 6 places available, but after the upgrade, it became 600. Another option is to change the conquest token that requires the other party's consent into an option that has a certain chance of ignoring the other party's consent and forcibly conquering the shelter after using it. However, as for upgrading the quantity, Yumo did not choose that option. After all, the maximum was only 6, and now he had 600. There are still about 100,000 surviving shelters in this area. The original number of shelters was 1 million. Within a 1 kilometer long and wide area, there were 1 million shelters, one for every person. But now only about 1/10 of it remains. Although 600 is a lot, it is nothing compared to the total number. After UMO was hung up, a group of people immediately appeared below. Is this guy crazy? Does he think he's the strongest shelter and therefore thinks the others are weak? How dare he openly display a conquest token? Isn't this a conspiracy? What conspiracy could there be? We repelled all the attacks of so many ice creatures. What conspiracy could stop us? Is there going to be another big event? It seems that what the boss of Inyong Palace said before has come true. Could the sudden release of something like this have anything to do with what's going to happen next? What could be worse than being besieged? TSK. As expected, you can't see yourself clearly when you become powerful. Everyone who has survived to this day in the shelter must be capable. It's really crazy to expect others to join you just by hanging a token. There were many different voices in the discussion area. Some mocked UMO for overestimating his own capabilities. Some were skeptical, and some were already hesitating, considering whether to join or not. After all, the pros and cons of the conquest token have been written out. If it is under normal circumstances, there will definitely be few people who can accept it. Now that the siege of the ice creatures has just passed, the survivors are confident in their own strength, and it is unlikely that they will join other shelters. So after a while, there was no movement at all. UMO was not in a hurry. In a few minutes, the end of the Zerg would come. If you don't upgrade the shelter now and still hang around here, you might be looking for death. It won't be a question of whether the token conditions are strict, but whether the quantity is sufficient. UMO didn't want the resources and population in the small shelter. He wanted this quota. The more secondary shelters you can build in the future, the greater the control you will have over your territory. With 1 minute left, UMO sounded the alarm, and the soldiers who were resting were awakened. They jumped up reflexively and returned to their shooting positions. Owner, a screen opened, and Ari's expression was full of confusion. We'll know in a minute. UMO smiled slightly, but was extremely indifferent. The Zerg doomsday came very suddenly. They are now waiting underground, but they dare not rush out before the time comes. The prohibitions in doomsday are very strict. Even a deviation of 1 second can lead to very serious consequences. But once this time has passed, the rules will change. 54, 53, 32, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. UMO said softly, looking at the snow outside. The moment when time turned into the 30th day of the doomsday era. The entire world shook, and countless people felt the vibration. The end of the Zerg is coming. 55, entrance opened. Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud noise, and dark collapses appeared one after another on the originally thick ice layer. The diameters of the collapses ranged from a dozen meters to hundreds of meters. In the area monitored by Ari, within 1 kilometer around the Inyong Palace, there were 3 100-meter collapses, a dozen medium-sized collapses, and the rest were small collapses, a total of 103. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A strange sound came from the pit, as if something was about to crawl out of it. In a few seconds, a stream of black oil rushed out of the pit. After a closer look, countless people turned pale, and some even turned around and vomited. That was not oil, but a wave composed of countless pitch-black Zergs. The densely packed black bugs, red eyes, insect limbs that trampled on each other, hideous mouth parts, and hideous appearance made people's scalps tingle. People with trypophobia died on the spot. In just a few seconds, the original snowy ground turned into a large expanse of black, wriggling earth. UMO took a deep breath, his face turned pale, and he found this scene hard to accept. Fire. UMO waved his hand, and the 10 D-class railguns that had been prepared were fired at the same time, as well as a large number of enhanced electromagnetic cannons, thermal guns, and E-class energy cannons. The firepower on the city wall instantly reached its maximum. Bang, bang, bang. On the dark, wriggling ground, a large area of black and red intertwined things was beaten out. The ice creatures were originally blocked 100 meters away from this kind of firepower and could not move forward. With every shot, a large number of ice creatures were killed. However, this time, the attack landed in the insect swarm, and the effect was obviously reduced. The range of the killing power has been reduced a lot, and the number of Zerg killed has also been reduced a lot. Even among the insect swarms, some insects with body lengths exceeding 5 meters can use their shells to withstand the attacks of enhanced electromagnetic cannons. Boom! 11 railguns descended, landing at the 3 largest exits. These exits appear randomly and can be destroyed. The real exit of the Zerg is very far away, where there are powerful practicing Zerg guarding. At least at this stage, no one can destroy it. The C-class railgun exploded. Darkness was filled with electricity. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and no Zerg within a radius of 300 meters was spared. A passage was directly shattered, and no more Zerg came out. 10 D-class railguns exploded at the entrances of the 2 largest remaining passages. The mushroom clouds that rose were smaller, but the number was the same. Killed more Zerg creatures and destroyed 2 entrances. As soon as the 3 large entrances were closed, the Zerg's offensive was instantly reduced a lot, and the power of the firepower network began to manifest. When a large number of Zergs are about to approach the city wall, the catapult will suddenly start. It is not used on the ice creatures, but used here instead. The Zerg within 100 meters were flung away, and some were smashed into pieces in the air, and then their bodies turned into ashes. UMO continued running and activated the enhanced electromagnetic cannon. Every shot would bring a huge reward. Detection points reward. Points plus 2,000. Detection points reward. Points plus 2,000. Detected. Normal Zerg core detected. Select from 1. Ordinary Zerg core plus 100. 2. F-level Zerg core plus 1. 3. Skip. Yumo thought about it. Choose 2. Zerg cores, ice cores, and zombie cores will become hard currency after the end of cultivation. During the last days of cultivation, all sources of power will become spiritual energy, and various cores will provide power, which is equivalent to spiritual stones. However, the spiritual energy in the spirit stones is mild and most suitable for cultivation, so the energy source becomes these cores. The higher the level of the core, the more power it provides. Since there are so many Zerg, improving quality is much better than improving quantity. The 3 largest channels were destroyed, and the remaining small channels were destroyed one by one. Some bugs climbed up the wall, but were smashed to pieces in a few seconds. They might be able to withstand 1 or 2 sniper rounds, but not more than that. Yumo looked at the situation of the defense module. Generally speaking, there was no problem. Destroying the entrances one after another would gradually reduce the pressure. And we can also leave a few entrances for future training. Except for the entrance guarded by the practicing Zerg, the other entrances will not be expanded, but will only maintain a stable size. If a large Zerg forces its way in, its body will be cut into pieces by the mysterious force inside. It will be normal when it goes in, but after it comes out, only the part that allows the passage to pass will remain. Yumo could even see some strange bugs coming out of the passage now, and the incomplete parts looked very strange. These bugs are in this state because the passage is not big enough and they have to force their way through. The railgun fired again, while the energy cannon was charging. Both weapons had their pros and cons. One shell was too expensive, and the other had a slow charging time. Yumo took a look at the number of conquest tokens. Dozens of them had already been used. A large number of people in the square were still in shock. Some people also suffered serious penetrating wounds. After all, ordinary bodies are no different from paper in front of Zerg creatures. Some people even had half of their bodies eaten. The medical soldiers have also arrived. The nutrient solution can keep him alive, and there is already a formula to make broken bones grow back, but it just takes time to make it. Except for a few people who could not be saved when they were teleported here, the rest were basically saved. Yumo looked at it for a while, and then stopped paying attention to it. As long as it wasn't a strong, epidemic virus, there would be no problem. After all, there's a vaccine for the zombie virus. Can other viruses be as strong as the zombie virus? Yumo took the time to look at the communication module. There were only a few people talking. Some were seeking help, but most were concentrating on dealing with the Zerg's attack. But they will eventually find in despair that apart from powerful firepower, there is almost no way to deal with these Zergs. Ordinary city walls are useless. Only the defense system in the special defense module will work. Shelters on the map disappeared one after another, either because they had joined the Inyong palace or because they were swallowed up by the insect tide before they could join. The speed at which the conquest tokens are decreasing is accelerating. If I don't check for a few minutes, there will only be about 300 left. Tens of thousands of people were teleported here, and some were even too busy to handle. Ari went over to help, injecting vaccines, throwing the seriously injured into nutrient solution, and leaving the others alone. Fortunately, the situation was stabilized. 56 repel. Half an hour later, all entrances within 1 kilometer of the Inyong Palace were destroyed. The pressure on everyone suddenly dropped a lot. The remaining Zerg came from far away and had enough time to react. The number of conquest tokens has been used up. A total of 70,000 to 80,000 people have been teleported here, and most of them are still in the square. There was naturally chaos when there were too many people, but there were drones controlled by Ari in the sky. There were groups of drones with a lot of gun barrels aiming at them, so no one dared to move. The work was going smoothly. The underground fortress had been expanded many times before, otherwise it would not have been able to accommodate so many people at once. The buildings on the ground are not enough, and they are not expanded. They are just raised. The tallest accommodation building has become 10 stories high and can accommodate many people. The Zerg's attack lasted until 1 in the morning. Perhaps they realized that the Inyong Palace was not easy to deal with, so they stopped temporarily and waited for the adults at home to come before attacking again. There is no insect within 1 kilometer around the Inyong Palace. Once the Zerg enters, it will be devastated. UMO also breathed a sigh of relief. He increased the density of the firepower network by 1 level, which barely stopped the insect tide. Some of the enhanced electromagnetic cannons on the city walls have been replaced with energy cannons, which are interspersed with each other, so there is no need to worry about insufficient firepower. How many people are there in total? UMO stood on the city wall, looking down at the huge crowd of people entering the underground fortress. There are 76,543 people in total, including 600 former lords. The current total number of Inyong Palace members is 123,456. Ali compiled the data. The planting module is overloaded and needs to be upgraded. The overall circulation system is overloaded, but it is manageable and needs to be upgraded. Gained a total of points, supplies. After saying a lot, Yumo also roughly knew the situation. All modules that need to be upgraded are upgraded and permission is granted. Look for scientists among all the new members. Even the most basic scientists are fine. As long as they join, they will have sufficient supplies for a month and points as rewards. Distribute nutrient solution to the injured and give upgraded nutrient solution to those with missing limbs. The quantity must be sufficient to cure everyone. As for the scientist grouping, let the team leader arrange some of it, and leave the rest to MOU. Yes, Yumo made some simple arrangements and then threw it to MOU to do. He really couldn't handle this kind of thing. Looking at MOU, who was working hard, Yumo felt a little guilty, then turned over, just so he couldn't see it. MOU. The next morning, Yumo stretches the body, and after a deep sleep, the mind is refreshed and the whole person is full of energy. MOU has arranged most of the tasks, and the remaining things are just some details. The Zerg did not attack again, as if they were gathering strength. There are only 70,000 shelters left on the map. There were originally 1 million shelters, but only 7% of the people survived. It is much more cruel than in the previous life. Yuma opened the communication module, and what he saw was a scene of widespread grief. Why are the shells of these bugs so hard? Ordinary weapons can't break them. Master, help me. I'm joining the Inyong Palace. I beg you to rescue me. There are no vacancies left. We are late. I may not see the sun tomorrow. Is there anyone who can fulfill my small wish? This is a person who suddenly turns pale in the middle of speaking. Damn it, why didn't I catch up with the token just now? These bugs are so difficult to deal with. The city walls are like paper to them. I'm only in a level 5 shelter. Why am I facing so many bugs? Is there something wrong? Come on, those who survived are all lucky. At least I saw with my own eyes that a passage appeared under a shelter. That shelter was directly swallowed up by bugs, and no one escaped. Instead of talking here for so long, why don't you just go and kill a few bugs? The enhanced electromagnetic cannon can kill them. It will be easier to fight with more of them. The number of speakers was obviously much higher than before, but the total number of people left was very small. Yumo looked at it for a while, but then he lost interest. He decided to go outside and look for any good things left behind. After the Zerg creatures are killed, the things that exploded can be collected by the system's automatic collection module. However, the things that the insects carry that do not belong to them will not be collected if they drop after being killed. Therefore, from time to time, some rare things or treasures will appear in the wilderness. This can also be considered as a kind of motivation, so that people don't have to stay in the shelter all the time. If you get the precious treasure, maybe you can not only stop the Zerg's attack, but also rise among them. Ordinary shelters may require searching outside, but Inyong Palace doesn't need it. Ari, check if there is anything special within 1 kilometer of Inyong Palace. Strange things? Some objects that emit different lights should be obvious. Yumo thought for a moment and said, the items dropped by the Zerg are just like the various levels of items dropped by monsters in the game, with different lusters. Yumo glanced outside and saw at least 20 dropped objects. Yes, those things. Ari controlled a drone and flew it above a green light. In the green light, there was a broken scale. It should have been knocked off an insect, not exploded after death. Yes, these light things. Yumo nodded. Use the drone to pick them up. These are good things. Don't miss them if you come across them in the future. Okay. Ari controls the drone to fly out and pick up equipment. Yumo took the broken scale green that Ari brought back and looked at it. The scales of a certain type of insect race can perhaps be used to forge weapons. Detected a broken F-class Zerg scale. Select from 1. Incomplete F-class Zerg scale plus 100. 2. Complete F-level Zerg scale plus 1. 3. Skip. Yumo touched his chin and recalled the details about smelting. Smelting technology is very popular in the end of cultivation. Only with this technology can one refine a variety of powerful weapons and compete with those powerful practitioners. Smelting requires a lot of materials, and a shelter without strong financial resources may even be dragged down. Only large shelters can turn this technology into a cash cow. This process requires a lot of materials to improve the proficiency of this technology. Choose 1. Incomplete F-level Zerg scale plus 100. In the early stage, this kind of F-level material is suitable for improving proficiency, and the difficulty of obtaining subsequent materials will increase a lot. 57. Practice method. Ari brought back the exploded equipment one by one, and through Yumo's hands, they either upgraded the quantity or the quality. Then, they were all thrown into the warehouse. Some of them could be exchanged, and the other part was kept to increase the proficiency of smelting in the future. Basic practice method detected. Select from 1. Basic practice plus 100. 2. Elite level practice plus 1. 3. Skip. P.S. The practice method exists as a collection of information. Each practice method can only be provided to one person for use until it is fully mastered. Yumo was stunned for a moment, and then was overjoyed. I didn't expect the practice method to be revealed so soon. I thought it would take at least half a year. Choose 2. Elite level training method plus 1. Information aggregate detected. Do you want to use it? Use! Yumo felt his head go dizzy. Something entered his mind, and then his eyes went dark, and he passed out. Waking up, and it became morning. Yumo rubbed his head and sat up. He lay on the soft big bed, his clothes changed. Close your eyes and feel a determined route appearing in the dark world. With a white aura light ball as the core, thick and thin light paths extend in all directions, surrounding it in the shape of a person and then returning to the aura light ball. Light path, aura light group, with white aura in it. These auras move forward along a specific path, forming a cycle. The same spiritual energy from the outside world was attracted and integrated into the cycle, gradually changing from various colors to white. Yumo opened his eyes, got out of bed, changed his clothes, took out a spiritual candy, and ate it. In a part of the circulation route, the amount of spiritual energy increased significantly, and the circulation speed increased. The white spiritual energy was attracted and followed the circulation into the spiritual energy core. Natural digestion originally took about 30 minutes, and active digestion only took 3 minutes. The spiritual energy core increased by a negligible amount. Level: entry-level early stage / F-level early stage. The levels and personal information have been updated. They are no longer divided into ordinary levels, but now into practice levels. Although it is only the initial stage, it is also the first step into the door of practice. Yumo clenched his fist and punched into the air. There were obvious air fluctuations and a gust of wind whistling in the air. The interior decorations were blown all over the place, but fortunately, they were not damaged. Yumo's mouth curled up, and the feeling of his body being filled with strength was intoxicating. Ari, I'm here, master. You're awake. The screen appeared, and the nine-tailed fox girl Ari was very surprised. What's the situation outside now? Yumo walked out. It's okay. Zerg occasionally advance within 100 meters, but most of them are blocked outside 100 meters. But the sudden fainting of the master just now has caused many people to worry. I'm fine. I may show up again in the future. Don't worry. Yumo shook his head and smiled. However, the possibility of this happening later is not very high. If the soul has been attacked before, it will cause the person to receive a large amount of information at once and faint because he cannot bear it. As the time of practice increases, your physical fitness will also improve, and you may not be able to faint. On the city wall, there are many Zergs attacking. The map shows a sea of red dots, and the surveillance video is also dark. Yumo looked at it for a while. Ari, let some Zerg in. Really? Well, let's put a few ordinary Zerg in to try it out first. All right. Yumo went to the training ground. There was a passage connecting to the outside world, which could easily lure the Zerg outside in. Yumo took out his spear. After practicing, I held the spear again and felt something was obviously different. He controlled some spiritual energy and injected it into the spear, then smashed it hard on the ground. Bang! A half-meter deep pit was smashed into the ground, while before there were only some cracks. Master, what is going on? Ari was confused by this scene and couldn't figure it out. This is the power of practice. Now is only the initial stage. This is very counterintuitive. Yes, cultivation is an irrational process. Next, you record various data, and I will summarize them into a table. It will be of great help to your future cultivation. 3 minutes later, a black beetle that looked like a 7-spotted ladybug rushed in, its scarlet eyes fixed on Yumo immediately, and it rushed over, even faster than when it rushed in. Yumo had a calm expression, holding the spear with both hands, lowering his body, and preparing for the response. This black beetle is the lowest level of the Zerg, with almost no reason and only obeying the orders of higher-level Zerg. Yumo took a deep breath, and after concentrating, the speed of spiritual energy circulation increased a lot. The speed of the black beetle slowed down a lot in his eyes, as if it was playing at half speed. Yumo suddenly jumped to the side, and the black beetle's claws landed on the ground where he had just been. At the same time, the spear emitted a faint white light and pierced the black beetle's head. Bang! Unexpectedly, there was no hindrance, just like a 300-pound fat man sitting on a piece of tofu. There was a feeling, but no resistance. The black beetle's head exploded, and black and green things flew out in all directions. Yumo retreated quickly, and after a few taps, he retreated more than 10 meters. The black beetle's body fell down, and after a few seconds, it turned into ashes and dissipated. Detection points reward. Points plus 2,000. Improvement in shooting skills detected. Shooting proficiency plus 10. Question mark. Yumo was stunned for a moment. Closing my eyes, I could clearly feel a lot of information about shooting entering my mind. There were many things that I didn't understand before that suddenly became clear, and things that I hadn't noticed before also became clear. Immediately, Yumo started practicing, and as soon as he started practicing, he felt a familiar yet strange feeling. These shooting skills are his, but he has not yet mastered them, and there is a sense of disharmony. Yumo circulated his spiritual energy and quickly digested the information about the gun techniques. Killing a black beetle can increase your proficiency by 10. Normally, it should only increase by 0.1. I don't know what the maximum proficiency is. Yumo practiced for 10 minutes and felt that actual combat was more effective. Ari let the 3 black beetles in. Ari couldn't understand the changes of Yumo and always felt that Yumo's data should have changed. But there is no actual change, just some minor adjustments to the action. 5 minutes later, 3 black beetles roared ferociously and rushed over from 3 directions. Yumo's dark color is calm and steady, giving it a temperament of not changing even when a mountain collapses in front of it. Bang! The spear thrust out first, as if leaping into the air, The head of a black beetle was blown up in midair, shocking the other two black beetles. The spears swept across with great force, sweeping across the head of the second black beetle, and then made a big turn and swept across the head of the third one. 58. Everyone's shocked. Detection points reward. Points plus 6,000. Proficiency improvement detected. Gunmanship proficiency plus 23. UMO was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that his proficiency would decrease. He just didn't know where the upper limit was. But the improvement speed is also very fast, but it is too fast, which is a bit difficult to get used to. UMO felt a little dizzy, so he took out a piece of spiritual candy and ate it, practicing the new gun skills information in his mind. Time passes. After a morning, the Zerg's offensive temporarily stopped. They lost countless Zerg, but were unable to get close to the city wall. Only occasionally a few of the lowest level black beetles entered the city wall, and no one knew what the result would be. UMO always recommends shooting skills. Whenever he masters a new shooting skill, he will let Ari release the black beetle, and then continue to increase the proficiency of shooting skills. Training ground. UMO was surrounded by 5 black beetles, but it was just a simple 5-point grab. The heads of the 5 black beetles exploded with a sound, and with each shot, a stream of spiritual energy flew out. This is the reason why the black beetle's head was pierced. Detection points reward. Points plus 10,000. Proficiency bonus detected. Gunmanship proficiency plus 5. From the beginning of 20 or more to now killing 5 black beetles, I only increased my proficiency by 5 points, and the speed of decrease was very fast. UMO was not greedy. The current speed was just right. He was confident that he could face 10 black beetles directly. But these black beetles suddenly stopped attacking, so he had to let it go temporarily. Rest at noon. UMO used cultivation instead. A portion of spiritual food could only sustain cultivation for less than 3 minutes, but the speed of improvement was very fast. After only 2 hours of practice, UMO felt the expansion of his spiritual energy core and encountered some obstacles. This layer of obstruction is outside the entire spiritual energy core. If you want to continue to expand, you need to break it. However, there is still some distance to reach this obstacle, and I need to replenish my spiritual energy. UMO knew from the information in the technique that it was a barrier from the early entry level to the middle entry level. Once it was broken, one could enter the middle entry level. It's just that this barrier is quite solid, and if you don't store up enough spiritual energy, it's unlikely to break through. UMO was not in a hurry. He had just practiced for a morning and was about to break through to the middle of the entry level. This speed is too fast, and the force it brings is not stable enough. However, normal cultivation will not be hindered. It is just that there will be no breakthrough. After practicing, open the communication module. Few of these washes have finally been repelled. I can finally take a break. There were too many of them. Is this really a bug? The smallest one is more than half a meter long. If there are large ones, they must be dozens or even hundreds of meters long. How do we fight them? How to fight? Fight hard. As long as you want to survive, there must be a way. I don't know how many people died this time. Even the few people who often talk to me are gone. Try to survive and repair the shelter quickly. The Zerg are leaving because they are definitely scared by us. Repair it quickly, otherwise we will be in trouble when they come back. Yes, hurry up and repair the shelter. We can't let them rush in. I don't have enough supplies. I didn't kill many bugs in total. Is there any big guy who can support me with some supplies? I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Come on, everyone's shelter is not damaged and needs supplies to repair it. Go kill a few more bugs. You have survived until now, but if you still don't understand, then you are useless. Yumo looked around for a while, but there was nothing interesting to see. Suddenly a message popped up. Master of Inyong Palace. What's the current level of your Inyong Palace? I just checked and found that the level is not displayed. The sudden message made Yumo stunned for a moment. He opened the ranking list and found that he could see the rankings. He was a little confused for a moment. Can you see it? Why can I see it? Is there something wrong? No, I can't see it either. It's the same here. I can't see the level of the Inyong Palace boss. Huh, can't you see it? I can see it here. Is there really any problem? Wait, have you noticed a common point? The level difference between those who didn't see it and the boss of Inyong Palace is more than 15 levels, while the level difference between those who can see it is within 15 levels. After this was said, everyone fell silent, and then they checked carefully and found that it was really like this. Hiss, I'm only level 16. The boss is actually over level 30. This is too exaggerated. Big boss, Are you short of accessories? You can also warm the bed. Can't you see it just because you're 15 levels apart? I'm already level 20. Why can't I see it? Could it be that the boss is already above level 35? This is too scary. Is this the world of the boss? That's a difference of 15 levels. How many bugs do I have to kill to level up? This boss is too strong. Boss, I want to join Inyong Palace. Please give me your support. You're overthinking it. You're a shelter with nothing. What can you do by joining the past? Are you just going to get paid? I didn't tell you, but you can't see the level of the boss either? How dare you say that to me? Why is the boss level increasing so fast? Please teach me. Can you tell us, sir? Please teach me. I will definitely repay you in the future. A group of people were shocked. They said this was even a little bit impossible, but the level was there, and they had no choice but to believe it. Yumo thought about it and replied, "It's no big deal. I leveled up after killing a few monsters." Everyone fell silent for a moment, wishing they could bypass the system and beat him up. Sure enough, this is the world of the big guys. We mortals should just look up to them. How many monsters do you want to kill? I'm afraid it's hundreds of millions of monsters. How much experience do you need for this? The boss is the boss. He is really awesome. Big boss, please hug me. I can warm the bed, cook, sing, dance, and do everything. Didn't you just say that you only know how to warm the bed? Why did you change your mind now? None of your business. Get out. UMO turned off the communication module and continued to practice. The next period of time will be relatively stable. After the world expands, there are many unknown places. The Zerg will not put a lot of strength on a very tough bone. After all, going to those unknown places will bring much greater rewards than breaking into this shelter. In the afternoon, the Zerg made a comeback, but there were only ordinary black beetles and a few F-class Zergs. There was no pressure at all. UMO still let Ari release dozens of black beetles to fight. UMO thought that a group of black beetles rushing in together would put him under some pressure, but he did not expect that he could still handle it easily. 59. Fight outside the city. Kill the last black beetle. Proficiency bonus detected. Gunmanship proficiency +1. Killing ordinary black beetles will basically not increase your proficiency. This is the proficiency you get from killing dozens of black beetles. The next target was the F-class Zerg, but the F-class Zerg that rushed over this time had already been killed. Ari, check if there are any F-level Zergs nearby. There is one at the south gate of Inyong Palace, 10 kilometers south. UMO opened the map and fell into deep thought. There were too many common black beetles along the way. Although you can sweep, your spiritual energy will eventually run out. The spiritual energy and food could not be replenished, especially when fighting in a swarm of insects. The spiritual energy was consumed very quickly. If we rush out like this, we might not even be able to rush out 1 kilometer before our spiritual energy is exhausted. After all, it's only at the entry level. If it's at the elite level, it's not bad. Forget it. Next time an F-class Zerg comes rushing over, I'll just leave it alone for now. Master, are you going to fight the F-class Zerg? Well, cultivation is much stronger than normal level increase, and there is a limit to the level, but there is no limit to cultivation. Manhwa explained a little more. He climbed up the city wall and looked at the Zerg outside. After a moment's hesitation, Ari, clear a part of the fire net. I want to go out and practice. Master, this is dangerous. I know, but in dangerous situations, the upgrade is also very fast. The firepower network is not shut down, but temporarily stopped. Once there is an abnormality, it will open fire directly. Okay, I understand. UMO chose the east gate. Comparatively speaking, this is the gate with the least number of Zerg. At a glance, there were only 200 or 300 sparse black beetles hovering outside the range of the gun. The other 3 gates were attacked by Zergs, and the sound of gunfire continued. UMO left the city gate, shocking the soldiers on the city wall. That's the Lord. Why did the Lord go out alone? There are a lot of black beetles outside. Line up. Follow me out to protect the Lord. The squad leader immediately gave the order. But just as the team was organized, Ari appeared. Continue to guard the city wall. This is an order. As long as I am here, the master will be fine. The soldiers were stunned for a moment, then had to return to their positions, nervously holding their guns. Although Yumo has not appeared many times, just by looking at the firepower network that makes people feel safe, you can know how generous this Lord is, and in all aspects of daily life, you can only be satisfied. Most of them were brought by the system from an unknown world and had never experienced darkness, so they were easier to manage. Outside the city gate, the snow had melted away, and the ground was covered with traces of insects. The temperature has risen a lot, about 10 degrees. But the weather in the doomsday is unpredictable. It is very likely that the temperature will drop to minus 30 degrees Celsius tomorrow, or it may rise to 30 degrees Celsius. UMO carried his spear and walked across the uneven ground, heading towards the restless black beetle. They had many companions attacking together just now, but the previous companions rushed too fast, and when they approached a certain line, they were immediately killed. Their speed is slower, so they can survive. But now a person suddenly walked out. This person exuded a strong fragrance that only they could sense, as well as amazing temptation. However, several of their companions had just died before their eyes, and the lingering aura of death made them dare not approach. The fragrance was getting closer and closer, and it was coming towards his side. The black beetle became violent, and greed gradually blinded the threat of death. A black beetle couldn't help it and crossed the red line of death. However, this time there was no gunshot. The black beetle rushed forward towards the delicious food. Seeing this, the other black beetles also hurried over, roaring and proving their mouthparts, and even attacked other black beetles. In just 100 meters, 2 black beetles died on the road due to internal fighting. UMO had no expression on his face. Zerg were basically emotionless creatures, not to mention the lowest level black beetles. What controls them, besides the orders from their superiors, is their own desires. A black beetle rushed in front of UMO, suddenly jumped up and pounced on UMO. Bang! UMO held the gun in one hand and blew up the black beetle's head with one shot. Moved sideways to avoid its corpse and the flying blood. The blood is slightly corrosive, ugly, and disgusting. 2 black beetles rushed over from the other side but were blasted in the head by a single shot. Points and proficiency increase together, but proficiency increases very little. UMO took the initiative to attack and rushed into the swarm of black beetles. He swung his spear and killed black beetles one after another. Since the distance is a bit far, the whole process is broadcasted by drone. It is played in the city walls, the inner halls, the underground fortress, and all the major places. Most people who saw it stopped. Hiss! Is this Superman? What's Superman? This is our Lord. I didn't expect the Lord to be so powerful. Dozens of bugs attacked at the same time, but were killed one by the Lord. It turns out that the Lord is so powerful. Is he really not Superman? The Lord is so powerful. I guess other shelters are still worried about how to avoid the attacks of these insects. As expected, it's comfortable to follow a good Lord. It's said to be the end of the world, but in the end, it's just a change of place to continue living. It's been a month, and I haven't seen any doomsday creatures rushing in. Of course there's one, the training ground is it? That is the Lord's training ground. Those monsters were sent into practice. Otherwise, how do you think those monsters passed through the fire net? With such a powerful fire net, if those monsters could rush in like this, we wouldn't have to be here now. The Lord is powerful. Yes, the Lord is very strong. I don't know how to reach the strength of the Lord. Facing more than 200 black beetles alone? This is too cool. By the way, Lord, do you need a maid or something? I can also warm your bed. Come on, don't you see that the Lord has a personal secretary? Who do you think is prettier, you or that secretary? There were quite a few people in the underground fortress, and quite a few on the ground as well. Basically, everyone who saw it stopped. Not to mention the soldiers on the city wall. Persimmon is all about strength. Strong strength can make the order be executed faster. UMO was unaware of the reactions in the Inyong palace. He was concentrating on the fight. Facing only ordinary black beetles, there is no pressure anymore. It's just a matter of greater consumption. 20, 30, 50, 8, 60, single kill, 4-eyed Zerg. In less than 20 minutes, more than 200 black beetles were wiped out. Most of them were killed by UMO. The rest were afraid of being killed, so they turned around and tried to escape, but were killed by drones in the sky. Huh! UMO took a breath. He didn't feel tired, and his spiritual energy consumption was not great. I took out a few spiritual candies and ate them. The digestion speed increased a bit. It only took about 2 minutes to digest one piece. There was some dark green blood on his body, which was inevitably stuck when he was besieged. He didn't feel anything during the battle, but now when he smelled it, he almost vomited. I don't know what these black and green things are. They stink so much. UMO hurried back, and Ari also warned that there were many black beetles rushing towards them from both sides, and there were too many of them to defeat. Walls. After UMO cleaned up, we arrived here. Compared with normal hunting, It is faster to use the enhanced electromagnetic cannon. After that, he continued to run around the city wall. Although many soldiers were surprised, they did not ask any more questions and were alert to the approach of the Zerg. Until night falls, Master, we have discovered the F-class Zerg and are leading them to the training ground. Good. Yumo turned around and jumped down from the city wall. Of course, he didn't jump directly. There were many protrusions on the city wall for placing and installing some things. UMO easily passed through these bumps and landed on the ground, shocking the civilians and soldiers who saw him. Is this really a human? Is this a superpower or a supernatural power? The city wall is dozens of meters high, a few dozen meters down to the ground. As expected of a lord. Powerful. Indeed. I don't know when I will have this kind of power. Come on, just think about it. Come and kill them quickly. They are coming again. Be careful not to miss the target. There are some Zergs led by the leader. In the training ground, the surrounding area has been isolated, with a reinforced electromagnetic cannon aimed at this place, as well as a backup railgun. To prevent the monsters in the training ground from rushing out, there are many defensive equipment around, but it is better to be safe than sorry. When Uemo walked in, he saw a 3-meter-long, 2-meter-high bug that looked like a ladybug. The whole body is black, and it seems to be an upgraded version of the black beetle. It is frantically attacking the defense. There are some marks on its body. These marks were not caused by bullets directly hitting it, but by fragments of other Zerg being killed and hitting it. Hiss! When the F-class black beetle saw UMO, it immediately rushed over with red eyes. The common black beetle has 1 pair of eyes, but this F-class beetle has 2 pairs of eyes. It looks very strange, especially with its hideous skin. UMO waved his hand and took out his spear, then suddenly jumped to the left. A stream of green liquid spurted out from the mouth of the 4-eyed black beetle and hit the spot where he had just stood. There was a bad smell, a hissing sound, and smoke coming out of the ground. Yumo's expression became more serious. This liquid is highly corrosive. If you are contaminated, you will need an unknown amount of nutrient solution to recover. Brush! UMO burst out with all his strength, rushing towards the 4-eyed black beetle guards like a black shadow. Solve these bugs first to avoid bad things later. Bang! The spear swept across and hit a black beetle on the head. The hard scales on it seemed like nothing and were blown apart by the spear. Detection points reward. Points plus 2,000. Special insect order detected plus 1. Select from 1. Special insect order plus 100. 2. Elite insect plus 1. 3. Skip. The situation is urgent. UMO didn't look carefully. Choose 2. A pair of insect eyes flashing green light were put into the backpack. The episode did not affect the rhythm of the battle. The speed of the 4-eyed black beetle was not fast, and it was about the same as the ordinary black beetle. Its 6 black beetle guards were killed one by UMO, leaving only it. The 4-eyed black beetle angrily sprayed out balls of corrosive mucus, but not a single drop of it landed on UMO. UMO dodged and rushed forward at the same time. Unless the 4-eyed black beetle could spray out a large amount of mucus to block his way forward, he would not be able to be hit. Bang! UMO found the right opportunity and rushed forward with explosive force during the cooling time of the 4-eyed black beetle's mucus spray. The spear pierced the 4-eyed black beetle's head. A beam of white light burst out from the tip of the spear and crossed the remaining few meters in the blink of an eye. Puff! The 4-eyed black beetle's body suddenly stiffened and then slowly fell down. Detection points reward. Points plus 10,000. Detected. 4-eyed black beetle's wings plus 1. Select from 1. 4-eyed black beetle's wings plus 100. 2. 6-eyed black beetle's wings plus 1. 3. Skip. Black beetle wings. Possess insignificant wind power, which can be extracted and integrated into the body through cultivation to permanently increase speed. Yumontak understot. This is an attribute stone, permanent. It's just that the extraction process may be a little troublesome. 4 eyes correspond to F level, 6 eyes correspond to E level compared to the human race's practice. It is elite level. Yumo compared his own strength. Choose 2. Obtain 6-eyed black beetle wing plus 1. Liamu can be used for a long time and can be used even after a breakthrough. But the 4 eyes are no longer effective, and their effectiveness will drop sharply after the breakthrough. Having 100 is good, but the total improvement may not be as great as that brought by 1 6-eye. Yumo took out the elite insect he had just obtained. Elite insects. A pair of insects from the 6-eyed black beetle. They possess magical powers. Extracting and integrating them into the body can enhance vision. There is a small chance of obtaining the skills of the insects. Yumo touched his chin. Looking at the two round emeralds in his hands, he fell into deep thought. Crystal clear, smooth like jade, standard spherical shape, warm and comfortable. Such a beautiful jade. Is it really an insect's eye? But there are some strange powers inside. When practicing the elite level practice method, one could feel something in the jade being sucked out, but it was very difficult. UMO is temporarily placed in the backpack. Looking at the surveillance footage, the Zerg attack outside has stopped and they have retreated. There is not a single insect within 5 kilometers around the Inyong palace. It's just that they want to leave, and UMO doesn't want to let them leave so easily. Ari, fire 3 waves of railgun fire, aiming at the area with the highest concentration of Zerg nearby. Okay. After a while, one railgun after another was fired, rushing towards the Zerg gathering point. Some may be channels, and some may just be simple gatherings. But none of these insects escaped the fate of being destroyed. After 33 railgun rounds, there were no large Zerg gathering points within 8 kilometers. The rest were still fleeing frantically, fearing that they would be blown up if they were a little late. The harvest is not much. After all, there are no powerful Zerg. 61. Preparation for going out. The next day, after UMO woke up, he went to the training ground to practice shooting. There were no more bugs outside, and there were no targets either. After practicing for a while, he felt that there was not much improvement, so he stopped. Ari, prepare the drone and an energy cannon. I need to go out for a while. All right. Ali pouted his mouth, looking very cute, his little face full of worry, and his big ears drooped on both sides. UMO went back to change his clothes, opened a few boxes, and took out a lot of spiritual food. There is not much spiritual food, and currently only he and MO you can get some. However, if there is spiritual food, there must be a blueprint for making spiritual food, as well as a blueprint for cultivating spiritual plants and animals. These are the goals of this trip, but more importantly, it is to practice shooting in actual combat. Before Yumo left, he took a base station drone. Detected reward, base station drone +1. Select from 1. Base station drone +100. 2. Primary war drone +1. 3. Skip. Choose 2. Obtain. Primary war drone +1. UMO chose without much thought. The drone in his hand disappeared, and what appeared was a fighter model about 30 centimeters long. UMO looked around for a while in confusion, expressing his great doubt. This size, this level of sophistication. Is this really a war drone? Primary war drone. A comprehensive upgrade based on the base station drone, using the most advanced gravity engine technology, retaining the base station signal, with a power increase of more than 10 times, carrying high-energy laser firepower and F-level lethality. Although there is an explanation, UMO is skeptical. He knew that high-energy lasers were very powerful, but the problem was that they were all super-large laser weapons, and this aircraft model was only 30 centimeters. Didi. Suddenly a red light came on in front of the model aircraft. Signal docking completed. Everyone's information input. UMO, Lord of Inyong Palace. Hi. Input completed. Verification completed. Start up. The primary model airplane flew up from UMO's hand, not accelerating. Instead, it flew straight up, and when it reached a height that was level with UMO's sight, after a series of reverse parking and side parking, it turned into a direct confrontation with UMO. Yumontak. Very good. I understand. This is a powerful, epic-making technology. But that was in the past. Now, it is just about the same. After all, a secondary shelter will be built later, and there will be a teleportation array available. Crossing thousands of mountains and rivers in 1 second is something that cannot be achieved with technology in the short term. Master, this new one is very useful. There are a lot of data that I haven't calculated yet. Give me some time, and all the drones can be transformed into war drones. Yes, without affecting the normal computing power, we can analyze those technologies and upgrade the drones as soon as possible. Yes, after the drone, it's the energy cannon. Detected reward, E-level energy cannon +1. Select from 1. E-level energy cannon +100. 2. D-level energy cannon +1. 3. Skip. Choose 2. Obtain. D-level energy cannon +1. UMO prepared his equipment and left Inyong Palace with a group of drones and a war drone. Above the wilderness, the snow had disappeared, but the ground was pitch black with no grass growing on it. It looked a little scary. UMO shot a black beetle in the head with a shot. Detection points reward. Points plus 2,000. The black beetle is the lowest level of the Zerg. It has a large number and a strong reproductive capacity, making it the most suitable for cannon fodder. It's noontime. We walked dozens of kilometers in the morning, some of which were run by UMO and others were taken flying by drone. But the only ones I encountered were ordinary black beetles, and I didn't see any advanced ones. However, along the way, the spiritual energy in the body reached a limit. If you have another chance, you can move from the early entry level to the mid-entry level. UMO is looking for this opportunity. However, the opportunity is illusory, but you can also break through by yourself. The chance may be to kill an ordinary black beetle in one go, or to fight a four-eyed black beetle. It takes some time to break through by yourself, maybe a few hours, or it may be very quick. If you have no experience in the first breakthrough, UMO did not rest. Whenever he felt tired, he would eat some spiritual food to keep his spiritual energy full and slowly improve. Until about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Master, we found a four-eyed black beetle, but there is another strange insect species. In the monitoring screen, a black four-eyed black beetle is facing another insect, probably in a confrontation. Another insect race seemed to be a kind of ant, for meters long but only 1 meter high, with a body in the shape of an arthropod, and each node had a pair of insect limbs. There were 6 teams in total. The 2 tentacles on its head were waving, and there were folds on the tentacles. The ferocious mouth parts could easily bite off the body of an adult. It also had 2 pairs of insect orders, but they were green. The eyes of the four-eyed black beetle are red, and it looks very alert from its actions. It is possible that the four-eyed arthropod is stronger. UMO turned directly. If 2 for-purpose Zergs attack together, they should be able to use this opportunity to break through to the mid-game. As for whether they can win, there are war drones, DJI drones, fire suppression, and energy cannons. There is no problem of not being able to defeat the opponent, only the problem of how to defeat the opponent. 5 minutes later, UMO appeared on a small hill not far from the 2 insects. Take out the energy cannon and place it here. Let Ari command it. It has 2 modes, remote control and manual. After Ali answered the call, UMO rushed towards the 2 four-eyed Zergs with his spear in hand. The 2 four-eyed Zerg were in a difficult confrontation when they suddenly sensed the appearance of a third aura. They were startled at the same time, quickly stepped back and moved their bodies to look over. At a glance, they saw a creature many times smaller than them rushing towards them. This creature has small roots, but the aura it emits is similar to theirs. Four-eyed black beetle. This creature is here to steal. Four-eyed arthropod. This creature is here to steal. The 2 Zergs immediately united their front. The black beetle immediately sprayed out a large amount of thick green corrosive mucus. The last segment of the arthropod lifted up and spurted out a stream of blue liquid. UMO suddenly stood up and dodged to the left. Both liquids looked bad, so it was best not to touch them. On the left is a four-eyed black beetle. I've killed one before, so I am somewhat familiar with this creature. Later, through Ari's analysis, we found what might be its weakness. Puff! UMO suddenly stabbed out with a spear, and the white spear light flew out and hit a certain position on the scales of the black beetle's neck. A stream of black blood spurted out at that moment, and the body of the four-eyed black beetle fell down directly. 62 breakthrough. Detection reward. Points plus 10,000. Detected reward. Bronze treasure chest plus 1. Select from 1. Bronze treasure chest plus 100. 2. Silver treasure chest plus 1. 3. Skip. Choose 3. The treasure chest has only 1 upgrade opportunity. Choose 1 or 2. If you open food later, you cannot upgrade it again. UMO was surprised by the black beetle's weakness. It's a pity that their bodies disappear after they die. If they didn't disappear, we should be able to find out more. The four-eyed arthropod was shocked that a Zerg similar to it was killed in the blink of an eye. Doesn't this mean that if this person wants to kill it, it will be easy? The four-eyed arthropod and UMO's eyes met, and the 6 groups of insect limbs suddenly waved. A large cloud of dust flew up from the ground, and a sandstorm suddenly appeared all around. However, when the four-eyed arthropod was taking action, UMO was also taking action. A flash of white light appeared on the spear, and a spear ray pierced through the sandstorm and the body of the four-eyed arthropod. Hiss! Amid the dust, a four-eyed arthropod's painful roar was heard, and one of its limbs suddenly stretched out. UMO leaned back and thrust his spear forward at the same time, landing accurately on a node of the insect's limb. Bang! A broken insect limb fell down, and the rest was quickly retracted into the sandstorm, and some blue blood fell to the ground. UMO closed his eyes, and relying on the fluctuation of spiritual energy, he fired another shot at a certain position. This shot concentrated 80% of his spiritual energy, and the spear's edge instantly grew to more than 2 meters, but it did not become much thicker. Bang! The spear rushed into the sandstorm and blew up something. Detection reward, points plus 10,000. Detected reward, four-eyed arthropod's limbs plus 12. Select from 1. Four-eye arthropod limbs plus 1,200. 2. Limbs of 6-order arthropods plus 12. 3. Skip. Arthropod limbs possess insignificant earth elemental power, which can be extracted and integrated into the body through practice to enhance defense. Yumo thought about it. Choose 3. The reward item can only be upgraded once. Maybe he can use it when extracting power. Detected reward, bronze treasure chest plus 1. Select from 1. Bronze treasure chest plus 100. 2. Silver treasure chest plus 1. 3. Skip. Choose 3. Yumal walked out of the sandstorm. He sat down cross-legged on a flat surface not far away, took out a bunch of spiritual food, and started eating. When I fired that shot just now, the system suddenly sent a prompt, and there was a sense of restraint in the body being released, as if a weight had been removed, and I felt so light that I could fly. Level up? Level. Mid-entry level. It's just that there's not much spiritual energy left. After eating a portion of spiritual energy food, it was all transformed into spiritual energy within a minute. After the breakthrough, the spiritual energy reserves and explosive power have been improved, and more spiritual energy is needed to fully recover. After eating several times the amount, UMO felt that his body was full of strength again. Open a bronze treasure chest. Detected reward, potato plus 10. Select from 1. Potatoes plus 1,000. 2. Spiritual potato più 10. 3. Skip. Choose 2. Obtain spiritual potatoes plus 10. Yumo has become accustomed to this kind of thing coming out of bronze treasure chests. His bronze treasure chest has become a grocery market, and basically all edible common food can be opened for him. Some of the useful things in it cannot be opened. Another one also sent spiritual eggplant plus 50. Yumontak. These might be the only things in the bronze treasure chest. After eating and drinking, continue on your way. The Inyong Palace is on the right track. It doesn't matter if he's not here. Ari and Moyu can work together to handle everything. In addition to fighting the Zerg, another purpose is to collect some ownerless shelters. During this period of time, few people were able to leave the Thorns, let alone explore some unowned refuges in the wilderness. Maybe there are some supplies and some shelters, but the people are gone. There is absolutely no need to risk such a big risk to obtain such a small amount of supplies. Only UMO knew that now that the ownerless shelter had been integrated, it would not be necessary to hand over so many resources to build a secondary shelter in the future. There are no quotas. Building a secondary shelter requires extremely huge resources. This is also a factor that restricts development. UMO stopped outside a ruined wall. The collapsed buildings were barely recognizable from their original appearance, and the roads and ruins were covered in black blood. The corpses have disappeared, leaving only traces of the Zerg. Yumo looked at it for a while, shook his head slightly, and walked in. An ownerless shelter has been detected. Should it be merged? Yes. A flash of white light, and the shelter disappeared. Detected reward, ownerless shelter plus 1. Detected special reward, open the only option. Obtain, ownerless shelter plus 100. UMO paused for a moment and continued to move forward. The ownerless shelters could not be upgraded, so the number of them only increased, which was not unexpected. It's a pity that the number of shelters previously available is reduced by tens of thousands. It's painful to think about it. Night falls. UMO did not choose to return, but continued to go deeper. The wilderness at night is very dangerous, but it also provides many training opportunities. And with a D-class energy cannon in hand, you are basically not afraid of any Zerg, unless the number of the opponent is too large. But UMO will not sit still and wait for death. After all, there is a drone here, and he can fly. The area within a radius of 3 kilometers has been monitored by Ollie, and any movement will appear on the screen. UMO chose a general direction, killing black beetles along the way. Master, found the target. UMO took a look. Another F-class Zerg. In the past afternoon, I have killed more than a dozen of this kind of Zerg. After a while, the F-level Zerg appeared in the field of vision. There were no pursuers behind it, and there were not too many minions. It was time to fight. UMO walked forward calmly. The four-eyed insect race rushed straight towards him, opened a pair of wings behind it, and flew into the air to attack UMO. However, UMO simply stabbed with a gun. The white spear light streaked across the dark night sky and pierced the Zerg's head accurately. UMO dodged a few steps, and the corpse of the four-eyed Zerg fell from the sky. The remaining ordinary Zergs immediately braked and stopped. However, none of them escaped the fate of being killed. Ari, are there any E-level Zergs nearby? UMO feels that the F-level Zerg is no longer challenging. It may be because of the weapon, or because of the practice method. In any case, the strength may exceed the normal entry level. Not yet, but if we continue in this direction, we will most likely encounter an E-level 6-eyed Zerg. After Ari left the Inyong palace, she could only appear on the screen. I found something. 63. Surprising relics. UMO was about to leave when he was stopped by Ari's voice. Master, at 10 o'clock, 500 meters away, there is an abnormal power fluctuation. Drones passing by will be bounced away. Bounce! UMO was stunned for a moment, and a drone flew over and showed the scene just now. A drone flew over a seemingly ordinary piece of ground. Suddenly I lost my balance, as if I had hit something and rolled over several times before I stabilized. Judging from the trajectory of the drone, it did hit something, but there was nothing there, just 1,000 empty spaces. Go and have a look. UMO became interested. Next to the open space, UMO stopped on the grass. The situation here was very strange. There was a dark patch of ground in the middle of the building, about 1 meter in diameter. A kind of black grass grew in a circle outside the dark patch of ground. The black grass is very sharp, like a knife stuck in the ground, and it is very hard. If you're not careful, you may step on it and get hurt. Outside the blade grass is the normal black ground. The place where the drone flew over and hit something was above a normal-looking black ground in the middle. UMO sent a few more drones over. When each drone flies forward and passes over the middle area, it will appear to have hit something, as if there is an air wall. Air wall. UMO thought about it and tried it with a spear. There was indeed something here, but he just couldn't see it. Various detection methods are useless, and we can't find this place. First, clean up these blade grasses and take back the soil underneath them. UMO waved his hand. Ari controlled several special operation drones to fly over and started digging directly. After digging about 20 centimeters deep, they pulled up the blade grass by the roots and brought it back to the Inyong palace. An hour later, they had dug everything away. UMO approached this special area. When he was within 1 meter, he sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy. The practice method absorbs spiritual energy, and spiritual energy has appeared between heaven and earth with the end of the world. In places where spiritual energy gathers irregularly, various special situations are likely to occur. UMO felt that the speed of the spiritual energy in his body was accelerating, but he did not feel any danger. After hesitating for a moment, UMO reached out his hand and tried to touch this place. I stretched my hand out slowly, and halfway through, I touched something cool. Judging from the feel of it, it should be a pillar, but since I can't see it, I can't confirm it. UMO injected spiritual energy into it again, and then felt a weak suction coming. UMO decisively withdrew his hand, and the suction disappeared. He took out some spiritual food and stuck it on this thing that might be an air wall. The spiritual energy in the food was quickly absorbed. After taking out dozens of copies in succession, the speed at which the air wall absorbed spiritual energy suddenly stopped. Then a white light appeared out of nowhere in the air, and it quickly expanded and turned into a 2-meter-high light gate. The light door slowly opened, and behind it was another world that looked very strange. UMO stood there, searching for his past memories. He had seen this kind of thing before, but he didn't think of it at first. Moreover, this kind of thing first appeared half a year after the Zerg doomsday, which is still a long way from now. But now it seems that this thing may have existed for a long time, but the first person to discover it was half a year after the Zerg doomsday. The remains of the practitioners. Injecting spiritual energy can open the channel and enter another magical space. Compared with a normal space, this space is a parallel space. It is not usually seen. It can only be seen and entered at nodes and under special circumstances. It was because of this point that UMO absorbed spiritual energy that he remembered some basic conditions for entering the ruins. This ruins is very small, with only a mountain. Outside the mountain is foggy. No one knows what is inside the fog because no one who has entered has ever come out. There are some buildings on the top of the mountain, but they are too far away to be clearly seen. Yumo thought about it. Ari, watch outside and don't let other creatures get close to here. Yes, but Master, do you really want to go in? It looks very dangerous here. Don't worry, this is a relic. At this stage of the relic, there won't be any strong creatures. UMO waved his hand, holding his gun, and walked into the light gate. The light gate is not closed and will remain there until the injected spiritual energy is exhausted. It can also be opened from the inside. There is also a node at the entrance. Injecting spiritual energy can open the passage. Once you enter the ruins, UMO immediately felt a strong spiritual energy rushing towards him, and all the pores on his body seemed to relax, making him feel refreshed. If you practice here, the speed is about 3 or 4 times that of the outside world. Maybe the concentration of spiritual energy on the top of the mountain is higher. Yumo looked around. Behind me was a door in fog, and under my feet was a stone path leading to the top of the mountain. The path was long and winding, and it took several turns before I got to the top. Not far away is a gate. The style of the gate is very ancient. There should be a plaque on the top, but it is gone now. There is only a lonely gate. UMO walked through the gate. On both sides of the stone road were large trees and various plants that he had never seen before. Walking up the path, the concentration of spiritual energy increased a little bit and even began to actively integrate into the body. UMO walked very slowly, looking around from time to time. Maybe something will rush out of the woods in the next second. The forest was very lush, but the surroundings were too quiet, not like a normal forest at all. With such a rich spiritual energy, it is easy to feed some ordinary creatures, but now there is no other sound. UMO walked slowly until he reached a platform halfway up the mountain. There are 10 men in metal armor on the platform. The entrance is blocked by 2 men in metal armor, and the other 2 are on both sides. As if to say, once you step into this place, you will have to face the attacks of the 4 of them. UMO took a closer look and thought it was a puppet. As for what kind of puppet it was, he was not sure. This platform is located halfway up the mountain, with a mountain on one side and a cliff on the other. It is also the most dangerous place on the entire road. UMO held the spear tightly and slowly walked onto the platform. The moment the second foot landed, a white light suddenly appeared on the platform. UMO stepped back subconsciously, but his back hit a wall of air. Red light flashed in the eyes of the 4 puppets at the same time, and a loud voice appeared above the platform. Outsiders, defeat the puppet and move on, or leave. 64. Kill the puppet. Yumo's brows relaxed, and his face became expressionless. It is normal for every relic to have similar tests. Even relics without tests would seem abnormal. The 4 puppets were not strong either. They were all entry-level. Maybe they were originally very strong, or maybe their levels were adjusted. Buzz! 4 3-meter-tall puppets began to move. Although it is a dead object, it is as flexible and fast as a normal person. Bang! UMO raised his hand and fired a gun, which collided with the fist of a puppet. The spear that could penetrate the body of the 4-eyed Zerg with one strike only left a small white dot on the puppet. UMO took 3 steps back, but before he could stabilize himself, the second puppet attacked him. He turned around and swung his gun, but because the puppet was too fast, he could only use the gun to block the puppet's fist. Crunch! The puppet's fist collided with the spear, making a teeth-grinding sound. The spear bent into an arc. UMO took the opportunity to retreat and avoid the attacks of the 3rd and 4th puppets. Bang! Bang! The 2 puppets punched the ground, sending several broken bricks flying. UMO tilted his head. A piece of gravel flew past his ear, and a strand of hair was cut off. Puppet number 1 rushed over with big strides. It was the fastest among the 4 puppets. When it got within 20 meters, the chest of puppet number 1 suddenly opened to both sides, revealing a gun barrel. Yumo's scalp suddenly exploded, and without thinking, he turned around and lay down. Boom! A beam of white light rushed over his head and hit the rock behind him, creating a 3-meter-wide hole. A drop of cold sweat fell on Yumo's forehead. If he was hit, he wouldn't even need a professional team, and he wouldn't even be able to leave his ashes. But this also reminded him of a problem. The puppet's weakness is its power source. The source of power should not be in such an obvious place as the head, and it is not suitable for the flow of power. The most suitable place should be in the center of the puppet, which is the upper body. It is very likely that the place where the spiritual energy cannon was fired just now is the core of the puppet. UMO rolled over to avoid the fist of puppet number 2. The broken bricks hit my body, and waves of pain spread all over my body. UMO took a deep breath, accelerated suddenly, broke through the blockade of the 3 puppets, and rushed towards puppet number 1. After firing the cannon, the puppet was in the process of slowly closing the muzzle. The red light in his eyes also dimmed a little, probably because he was not strong enough. UMO burst out with all his strength, his speed soared, and he rushed in front of puppet number 1. The spear glowed white and stabbed at the puppet's chest. Bang! Puppet number 1 was pierced, and a bunch of parts flew out, along with a round white stone. UMO quickly pulled back. The light in the eyes of puppet number 1 disappeared, and its body fell down. Detection reward. Points plus 20,000. Reward detected. F-level mechanical core plus 1. Select from 1. F-class mechanical core plus 100. 2. E-level mechanical core plus 1. 3. Skip. Choose 1. F-class mechanical core plus 100. UMO decisively chose 1, without saying anything else. He had seen the mechanical core before. It was a very sophisticated and troublesome thing, if you want to crack the structure inside. Even with Ari's help, you may have to destroy several dozen or even dozens of them before you can completely crack it, because he had not been exposed to so many things in this area before. As for the E-level ones, the complexity will be directly increased by 1 level, and it is impossible to crack them now. And if you don't crack it, you won't be able to make a puppet based on the structure inside. If it is not cracked, the mechanical core will just be a thing gathering dust. The shattered puppet disappeared, along with its parts and power source, and the white round stone also disappeared. UMO felt it was a pity, thinking he could get a high-energy spirit stone. The puppet's action requires spiritual energy, and the white stone is a collection of spiritual energy. If I could get one, I might be able to cultivate to the late elite level. UMO fired a gun to repel puppet number 2, rushed forward and shot it through the puppet's chest. A bunch of spare parts and high-energy spirit stones flew out, but he was also hit by puppet number 3. The powerful force of puppet number 3 was transmitted to him along the spear. At this moment, the whole body seemed to disappear, and the whole person flew out uncontrollably. UMO continued practicing cultivation techniques until he landed and rolled over more than 10 meters before regaining control of his body. Hiss! It hurts! UMO got up, his expression distorted. This puppet looks like him, with high attack and low imitation, and a single hit will end the battle. Select the multiple rewards again. UMO plans to select 3 multiple rewards and 1 level reward so that it is balanced. Just about to rush over. UMO's expression suddenly changed, and he turned around and jumped sideways. The next second, a thick white beam of light fell beside him. The floor tiles were directly evaporated, and only a deep pit remained 2 meters below. UMO took a deep breath, took the opportunity to turn, and rushed towards puppet number 4. After they launch this attack, they will take some time to recharge, and this is his chance. The speed of puppet number 3 was comparable to it, and it could not catch up after just 1 circle. He made a big circle, came behind puppet number 4, and pierced the puppet's body with a gun. Select quantity upgrade reward. There is only 1 puppet left. UMO did not hide, but rushed forward, piercing the puppet's fist with a spear that glowed white. Bang! The puppet's arm was blown apart, and parts and broken special materials flew everywhere, but it still had another hand. The puppet felt no pain, so UMO had to retreat. He found the right opportunity and shot its other arm to pieces, and then shot through the puppet. Detection reward. Points plus 20,000. Reward detected. F-level mechanical core plus 1. Select from 1. F-class mechanical core plus 100. 2. E-level mechanical core plus 1. 3. Skip. Choose 2. E-level mechanical core plus 1. Mechanical core. Contains the manufacturing method of the puppet and its indispensable parts. UMO breathed a sigh of relief and almost fell to the ground. After killing the last puppet, his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. This was the first time he had exhausted his physical strength after his breakthrough. He took out a bunch of food and started eating. When he was hungry for spiritual energy, the speed of absorption was faster than before. It only took half a minute to completely absorb a portion of spiritual energy food. However, if the total amount is too large, recovery will be slower. After recovery, UMO continued to go up. From the foot of the mountain, there was only this one platform node on the entire road, and the rest of the road was smooth. As for the forests on both sides of the road, they will be more dangerous than the insect swarm attack. There may be traps or some powerful beings. 65. Strange Buddha statue. UMO made it all the way to the top of the mountain, and it was so smooth that he even surprised himself. After all, it was such a long road, and there were only 4 puppets blocking the way. For a cultivation site, it was really a bit embarrassing. However, it may also be that the ruins have been in disrepair for a long time, and only these 4 puppets were left, and they were blown up by him. The top of the mountain was made into a platform with several dilapidated houses. No matter how I look at it, it feels so desolate. Inexplicably, I feel like I have just escaped from famine. UMO walked slowly onto the platform, holding a gun. There are 4 rooms in total, 3 of which are normal rooms, and the last one is a large room facing the entrance where everything is arranged very strangely. The remains of spiritual practice are usually buildings like palaces. Obviously, something is wrong here. However, it is not ruled out that some practitioners have special interests. After UMO walked around for a few times, he found no trap. So I walked to a door and used my spear to open it from the side facing the door. There might be a trap behind it. Crunch! The door was pushed open easily, making a sound of being overwhelmed, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. Yumontak! He took back his previous words. This place might not be a cultivation site. It might not even be a site. The houses were also very fragile. UMO just tapped them a few times with his spear, and the first house collapsed. It collapsed. UMO looked at the ruins and fell in a deep thought. Should he go in and look for something? What if there's something good in there? In this case, the shelter system was blocked, but the bodies could be cleared, which was very strange. UMO decided to look for it, just in case there was something there. 20 minutes later, UMO left in disgrace, making sure there was nothing here. I touched every item, but the upgrade system didn't respond at all, which meant there was nothing good inside. The second room, UMO was much more careful, but he still destroyed the door. This time, he didn't demolish the house, but walked in directly. The light source here is some dim light from the sky. Once you enter the room, you can't see anything. UMO took a night vision goggles and a low-light flashlight and checked it with these 2 tools. Finally, I found something strange. Detected reward, damaged ring +1. Please select 1. Damaged ring +100. 2. Intact ring +1. 3. Skip. Question mark. UMO left the room first, took the ring with several cracks and looked at it several times, but couldn't see anything unusual. Could it be because it was broken? Choose 2. Space ring +1. Space ring. Contains 1 cubic meter of space inside and can transfer items through spiritual energy. UMO. He was shocked. The space ring is a standard for powerful practitioners, and the standard is probably C level or B level or above. Using Reiki, you can connect to a space of a certain volume and store items. This storage will not be recorded by the system. The strong men that UMO had seen before basically used space rings and rarely used the system's warehouse. UMO didn't quite understand why this happened. It might be because the system was not secure, or for other reasons. Calm down. UMO put the ring on his hand and injected spiritual energy into it. The ring would automatically form a corresponding spiritual energy imprint. Before opening it next time, you need to click on the corresponding brand to open it. This is an anti-theft measure on every ring. UMO had a very strange feeling. There was an extra presence in his sight, but it did not affect the space. There is nothing inside, only 1 meter long, wide and high. The space inside is solidified, and the things put in will be sealed. When you take them out, they will remain the same as when you put them in. The premise is that the power of the things put in should not exceed the power limit of the ring. UMO thought about it and put the few mechanical cores he got into it. There is nothing else to put. UMO had used the ring before, but he was so shocked because he found the space ring here. The third room was still in ruins. There was nothing inside. It might have been eaten. UMO expressed helplessness. There was only 1 large room left. This one looks relatively intact. It shouldn't fall off like the previous 3. UMO walked to the door. The door is made of wood, a very old but strange style that I have never seen before. He still used a long gun to open the door, hiding beside it. The door slowly opened. Very good, no traps. UMO took out a few ordinary potatoes and threw them in to test the water. Potato? No movement. UMO then walked in. Using night vision goggles and a low-light flashlight, I could see a huge statue at a glance. He could only see that it was a statue sitting cross-legged and could only see the legs. As for the upper part, you need to look up. UMO hesitated for a moment, without looking up, but stepped back and left. I took out some parts and made a wired remote control camera drone. Control the drone to fly in and use the camera to check the situation inside. Avoided danger, but if there is someone inside who can affect him through the camera, then there is no need for him to stay here. Is this a sitting Buddha statue? UMO. At that time, 3 question marks popped up in his head. How could there be a Buddha statue in a place like this? The room was large, supported by several pillars, and the rest was a futon in the corner. When the drone flew over, it blew up a lot of dust. UMO frowned and controlled the drone to bring out the futon. It is best not to touch or look at the various statues in the spiritual ruins. They are the most evil and dangerous things. The futon was brought out. It was very ordinary. Detected reward, training cushion +1. Select from 1. Training mat +100. 2. Enlightenment cushion +1. 3. Skip. Is there such an operation? UMO was startled and glanced at the door. You can just barely see the statue's legs. So this place used to be a Buddhist sect? But along the way, I didn't see anything related to Buddhism? But this has nothing to do with him. Choose 2. Enlightenment cushion +1. Enlightenment cushion. Practicing on the cushion will increase your practice speed 10-fold and your enlightenment 100-fold. Hiss! UMO took a deep breath at that moment. This was even more excessive than cheating. A project that would take others 3 months to complete was completed in just 10 days, and 10 sets of plans were even produced. Just 2 words. Outrageous. UMO immediately put the cushion into the ring. The shelter system outside is considered problematic by many powerful people. In fact, there have been no problems, but if there are too many abnormal situations, it may not be the case. UMO looked at the Buddha statue again, thought about it, and left a few words. 66. World announcement. Leaving the ruins. As soon as UMO came out, he was shocked by the crazy gunfire and his head was buzzing. He quickly put on noise-isolating earmuffs. Master, this is an attack from Bayou Tower. The enemy's firepower is very strong. Ari's voice sounded through the earphones inside the earmuffs. Bayou Lu? What the hell? UMO was stunned for a moment. Suddenly I understood and opened the ranking list of the shelter. There are 2,000 lists in total. Those who are within 2,000 can get a resource every day. The higher the ranking, the more resources you get. The first place is naturally the Inyong Palace, which is already at level 43. The second place, Bayou Tower, is 13 levels behind. It is only level 30. The third place is a strange shelter called the Temple of the Gods, also level 30. Fourth place, level 29. UMO realized that he was not the only one making progress. Everyone else was making progress, but he was just the fastest. UMO opened the map and looked at it, frowning. Aren't they 100 kilometers away? How did they end up in a place like this? 2 hours and 36 minutes ago, the system issued a world announcement, and they came over. UMO flipped through it and found the announcement of this world. World announcement. The first ruins are opened, coordinates XXXX. Whoever takes out the Buddha statue will receive plus 200 bronze treasure chests, plus 20 silver treasure chests, plus 5 gold treasure chests, plus 1 platinum treasure chest, and plus 3 gold level blueprints of their choice. World announcement. The first ruins is opened, coordinates XXXX. World announcement. The first relic is opened. TSK. No wonder they are so excited. UMO smacked his lips and looked at the artillery fire not far away. The drone army controlled by Ari suppressed those people so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. In terms of weapon level, technology level, and human control, Inyong Palace crushes Bayou Tower. But these people also have some strength, and they can still fight back without using weapons of mass destruction. But if we really want to destroy it, it's just a matter of a few railguns. Master, should we retreat or wait for support? Ari was not nervous. It didn't take much computing power to suppress these people. UMO thought about it. You separate the subprograms and control the drone to go in and move the Buddha statue out from the top of the mountain. When flying up, you must follow the path and cannot leave the path. The same applies when coming down. Let the drones come over one by one. Make another batch of drones. Let's make 1,000 first. UMO reached out and grabbed a drone that was flying over. Detected reward. Base station drone +1. Select from 1. Base station drone +100. 2. Primary war drone +1. 3. Skip. Choose 2. Primary war drone +1. The drone transformed itself into an aviation model, then flew to the side and continued to suppress the enemy with fire. Next, drones flew over one by one and were upgraded by UMO. In less than 5 minutes, all the drones turned into war aircraft models. The fire suppression force instantly doubled, forcing the people in Bayou Tower to not dare to leave their bunkers. And the bunkers were even about to be blown up. UMO is waiting for the arrival of the drone army. On the other side of the battlefield, the leader of Bayou Tower hid behind the bunker, holding a strange walkie-talkie. The enemy's firepower has increased again, requesting support. Requesting support. The other soldiers in the bunker were in great pain. There was almost no stopping of collisions coming from the bunker behind them. After the upgrade, the durability of the bunker is also decreasing rapidly. Under this kind of firepower, once there is no cover, you will be reduced to ash in an instant, without even a corpse left. However, it was impossible to get out. The other party was determined to destroy them without any negotiation. They didn't even use soldiers, but drones? If they were soldiers, they could also launch suicide attacks to break through the defense line and perhaps win. But there is really no way to deal with drones. Even if a lot of them are destroyed, they can be made again in minutes. If there is a big difference in strength between large shelters, there is basically no need to compare. If there is a small difference, just compete in consumption. At this time, White Jade Tower. The overall architectural style of the shelter is more ancient, with a 12-story white jade building in the center being very prominent. At this time, on the 12th floor, a man was listening to the intercom with a frown on his face. There were constant calls for help from the leading soldiers, chaotic sounds of artillery fire, and the sound of dense bullets hitting the bunkers. The Lord of Bayou Tower frowned and opened a picture. This is the situation outside the wall of Bayou Tower. A large group of Zerg are attacking frantically. The soldiers were struggling to hold out. It was good enough that they could just hold out, let alone send people out for support. There are also several E-level Zergs in the swarm, and more than a dozen F-level Zergs. The Lord of Bayou Tower frowned and finally chose to give up the support. The cost of breaking out is too high, and there is a possibility of encountering various accidents on the way to support, and they may die before they even arrive. He put the intercom aside, turned off the communication, stood up, and left the White Jade building. On the walls of the White Jade Tower, many Zergs had climbed halfway up, although they were beaten back again and again. But there are a lot of insects. The Lord of Bayou Tower frowned and looked at the insect swarm. Not many of the defending soldiers used weapons. Most of them just wore a bracelet on their hands. Whenever a Zerg is about to rush up, control the bracelet to launch an attack. It can launch fireballs, water balls, ice cones, wind blades, and many other different types of attacks. The Lord of Bayou Tower looked at the Zerg swarm. His eyes fell on one of the largest Zerg. The Zerg seemed to sense the gaze of the Lord of the White Jade Tower, raised its ferocious head, and roared. Humph, beast! The Lord of Bayou Tower snorted coldly, and a bone fan appeared in his hand. The whole bone fan is made of white bones, from the fan's frame to the feathers. All are white bones. It looks like my scalp is tingling, and I feel cold all over. The Lord of Bayou Tower waved his bone fan, and a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. A large number of wind blades emerged from the gust of wind and rushed towards the E-level Zerg. Boom! The wind howled violently, tearing countless Zerg apart wherever it passed, and then being blown into pieces by the wind. In the blink of an eye, the strong wind rushed to the front of the E-level Zerg, and the latter formed a thick shell on its body, trying to use it to resist. However, facing the wind blade in the gust of wind, his body was torn apart in the blink of an eye, and his blood filled the wind, but was blown away in the next second. An E-level Zerg was destroyed in the strong wind. Unts! The Lord of Bayou Tower said coldly, his expression unchanged, and turned back to Bayou Tower. The surrounding insect swarms stopped attacking temporarily, and the atmosphere became a little strange. However, after a while, the swarm of insects forgot the shock of the strong man and continued to attack the Bayou Tower. 67. The speed of the meditation on the futon. Beyond the ruins, UMO and other drone troops have arrived. 1,000 drones flew over, forming a huge black mass. With full firepower, all the bunkers were blown up in a few minutes, and no soldiers behind survived. Master, We have found soldiers from other shelters. We solved it together. Okay. Some of the drones flew out, and the rest were upgraded by UMO, who then went in to bring out the Buddha statue. How far have you been able to reverse engineer the blueprints for the primary war drone? 75%. It is expected to be completed within 5 days. UMO was quite satisfied. In this way, even without the blueprint, he could use the upgrade system to reverse the process. The drone entered the ruins, and within a few minutes, it flew out with a huge Buddha statue. To avoid accidents, UMO left early, very far away, for fear of being affected by the Buddha statue. Fortunately, the moment the Buddha statue left the ruins, it was recovered by the system. World announcement. Congratulations to Inyong Palace for completing the ruins mission. World announcement. Congratulations to Inyong Palace for completing the ruins mission. World announcement. Congratulations to Inyong Palace for completing the ruins mission. 3 consecutive world announcements immediately made the communication area boil. UMO first turned on the communication module to see how those people would react. It's Inyong Palace again. Why is it always him? Why can't it be Inyong Palace? Their level is there. How many levels are we at? There's such a big difference. Do you still want to complete the mission? As expected of you, you are the boss. Do you need some leg accessories? Boss, please help me. I also have a level 20 shelter. Is this the world of the big guys? I haven't even made it out of the shelter yet. Such a generous reward. How much time can I save if I get it? The gap was already huge, and now it's even bigger. This kind of relic mission is too exaggerated. What kind of ruins are these? I've never heard of them before. Maybe it's one of those relics in novels where you can practice cultivation or something. I'm so envious. I envy you for not going to fight monsters. There are so many bugs now. You can encounter several even when walking. After watching for a while, the system reward came down. Rewards detected. Bronze treasure chest plus 200, silver treasure chest plus 20, gold treasure chest plus. Select from 1. Bronze treasure chest plus 20,000, silver treasure chest plus 2,000. 2. Silver treasure chest plus 200, gold treasure chest plus 20. 3. Skip. UMO fell in a deep thought. This time, all the reward options were put together, but they could also be selected separately. There are too many treasure chests to decide easily. After all, there is only one chance to upgrade. The most important thing in the bronze treasure chest is the spiritual food. The others are basically useless. It's hard to say about the silver treasure chest. There are many useful things in it. The same is true for gold treasure chests. Platinum treasure chests can be upgraded to diamond-level treasure chests. There are also blueprints of your choice, not to mention a large number of points. UMO returned by drone, and on the way he compared the resources that Inyong Palace currently had. Then I found that there was no shortage of supplies, at least not in the short term. As for whether the practice will become more widespread in the future, it is hard to say. UMO thought for a long time. The number of bronze and silver treasure chests has increased. Gold and platinum, 2 types of treasure chests improve quality. Blueprints to upgrade levels, various supplies. The number of bronze and silver treasure chests suddenly increased, and most of them were used to exchange for people in the Inyong Palace. After all, once the practice method becomes popular, a lot of resources will be needed. Apart from going out hunting, the only remaining resources are from the Inyong Palace. The only things that Inyong Palace can provide are spiritual food and treasure chests. Spiritual food is still useful in the early stages, but it is useless at the master level above the elite level. As for spiritual practice, most people are not suitable. Only a small number of people are suitable. What UMO needs to do is to use these treasure chests and spiritual food to select those who are suitable for cultivation from the people in Inyong Palace. The return journey was smooth, and there were no accidents. After returning to Inyong Palace, UMO went to the warehouse and upgraded some supplies. Then he returned to the villa to practice. And by the way, separated the entry-level practice method from the elite-level practice method. It is not a good idea to only let the soldiers go out. There are many civilians who are not used to working according to routine. There have been some minor conflicts. The most appropriate solution is to spread the practice of cultivation and go out to kill the Zerg. The population of Inyong Palace has exceeded 100,000. With a large amount of points invested, there is no problem with the circulation in all aspects. After UMO took a look at the whole thing, he went to practice. In the villa, UMO took out a futon, which was 1 meter in diameter and looked like a large tire. It looks like it's made of ordinary straw ropes, nothing special. UMO looked puzzled. After he sat cross-legged, he immediately felt something different. The speed of the spiritual energy flow is like changing from walking to driving a car, but it still feels very slow, even slower than before. UMO immediately figured out the two upgrades of the futon, a kind of practice acceleration, increasing the practice speed tenfold. The second is to accelerate thinking, which increases the speed of thinking by nearly 100 times. When looking at the outside world, the speed is reduced by 100 times, almost to a standstill. Yumo didn't know how long the futon could be used. If it could be used all the time, it would be too powerful. First, separate the introductory chapter of the practice. The process that was planned to take several hours now only took half an hour to complete. The content of the elite level practice method is a fusion of the entry level and elite level. Therefore, the separation method cannot directly take out part of the content. Some nodes are needed to connect the content to make the practice complete. Then I started to practice formally. The speed of digesting spiritual food increased by about 10 times, and the body could not bear it at first. This situation was resolved after consuming 4/5 of the spiritual energy to strengthen the body. It is easy to get addicted to cultivation, especially when you can feel yourself slowly getting stronger. He ate a portion of spiritual food and then put it in his hands to absorb it. The speed has been slightly reduced, only about 7 or 8 times faster, but it is much more comfortable than eating it. Evening, Yumo's body suddenly shook and a gust of wind appeared in the bedroom. It lasted for a few seconds and then disappeared, but the bedroom was still blown into a mess. Umo exhaled lightly, his eyes sparkling. In just one afternoon, he had advanced from the middle entry level to the late entry level. At this rate, after another 2 or 3 days of practice, I can break through to the elite level and my strength will increase rapidly. Ari, I am here. 68, Ruins Trial. You record the practice method I will talk about next. Practice method? Well, open the comprehensive record. UMO nodded and began to talk about the content of the practice method. 20 minutes later, UMO asked Ari to distribute the recorded practice method to everyone, and everyone could receive 3 spiritual foods. The spiritual food from now on will need to be exchanged for points. In addition to normal construction, points can also be obtained by exchanging various Zerg materials. If you choose to go out, you need to have the initial entry-level strength, otherwise you are still not allowed to go out. After writing a lot of rules, I sent them out together. Then UMO went to the opposite side of the distribution point to see what the response was. Not long after that, some people came out. Compared with some mysterious cultivation methods, receiving 3 points of spiritual food for free was more exciting. Soon, a long line formed at the pickup point. A drone came over to maintain order, and the long line was not too chaotic. Some of the communication was transmitted to UMO's office through the drone sound module. What on earth is this spiritual food? It shouldn't be ordinary food, right? That's definitely not the case. Otherwise, why would it be called spiritual food? This must be related to the practice method I just sent you. It explains in the practice method that the air is full of spiritual energy. If you absorb this spiritual energy and do what the practice method says, you can strengthen your body. That way, you don't have to be afraid of those doomsday creatures outside. Really? I don't quite believe it. There are so many doomsday creatures. Can we really be fearless if we practice cultivation? Who knows? Why not give it a try? Besides, the Lord is already practiced first, so what are we afraid of? Yes, at worst, there are 3 free meals, which is a good deal no matter how you think about it. There are so many people here. How long will it take to queue up? It won't be too late. The people in front of us received their gifts very quickly and left immediately. I don't know if this practice is useful. I can't just keep carrying bricks here. After training, I can leave Inyong Palace and go hunting. I've been bored for so long. I can finally go out and take a look. Overall, there are more suspicions than questions. After all, for more than a month, everything UMO did was seen by everyone, and almost everyone believed it. After listening for a while, UMO turned off the voice module. It's not a big problem. These doubting voices will disappear as the practice becomes more popular. After watching for a while, UMO left and returned to the villa to continue practicing. This speed of practice was really addictive. One day later, UMO looked at the situation in Inyong Palace again. Practice is such a good thing. My waist and legs don't ache anymore, and I even have more energy to walk. Not only that, I've been practicing for a day, and I have become several years younger and more beautiful. Are you all like this? Why don't I feel anything? I only feel something when I eat. Me too. When I ate those spiritual foods, I felt my whole body was hot, but when I practiced the cultivation method, I didn't feel that way. Is there something wrong? Mistake? No, I feel normal, and I can already see the white air mass mentioned in the practice method. Are you serious? How come I don't feel anything at all? Not to mention seeing the air mass. I don't even feel the warm current. It's the same as not eating anything. From now on, I will be a practitioner. Spiritual food is really useful, but it's a pity that there are only 3 of them, and you have to exchange them with points, so you can only exchange 1 per day. I can actually jump more than 2 meters. Am I a Superman? A really fragrant scene? UMO smiled and prepared to continue practicing. The system suddenly popped up again. World announcement. The first ruins trial will begin in 1 day. All practitioners can enter. After 1 day, portals will appear in all shelters. Enter, and you can participate in the trial. The ruins cannot carry weapons units higher than D level, and the number cannot exceed 3. The trial time is 3 days. The portal only exists for 30 minutes. If you miss it, it will be considered as giving up. The first place in the trial will be rewarded with a C-level practice method and a death token. The second place in the trial will be rewarded with a D-level training method and a D-level weapon. Third place in the trial. UMO walked to the window and looked up at the sky. This time the notice was very special. It appeared directly above the Inyong palace. Everyone could see every word clearly, and the sound was heard throughout the entire shelter. Almost everyone came out, looking at the magical scene in the sky with shock on their faces. The system announcement was repeated 3 times before the sound slowly faded away, but the announcement did not disappear. Yumo touched his chin. Ari, inform everyone that the ruins trial is a voluntary event. Yumo turned around and went to the warehouse to prepare things. You can only bring E-level and F-level items, and you must give up F-level items first. Only E-level weapons are brought, and there is a limit on the number of weapons, so you need to choose the most powerful ones. Currently, the most powerful E-class weapon is only an energy cannon. 3 energy cannons are produced. If they are not upgraded, they should be able to sweep away most people after entering the ruins. But you can't just bring the energy cannon. After all, without energy, it's just a decoration. Cold weapons are also required, an E-level spear, which can be upgraded to D-level after entering. UMO brought 2 spears, an energy cannon, and the rest were spiritual food. You can take as much as you can, but it won't be too exaggerated. At least you don't have to worry about recovering your spiritual energy after entering. Bring the futon too. This thing has no levels, and there are others. White Jade Tower. 12 floors. The Lord of Bayou Tower frowned, not understanding why such a trial suddenly appeared, but it was not a big problem. In order to avoid trouble, she issued a statement. All practitioners can voluntarily participate in the trial. In fact, she came here halfway, killed the original Bayou Lord, and took the position herself. The combat capability is very strong, but the management is really bad. The Pantheon. This is God's instruction. We are all God's believers. Let's go and welcome the great God. In the dark room, there was a mysterious man in a robe and a group of people in black robes kneeling on the ground. Some mysterious ritual was going on. In the middle of the crowd, a white ball of light was floating in the air, emitting a soft glow. However, this light makes people who accidentally see it feel creepy. The communication module also became lively. What is this relic trial? Is there any expert who can explain it? 69. Response to the practice. Do I need to interpret this? You can tell from the surface that a group of practitioners went in to explore, came up with a ranking, and returned with rewards. You are too general. Everyone knows this. What I want to ask is what this practice is like. Why haven't I heard of it? Have you seen those powerful guys out there? Practice is to enable you to kill those big guys with your bare hands. Do you understand? Hiss, is this what it means to practice? How do I practice? I definitely need to use the cultivation method. I got a cultivation method from killing the Zerg before and have already started practicing. You know what? This cultivation method feels really great. Boss, can you let me see your cultivation method? I will exchange resources with you. Any resources will do. You're overthinking it. How could anyone possibly possess such a precious thing as the cultivation method? Before this person finished speaking, another message came out. There is a practice method in the trading module. Suddenly, the communication module was silent, and then people opened the transaction module. There are many trading applications in the trading module, and there is no longer any trading application for food. If the food problem has not been solved yet, then it is basically equivalent to destruction. After a large number of trading applications and restrictions on trading conditions, only one condition remains. Entry-level cultivation method. Exchange includes, but is not limited to blueprints, resources, treasure chests. A simple transaction information shocked people's eyes, and everyone looked dazed. Hiss, there really is a practice method. Could it be that this is a fantasy world? Even the zombies have come out, so what else can't come out? That's true. Zombies, ice creatures, and even Zerg. I never thought of these before. Then, could this practice be true? This is too. It should be true. The original information will be displayed in this transaction module. It's true. I've already exchanged one, and there are also spiritual food, which can assist in cultivation and help you enter the practice faster. The one upstairs. You're not a shill, are you? Believe it or not, it's not expensive anyway. Anyone can afford it, so forget it. Could this really be true? But this is too fantastical. I want to try it first. There are only 10 treasure chests. If it doesn't work, there is still a zombie core. I'll try it. This entry-level practice method is more effective when combined with spiritual food. Spiritual food? What is this? Is there any spiritual food? That should be the case. I saw someone buy it just now. But this spiritual food is too expensive. It's much more expensive than the cultivation method. This is normal. The cultivation method is just some content that can be copied wirelessly. Spiritual food is different. Once you eat it, it will disappear. Is it really useful? I'll try it too. The crowd was confused, and some chose to exchange. They were all refugees with plenty of money, and the price was actually not expensive. The practice method is copied using electronic information, and only a small amount of points are required to produce a large number of copies. Moreover, these copies cannot be copied again. The content cannot be posted in the transaction module and cannot be disclosed to others, various restrictions. To sum up, if you want to give a copy to someone else, you can only keep buying them, but you can't give one to each shelter. Umo looked at the rapidly growing inventory in the warehouse with a big smile on his face. I have found another way to collect resources. If I find a higher level practice method later, I can use this method to harvest. Comfortable. The transaction has been ongoing. Umo looked at it for a while, and then stopped caring and went to continue practicing on the cushion. Because drones have previously captured several human figures unaffected by a snowstorm in the sky, Umo suspected that it might be a powerful practitioner, and maybe he would go in this time. Practitioners have many strange methods, so don't underestimate anyone. This time, the units below level D are restricted. That is, only entry-level and elite-level units are allowed to enter. Masters above the elite level are not allowed to enter, let alone A-level beings who can fly in the air. But there will definitely be no A-level beings now. In the early stage of the end of cultivation, the most they can do is C-level. But maybe the person coming in now is a practitioner in the last days of cultivation who used his own powerful strength to project a clone. Since you can come down, there are various ways to reduce your strength and level, and you can also enter the Ruins trial. He is just an entry-level zombie. In the biochemical apocalypse, he is only slightly stronger than an ordinary zombie. The Inyong Palace has been put on the right track, and the most urgent thing is to improve its strength as soon as possible. Time passes, 1 hour before the portal opens. UMO temporarily ended his training and made a lot of progress. Open the AC module. The transaction volume of the practice method exceeded 500,000. It seems like a lot, but actually it's not much. There are tens of thousands of shelters left now. Even if only 1/10 of them can be used to exchange for cultivation methods. That's several thousand. On average, each shelter only exchanged about 100 copies. There were even fewer spiritual foods, with only 10,000 prepared for trading, but only about 8,000 were sold. Look at the exchange area. What a rubbish training method. It's useless. I tried to follow the practice method for a whole day, but I almost killed myself. Me too. It sounds nice, but it ends up being a scam. Everyone, don't go for the exchange. This practice is a complete scam. It's useless. Spiritual food is also a scam. It says it can speed up cultivation. It's useless. There is no so-called spiritual energy at all. What a ripoff. I bought dozens of copies. I asked the people in the shelter to practice with me, but in the end, no one felt the same way. It's a ripoff. It's set up so that you can only use it yourself. If others want to use it, they have to buy another one. It's a ripoff. A low-level way to make money. Humph. I think he already knew that this practice is a scam, but he still gave it to us. He really has no conscience at all. Give me back my money. The practice is useless. Give me back my resources. Spiritual food is useless. Give me back my points. UMO frowned slightly. Most of them were similar speeches. The few good ones were also spoken by people who joined Inyong Palace, but they couldn't handle so many people speaking together. As for points, he had never thought about it. The practice method is real. These people probably did this because they discovered the effect of the practice method and wanted to lower the price. They probably thought that he would be restricted by these things. Tisk boring. 70. Trial begins. UMO shook his head slightly. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I wrote down the names of the people who danced the most happily and the refuges that followed suit. It seems that there are many comments, but in fact, it is just a small number of people who are madly refreshing the screen. The rest of the people were either silent or preparing for their first entry into the ruins. This is the first time we enter this ruins, so we need to be as well prepared as possible. We don't have time to chat here. Yuma closed the exchange area. All the soldiers in the team, who had already started training, had gathered in the square. Because of the short time, only 400 out of 40,000 soldiers were able to practice. The rest may become practitioners one after another in the next period of time. But their training speed cannot catch up with those with better talents. But it doesn't mean that he won't be able to catch up in the future. After all, UMO doesn't know much about cultivation. In his previous life, he knew about this relic trial, but unfortunately, at the beginning he did not have the practice method, so he did not enter, and there were very few people who entered. When the people who had gone and came out, the shelter they were in began to develop rapidly. It swallowed up many shelters in succession and finally became a huge monster. Of course, some people who came out of the shelter and led the way disappeared in the process. This time, because of him, a lot of people will go in. As for what will happen during the trial, he was not sure, so he could only prepare as much as possible. After practicing for a while, an hour passed. At the moment when the time came, a sound loud enough for everyone to hear rang out above the Inyong Palace. World announcement. The ruins trial has officially begun. The portal has been established. If you stand under the portal for more than 10 seconds, you can enter the ruins. Announcement to the world. Announcement to the world. The portal opened silently. When UMO went over, he saw a light blue vortex suddenly appearing in the void. A patch of ground below the vortex glowed with blue light. As long as you stay in this blue light for more than 10 seconds, you can enter the trial. UMO looked back at the neatly arranged, fully armed soldiers. With a big wave of his hand, he walked into the range of the blue light. Set off. The moment I stepped into the blue light, a voice sounded in my ears. Authentication passed, countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, transmission begins. Yumo's eyes turned white, and he felt a sense of weightlessness. The white light lasted for about 3 seconds. Yumo opened his eyes and saw a desolate battlefield. The ground was dark red, like coagulated blood, and broken weapons were everywhere, filling the ground in sight. On the distant skyline, there are some dark green things, which seem to be a forest or something like that. An interface appears before your eyes. The ruins trial begins. Rule 1. The ranking rule is the number of points obtained in the ruins. Bronze treasure chests are worth 1 point. Silver treasure chests are worth 5 points, and gold treasure chests are worth 10 points. 2. There is no limit to the struggle between practitioners, but as in the first trial, those who die will not receive any reward, and any memory of the ruins will be erased. 3. The trial is divided into 3 stages, with the top of the mountain as the end point. The first one to reach it will receive the highest score reward. 4. The trial lasts for 3 days. After 3 days, the trial ends. The higher the ranking, the richer the reward. 5. Those who survive to the end of the ruins trial can take all the items obtained in the ruins out of the ruins and use them in the shelter. 6. 15. The trial is not simply about finding treasures. There are a large number of doomsday creatures lurking. Everything is not as simple as it seems. The trial begins. UMO read all the rules word by word. A conclusion is drawn. The feeling of Battle Royale. It's just that the weapons come with various treasures and bonus points. This is great, a multiple upgrade, directly crushing everyone. UMO took out his spear. Detected reward. E-level spear plus 1. Select from 1. E-level spear plus 100. 2. D-level spear plus 1. 3. Skip. Choose 2. D-level spear plus 1. UMO upgraded the remaining spears and an E-level energy cannon to D-level, equivalent to a master-level weapon, and immediately stood at the top of those participating in the trial. It's a pity that the other people from Inyong Palace were not teleported together. This transmission is random, and you don't know when you will encounter it. I don't know how many people will survive in the end. These people are all young geniuses who are suitable for cultivation. If there are too many losses, the development of Inyong Palace will slow down. But since we all have the corresponding weapons, there shouldn't be any big problems. Yumo started forward with his spear in hand. The 3 levels are the outermost battlefield, the middle forest, and the sea at the back. And the final sprint stage? In fact, it can be divided into 4 levels. There is no 4th level, probably because there are no doomsday creatures on the mountain. The system prompts that danger may come from any corner. Yumo was just pondering the meaning of this sentence when the ground in front of him suddenly exploded. A black shadow rushed towards his door. Bang! Yumo's face was indifferent. He raised his hand and shot the doomsday creature. This is a black scorpion, more than 1 foot long, with a blue glow on its tail sting, which shows that it is extremely poisonous. It was pierced through the body and hung on the spear head. It struggled for a while and then became motionless. Kill ordinary doomsday creatures, score +1. Detection reward, points +100. Obtained item, ordinary scorpion's poison needle +3. Detection reward, ordinary scorpion's poison needle +3. Select from 1. Ordinary scorpion's poison needle +300. 2. F-level scorpion's poison needle +3. 3. Skip. Choose 2. F-level scorpion's poison needle +3. The items are automatically stored in the backpack. I emptied the backpack once before coming here and only brought the necessary items. A ranking list opened in Yumo's eyes. Ranking list. First place, Baiyu, score 130. Second place, UMO, score 100. Third place, Shinyu, score 5. Fourth place, UMO frowned. The name Baiyu reminded him of Baiyu Tower, the shelter that had competed with him for the relic reward. Later, that group of soldiers was wiped out by the drone army, and no reinforcements came. He only has 100 points because of the points upgrade, so this 130 points is a bit outrageous. Thinking about the person I saw in the snowstorm before, it is very likely that the practitioner has also come in. Baiula may also be a name changed after the original shelter was occupied. UMO shook his head slightly and continued to move forward. He was confident that he could take first place. But after taking first place, it is hard to say whether this practitioner will target you or not. 71, White Jade. Somewhere in the trial land, Baiyu waved the white jade bone fan in his hand, stirring up a violent wind. Dozens of doomsday creatures in front of him were torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. Her skin was as white as jade, and her long skirt was made of a material similar to jade, but her face was too pale, making her look pitiful. Baiyu opened the scoreboard and frowned. It was normal for her to be in first place, but the second person actually had 100 points. Normally, she should be the only one entering this trial. Could it be that other sects have also arrived? Interesting. Baiyu's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Close the leaderboard, tap your feet lightly, and your body will fly up like a feather and land after more than 10 meters. UMO had just killed an ordinary doomsday creature when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. The spear swept across immediately, but there was nothing behind it. After a while, UMO relaxed a little and touched his hair in confusion. Is someone saying something bad about him? There are many dangers in the first level, but as long as you pay attention, entry-level practitioners can easily avoid them. However, many people are not so vigilant and are still curious about this relic. A beginner walks slowly. The gap between cultivators and ordinary people is huge. So after becoming a cultivator, he successfully seized control of a shelter. And he remained unscathed despite being attacked by dozens of people. After entering the ruins, I thought that this place was no big deal. When he saw a bronze treasure chest placed in front of him, this mentality reached its peak. He staggered to the treasure chest and reached out to take it. What kind of trial? It's just like a game, huh? The moment his fingers touched the treasure chest, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared on the original bronze treasure chest. The green eyes and vertical pupils were filled with indifference and appetite. The cold eyes made the man shiver suddenly. The treasure chest suddenly opened, revealing not the treasure but a bloody mouth. Bang! A huge snake suddenly rushed out from under the ground and swallowed the man in one gulp. The snake's mouth was full of teeth, and the person swallowed by was crushed without making a sound. The snake looked around and slowly retracted back into the ground. Close your eyes, and it will turn into a bronze treasure chest again. Not far away, behind a big rock, a man patted his chest and let out a long sigh. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Fortunately, I didn't go there. This place is too dangerous. He rested against a rock, looking around, thinking about leaving. He did not notice that the stone behind him quietly opened its big mouth. The person leaning against the stone suddenly felt a void behind him and fell backwards subconsciously. At the end of his sight, he saw the same bloody mouth. A man holding a telescope in the distance watched a practitioner being swallowed by a giant snake disguised as a treasure chest, and being swallowed by a doomsday creature disguised as stone. He silently put away the telescope and grabbed the hot weapon beside him. He rolled over suddenly and fired at the same time. Bang! A maggot-like doomsday creature was blown up, and it shook a few times on the ground before it became motionless. Phew, not bad. However, behind him, a 10-meter-long white insect had opened its mouth. After walking for a while, Yumo discovered that there are many kinds of creatures here. There are foot-long scorpions and meter-long white worms underground, as well as creatures disguised as grass that are actually extremely poisonous. There are also some plants disguised as broken weapons. We encountered dozens of attacks along the way, and none of them were the same. During this time, I took a look at the rankings. Ranking list. First place, White Jade. Points, 3,534. Second place, UMO. Points, 2,800. Third place, Shinyu. Points, 31. The gap is outrageous. UMO was also shocked. He had received 100 times the points reward along the way, but he couldn't catch up with the points of a cultivator. How strong must this practitioner be? Now she might have entered the second level. UMO thought about it and gave up the reward for reaching the top of the mountain. The plan is not to go to the mountain at the end, but to gain points only in these 3 levels. If you go, there is a high possibility that you will run into Baiyu. Then she discovered that he was just an entry-level practitioner. The results could be serious. The second level, Baiyu waved the white jade bone fan, and a series of light blue wind blades rushed out, covering a tree demon that was 100 meters tall. The tree demon's body danced wildly, but was cut into countless pieces by the wind blades like tofu. Baiyu stretched out her hand. A light green crystal flew up from the broken body of the tree demon and landed in her white palm. The white and tender fingers pinched the crystal. Baiyu frowned and observed it for a while. He shook his head. Not good enough. I put away the crystal, opened the leaderboard, and saw the score of the second place. Interesting guy. Baiyu raised her eyebrows. After a pause, he closed the leaderboard and continued on his way. UMO was confronting a doomsday creature disguised as a stone when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then a flaw appeared. A stone 3 meters ahead suddenly flew up and grew a pair of eyes and a ferocious mouth. The body is only half a meter long, but the mouth is more than 2 meters wide. It is terrifying no matter how you look at it. UMO dodged quickly and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! The doomsday creature disguised as a stone had its body pierced through. After struggling for a few times, it became motionless and its body turned into ashes and disappeared. Kill F-level doomsday creatures. Points plus 5. Detection points reward. Points plus 500. UMO looked at the rankings and saw that he was still more than 100 points behind the first place. He thinks it's best not to surpass the first place. Now it's the second one. At most it will make the other party feel a little curious, but they won't come to him on purpose. But if it exceeds that, it will greatly increase the other party's curiosity. Thinking that she was a powerful practitioner, even if her power was restricted, this kind of trial can crush everyone without any problem. But now she has been surpassed by someone who is even stronger than her. This has unfriendly consequences. UMO sped up and basically dodged other doomsday creatures he encountered. When the score gap between him and the first place is widened, he will kill the doomsday creatures. The points have been maintained at the second level. However, this situation disappeared after he found a silver treasure chest. 72, beyond. As UMO was walking, he suddenly saw something strange in the ruins. The shape of this ruin is a bit strange. It is not a pile, but a square. So he went over and used his spear to pry open the ruins, and then he found a silver treasure chest. Obtained a silver treasure chest, points plus 5. Detected reward, silver treasure chest plus 1. Select from 1. Silver treasure chest plus 100. 2. Gold treasure chest plus 1. 3. Skip. UMO fell into deep thought. This is not a good choice. The points calculated by the system are calculated based on the number of treasure chests in the backpack. If you open one, your points will be reduced. The more treasure chests there are, the more points you will get. But before he could make up his mind, a cold breath came from beside him. He instinctively grasped the spear and stabbed it in the direction of the danger. Bang! UMO and a black shadow flew out at the same time. UMO flew up several meters before landing steadily. The black shadow fell to the ground, rolled over, and got up. It looks like a pangolin, but outside of the scales on its body, there is a barb which looks like a hedgehog ball. The shot just now broke two of its spikes, but did not break its scales. The scales seem to have the effect of dispersing force, and the grade is also E, not F. Yumo's expression became serious, but before he could wait, the pangolin rushed over. Bang! UMO fired his gun to block the attack, but it hit the pangolin in the head. A huge force was transmitted through his arm, and he flew backwards uncontrollably, with the spear also bending. Several scales on the pangolin's head suddenly vibrated. The spikes on it fell off and rushed out like darts. Yumo's eyes narrowed, and he did an extreme turn in the air. He dodged 3 spikes, but was rubbed by the 4th one, leaving a long wound on his back. But when he turned around, he had a gun barrel in his hand. Bang! UMO fired without hesitation. The energy cannon instantly fired a white energy ball. The pangolin was right in front of the energy cannon. The pangolin's body was carried up into the air. From head to tail, the whole body was pierced, leaving only a layer of shell, and it fell to the ground when it landed. UMO took a few steps back to steady himself, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Kill E-level doomsday creatures, points plus 10. Detection points reward, points plus 1,000. Brush. Directly increase the score by 1,000 points, surpassing the first place by you. Yumo's face changed, and he quickly opened the rankings. Ranking list. First place, Yumo. Points, 4,300. Second place, White Jade. Points, 3,934. Third place, Shinyu. Points, 43. Yumontak. Well, now there is no way to escape being noticed. So he pondered for a moment and opened the option of the silver treasure chest. Silver treasure chest plus 100. Points plus 500. From 4,300 to 4,800, the gap with Baiyu has widened again. Since I have already surpassed her, it doesn't matter if I widen the gap a little bit. The change in the rankings was not immediately discovered by Baiyu. After all, there is no prompt when the ranking changes, probably to avoid affecting. UMO continued to move forward and killed the doomsday creatures he encountered directly without holding back. Baiyu easily killed an E-level creature and fell to the ground to recover his strength. I opened the leaderboard. Ranking list. First Yumo. Points, 5,300. Second place, White Jade. Points, 4,337. Third place, Shinyu. Points, 52. Desert Protection. White Jade. Baiyu frowned and stared at Yumo's name, trying to recall whether he had seen this person before. After thinking for a long time, she was sure that she didn't know this person. The sex hidden genius? Or did they find a loophole? Baiyu is not sure. This trial has a loophole, otherwise she wouldn't be able to get in. But it is not easy to find loopholes and points. At least she had searched for a long time before coming in, but couldn't find it. Baiyu suddenly chuckled. Her voice was melodious and beautiful. UMO, an interesting person. UMO felt the familiar cool air again, saying that he had gotten used to it. There must be people who are saying bad things about him behind his back. After all, anyone who comes to check this score is looking for loopholes. The doomsday creatures in the first level are generally of normal and F level. Occasionally, E-level items will appear, but every time an E-level item appears, there will definitely be a treasure chest. UMO continued on his way and soon met other people. After UMO killed an ordinary doomsday creature, I turned my head subconsciously and saw a blurry figure in the distance. It was too far to see clearly. The other party seemed to be coming towards him, and behind this figure, there seems to be another dark figure, possibly a doomsday creature. UMO narrowed his eyes. Needless to say, this situation is definitely troublesome. He didn't believe that this person came to him for cooperation, but we cannot rule out that they are our own soldiers. After all, they are too far away to be seen clearly. Yumo thought about it. I think it's a bit strange that a practitioner is being chased by a doomsday creature. After all, how could a normal practitioner have such a fast speed? If you encounter a doomsday creature, you either fight it or get eaten. Yumo approached that person. The other party seemed to have seen him, and his speed seemed to be a little faster. A few hundred meters passed in a flash. Yumo stopped and could see clearly that the other party was not a soldier from Inyong Palace. The doomsday creature chasing behind was an E-level creature, while this person was only at the entry level and seemed to be at the early stage of the entry level. The monster was also at the early E-level/elite level, a basic realm difference, and it couldn't catch up with this person. Yumo became interested. Fellow Taoist in front. Can you help me? Kill this beast with me. I have a technique that can increase speed, and I'd like to share it with you. The sound came from a distance. Yumo curled his lips. What the other party said should be true. He was at the initial entry level and could not outrun the doomsday creatures at the initial elite level. Then, Yumo took out the energy cannon. The opponent is very fast, so we need to have means to intimidate him. At this speed, he can't catch up now. If he ran away directly, that would be bad. Yumo waited for this person to approach, and when he was within 100 meters, he fired decisively. Bang! The white light appeared instantly and disappeared within 2 seconds. The doomsday creature that had been chasing this person was shot through the body and fell heavily to the ground. Kill elite doomsday creatures, points plus 10. Detection reward, points plus 1,000. Another 1,000 points, and the gap between us and the second place is even bigger. Next, Yumo turned his gun towards the man who was gasping for breath with a look of shock beside him. Thing. Yumo said calmly that killing an elite monster was no pressure for him. 73. Wind-wandering technique. However, those who faced Yumo did not think so. He was being pointed at by the black muzzle of a cannon, which had just killed the monster that had been chasing him. I could even feel the scorching heat remaining in the muzzle, as well as some terrible residual power. Gulp! The man swallowed his saliva and raised his hands, looking as if he didn't want to kill me. Yumo remained unmoved and repeated it again. Take out the things. The muzzle has begun to charge, and white light is gradually emerging, as if it is ready to fire at the first sign of disagreement. The man's face turned pale again. There were 2 choices before him. 1, I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun. 2, there is no 2. Give it to me. I'll give it to you right now. He saw Yumo's hand on the switch and immediately panicked. I escaped the pursuit, but it would be too unfair if I died here. Then, Yumo got a strange book. Achieved. Wind swimming technique, elite level plus 1. Detected reward. Wine swinging technique, elite level plus 1. Please select 1. Wind wandering technique, elite level plus 100. 2. Wind wandering technique, master level plus 1. 3. Skip. Choose 2. Wind wandering technique, master level plus 1. Yumo felt a little dizzy and a lot of information poured into his mind. The first thought is that something bad is going to happen. If you forget this process, a lot of information will enter your mind directly. The ability to respond to danger plummets. Yumo pressed a switch on the energy cannon, and a screen popped up showing Ari. This is a subroutine that Ari put in the energy cannon, which can be controlled when Yumo is distracted. Yumo took 2 steps back, took out the futon, and sat down, closing his eyes to digest the information in his mind. My thinking speed increased 100-fold, and my dizzy head instantly became clear. The other person was a little puzzled and didn't understand what happened to Yumo, but I knew it was a good opportunity. It would be great if we could snatch the opponent's energy cannon. And if the other party can take out the energy cannon, maybe they can also take out other good things. Then the man's mind began to work. After all, such an energy cannon is more than 2 meters away from its controller. Moreover, the lock on the switch above has not been opened, and no one has even bothered to do anything about it. Isn't this clearly an invitation for people to rob? This person calculated the distance and found that he could rush over before the other party could react. Then grab the opponent's energy cannon or even launch an attack on the opponent. Maybe I can kill this person and get all his things. If the other party is a lord, you can earn even more. The points gained from the lord can be exchanged for some things from the system, but you cannot chat with them. But even so, it was still a windfall. This person calculated for a long time and also thought of the reason why Yumo suddenly became like this. When he obtained the wind-wandering technique, the contents directly entered his mind. His head almost exploded, and he fainted for several days before recovering. This person who has obtained the wind-wandering technique will definitely go through this stage. But the opponent is very strong. Maybe it won't take that long. This man has made up his mind. Hesitation leads to defeat. Brush. The power of wind attribute just appeared under the feet of this person, and he was about to rush towards UMO, kill the opponent, and take all his stuff. However, just when he was about to attack, a white light appeared without any warning from the unmanned energy cannon ahead. A white light took over his entire world, and then everything disappeared. The light of the energy cannon dimmed, and a long dent appeared in front of the muzzle. A crack nearly 200 meters long was created on the ground, and the depth was at least half a meter. There was a 7 or 8 meter big pit at the end, and the surrounding area was in a mess. Ari on the screen snorted and wanted to attack its master. It was just looking for death. Moreover, even if it does not control the energy cannon, UMO is now capable of killing this entry-level practitioner. After the energy cannon is fired, UMO took a look and then closed his eyes to digest the information. It would only take a while. Normally, it takes him 3 days to digest all these things. But on the futon, it only takes more than 40 minutes. UMO spent an hour digesting it and mastering part of it. The display of wind-wandering technique has changed. Wind-wandering technique. Level Master. Level of proficiency, Beginner. Experience. 0 out of 100. Experience will increase with the use of wind-swinging technique, and when it is maxed out, the mastery level can be improved. The degree of mastery is divided into entry, proficiency, perfection, and transcendence. For levels, in terms of strength, it can exert 10%, 50%, 100%, and 150% of its strength respectively. This percentage is not fixed. It will increase with the increase of experience. UMO stood up and put away the futon. He had already fully understood the theory, and all that was left was practice. The spiritual energy in the body passes through a special route and transforms into wind-attributed spiritual energy under the feet. My body became much lighter, and there was a force gathering under my feet. UMO put away the energy cannon and stepped hard on the ground. His body flew out immediately, gliding in the air for nearly 30 meters before landing. Before, he could only jump 10 meters at most. Detected reward. When traveling skills experience +1. With each jump, I gain a little experience. This speed is very scary. If it were any other practitioner, they wouldn't be able to leave the gate without practicing for half a month or a month. UMO continued to practice, and the speed of improving the wind movement technique was very fast, and the consumption was not large. During the casting process, it will absorb the spiritual energy in the air to replenish the consumption in the process. Then, 15 minutes later, the mastery of wind swimming technique has been raised to mastery. The total amount of experience bar becomes 500. During this time, I encountered many doomsday creatures, and I didn't let any of them go. I was temporarily surpassed in the rankings, but then I caught up again and sat firmly in the first place. UMO also discovered that simply practicing would not increase experience very quickly. When fighting against doomsday creatures, use the wind-wandering technique to increase your experience very quickly. It is about 5 to 10 times that of ordinary practice, but the consumption is too great, and it has to be maintained with spiritual food. UMO found another F-level doomsday creature. At this time, he was at the border between the forest and the wasteland. This F-level doomsday creature was a blood-red tree demon. There was an old face on the tree trunk. Its eyes and mouth were empty darkness, and there was no nose or ears. It makes people's scalp tingle and goosebumps appear all over their body. When UMO discovered it, it also discovered UMO and pulled out a branch. UMO stabbed out with a spear, blowing up its branches. The tree demon suddenly became angry and made a strange screaming sound. 74. Entering the forest. UMO felt a little dizzy and immediately reacted. This is a sonic attack. A tree can actually chirp? UMO reacted quickly. 3 branches rushed towards him from different directions, and he blew them up one by one. It's not enough to just blow up the branches. The branches that were just blown up will grow back again in just a few seconds. Wind element appeared under UMO's feet, and he dodged the attack of 2 branches. Detected reward. Wind traveling skills experience +3. The sudden prompt made UMO stunned for a moment, which was equivalent to him jumping on the ground several times. I just dodged 2 branches. Can you gain experience faster by dodging attacks? This thought came to UMO's mind, and he stared at the tree demon's next attack. Brush! 6 branches rushed over. UMO's face was slightly solemn. He did not use his spear and quickly retreated, using speed to dodge the attacks of branches one after another. And every time you dodge, your experience will increase. From the initial concentration, dodging gradually became easier. The reminder sound of gaining experience sounded again and again. UMO was in high spirits and even made an internationally accepted hand gesture with the tree demon. Although the tree demon didn't understand the gesture, its attack didn't hit any part of the opponent, not even the clothes. UMO was slightly stunned, and he clearly heard the tree demon making a sound similar to that of a human. Then I saw all its branches moving, as if a group of demons were dancing wildly. Branches were rushing in from all directions, blocking all escape routes. UMO took a look at the experience bar of wind traveling technique, which was halfway to the mastery level. TSK, I want to play for a while longer. He took out his spear, took a deep breath. After concentrating, the tree demon's attack speed slowed down significantly. It's not that he's slowing down, but that UMO's thinking speed has accelerated, and his body can keep up. Bang, bang, bang. The spear danced like a rain of pear blossoms, landing accurately on the branches again and again. Every time a branch would explode, no spiritual energy was used, just pure strength. The wind-traveling technique was also in operation, reducing the weight of the body and allowing the movement speed to become faster. Branches were blown up one by one, and wood fragments flew everywhere. The tree monster continued to grow branches, but it obviously couldn't keep up with UMO's speed. UMO blew up all the branches, injected spiritual energy into the spear, and shot through the tree monster's body. Bang! A large transparent hole was blown into the body of the tree demon, and inside it was an emerald green object. UMO didn't even think about it. He shook his arm and swung the spear over to smash the thing. The tree demon screamed, and all the branches lost their strength and fell down naturally. The tree body also lost its power at this moment, and it was completely different from the original tree demon. Kill the doomsday creature. Entry-level tree demon, points plus 50. Obtained. Entry-level tree core plus 1. Incomplete entry-level tree body. Detection reward, points plus 5,000. Detection reward, entry-level tree heart plus 1. Incomplete entry-level tree body plus 1. Please select 1. Entry-level tree core plus 100. Incomplete entry-level tree body plus 100. 2. Elite tree core plus 1. Complete entry-level tree body plus 1. 3. Skip. Tree heart, a material that contains wood attribute spiritual energy. It is very helpful for improving wood attribute cultivation methods. Tree body can be used as medicine or as raw material for making large beds. It contains a small amount of wood attributed spiritual energy, which can make you sleep more comfortably. Yumo put away the two things, not really caring about them. There are spiritual foods in the practice. Sleeping has now been replaced by practice, and it is more comfortable. This time, the experience of wind movement technique was directly raised to 3/4 of the mastery level. Probably one more battle of similar quality would bring it to perfection. The current fastest speed is estimated to be beyond the reach of the mid-elite level. Yumo looked at the forest ahead. Each tree is at least 100 meters high. You can only see the top of a tree by standing under it and looking up. The trees are very dense, and there are bushes and grass everywhere, hiding countless creatures. Only sporadic sunlight shines down, providing a source of growth for the creatures below. UMO walked into the forest, and the light dimmed instantly. Once you've adapted, you can move on. There are many more dangers in the forest than in the wilderness. There are dangers everywhere in the invisible places. UMO suddenly grabbed a black snake over a foot long. Bang! With a strong squeeze, the snake's body burst and turned into a ball of ash. Kill ordinary doomsday creatures. Points plus 5. Obtain common snake gallbladder plus 2. Common snake skin plus 2. Detection reward. Points plus 500. Detection reward. Ordinary snake gall plus 2. Ordinary snake skin plus 2. Select from 1. Ordinary snake gallbladder plus 200. Ordinary snake skin plus 200. 2. Entry-level snake gallbladder plus 2. Entry-level snake skin plus 2. 3. Skip. Snake gallbladder. After eating it, it can resist the toxins of most entry-level venomous snakes, if you can tolerate its weird taste. Snake skin, a good choice for making clothes. Choose 2. There is nothing to hesitate about. Ordinary things are basically useless. UMO took out a snake gallbladder, and a strange smell hit him, making him frown. It was like a rotten egg that had been left for a month and then thrown into a toilet to ferment for 3 days. It almost made him vomit. UMO's face twitched, and he used his spiritual energy to block the smell. I hypnotize myself. If I can't smell it, it means it has no smell. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and swallowed it directly, and quickly digested it with his spiritual energy. The cool feeling spreads from the stomach to the whole body. UMO circulated his spiritual energy for a long time, focusing on his mouth and hands, before he dared to open the blockade. I sniffed my breath and hands carefully, and heaved a sigh of relief when I confirmed that there was no odor left. If the smell of this remains, I'm afraid I'll collapse. After a common venomous snake attacks, UMO encountered a spider as tall as a man, 2 pythons as thick as an adult's waist, a mosquito as big as a palm, a butterfly as big as a head, and UMO attacked again and again, and some of the troublesome creatures dodged. His experience in spearmanship and wind-moving techniques increased rapidly, and his points were always firmly in first place, leaving a huge gap between him and Baiyu, who was in second place. At this time, Baiyu, she had passed the 3rd level, a circular lake, and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Open the leaderboard and you will see. Ranking list. First place, Yuma. Points, 48,000. Second place, White Jade. Points, 29,437. Third place, Shinyu. Points, 634. White Jade, she frowned, totally unaware of how this person did it. This is almost 20,000 points away. She is constantly looking for doomsday creatures to kill, to maintain such a high score, but how did the other party do it? 75, counterkill the attacker. Baiyu looked back. The system just prompted that she was the first person to reach the final level, proving that the other person had not yet arrived. There was no one on the lake, and if someone crossed the lake, there would definitely be a big commotion. So the person ranked first is probably in the forest. But the forest is so vast that going in directly to search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Baiyu finally gave up the idea and turned to walk towards the top of the mountain. The first person to reach the top of the mountain will receive generous points as a reward, which should allow her to become the first. UMO was still fighting a battle of wits and courage with a tree demon. The tree demon we encountered before was at the edge of the forest, with plenty of space to dodge. But the space for the tree demon to dodge was extremely compressed in the dense forest. UMO was at full speed, holding a spiritual potato in each hand. The tree demons were attacking from all directions. Every branch, vine, and even leaf became an attack from the tree demons. Moreover, the space for dodging was greatly reduced by the several large trees behind and the grass on the ground. The use of spiritual food requires a new portion almost every 10 seconds. However, in this dangerous situation, experience is also increasing rapidly. Within a few minutes, my proficiency level had risen from proficient to perfect, and dodging became much easier. The speed of experience gain has not decreased too much. Occasionally, I would use my long gun to blast some vines and branches that I couldn't avoid. It took less than half an hour from the initial embarrassment to the ease. During this half hour, any branch, leaf, or even blade of grass around could become the next attack. The pressure was huge, but the experience was also increasing rapidly. In just half an hour, I had maxed out my proficiency experience. Then my proficiency improved to a level beyond the ordinary. At that moment, the world around me seemed to be in slow motion, and dodging became easy. However, after reaching the level of proficiency beyond the limit, dodging the attacks of the tree monster will no longer increase experience. UMO stopped talking, took out his spear, and flashed like a gust of wind through the layers of branches, and the spear landed accurately on the tree trunk. Bang! The trunk and the core of the tree were shattered, and the branches and vines that were originally very aggressive instantly wilted and became motionless. Kill the entry-level tree demon. Experience plus 50. Obtain entry-level tree heart plus 1. Broken entry-level tree body plus 1. Detection reward. Points plus 5,000. UMO selected the reward, took out the tree heart, and looked at it. This is an emerald green cylinder, about 1 foot long, like a perfectly cut emerald about the thickness of a thumb. There is a cool breath in the hand that flows along the arm into the body, which feels very comfortable. Practicing the cultivation method can absorb the power in the tree's heart faster. But when it finally turns into spiritual energy, the loss is relatively large, less than normal practice. UMO put away the tree core, thinking that the wood attribute cultivation method would be more suitable for use. One day later, UMO was fighting with an entry-level ferocious python. He was a little puzzled. He had not encountered any elite doomsday creatures along the way. This made him wonder if these doomsday creatures were being lazy because they weren't getting paid? A few dozen meters behind him, there was a mid-entry level practitioner lurking. He thought he was hiding well, but in fact he had been discovered by UMO. And on the left, there is another beginner practitioner. When UMO was fighting the giant python, he had already discovered them. I thought they were just passing by, but I didn't expect them to lurk here, trying to take advantage of me. UMO didn't care. After all, one was in the middle of the entry level, and the other was in the early stage. He was already in the late stage of the entry level. Moreover, with the transcendental wind-wandering technique, even the elite level late stage might not be able to catch up, so it would be easy to deal with these two people. UMO wielded his spear and pierced the giant python from a blind spot. The snake twisted its body a few times and then stopped moving. Some rewards went into the backpack. At this time, the mid-entry level practitioners are the first to invest. The speed of the instantaneous explosion has reached the early elite level. Obviously, there are also some strange encounters. It was only a few dozen meters away, but it rushed over in a flash. When he was less than 10 meters away from UMO, he threw out a handful of steel needles, each of which was glowing with a poisonous blue light. A steel needle rubbed against the tree trunk, and a small area of the trunk was corroded instantly, and the corroded area was expanding rapidly. UMO suddenly turned around and swept his spear across, creating a strong wind that blew away all the steel needles. The man's face changed, and he raised his hand, and a long sword appeared. However, just as he grabbed the sword, a black spear appeared in front of him. Bang! UMO pierced his throat with a gun, and threw the body far away. He caught the long sword that had slipped out of his hand, threw it back, and it flew into another bush. Puff! The other lurking practitioner died, without making any sound. Kill the cultivators, Zhang San, Li Si, and obtain all their items. A cold reminder sounded, and then a lot of things appeared in the backpack. Rewards detected. Elite level longsword +1. Elite level swordsmanship +1. Select from 1. Elite level longsword +100. Elite level swordsmanship +100. 2. Master level longsword +1. Master level swordsmanship +1. 3. Skip. A lot of reminder sounds rang out. UMO looked at them one by one and selected different options. They have a lot of stuff, very messy, and finally, after summarizing, there are only a few that are pretty good. After upgrading all the treasure chests of the two people, they gained a total of more than 8,000 points. There are more than 1,000 other scattered ones, and the overall score is close to 10,000. There are only two good things: a master-level swordsmanship book equivalent to D-level, a master-level longsword equivalent to D-level. Still matching. The sword technique is called Liu Guang, and it pursues speed just like a flash of light, passing by in a flash. Liu Guang sword technique. Level master. Proficiency beginner. Experience 0 out of 100. The level of a skill represents the upper limit of its power. The level is master level, and the proficiency has reached perfection. If the power provided is sufficient and the original route is not changed, theoretically, the maximum power that can be exerted is the peak of the master level. This kind of leveled skill generally won't make much progress. Even if your proficiency reaches beyond the limit, you still can't compete with masters or above. There are no level-based skills, no upper or lower limits. UMO took out the futon to digest the theory, which took about the same amount of time as the wind-wandering technique. After digesting it, his weapon turned into a long sword. The spear is suitable for long-range close combat, while the long sword has a smaller attack range. 76. Forest Temple. UMO practiced for a while and then started looking for opponents in the forest. The combination of the flowing light sword technique and the wandering wind technique often kills the doomsday creatures before they can react. After killing dozens of doomsday creatures, the proficiency level turned into mastery. My understanding of swordsmanship also improved dramatically, and I used the futon to digest it for a while. In just a few hours, he raised his proficiency in the Liu Guang sword technique to a level beyond. There are many times more doomsday creatures in the forest than in the wilderness, and the battle has hardly stopped. As a result, his points increased again and again, leaving Baiyu behind by a large margin. Baiyu on the top of the mountain was very angry. She had waited for a long time, but the other party didn't show up. It made her waste her time, so she left the top of the mountain with a rage, rushed to the lake in the 3rd level, and started a massacre, vowing to catch up with UMO. Somewhere in the forest. UMO didn't know where he was, but when he looked up, he suddenly saw a building in the forest. He was stunned for 2 seconds. Looking around, I found that there was a blank area in the forest ahead. There is a huge tower-shaped building in this area, with an entrance at the bottom. It was taller than all the trees, nearly 300 meters high, and it was a little blurry when I looked up. The area here is very large. From the woods to the tower-shaped building, there is a circular gap of nearly 200 meters. At this time, there are already many practitioners here, and they seem to be looking for a way to enter. UMO walked out of the woods and hung the sword on his waist. This was faster than taking it out of his backpack. There were a lot of practitioners, about 100 or so. There weren't many practitioners to begin with, and now that they're spread out over such a large area, their number is even smaller. With so many practitioners appearing, it is estimated that all nearby practitioners have come over. After crossing the blank area for 100 meters, enter the Forest Temple area. Forest Temple, a legacy left behind by a certain entity in the forest when it fell. If you find a way to enter, you can get rewards and have a chance to obtain the inheritance of a certain entity. UMO paused. Isn't this just a copy? UMO continued to move forward. His eyes swept over the practitioners here. They are all entry-level, with only 3 people in the late stage, and the rest are in the middle and early stages, with the largest number of people in the early stage. He looked around, but didn't find a familiar soldier. It was outrageous that he didn't meet any of the 400 soldiers who came in. Overall, more than 100 practitioners were divided into 3 teams, with 3 late entry practitioners as the core. Searching in different areas can't be considered clear-cut, but there is a clear separation. His arrival at this time caught everyone's attention, especially the 3 entry-level ones. The 3 of them looked unhappy. There were already many people here, and now another one showed up, and they're all in the late entry level. Things that were originally supposed to be divided into 3 parts may now have to be divided into 4 parts. Before UMO got close, 3 late-stage entry-level warriors began to approach. When UMO walked into the temple, 3 people from the opposite side came over with a group of people and stood more than 10 meters away. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. UMO had a blank expression on his face. He scanned these practitioners one by one and finally came to the conclusion that they could deal with it. Even if he can't win, he can still run away. No one here can catch up with him, and he also has energy cannons. With one shot, not only the late-stage entry-level players, but even the master-level players can be killed with one shot. My friend, there are enough people here. You are not welcome. Please leave. 3 people at the late entry level were at the front of the team. The one in the middle coughed and said. He spoke in a very calm tone without any strange tone. Are there many people? That's perfect. There are already so many of you. One more person won't be too much. UMO said. His tone and expression were very calm, and others could not tell what he was thinking. The 3 of them frowned at the same time, thinking that there might be something wrong with this person. There are 3 of them, and they have many younger brothers, more than 100 people in total. He was alone, and even if the 3 of them were together, they wouldn't be able to fight against so many people. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? The person on the left frowned and said in a very impolite tone, "Don't you understand what we are saying to you? There are enough people here, and we don't need anyone else. If you leave now, we can pretend that nothing happened. But if you insist on not leaving here, don't blame us for being rude. Who do you think is more capable, you alone or all of us?" After saying this, he released some of his breath. In fact, the influence range of the entry-level aura is only a few meters around, and it has no effect on UMO at all. This person also discovered this very quickly, so he withdrew his breath, but his expression turned grim. "Oh, then I want to see how powerful you guys are." UMO raised the corner of his mouth, but it was a sneer, with ridicule greatly raising the hatred value. The 3 people's faces changed at the same time, becoming gloomy, and the group of brothers behind them also looked unhappy. One person provoking more than 100 people? Is this looking down on them? The 3rd person on the right temporarily stopped the 2 people who were about to move and looked at UMO. Do you think you are great because you are already in the late entry level? You should know that the 3 of us are all in the late entry level. Besides, there are so many of us here. Even if you can stop the 3 of us, you definitely can't stop all of us in a round-robin battle. If you leave now, we can still pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, we will really have to fight back. This person's tone sounded a little soft. Perhaps a normal late-stage, entry-level person would just leave. But they met UMO. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I don't care what you think. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. Either you leave on your own, or you all stay here. If you don't even dare to take action, how can you be called a cultivator? UMO curled his lips in disdain. raised his middle finger to the group of people opposite him, then turned and rushed down. Not to mention the three people in front. Everyone who saw Yu Mo's action looked unhappy. Those who understood the situation looked even uglier, and those who didn't understand also knew that this definitely didn't mean anything good. The faces of the three leading men changed at the same time, becoming completely gloomy. Zui pinched his fingers, stretched his neck, and a ferocious smile appeared on his gloomy face. Since you insist on doing this, don't blame us for not following martial ethics. 77, instant kill. What are you daydreaming about? With just a handful of you, you still want to go against martial ethics? Do you have the strength to do that? Even if I give you one hand, you can't even beat me. Huh, scum. UMO snorted disdainfully, changed to a very strong gesture to attract hatred, and gestured. This time, everyone was upset. This guy is too arrogant. No, I have to teach him a lesson. Add me one. I can't bear to watch this anymore. Let's go together. Let him know what cruelty is. And me. I'm coming too. A group of people are ready to make a move. The three leaders sneered. They were still thinking about how to get this group of people to take action. I didn't expect this person to be so stupid. He thought he had some strength and thought the whole world belonged to him. Then don't blame us. Go ahead. Zwair waved his hand, took out a long sword, and rushed forward. A thin line of light blue flickered on the silver-white sword, and the wind around them became stronger. UMO held the spear, looked calmly at the long sword, and then looked at the weapons of others. They are all cold weapons, without a single hot weapon, probably because they think that hot weapons may not be effective after they run out of bullets. The second one from the left rushed the fastest, with a very angry expression, leaving the others behind. Although Zui and Zwisan looked equally angry, they did not follow him directly, apparently letting Zwair be the first to speak out. The situation is even worse for the younger brothers behind them. After more than a month since the apocalypse, the stupid brothers who didn't know the current situation have basically died. It is possible that some of them were lucky enough to survive and enter here, but they are still only a small number. He was very fast and flashed by in just a dozen meters. The long sword pierced Yumo's heart, wanting to kill him with one strike, leaving no room for maneuver. Umo had no expression on his face, and disappointment flashed across his eyes. This Wa'er obviously had not experienced too many battles. Just this attack alone was full of flaws and had no rules at all. Although he had not been trained in the basics, what he had learned in battle was no worse than the basics. Bang! The spear swept across and accurately hit Wa'er's long sword, causing his wrist to go numb, and he could no longer hold the sword. The long sword was knocked away, and Zwair was stunned for a moment. During this moment of stunnedness, in Yumo's left hand, an ordinary long sword appeared. Then he raised his hand and swung it. Puff! Zwair's eyes suddenly widened, and he fell down, holding his neck. His forehead, throat, and heart were all pierced. Kill the cultivator. The second from the left, and obtain bronze treasure chest +3, silver treasure chest +1. Rewards detected. Bronze treasure chest +3, silver treasure chest +1. Select from 1. Bronze treasure chest +300, silver treasure chest +100. 2. Silver treasure chest +3, gold treasure chest +1. 3. Skip. Choose one. Yumo hesitated for a moment and chose one. Spiritual food is being developed and will be grown soon. The reliance on bronze treasure chests is not that great anymore. Zwair fell to the ground, scaring the others back 2 steps. From their perspective, it was Zwair rushing over with a sword. Yumo's shot knocked his sword away, and almost instantly pierced his forehead, throat, and heart 3 consecutive hits in an instant. I didn't see how the other party made the move. Zwa'i and Zwasan looked very solemn. The strength of the 3 of them was almost the same, otherwise there wouldn't be the current 3-way confrontation. But this man killed Zwair at first sight, which was a bit too much. Yumo's face was calm, as if he had done something insignificant. The body of the practitioner will not disappear, and will not be collected, but will be eaten by other creatures, if any. Next, in a calm tone, he said the most arrogant words. Zwa'i and Zwasan's foreheads twitched a few times, and they resisted the urge to step out. Zwair was beaten to death. They went out just to deliver food. An ugly smile barely appeared on Zwa'i's stiff face. This friend is joking. It was Zwair who overestimated his own abilities and wanted to provoke his friends. It has nothing to do with us. We just met him on the road, and we are not familiar with him at all. Zwisan also nodded and forced a smile, but it was a little ugly. Yes, that's true. We just met Zwair on the way, and he has been very arrogant. I have warned him many times that if he continues like this, something bad will happen. But he never listened, and there was nothing we could do. It was just a coincidence. It has nothing to do with us, don't you think? Zwisan also looked back and signaled the people behind him with his eyes. Maybe if they attack together, they can kill each other, but many people will surely die. No one wants to be used as a gun by others, so it is impossible to fight together. Someone reacted first. Yes, third brother is right. Zwair just came along and happened to meet us. He has nothing to do with us at all. Zwair has always been arrogant and even robbed us of our things. I have long been fed up with him. This Zwair has always looked down on others. He thinks that he is just an entry-level late-stage player and is second to the boss. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. You did a great job. I support you. This guy has no bottom line. It's good that he died. He will definitely die halfway if he keeps being so arrogant. Zwair is too much. Third brother and eldest brother are right. Zwair only joined us halfway. We were all threatened by him. Not only did he rob us, he also wanted to kill us. Thanks to the seniors' help, we were able to survive. Thank you for getting rid of this evil for the people. After a flurry of compliments, the crowd quieted down, because they saw that UMO had a blank expression on his face, and even gradually showed signs of impatience. Zwai seemed to have thought of something and made a prompt decision. Senior, this is a little gift from me. I found it on the road. Although Zwair deserved to die, he was with us before. This is my apology to you, Senior. Zwai took out a silver treasure chest and some other small things and placed them on top of the treasure chest. Points are calculated in real time based on the items in your backpack and the doomsday creatures you kill. If something is collected by someone, there will be no process of recognizing its owner unless it is a special item. When Zwisan saw Zwai taking out these things, his expression changed, and he immediately took out something similar. A silver treasure chest and several other rewards that they found on the way, except for the gold chest that they didn't take out. Senior, this is my apology to Zwair for his recklessness. 78. Enter the temple. Zwisan's attitude was very low, which made Zui's expression slightly change, but the latter did not say anything. The opponent's strength is there. If he doesn't give in quickly, the result will probably be like Zwair, who is lying on the ground next to him. The actions of the two also woke up the group of people behind them. Some of them immediately took out something. Although it was not as good as the first and third ones on the left, it was still about the same when compared overall. Thank you for helping us kill Zwair. This is a thank you gift to you. Please accept it. Senior, these are all I have. I hope you don't mind. I only have a bronze treasure chest. What do you think, Senior? Some people put things on the ground, and a lot of treasure chests were lined up together, which was exciting to see. However, only a small number of people were willing to take out their things, and the rest felt that they were in large numbers. Even if they don't take out the things, they won't be discovered. As long as they hide well, it means they have already taken them out. Among those who took out things, some only had 1 or 2 doomsday creature cores or something like that, which gave them 3 or 4 points at most, and none even had 10 points. UMO glanced at them calmly, waiting for them to quiet down. Zwai and Zwisan were a little uneasy. UMO didn't respond for a while. Was he dissatisfied? Or did he have some idea? UMO was thinking about how many points these things could bring him. He doesn't care whether someone takes it or not, or how much someone takes. After all, their strength is there, and if they attack together, it will only take a little longer. Furthermore, if we take action, the enemy will surely flee in all directions, and we will not be able to capture them all in one fell swoop. If we give them a chance now, they will not separate. Once we enter the forest temple, we will have the opportunity to destroy them all. When the first and third people on the left, as well as the crowd, were feeling uneasy, Yumo finally said, repeating the question is actually just giving them a way out. This shows that he is not clear about the situation among this group of people. No one will deliberately leave the temple after entering it. Did Zwair really join you halfway, rather than being invited by you? Zwai and Zwisan nodded immediately. Yes, Senior is right. Zwair forced himself to join our team. We all disagreed, but he is very strong, almost as strong as us. If he messes around, we may not have any problems, but our people will be in danger. Yes, Zwair joined by force. If it weren't for him, we might have entered the forest temple now instead of going around in circles here. The people behind Zwisan also echoed. That's true. Zwair forced his way in. If we didn't let him join, he would have continued to attack us. Zwair is such a bastard. He actually used us to threaten Big Brother and the other three. He deserves to die. Zwair forced himself to join us. We all disagreed, but he was very powerful and we didn't dare to provoke him. Big Brother and Third Brother are right. Thank you for helping us kill Zwair. Senior, how about this? We have almost found a way to enter the Forest Temple. Why don't we go in first? It would be bad if someone comes later. Yes, Senior, there are many treasures in the Forest Temple, and you will definitely be able to take the first place. There was another round of compliments similar to the previous one. Although I was very unhappy, I had to endure it. UMO glanced at everyone, but no one dared to look him in the eye. There was no change in his expression, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. This is how the world of a practitioner is. The law of the jungle, rules, and so on will only be in the hands of a few strong people. In that case, let's go into the temple first. UMO nodded and walked forward. After all, the treasure chests and other things were all in front. As he advanced, the other side slowly retreated, exposing everything. UMO waved his hand and collected all these things. After a series of prompts, the points increased by tens of thousands, and Bai Yu, who was in second place and worked hard, was pulled far behind. After putting away all the things, UMO turned around and looked over. The expressions of the group of people immediately changed from pain to forced smiles. Senior, do you have any other instructions? Zwa'i smiled and said, We are almost there, aren't we? Let's go ahead and enter the temple together. UMO said calmly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had suffered some losses here, they might be able to replenish their supplies once they entered the temple. The losses were not that serious. Then everyone dispersed immediately. They had indeed found a way to enter. It's just that UMO came too suddenly, and what happened next was also too sudden. In less than 10 minutes, the door of the tower-shaped building several hundred meters high in front of you, MO, slowly opened with a roar. The gate is more than 10 meters long. The upper part is semicircular, and the lower part is rectangular. It is in a sliding shape. It looks very heavy at first glance. I don't know what force was used to open it. In front of the door, UMO stood at the front. Zwa'i and Zwasan stood behind him, and behind them was the group of people. UMO's expression remained unchanged. He waited until the door was fully opened before entering. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, the power of wind is ready to be unleashed. If there is any danger, you can just avoid it. UMO is ahead. Zwa'i and Zwasan followed in. Their expressions were very worried, but their hearts were full of sneers. Who knows if there is any danger in this temple? They thought that this was a cultivator with deep scheming who would let them test him. They were even prepared. I didn't expect that this person actually went there by himself. I don't know whether to say that the other person is stupid or that he has become arrogant because of all the compliments just now. No one said much about this. After all, there was someone leading the way. Where could such a good thing be found? Everyone kept their mouths shut, afraid to make any noise, but they were called to the front to clear the way. Everyone slowly entered the temple. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a spacious hall. As the door opens, bright torches are burning on both sides of the hall. These torches line the walls, lighting up the entire hall. In the center of the hall is a square stone pillar. On top of the pillar is a cube, but it touches the pillar at one corner. Apart from this, there is nothing else and the ground is very flat. Everyone approached slowly with doubts, and the door behind them slowly closed. There was also a sound when it was closed, but no one chose to go out. 79. Doomsday Biological Explosion. After looking around, UMO walked in front of the stone pillar and the cube. After entering the 1-meter range, a glowing symbol suddenly appeared in front of me. After a while of changes, the symbols turned into familiar words. Touch the cube to start the challenge. Successful challenge will lead to the next level. 2 simple lines of words. UMO looked at the cube. On each face of the cube, there is a pattern similar to an eye, and there are lines connecting these patterns. It formed a strange cube that looked like it was watched by several eyes. UMO frowned slightly, put his hand on it, and a prompt appeared. Do you want to start the challenge? Whether. Yumontak. A sense of playing games. Yes. UMO did not make any sound, but just silently thought in his heart. Then I saw the yes button flashing, and a voice sounded in the hall. The challenge begins. If you succeed in the challenge, you can enter the next level. Boom. After the loud noise, the walls in the hall moved upwards. 8 huge stone slabs were lifted up by an unknown force. revealing a huge cage. The light illuminated the contents of the cage and stimulated the doomsday creatures inside. Hiss! What are these things? Why are there so many? That's the three-headed dog of hell. How can such a thing exist? Demon. I saw a demon. Wait, is that the legendary succubus? Succubus, where is it? When everyone saw the creature in one of the cages, the picture suddenly changed. The guys who were originally pale with fear turned their eyes into bright ones. Even UMO couldn't help but look over. Then I found out it was really a succubus. And it is just like what is described in Western fantasy, with small wings, tail, and Inyong horns, special patterns on the lower abdomen, and heart-shaped pupils in the eyes. In the first level, you can pass the level by killing all the doomsday creatures, or you will be killed by them. Just when these people were immersed in excitement, a cold voice sounded, like a basin of cold water poured on everyone's head. Crunch! After the cold voice fell, the cages began to open slowly. The creatures trapped inside became extremely violent and roared wildly. What should I do? These guys are about to rush out. What should I do? What else can we do? Come here, everyone. Gather together and don't separate. Everyone come here. Stay close to third brother and senior. Don't be too far away. They're coming out. As the cage was slowly raised, the smallest hellhound rushed out first. They had been imprisoned for who knows how long, and were more terrifying than wild horses that had broken free from their reins. They rushed towards the group of people in the middle, drooling. UMO was facing the three-headed dog of hell, and his brows slightly frowned. In his memory, he had never seen such a doomsday creature, or a hellish creature. Could it be the doomsday that comes after the doomsday of cultivation? But now is not the time to study this issue. The three-headed hellhound is a doomsday creature that sounds very troublesome. You have to blow up its 3 heads, or it's hard to kill it. This is much more difficult than killing ordinary doomsday creatures. And the point is, these 8 cages were opened together, not one by one. He had already seen a succubus fly out and use its charm skill to control the 2 practitioners. The remaining larger doomsday creatures came out later. Bang! UMO took the lead and stabbed out with a spear, piercing through the body of a 3-headed hellhound. The 3 heads share one heart. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. The 3-headed hellhound with a pierced heart twitched twice before it became motionless and turned into ashes 2 seconds later. Something shiny fell from the ashes, but UMO didn't have time to pick it up. The 3-headed hellhound, the succubus, and 2 strange doomsday creatures have already rushed out, and the others will soon follow. Not only have they been locked up for such a long time, but there are also so many of them that you can't even see how deep the cages are. Help me. Hey, don't run. Help me. I'm bitten. Behind UMO, there were already various screams. The weakest 3-headed hellhounds are all at the initial entry level. The number of this group of people seems large, but the strength is terrible. Just one succubus can make the team chaotic. There have even been several people who have died at the hands of those controlled by the succubus. The close combat capability of the succubus is also very terrifying. Perhaps this is a special kind of succubus. When UMO saw a man approaching the succubus and wanted to kill him with a sword, 5 sharp nails suddenly grew out of the succubus's hands, and she scratched at the person rushing over. 5 bright red bloodstains appeared in the air, and the next second the man was devoured by the 3-headed dog of hell. The number of people decreased rapidly, and because of the succubus, they could not form an effective countermeasure. Only Zhuasan, and UMO were not affected by the succubus, but the others were not. Boom! Another creature in the cage rushed out. They look like gorillas, but they have shells all over their bodies. They are very defensive at first glance, and each one is 3 meters tall. It seems to be a kind of mutated titan among the doomsday creatures, the biochemical doomsday. UMO frowned and swung his spear quickly, piercing the 3-headed hellhound that was charging at him. The doomsday creatures that rushed towards him were easily killed. The wind-traveling technique not only increases speed, but also increases overall reaction speed. The movements of these doomsday creatures seem to be in slow motion to him. When he is fully focused, he is in a slow-motion world. A succubus spotted him and flew over, with pink hearts flashing in its eyes. UMO looked up and felt an impulse rising from his body, which he then forcibly suppressed. As a result, an unexpected prompt appeared. Detected reward. Charm resistance plus 10. UMO was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this could be considered a reward. Looking at this succubus again, I felt very impulsive just now. Now, it is just like that. Detected reward. Charm resistance +1. UMO raised his hand and shot through the succubus heart. The succubus body shook violently, and her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion, becoming dim and finally turning into ashes and disappearing. A titan appeared behind UMO at some point and smashed down with a fist half as big as his. UMO suddenly fired a shot back, hitting Titan's armored fist accurately in the gap of the armor. 80, unusually difficult clearance. Bang! A flash of white light. Titan's arm was blown up, and then UMO jumped to the same height as Titan's head, and the spear came out again. Bang! Titan's head was pierced, and as his body fell, it turned into ashes and dissipated, leaving behind something shiny. UMO took a look at the shiny things, which seemed to be some kind of material. It makes him feel like he is playing a game, but it is not a game. The screams behind me, the bodies being devoured, and all kinds of doomsday creatures, everything is not a game. A long sword appeared in UMO's left hand, and with a flash of light, 3 hellhounds were pierced through the heart. Then the long sword returned to his backpack under his control and turned into a recyclable flying sword. The proficiency of Liu Guang's sword skill has reached the transcendent level. But no, the gun skills without level restrictions are powerful. Therefore, facing the current situation, UMO used a spear. There are many doomsday creatures. Now, all 8 large iron cages have been opened. The entire hall has become the territory of the doomsday creatures, and there are only a few people left. Only Zui, Zwisan, and a few lucky mid-level people are struggling to hold on. But it's only a matter of time before you get eaten. UMO frowned, thinking that there might be something wrong with this forest temple. There shouldn't be such a powerful monster in the first ruins trial. Now there are not only a lot of entry-level ones, but also many elite-level doomsday creatures. UMO jumped onto the head of a titan. Among the 8 doomsday creatures, the titan was the largest, and it was inconvenient to fight it on the ground. After jumping up, you can pierce their heads with one shot. Titan, who stood out from the crowd, became UMO's first target. As for the others, he didn't have the strength to take care of them. Bang, bang, bang. UMO's spear was swung continuously, and doomsday titans fell one after another. Fortunately, they only used melee combat and no ranged attacks. Otherwise, the result might be hard to predict. But even so, UMO was hit several times by other small creatures. Especially the bats flying in the air are very troublesome. UMO had no choice but to deal with the bats in the air first. Each of these things was more than 2 or 3 meters long. The sky above the hall was filled with a large black mass. More rushed out of the cage. UMO took a deep breath, took out some spiritual food, and put it in his mouth. Leaping from the top of a titan's head, bang! The titan was smashed to the ground, crushing 2 hellhounds to death. UMO used the force of the recoil to jump into the air and quickly pointed his spear out, blowing up the heads of several bats. The last bat was left. I grabbed its wings and jumped up. Bang, 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 bang. UMO turned over and rode on the bats. He fired 4 shots in a row, blowing up the heads of 4 bats. When their bodies fell, they turned into ashes. The bat being ridden rushed around, trying to throw UMO off. But UMO used the power of wind to fix himself on the bat's back, as if he had grown roots. He held a gun in his right hand and a long sword in his left. Any bat that came over was either blown up or had its head chopped off. Other bats who wanted to kill this bat were given priority by UMO. This is his temporary mount, and other bats cannot attack him. Then a strange scene appeared in the hall. There was no one on the ground anymore. Only doomsday creatures flying around following a bat in the sky. There was a man standing on the bat's back, no matter how the bat moved, flying forward and backward, turning 360 degrees, making sharp turns up and down. All the flying methods could not make it drop the UMO on its back. I kept wanting other bats to shoot this guy down, but when the other bats rushed over, they just ended up being food for the taking. Even the elite bats were like this. They looked very strong and rushed over, but were pierced through the head by a bullet. Then, the number of bats dropped sharply, and UMO was also calculating how many bats he had killed. When the bat count reached 150, the number of bats decreased significantly, and no more bats appeared. Judging from the number of bats left, there should be about 200 bats. After UMO killed more than a dozen bats, the other bats dared not come near. I didn't dare to get close to them before, just because there were too many of them and there was no place to hide. The bat's power began to decline, and it wanted to dive down and throw UMO into a large group of doomsday creatures below. At this time, Umo put away his spear and sword and took out the energy cannon. Aim directly downwards, no need to aim at all. Bang! A dazzling light suddenly burst out, followed by a strong impact force rushing upwards. Umo clearly felt that the bat's body was rushed up by the energy wave and almost hit the top of the more than 30-meter-high building. The white light soon disappeared. Umo opened his eyes and looked back. The originally densely packed doomsday creatures now had a blank area with a diameter of 200 meters. There was not a single doomsday creature inside, and the entire hall was only 500 meters in diameter. One strike killed nearly 1/6 of the doomsday creatures. However, there was no sign of damage on the floor of the hall. As for the items dropped by monsters, none of them were destroyed, they were just moved to other places. UMO took the opportunity to fire 3 shots in a row, destroying most of the doomsday creatures. The bat could not withstand the impact and turned into ashes halfway down the mountain. UMO controlled the power of wind and landed steadily on the ground. The originally densely packed doomsday creatures now only have less than 1/10 left. UMO held up his spear and swept away the remaining doomsday creatures, picking up the spoils along the way. Things like succubus core, titan heart, titan armor, and hellhound teeth, mutated goblin backpack, doomsday bat teeth. Various things. These will also be calculated in the total score. Then, 20 minutes later, UMO killed the last doomsday creature, and his total points increased by nearly 130,000. The gap with the second place was nearly 70,000, which was extremely despairing. Kill the last doomsday creature. UMO also took a breath. He was a little tired, but he could bear it. And after you endure it, there are strange rewards. Detection reward. Willpower +5. This reminder sounded throughout the battle. As for the specific effect, UMO hasn't felt it yet. The big iron cage slowly descended. UMO looked around and found that he was the only one left. The others would leave the ruins without any reward or memory. 81, Level 2. UMO took the opportunity to rest for a while, thinking that the difficulty of this first level should not be that great. Otherwise, how could anyone pass the first level? It is likely that there were too many people coming in together, which led to this problem. As a result, everyone else was sent away, leaving only him, and he was the only one who enjoyed the rewards. If divided equally among everyone, it would only be about 10 points. 10 points means one of each doomsday creature appears, which is in line with the difficulty of the first level. With so many people coming in together, the weak ones will be cheated, and the strong ones will be rewarded. UMO took out the spiritual food and the cushion to recover, and the digestion speed was faster. Moreover, the growth of a battle is nearly twice as fast as normal training. At this time, there was a sound of mechanical vibration, and the only wall that had not been opened slowly opened. The light of a magical torch appeared inside, illuminating the route to the second floor. A simple staircase leads to the second floor, with black walls on both sides, and it is hard to tell what material it is made of. UMO was not in a hurry to go over there. He first restored himself to his best condition before heading to the second floor. There was a strange feeling when stepping on the stairs. UMO felt like he was walking in the air instead of on the stairs. It seemed that there was nothing underneath the stairs. Went to the second floor. The door behind him slowly dropped down, revealing a platform 10 meters long and wide. There are stone pillars in front of us, with some distance between each pillar. Opposite is a staircase. This time there was no prompt, but the method to clear the level was also directly told. UMO walked to the edge of the platform and looked down. It was pitch black below, with no bottom visible, and even the light of a torch could not illuminate it, as if some unknown existence was staring at it. UMO shuddered and quickly looked away. There must be something very dangerous underneath. I just don't know how such a deep pit appeared on the second floor. UMO carefully observed the walls on both sides and deduced based on the doomsday creatures on the first floor. This level is definitely not as simple as passing through these stone pillars. After observing for a while, UMO discovered that there were some special runes on the walls on both sides. These runes are hidden in the patterns and can be easily overlooked if you don't look closely. When he saw these runes, the wind power in his body vibrated. UMO roughly understood that the walls on both sides should be able to use spiritual energy to blow out strong winds to affect the balance when passing through these pillars. UMO thought about it, took out a tooth of a 3-headed hellhound, and threw it at the first pillar. Without any interference, the teeth can fall steadily on the stone pillar. UMO stared at his teeth, while paying attention to the movements on the wall with his peripheral vision. When the tooth was about to fall on the pillar, the rune on the wall flashed brightly, and a strong wind suddenly appeared. Then the three-headed dog's teeth were blown off course. But the deviation was not that big. Instead of falling in the center, it brushed the edge of the stone pillar and fell into the darkness. Yumo touched his chin. There are many wind attribute runes on the wall, but only one is lit up now. The consequences were not too serious. It seemed that as long as I put in some effort, I could stabilize my body. Yumo took out a few more wolf teeth and tried, throwing them at the first stone pillar. The second stone pillar is a bit far away and not easy to test. Call! When the wolf fang fell, a wind rune appeared, generating a strong wind that blew the wolf fang away. And they all blew down from the edge of the pillar. After several attempts, Yumo was basically certain that as long as he had some wind attribute power to offset the strong wind generated by the wind attribute rune, it can land steadily on the first pillar, and the number of subsequent pillars should increase to increase the strength of the wind. The wind attribute controlled by oneself can offset these strong winds. Generally speaking, this is a level to test the strength of the wind attribute you have mastered. Just in case, Yumo took out a rope and a flying claw. He swung it a few times on the spot, controlling some wind attribute power on the flying claw, and threw it towards the first pillar. The strong wind appeared again, and the flying claw was blown away. But this time, with the blessing of wind power, it did not fall into the darkness, but fell to the edge. After a while of strong wind, the flying claw was barely blown to the edge, but it just didn't fall down, and then it disappeared. Yumo calculated the time, which was about 3 minutes. This might be the time it took to support each pillar. If you can stay on the pillar for more than 3 minutes, it counts as passing through one pillar. It may not be a big deal in the beginning, but as the wind gets stronger, this may gradually become important. Yumo retracted his flying claws and took a deep breath. Take off. The wind swimming technique controlled the power of the wind to lift up the body and easily jumped over a distance of 8 or 9 meters. When he was about to fall, the wind rune on the wall lit up. A gust of wind blew over, but Yumo felt that it was just an ordinary breeze and had no effect at all. 2 seconds later, Yumo landed steadily on the stone pillar. The breeze was still blowing. He did not rush to the next pillar, but took out a cushion and sat down. The speed of thinking instantly increased hundreds of times, and the wind blowing over was no longer chaotic and irregular, but contained some simple and specific rules. 3 minutes is a short time, but the rule is also very simple. About 2 minutes, Yumo can control his wind attribute to offset this law and no longer feel the existence of the wind. After 3 minutes, the strong wind stopped and the wind attribute runes on the wall dimmed. Yumo looked back at the platform and pondered for a moment. Tie the futon to your body so that you can continue in this state. Jump back to the platform, then jump back up again. The wind appears again, but this time there was no effect. Yumo stood firmly on the pillar. A smile appeared on his lips. This way he could gain unlimited experience points. The target is the second pillar. Use the wolf fang to test it first. 2 runes appear on the wall, doubling the wind force, but still not strong. Yumo went straight over and landed steadily on the pillar. He felt the wind was getting stronger and had some special patterns. When the 3 minutes were up, the wind stopped and the 2 wind runes dimmed. Yumo started over again, and after repeating it 3 times, he mastered the skills of the wind attribute rune. Next, Yumo jumped horizontally between each pillar repeatedly until he passed the second level. 82. Strange copy. The moment I stepped on the ground, special torches lit up on both sides of the corridor leading to the 3rd floor. This means that he has passed this level, but it took him a little longer, more than 3 hours. During the break, a blue light wrapped around an object fell in front of him. Yumo stretched out his hand, the blue light disappeared, and a book fell into his hand. Achieved. Wine Control, Elite Level, +1. Detected Reward. Wine Control, Elite Level, +1. Select from 1. Wind Control, Elite Level, +100. 2. Wind Control, Master Level, +1. 3. Skip. Choose 2. Wind Control, Master Level, +1. Wind Control Technique. Level Master. Proficiency Beginner. Experience 0 out of 100. Yumo closed his eyes and accepted the information. This is a practice method, mainly to increase experience, the same as the elite level practice method. The wind wandering technique is equivalent to a skill. 20 minutes later, UMO opened his eyes. In theory, he had already seen the entire wind control technique. Proficiency and experience require practice to improve. This practice method can gain power several times faster than the elite practice method. Moreover, the power gained through cultivation has wind attribute, and it can be used with wind swimming technique to increase the speed. It has already surpassed the speed of the late elite level. UMO started to practice the technique, and the use of the wind wandering technique became more convenient. The elite level practice method still needed to be transformed. Brush! The figure flashed and reappeared in the middle of the stairs and flashed again and rushed to the third floor. The third floor? UMO looked at this suddenly appeared manner in surprise. I looked back and saw the door slowly closing. After the door closed, it slowly disappeared and a layer of hazy mist appeared. UMO stared at the mist, and a tingling sensation on his scalp rose instinctively. He didn't know what the fog was, but he knew that if he went in, he would die. Looking around, I couldn't find the entrance to the fourth floor. Looking at the manor in front of us, he was located just after entering the gate, facing a European-style castle, with large areas of greenery on both sides. There were servants trimming the grass, and in the distance one could see a field with people tilling the land. UMO retracted his gaze and looked at an elderly butler in a tuxedo who was walking towards him. An inexplicable sense of disobedience emerged, but he temporarily suppressed it. "My dear guest, please follow me. The host has been waiting for you for a long time." After the butler signaled, he took the lead and walked forward. UMO followed. After all, this is the third level, or maybe it's not the third level. Anyway, I had to take a look when I came here. As for leaving, it was impossible to leave through the fog, and the surroundings of the manor and the sky were all shrouded in fog. "When did your master know I was coming?" "On the way," UMO asked a question. "About 100 years ago, the master knew that someone would come into this world on this day." UMO raised his eyebrows. "To sum up, this should be a hidden copy, right?" "Oh, why me?" "Everything is predestined. The master has predicted long ago that a special guest will come on this day and can take us out of this cage." "It's confirmed. It's a hidden copy. After all, the European-style castle says that everything is determined by heaven." God knows how weird he sounds. "Are you not afraid of finding the wrong person?" "In fact, the master does not know who this person is, but you appeared here at this exact time." "I see. So how long have you been waiting here?" "I can't remember. Maybe it's been a long time." The butler shook his head. He opened the door to the living room and bowed. It was obvious that his etiquette had been practiced for a long time and had almost become instinct. "The master is already waiting for you in the living room." UMO walked into the living room without any concept of being timid or not. The living room is very spacious. Except for a few pillars, the entire first floor is a spacious living room. There are all kinds of luxurious decorations, and the floor is covered with carpets, which are very soft to step on. "I'm afraid if I fall from the second floor, it won't be too serious." UMO saw the person in the middle of the living room at a glance. A blood-red dress, embellished with pale, golden lace and decorations, as well as various crystal-clear gems. At a glance, there are only two words left. Luxurious. Her appearance was as exquisite as expected. If it weren't for her face being as pale as a sheet of paper, she would be almost perfect. There were two canine teeth sticking out of her red lips, and her long, jet-black hair was casually draped over her back. A pair of eyes were also blood-red, the same color as his eyes. It's just that her eyes are blood-red, which makes people feel uncomfortable at first sight. And he is as crystal clear as a ruby, and looks very comfortable. For eyes meet, UMO felt slightly dizzy and returned to normal after a few seconds. Detection reward. Willpower plus 10. Yumontak. If I hadn't added willpower, would I have been unable to get out today? UMO twisted his neck. He saw the other party's obviously dazed look. He didn't expect that an entry-level practitioner could break free from her control within a few seconds. A smile appeared on her pale face, and a stronger mental control rushed towards UMO. On Yuma's side, detected reward. Willpower plus 5, spirit plus 3. Detected rewards. Willpower plus 3, spirit plus 3. Detected. The continuous reminder sounds rang out, and his spirit was lifted, making his mind clearer. If the futon is used at this time, perhaps it will be possible to analyze the opponent's tactics. But the futon is not a bound item now. If I take it out directly, it would be a big loss if it is snatched away. Yumo just looked at this vampire, or blood clan. He had seen it before during his cultivation at the end of the world. It was a kind of blood race from outer space. Possesses the ability to control blood and devour blood to increase strength. And its body is also made of blood, so it is difficult to kill. Even if there is a drop of blood left, they will not die. Only by completely erasing all the blood can they be killed. With this ability, the blood race has a certain say in the end of cultivation, but it is definitely not high. Yumo didn't know why this vampire appeared here, but the feeling of lifting one's spirit and will is really refreshing. Yumo's eyes glowed as he stared at the vampire in front of him. On the surface, she is just a master-level vampire, but in reality, who knows how strong she is? 83. Wrapping oneself in a cocoon. Now he is only at the master level, but his power is sealed by the rules of doomsday. He can only launch master-level attacks. The power stored in her body will not be affected, which is basically equivalent to immortality. Umo and the vampire just stared at each other, rapidly increasing his mental strength. The vampires were surprised, and gradually increased their mental control power and issued instructions. However, not only did the other party not take any action, but even the way he looked at her was not right. It was an indescribable look. Even a vampire like her who had experienced many ups and downs felt very strange. The vampires saw that Umo was resisting easily, and there seemed to be some mockery in their tone. She immediately became angry and strengthened her mental control, but the result made her unbelievable. The power of mental control has been raised to the strongest level possible under the current rules. However, the other party not only did not respond, but also showed a strange expression. That's it? The Blood Queen understood what he meant and was immediately furious. I wanted to continue to strengthen my mental attack, but I found that I had already reached my strongest point, and I was immediately depressed. Umo was feeling the surge of his mental strength when he suddenly stopped and subconsciously opened his eyes. Then there was what the Blood Queen saw, and Umo expressed this scene. The Blood Queen took back her mental control and stood up. Her tall figure is almost the same as Umo's, with slender white legs hidden under her long skirt, appearing and disappearing as she walks. Umo stood still, seemingly calm, but his cultivation method was already in motion to prevent possible events. The Blood Queen walked to 3 meters in front of Umo and suddenly made a strange movement, as if she was smelling Umo's scent. Then he said in surprise. The voice was full of charm. If one was not prepared, this voice could make one fall for it. However, Umo did not react at all. He was already immune to it. Human race? It can't be human? Umo asked back. After the apocalypse, people are basically referred to by race. The Blood Queen shook her head. Not really. Humans are mediocre compared to other races, but I'm surprised you've made it this far. Mediocre? Umo smiled. That's called a perfect hexagon. The upper limit is ridiculously high, but the lower limit is also ridiculously low. Umo asked another question. Did you use a mental attack just now? Really? The Blood Queen was stunned for a moment. She really didn't expect there would be such a strange conversation. Oh. Question mark. The atmosphere was a little awkward. The Blood Queen touched her face. She had seen many humans, but this was the first time she had seen such a strange person. I think you should know why I asked you to come here. I don't know. Umo twitched his lips. Who the hell knows what you were thinking? If I could beat you, would you still be standing here and talking to me? Okay, then I'll tell you. We are the living beings in the end of the cultivation world. Because the end of the cultivation world is too cruel, we have no choice but to escape first. But due to the restrictions of the rules, we cannot enter the doomsday world, and the first ruins trial is our chance to enter. This is a crack in the void. It will be swallowed up in a few months at most, so we can only wait for an opportunity. What if no one comes? Umo asked. That's all I can do. The Blood Queen sighed. It's better to die here than to be used as a cultivation resource by those strong men in the end of cultivation. Yumontak. Maybe he had never experienced the true spiritual doomsday before. So, how are you going to get out? Contract. As long as you sign a contract with someone in the doomsday world, the doomsday world will consider you as its own person and will not block you from entering. The equal contract can be canceled after entering the world. I will also give you some training resources so that you can improve as quickly as possible. The end of cultivation is very dangerous. My strength will only be cannon fodder when it really comes. There is still about a day left before the end of the ruins trial. You can think about it here, or sign a contract and leave. When the Blood Queen spoke, a strong charm was emanating from her. It's not an obvious charm, but a feeling of comfort and trust. However, Umo was actually unmoved by this. He wanted to control him just now, and now he wanted to leave in this way. Don't think too beautifully. But the truth is cruel. UMO cannot defeat the Vampire Queen. I can only pretend that it makes perfect sense. You're right, let's sign the contract quickly, and I'll go out and get some more points. UMO pretended to be affected and seemed to have forgotten what happened before. The Blood Queen curled her lips and gave UMO a seductive smile. Then make a contract. She took out a parchment scroll from her clothes, but she didn't know how she got it there. Just put your fingerprint on it. UMO took a quick look and saw that the content was naturally a series of unequal conditions. Simply put, he was treated as a tool. Detected reward, dependent contract plus 1. Select from 1. Dependent contract plus 100. 2. Dependent contract plus 1. 3. Skip. Question mark. UMO was stunned for a moment. After a careful look, I realized that the second upgrade. The positions of the follower and the master are swapped, and he will become the controller of the contract. Choose 2. Family contract plus 1. The content has not changed, except that the owner column has changed to UMO. UMO pressed it down, and his finger felt a slight pain. The contract emitted light and split into 2, sinking into the brows of UMO and the Blood Queen, respectively. UMO closed his eyes, digesting the information inside, and felt that he had established an absolute control connection with the vampire in front of him. The smile on the Blood Queen's face froze, and she was completely stunned. There is no problem with the contract and the content. But who can tell her? Why did the position of the master and his followers change? Originally, she was the master and only treated UMO as a tool. Various unequal conditions were written on him in various different words, and used charm to influence UMO, that is, to make the other party sign it quickly and leave here. However, could it be that she wrote the wrong name? When UMO opened his eyes, he saw the Blood Queen, who seemed to have turned gray. He couldn't help but smile, and reached out to touch her ink-like long hair. How do you feel? The teasing tones sounded in my ears. The Blood Queen shuddered and tried to dodge immediately, but she found that her body was no longer under her control and was controlled to stand still.